A corpulent man with blonde hair and a dark green jacket leaned against the table and shouted that the girl was disgracing the name of his family. He shouted Meldenika's name, and the blonde with green eyes looked at him with displeasure, although it bordered on indifference. The girl in whose body the heroine ended up was a complete layman in business, but this outcome could not have happened without the intrigues of her stepmother, Duchess Hildegard. The Duke himself, that same unpleasant man, hated the main character so much that he could hardly believe in her innocence in this situation. He slammed the wad of money down on the table, telling her to get out of here, and the blonde sighed and picked up the bills, clutching them in her hand. Tucking them into the pocket of her light green dress, Meldenica said that she too hoped never to see any of them again. The girl looked at the Duke with displeasure when he began to ask how she dared to go against his will, the main one in this house. He would probably have thought that something was wrong here, because his real daughter always repeated hysterically that she would never leave this house, not intending to change her plans because of this stupid fact. The blonde said with a grin that she was simply following her father's orders. Meldenica put her hand to her chest and said that since she had been ordered to get the hell out of here, that was exactly what she would do. Walking forward, the girl thought about the fact that she had been waiting for a long time and wanted to be kicked out of this crazy family and allowed to live in peace. When she took hold of the door handle, the Duke shouted that, if that was the case, she should not even try to beg him, because now he would definitely not let her in. Meldenica thought that begging such a person was just stupid, and said that she was not going to do it, saying goodbye. Now she hoped to get rid of this family forever. And now she had changed her clothes and collected all her things, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Looking around her quarters, the blonde shook her head and put her hands on her hips, muttering that she seemed to have managed to pack all her things into her suitcases. Meldenica did not know when they would decide whether to take back the money they had given her, which could very well happen, and she wanted to leave as quickly as possible. The dark-haired maid looked frightened and suddenly began to ask where the mistress was going, since there was such a snowstorm outside. In fact, the maid was the only one who had warm feelings for the main character, and therefore was worried about her mistress and the weather outside. Looking out the window, Meldenica smiled slightly and replied that she would follow her dream, and the maid's face became even more distorted. The blonde turned around in surprise when she suddenly heard the maid ask her if she was really going to go to Duke Hessman's family. Falling to her knees, the dark-haired woman grabbed the skirts of her mistress's blue dress, asking if she was really going to propose to him. She remembered that in the original novel, Meldenica's dream was to marry Duke Hessman, the cold and emotionless ruler of the North. Even if that cold hero from the novel had kidnapped her, she would not have married him because she preferred nicer guys. Waving her hand, the green-eyed woman asked what they were talking about, and then added that she was no longer interested in Duke Hessman. In the book to which the girl was suddenly transported, the main character was the cold and calculating Duke Hessman, an ideal character for a novel in every way. The main character of that original story was a beautiful, bright girl with long pink hair named Sharia. The novel revealed the story of their forbidden love, which was displeasing to many people around them and therefore became popular. Meldenica in the story was the main character's half-sister, and it was she who was originally supposed to marry the main character. Her prototype was a jealous villain who even tried to kill the innocent Sharia in the end, but cut off her own head in the process. At first, the girl could not accept the situation in any way, and endlessly looked for ways to return back to her world, even preparing to kill herself. But time passed. Nothing worked out for her, and the time came to try to come to terms and change the situation in her favor. Having given up on her desperate attempts, the blonde began to try to find her place in this world, where everyone already considered her crazy. Now it was her story, and she realized that she was free to do whatever she wanted, especially if she understood the plot of the story. And only then did she begin to think about the fact that in her real life, as a child, she had truly envied these people. She did not always have access to candies, marmalade, sweets, and snacks, which came in a variety of forms and shapes. The work of those people who sold such things seemed like some kind of magical craft to the little girl. Leaning toward Rosalind, Meldenica gently touched her shoulder, leaned in, and said that she was going to be the owner of a stationery store. She added that then, in the sire, all the children will have happy memories, and the dark-haired one pronounced the lady's words with incomprehension. But the maid suddenly darted forward and blocked the passage, spreading her arms wide and showing with her whole appearance that she would interfere with this. Understanding her bewilderment, The blonde thought that in this world there were regular stores, but not a single stationery store had yet existed. The girl realized with delight that in this world she would be able to become not just a part of the market, but a pioneer of such a business in this empire. That is why, having never heard anything about the office, the maid did not understand what was being discussed and was worried about the well-being of her mistress. The dark-haired woman said that if Milady failed again, she would no longer be able to wear her favorite dresses or go shopping. Smiling softly at this remark, Meldenica calmly told the maid that there was nothing special about them, so she did not mind. Raising her index finger upward, Rosalind said that the lady would no longer eat the imperial chef's dish, but only rye bread and buckwheat. Smiling, the girl put her hand to her cheek and laughed softly, muttering that she liked buckwheat and rye bread. Sliding forward, the blonde asked her not to worry so much, but the maid said that Madame Hildegard might punish Milady again. She tearfully reminded her mistress that she had been beaten more than once for similar offenses, and asked her mistress to be more careful. Meldenica gently touched her hair, tucked it behind Rosalind's ears, and asked her not to worry or think about such an outcome. Imagining the image of a red-haired woman named Hildegard Babeloa, the blonde thought that she might not even count on a successful outcome. Looking at the half-open doors of her almost former chambers, the young girl looked at the maid and said that if things went well, she would invite her to visit. In the hallway, Meldenica looked at the maids and servants who were scurrying from side to side, while Rosalind stood behind her, silently afraid. Anyone who stood in the way of the main character's love eventually died, and the blonde was not at all in agreement with such an outcome of events. As she walked down the stairs, the blonde heard the servants whispering that she had finally been kicked out and that this Villainess was now finished. Meldenica's mother was the last blood relative of Marquis Kanoa, who was rumored to have been cursed by a dragon, and their family gained such fame. Perhaps it was for this reason that any relative of that very Marquis died too early, and her mother was no exception. Shaking her head, the blonde thought that she didn't really care about all these people because she wasn't their real relative. The girl thought that if she had the opportunity to survive herself and curse Duke Babeloa, she would do just that. Meldenica walked out of the doors of the ducal estate without hesitation, holding her suitcases in her hands, and calmly approached the cabbie and his carriage. A young man with dark hair and a voluminous cap asked where they were going, and the green-eyed woman replied that they were heading towards the outskirts. Everyone around was whispering about the fact that no one was seeing the young lady off, so it was unclear where she was going, and they called her ignorant. The annoying servants followed the blonde as she climbed into the carriage with an irritated sigh and slammed the door behind her. Meldenica suddenly asked them all to listen carefully, and then extended her hand with her middle finger out of the open carriage window. She smiled as brightly as she had never smiled in her life, and even turned a little pink with delight when she suddenly sent everyone present to hell. Soon the carriage set off, and the driver drove it along the street. They drove for so long that the evening darkness gradually descended on the street. Propping her cheek with her hand, Meldenica looked out the window and thought about how she had finally been able to free herself and leave that place. Now, in her opinion, Hildegard will be glad that nothing will interfere with the engagement of Duke Hessman and her daughter Sharia. However, this crazy family could still try to destroy her with all their might, given their level of cunning and lack of conscience. Therefore, before opening the store, Meldenica had to find a good protector for herself, and she already knew where to find the strongest knight. The girl knocked on the window and said that she wanted to get out here, and the cab driver shook his head, looking around the dark street and asking if this was true. The blonde agreed, looking around the dark street, and the young man muttered shyly and excitedly that it was a cemetery. Having stopped the carriage, the young man raised his voluminous cap, muttering that it looked dangerous, and Meldenica got out and said that it was necessary. She laughed and said that there was no need to worry, because there were no ghosts to be found here, but the cab driver was clearly not delighted even with the jokes. Leaving his companion's things, the young man looked around the dark space once more and said that she needed to be careful. The carriage moved off, the clatter of hooves and wheels filled the deserted streets, and the girl silently looked after the departing young man. Meldenica thought that she had already died once and that ghosts would not frighten her, and so she stepped into an abandoned cemetery on the outskirts. About 1,000 years ago, demons came from the world of the gods and tried to enslave humanity, and the empire plunged into real chaos. Suddenly, a man appeared who was capable of resisting demons and sacrificed himself to find a way to drive out the demons. In order to save the inhabitants of the empire, The young knight had to make a choice and lock them all along with himself in a magic sword. After this, peace reigned in the empire, and this hero had long been waiting for the seal that bound him to be dispelled. But for now, he still lived inside the sword. Looking at one of the graves, from which the tip of a weapon was sticking out, Meldenica thought that he was now resting right here. In the original, he was found by Duke Hessman, who would have found him a little later, and then everyone would have started to adore this character even more. The girl knew that this sword and hero were so important that they would even want to make the knight an emperor, and she grabbed the handle, smiling. Thinking that this hero now belonged to her, the blonde pulled the sword out of the grave and closed her eyes, wondering if everything had worked out. A few moments later, a dark-haired young man appeared in front of her, and it became clear that this sword was his abode. The young knight Dominic, a handsome youth with black hair and blue eyes, saved the empire when he was only 17 years old. Looking at the new hero who stepped towards her, Meldenica thought that this is exactly how she imagined him when she read the novella. He looked at the stranger and quietly asked who she was, and the blonde introduced herself by her first and last name, asking him to call her simply Mel. The blonde asked if he was really that same Dominic, the great hero who had driven out demons, and the young man asked how she knew him. When the girl agreed, Dominic asked why she had summoned and freed him, and Meldenica stated that she wanted to make a contract. Sitting down on the ground, the young man muttered that the same thing happened every time. Everyone was trying to use him for their own selfish interests. The girl calmly agreed, nodding and smiling, and immediately saw the surprised expression on the knight's face, directed straight at her. Dominic asked if she even denied it, and rubbed his chin when the blonde said that she needed him for exactly that. The girl's green eyes sparkled with surprise when she heard the question about what she wanted, because depending on this, he wanted to make a decision. Putting her hand to her chest, Meldenica said with childish naivety that he would need to protect her, and began to wait for an answer from the dark-haired man. He said that, of course, he would protect the creator of the contract with his life, but he was surprised and dumbfounded when he heard that she didn't need anything else. The knight asked if she didn't even want to conquer the empire, and the blonde replied that she didn't need conquests at all. Dominic found it hard to believe otherwise, since that was usually what they wanted to call him for, while Mel thought she just wanted to live longer. He said that he actually had another goal, and recoiled a little when the strange stranger leaned over him with a smile. Meldenica said that she wants to open a stationery store where she will sell things for children, and she needs protection for herself and the store. The dark-haired man quietly repeated the word office, then shook his head a couple of times and muttered that now he seemed to understand everything. She was delighted, but the blue-eyed man assumed that she wanted to create her own empire and call it an office. The knight casually said that she was terrible at coming up with names, and the blonde looked at him with irritation. With her hands on her hips, Meldenica patiently explained that the stationery store was a regular shop, and the emphasis there was on goods for children. She rubbed her forehead with her hand and said that this was a good chance for him, since he had long wanted to get out of the sword without any specific conditions. Dominic looked at the girl when she said that if he could fulfill her wishes, the seal would fall off and he would become human. When the knight asked how she knew this, Meldenica asked if it really mattered, since the point was that she could get protection and he could get freedom. The young man thought that this really was such a simple and convenient way to get out to freedom, and surely infinity had an end. After thinking for a moment, Dominic stood up from his seat and extended his hand to her to show his consent to this deal, and his face lit up. Squeezing his hand with her fingers, the girl mentally relaxed a little and said that the building in which they would open the store was already ready. She asked him in anticipation if he knew how to use teleportation, and after a few moments, the dark-haired man said that they were there. They appeared near the academy, and both of them began to turn their heads with interest, examining the unfamiliar square and the academy building. Meldenica turned around when she heard the knight talking about how everything had changed there, and was no longer so charming, but remained beautiful. As soon as the young man moved forward, the blonde asked if he knew the area, and he asked why she wasn't coming. Looking at the golden fence behind the boy, the green-eyed girl muttered that they were going in the wrong direction, and Dominic stared at her in surprise. Stopping, she pointed with a happy expression at the building behind them, which was not nearly as attractive as the knight had thought. The dark-haired man wanted to mutter that it was the only normal building there, and the girl calmly replied that she understood his surprise. Smiling again, and sincerely, not falsely, Meldenica said that this would be their new home, and the young man's blue eyes widened. A month after the sudden death of Meldenika's young mother, her family was deprived of their noble title, and therefore deprived of all material things. All the property in the form of enormous wealth and estates was taken by Duke Babaloa, who was an insanely greedy and avaricious man. But in this world there still remained one thing that Meldenika's mother managed to leave only to her, and which no one took away. Surely this house had once been fit for habitation, but now it looked so abandoned that Dominic, standing at a distance, looked shocked. The blonde said that the first floor would be a store and the second would be housing, but she froze and looked back because the night was silent. Looking at the young man, who was clearly not delighted, Meldenica asked what was the matter, and he asked whether he should eat and sleep there. He had already managed to believe that they would stop in that wonderful place with golden gates and white stone columns. Dominic stated that he had been blatantly deceived, while the blonde reflected on the fact that he didn't look scary at all and looked more like a child. Gently touching his shoulder, the girl said that she would fix and clean everything, so this place would be much more cozy and comfortable. Confidently hitting her chest with her hand, the green-eyed girl declared that she would become the owner of the largest stationery store in the world. The young man muttered that liars always said that, but for now he would assume that they would be able to carry out these plans. As she began to nudge him in the back, Meldenica declared that this was a great attitude, and when everything was good, she would start paying him a salary. Turning around, the dark-haired man said that he used to have mountains of gold, and if she paid him little, she would be finished, causing the girl to be surprised. Putting her hand to her mouth, the blonde wondered why he was so cute, and also reminded her of her brother, who, fortunately, lived longer than her. Dominic asked her not to look at him with that expression on her face, because it even showed that she was thinking about how cute he was. Mel thought he was quite observant, and then they walked inside, encountering a pile of old wooden furniture, trash, and cobwebs. Looking at the huge rats that were scurrying between the dishes on the tables and shelves, the blonde thought that the house really was very abandoned. Even though this place wasn't the most pleasant, the green-eyed girl couldn't help but feel happy that she owned this place for herself. Spinning around with her suitcase in her hands, she asked if this place was wonderful, and Dominic muttered that he had indeed been deceived, and that she had lost her mind. Covering his face with his hands, the blue-eyed man asked why God had abandoned him, while the girl, with a slight laugh, asked why he was listening to God. Looking around the still cluttered room, the blonde talked about where the shelves with sweets would be, where the household goods would be, and other things. Looking ahead, Meldenica already saw how everything around her was changing, how happy children were running around the store, and her dream was coming true. She said with sincerity that she was very happy, and Dominic sighed patiently, suddenly lighting a bright ball of light above his hand. He muttered that she could call the shots for what was needed for this stationery shop, and the blonde smiled and said that was great. While the girl was saying that they needed a big sign, and that it would also be great if the store was always open, the young man listened to her silently. In her past life, the main character was an orphan who had to go through a lot, but she managed to cope with it thanks to help. Her math teacher paid for her school trips even when she didn't ask for it. The director always held her hand and helped her if something suddenly went wrong, and this was especially valuable. The kind woman gave her lollipops that turned her tongue blue, and the little girl thought it was real magic. Then she listened attentively that one shouldn't eat a lot of them because it's harmful to one's health, and she was even a little scared and worried. Now, looking at the cobwebs on the corners, and not only, the blonde asked to use cleansing magic, and Dominic agreed. Soon the sun was already rising over the lands of the Empire, and the time had come for the main characters to do new great deeds in accordance with the plan. The next morning, Meldenica arrived at the Imperial Palace, dressed in a light green dress, matched with a brown corset, and looked around. Although it was not crowded here now, they had not yet come up with a personality for Dominic, and he accompanied her in the form of a sword hidden in a sheath. Turning around at the rustle, the blonde saw a ginger cat walking across the square and thought that the situation was surprisingly calm. Meldenica decided that this was a fantastic way to open a stationery store, and the mood for a good start to the day was almost immediate. Hearing a familiar voice that said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the blonde turned around and looked ahead, not without surprise. She was greeted by the very same main character who was destined to be her husband, placing his palm on his chest so formally that she winced. Duke Lennox Guessman suddenly turned his attention to her when no one else did, and Meldenica bowed, lowering her head and greeting him. The man said that he had heard that she had decided to leave her family, and the girl looked at his face with some surprise, agreeing with these words. Remembering that he had first addressed her by her last name, the girl said that she was now simply Meldenica, wanting to end the conversation as quickly as possible. The Duke suddenly took a few steps forward and leaned over, asking what this meant, since he had not given her permission to do so. Scratching the back of his head, the dark-haired man said to return to the family within a month, because he didn't need his future wife to start the life of a vagabond. Guessman asked if she had forgotten that they would soon be getting married, and the green-eyed woman frowned. In the original story, Lennox was initially very kind to Meldenike, greeting him affectionately and seeming to be a very polite young man. The girl asked if he didn't hate her, and the Duke kissed the back of her hand, saying that it was impossible because he was looking for someone like her. For the despised young lady Meldenica, he was the only salvation, and the blonde could not help but fall in love with him. Soon after she succumbed to his charms, the Duke's attitude towards Meldenica changed dramatically, and not for the better. She tried to appear as bright and attractive as possible, so as not to let him get bored. But the man said that a motley look did not suit her. Later, Lennox began to ignore and devalue the girl's talents, saying that she probably didn't know how to run a business. One day, the blonde, who no longer understood what was happening, asked why he decided to start a business not with her, but with Sharia. Knowing full well about Meldenica's inferiority complex, he continued to compare them, speaking about the bride in a negative context. Looking at her failed fiancé, the blonde thought that this was not even the limit, because it was betrayal. As a result of all this interaction, the man decided to start an affair with Sharia, because they began to see each other often and liked each other over time. Lennox began to directly show his interest in Sharia, even in the presence of his fiancé, creating terrible situations. Naturally, rumors began to circulate about their relationship, because the people around them simply could not ignore the obvious flirting and advances. After this, in public, they pretended that there was nothing between them, but in reality, they simply did not want everyone to know about their affair. One day, Meldenica couldn't stand it any longer and approached her fiancé, openly asking if there was really nothing between him and Sharia. Sighing in irritation, the dark-haired man turned on the heels of his black shoes and ordered his woman to listen to him in a rather rude manner. The blonde's eyes widened as she heard that if the rumors were true, it would be her fault, and also the fault of her extremely mediocre suffering. The green-eyed woman asked in horror how she could possibly be guilty of this, but fell silent when the groom asked if she wanted to go against his words. She swallowed hard when she heard that she shouldn't worry about such nonsense, and he would definitely marry her and no one else. The man truly masterfully manipulated his bride, step by step destroying her self-esteem and leading her deep into the abyss. Meldenica, who was left in proud solitude, subjected to manipulation, eventually gave in and gave her life into someone else's power. Closing her eyes, the blonde sighed and placed her palm on her chest, remembering how Lennox continued to play with Sharia after that. Looking at the stern expression on the Duke's face, the girl thought that even now they were mocking Meldenica with their supposedly secret affair. At the same time, the main character, the well-known Sharia, went on vacation to the Holy Lands of the Empire, which were located in the north. The girl thought that he was a real asshole if he still wanted to marry her, and she smirked, sarcastically calling him darling. She calmly said that she already knew everything, and the dark-haired man raised an eyebrow slightly, asking what she meant. The green-eyed one silently thought about the fact that it was strange that the real Meldenica had not realized this for so long. Not understanding why he needed marriage with her then, the blonde raised her head and said that she was aware of his relationship with Sharia and had been for a long time. The blonde lowered her head when she heard from him that they had never gotten to the point of full-fledged betrayal, and she could just trust him. The girl thought that Meldenica from the original story could not have called off the engagement. No matter how bad things were, she would have simply fallen into despair. Her prototype loved Lennox very much, but she really didn't care, so she sighed and said that she didn't need excuses. She said that she was going to break up with him, and the Duke's narrow eyes slowly widened, because he did not expect to hear that at all. Standing in front of him, the blonde felt a little uneasy, but betrayal was betrayal, and she had no intention of pretending that she didn't know anything. When Lennox asked what this all meant, Meldenica clapped her hands and said she could offer another option, such as marrying her sister. She added calmly that in this way, the political marriage between the families would be respected, and the Duke's face lengthened even further. After a short silence, The dark-haired man muttered that he had already told her 100 times that he simply did not want to marry Sharia. The girl's face frowned when Hesman said that, although Sharia was graceful and beautiful, he wanted to marry her sister. She clearly found it incomprehensible why the man was so stubborn, and she even asked a clarifying question about whether he really would not marry Sharia. Hearing a negative answer, the blonde threw her hair back and said that he could try Lady Hildegard because she would definitely not marry him. She thought she was wishing him luck in overcoming the 30-year age difference, and Lennox stared at her in shock. The green-eyed girl could hardly hold back a sigh when the groom called her by her full name again and asked what she wanted to achieve in this way. Mildenica grabbed her sword and thought that she would definitely pay Dominic extra for this, while he began to whisper in confusion about what she was doing. Watching the girl draw her weapon from its sheath, Gessman asked in confusion why she had drawn her sword in such a place. Dominic was thinking that he couldn't do anything to stop this, and would have to obey when the blonde grabbed the sword and raised it up. Having plunged the blade into the tile right in front of him, the blonde squeezed its handle with both hands and said that it seemed like he still didn't get it. Having called him Sir, Mildenica looked at him as menacingly as she could and said that she was officially filing for annulment of the engagement. Under the current system, a sword is drawn and thrust into the ground to challenge someone to a duel, and that was what showed the level of her determination. Taking out her weapon, the girl stepped forward and said that she would send him a farewell letter a little later, expressing the hope that he understood everything. Mildenica threw out that she was asking for forgiveness and moved forward, going around her would-be fiancé in order to finally get away. Clenching his hands into fists, the dark-haired man, who was left alone with himself, thought that she probably just wanted to get his attention in this way. The Duke mentally came to the conclusion that she had decided to use such a jealous strategy on him, but he would not fall for it. He was 100% sure that Mildenica, who did everything she could for his attention and approval, would not have done this. The man remained where he was, watching her leave, because the thought that this girl could leave greatly amused the Duke. Lennox had just had time to think that she couldn't have changed so abruptly when the girl, who had walked 10 steps away, suddenly turned around. Chuckling as the blonde walked away, Gessman thought that he had trained the girl very well during this time. Standing directly opposite, the girl stood up stoically and straightened up, and declared that she had completely forgotten to say something about everything that was happening. Raising his nose to look down at her, the dark-haired man calmly measured her with his gaze and declared that he did not need her apology. Hearing this, Mildenica asked in surprise what was going on, because she did not expect him to say such nonsense. The girl asked what she should apologize for, thinking that if he were like the hero in the novel, no one would buy the novel. Leaning over, the blonde enthusiastically said that she thought he should hear it too, and she clearly felt like a winner. She raised her index finger and assumed that he probably thought it was all just to get his attention. The Duke looked at the girl in front of him with some surprise when Mildenica said that he had hoped for her complete obedience. The blonde asked if he really thought she was too much in love with him to take a step away, and the man asked her in surprise what she was talking about. Raising her fingers and stroking her chin, the girl said with a smile that she was right, and all his words were just a lie. In the novel itself, the woman who dumped him treated him like a nobody, and he was destroyed, and many madmen have done the same. Remembering this, Mildenica covered her face with her hand, thinking that she was not the main character of the novel, so there should be no problems. Pursing her lips, the green-eyed girl thought that she needed to be on guard in case Lennox suddenly decided to get her for some reason she didn't understand. She stared at the Duke in surprise when he suddenly grabbed her hand, asking if she already had another man. While the girl sighed with discontent, wondering if all cheaters were really that suspicious, Gessman asked again if that was really the case. For the first time during the entire conversation, showing any emotion, the dark-haired man raised his voice, asking if she really liked the other one more. Mildenica pulled her hand out of his grip, pointing her finger at the stranger and saying that it would be 100 times better to marry the first person she met. While the man was trying to give birth and ask how dare she, the blonde scratched her ear with her finger and thought that she was not finished yet. She said irritably that she thought he finally understood something now, asking if he realized that he should now get rid of her. Mildenica ordered not to grab him and not to accuse him of treason simply because he was such an asshole, and smiled brightly, looking at him. After that, the girl went forward with freedom in her soul, thinking that she should be proud of herself because she was not as stupid as her prototype. As she walked forward, She thought the Duke's face at the end was simply stunning, and then began to discuss with Dominic whether it was worth acting so fiercely. After thinking for a bit, the green-eyed girl decided that if she were in Guessman's place, she would have wanted to take revenge. But the possibility of peace remained. Mildenica shrugged, saying that the man had always despised and humiliated her, so she was glad that she was finally able to get rid of him. Dominic agreed, saying that there was no need to worry about the idiot, and the girl smiled, having by that time already reached the government office. After a short period of time, the blonde heard her name being called to pick up her license and turned around, surprised by the speed. The faces of the workers who came into contact with her had an expression that said that she would fail again, because this was far from her first business. Taking the stack of documents, the blonde smiled contentedly, thinking that Mildenica was a living legend, known for her mediocrity. Walking towards the exit, the blonde went through all the papers with her finger, thinking about the fact that she had been given a license without any unnecessary questions for precisely this reason. Putting all this away in a paper folder, the girl enthusiastically said that, thanks to this image, everything goes like clockwork, and it is very easy for her to act. Suddenly, a male voice was heard from behind, and the green-eyed girl turned around, hearing that she seemed to have dropped something while holding out a piece of paper covered with writing. Having thanked him for his help, Mildenica heard a question about whether she had told the truth, and asked again with surprise what he meant. The stranger clarified that he was talking about a conversation with Duke Hessman, and the girl squeezed the envelope, declaring that anyone would be better than him. The man, dressed in a white shirt, smiled quite attractively and said that it was quite a funny incident. The girl thought for a moment, and then realized that this young man looked like the stranger who had passed by in the white shirt. Mildenica wanted to answer something, but when she opened her mouth, the stranger disappeared somewhere, and she turned away, thinking that, so be it. Walking forward, the girl thought that she would never return here again because she took away the license. But now her mood became mysterious. A little later, returning to her house, the blonde reflected on the fact that her house was now clean, and at least for that reason she could relax. She mentally thanked Dominic, who had cleaned up this morning with numerous dust and cobweb spells. Sitting down on a chair, she told the young man that tomorrow she would also have to go to the market to order repairs, and there would also be enough for the interior decoration of the house. Duke Babeloa gave her 200 million becquerels, 100 of which went to repairing the building, and another 100 was left for the stationery store itself. The girl, swinging her legs cheerfully, thought that for the man this money was mere pennies, but for her it was a very good start. Mildenica looked at the young man, who looked very thoughtful and even a little gloomy, wondering what was making him make such a face. Dominic suddenly asked if the man they saw was really her fiancé, and the blonde answered in the affirmative, waiting for him to continue. She immediately corrected herself that he was an ex-fiancé, and the dark-haired man seemed surprised that the girl was not at all worried about this. The young man ran his long fingers through his jet-black hair and muttered that he sympathized with her and that such things happen. Mildenica began to smile, when he suddenly added that, however, it was she who had dragged him into this strange, terrifying contract. He also noted that the lady used such a great sword to do terrible things, and the blonde laughed nervously. The girl tapped him on the shoulder and asked if the Duke had really offended him more than her that morning, and Dominic sighed and denied it. Suddenly turning around, the blonde said that she had completely forgotten about all the things they still needed to do today. Sitting down at the table, the girl said that she had promised something to the Duke, and therefore she must write a letter about breaking off the engagement as soon as possible. Starting to scribble on the paper with a fountain pen, Mildenica muttered that she needed to write so that he wouldn't come near her, since he was so slow-witted. Lennox continued to pester her, only because her strange family had no intention of crossing her off the list. She turned around when Dominic asked why she wanted to take her mind off the title, and he seemed unable to understand her motives. She couldn't wait to break the bond between her father, her stepmother who wanted to kill her, and her younger sister who always made her feel insecure. To get rid of each of them and the difficult past, the blonde was ready to renounce even her last name and no longer be Babeloa. On top of everything else, her becoming an ordinary commoner would automatically cancel the imminent wedding with Duke Hessman. Mildenica told Dominic that she wanted to lose her noble title, and without her relatives she was absolutely sure of everything, forcing him to clarify. The blonde smiled brightly and said that she was sure that she could earn a good reputation, especially when she had a partner like her. Dominic's blue eyes widened at the compliment, and he pursed his lips to try and hide his embarrassment. She thought that it didn't matter that much since she had the option of becoming a noblewoman, while the young man behind her seethed with excitement. Scratching his chin, the man said that she could be sure that he would always be her faithful sword, hearing until the end of the phrase that she was aware of the matter. When the young man began to rub his face with his palms to hide his blush, Mildenica thought about how cute he was. After some time, the girl looked at the finished letter and said with a smile that now everything was definitely ready, relaxing. Putting the folded paper into an envelope, the blonde thought that as soon as she sent these letters, she would burn all past bridges forever. With her head down, the girl thought about the fact that all the above-mentioned people, seemingly close, really hated her. After being reborn, she gradually began to sense the memories of the original Mildenica, even those that were not in the novel. For example, she remembered how children scared her and told her that she had cursed blood and that they shouldn't go near it. The little girl tried to defend herself and said that she was not cursed at all, but the cruel children around her shouted that she smelled like she was cursed. The stepmother, at that time only pregnant with her younger sister Sharia, said that she could easily kill her, but still allows her to live. She was ordered to live as if she were dead, and the fair-haired girl, who looked like an angel, was forced not to argue, but to agree. She tried to convey with fear to her only relative, the Duke, her father, that all the children hated her and considered her cursed. The girl said that she would really like to have real friends, but the man said with irritation that she was annoying and that it was her own fault for bullying her. Turning around, the cruel man, like a stranger, like a real tormentor, screamed in a bass voice that she was insanely stupid, which is why everyone hated her. Now Mildenica reflected that aggression was always the fault of the aggressor, but in the house of Duke Babaloa and his family, everything was completely different. All the people around thought it was the girl's mistake, and Duke Babaloa simply had enormous pride and did not pay attention to children. He always really didn't like it when he heard rumors that his daughter was being openly bullied at school, and it was all because of his pride. In order to avoid the wrath of the Duke, who was not very balanced, everyone around treated Mildenica very formally, as if she were a princess. But in reality, no one was ever punished for insulting Mildenica. He didn't want to hear about it, and he didn't care about the scars on his heart. All she had left to do in this cruel world was to put all her effort into the image of a daring and arrogant lady, whom everyone would be very afraid of. Clutching the paper in her hand, the blonde silently reflected on the fact that if she were in the original Meldenica's place, she would have killed all these beasts. Looking at the crumpled paper in her hands, the girl thought that now, unfortunately, she did not have the power to fight Gesman or Babaloa. Standing up, she stretched and threw her arms behind her, saying that she couldn't wait for tomorrow, and Dominic said that he agreed. Opening the window sashes, the blonde wondered what would happen if they suddenly didn't want to let her go and tried to attack. Holding on to them, Mildenica continued to wonder whether she would be able to resist several of the strongest families of this empire. The next day, standing next to Dominic, the girl clapped her palms together, thinking that if they ended there, everything would be fine. The dark-haired man said that the Duke from yesterday was just a real freak, and she glanced at him, wondering what was the matter. Blue Eyes calmly said that he noticed that they were being followed by several people, but yesterday's Duke was not among them yet. Walking forward across the square and keeping the girl in his sight, the knight muttered that there were only 5 of them, and was clearly ready to start defending himself. Thinking about this number, the blonde reflected on the fact that, if she remembered, both Lady Hildegard and Hessman would probably want to follow her. Mildenica said with a grin that they were here from the Babaloa and Gesman families, and were probably sent to watch her every move. Dominic flared up, saying that if they tried to do something, and the blonde was worried that they would think that the divorce was because of him. She asked him to pretend that he simply didn't see them, and the knight, in the same tone as the girl, replied that secrecy and surveillance had always been his strong point. While the young man was thinking about something, Mildenica suggested that they take a walk, since they didn't have long to go, and he agreed since he had been in the sword for too long. The blonde said that they could even walk through the courtyards, because as long as he was nearby, there was nothing to be afraid of, and Dominic agreed, stepping after her. As they moved forward through the crowd of people, the girl chatted nonstop and very vividly, while the knight answered succinctly, concentrating on the situation. She finished her sentence about being in the office, but he suddenly stopped, asking Mel to look away. Mildenica turned around to follow her defender, and they both took a few steps forward, seeing the boy sitting on her knee. The blonde saw a scratch on the child's knee and wondered why he, who looked like a nobleman in his clothes, was sitting there alone. She thought that if the baby was suddenly kidnapped or beaten, then an adult man might frighten him and asked Dominic to stand aside. Holding the skirt of her dress, the blonde gently addressed the unfamiliar child and asked him to rise carefully. Holding some kind of box in his hands, the boy tried to get up, taking the girl by the hand, but suddenly screamed and muttered that he could not walk. Meldanika's green eyes flashed with concern as she cautiously asked if they should call a doctor. The blue-eyed baby heard her and suddenly shook his head, muttering that he was fine and there was no need to call anyone. The blonde wondered if he might be afraid that his family would be angry about this, and he added that he was just a little tired and everything was fine with him. Meldanika looked to her knight to help them sort this out, and Dominic carefully lifted the child and placed him on his back. Soon the three of them crossed the threshold of their house, and while the boy looked around, the blonde muttered that they had not yet settled in here. He muttered that he was just like a knight on the battlefield, sitting down on a chair, and the green-eyed girl said with a smile that he needed to be calmer, and this was not a battlefield. Dominic began to heal the child's knees with magic, asking the child to be patient for a while he finally healed his wounds. Sitting in place, the fair-haired man squeaked at the top of his lungs and immediately declared that he was not their child and would soon become an adult knight. The boy protested, convincing those around him that nothing hurt him, but Meldanika saw that he was clearly wincing in pain. Smiling, the blonde assured the little boy that she understood everything and would consider him a grown-up knight, causing the boy to blush. Blue Eyes smiled contentedly as his status as an adult knight was acknowledged and turned away, while the girl thought how cute he was. Mel was slightly distracted, and her green eyes caught with interest the box that the unfamiliar child had not let go of all this time. She assumed that there was a music box inside, and the box itself looked battered and frankly old. The girl thought that in their time it was quite difficult to find such a thing, and leaned over, asking if he liked such things. The boy blushed again, feeling even his ears burning, and he shouted militantly that this was so, but they dare not laugh at this fact. Raising both hands in a conciliatory gesture, the blonde assured him that she had not intended to mock him at all, because she liked that kind of thing too. Hearing that this antique was a wonderful thing that contained wonderful voices, the boy was clearly delighted and surprised. When the girl sat down next to him, the little boy explained that he had taken it as a birthday present for his brother, asking if he would like it. The green-eyed girl thought about the fact that such a present was clearly not the latest fashion, but she did not want to hurt the child with these words. Touching his shoulder, Mel said that it was a wonderful gift, and that if a person loved him, he would like any gift given to him. She couldn't help but think that if people hated you, they wouldn't even be able to stand a gift, and she hoped that the baby's gift wouldn't end up in the trash. Watching the child's face, the blonde sighed and thought about how she hadn't even noticed the boy in the alley at first. Touching his hair with her cool fingers, Meldanika mentally rejoiced that she had managed to get along with this little one. After a while, the green-eyed girl looked in surprise as Dominic began to stretch his legs from side to side. She looked at the thin man, who everyone clearly imagined to be different from what he actually was, and muttered that he seemed to have overdone it a bit. Glancing briefly at the knight, the girl told the child that she wanted to call him a carriage, but now she suggested that they rest for an hour or two and sleep with them. Carefully touching his palm, the blonde man asked with hope and a smile if there were any ghosts upstairs in their house. Thinking again about how cute he was, the girl stated that of course there was no one there, but if ghosts appeared there, they would definitely defeat them. While happily chatting with this child, Mel thought with a quiet laugh that even in such an abandoned and scary house, he needed to behave like a knight. Soon, Dominic carried the baby up to the second floor and put him to bed so that he could rest peacefully after the stress and excitement he had experienced. As the young man came down, the blonde leaned over and said that it was time for them to start an emergency situation in the store. After a short silence, the blue-eyed man looked around, asking if this was necessary now, and Mel answered that yes, that was exactly it. In fact, she already had a plan in mind to show the kids the best products so they could tell everyone about them. After thinking for a bit and discussing the interior of the house, the blonde said that she needed to start working on the garden in front of the house. Around the large house, there were real thickets that needed to be mown down to give the estate a presentable appearance. An hour after the garden cleaning work began, Meldanika watched as the knight skillfully put everything in order with the help of his sword. Watching as branches and thorny bushes disintegrated under the edge of the cold weapon, the girl wondered if he could really do everything. Turning to Mel, the dark-haired man asked if she remembered the five who had followed them during their walk this morning. The girl nodded, and Dominic said that he used mind magic to make them leave him alone while they carried that child away from there. Turning around a little, the blue-eyed man added that this, however, was not necessary, since she was not in any danger. The young man gently added that she could consider it her gift, and Meldenica herself did not notice how brightly she blushed. The young man added that he had not used magic for 1,000 years, and it was very labor-intensive, and the girl praised him, promising to cook an excellent dinner. Watching this knight, who had once saved the entire empire, mow the grass with his sword, the blonde noted that she was very happy for him. As a sudden shiver ran down her spine, Mel turned around, wondering what that feeling was, and frowned slightly. She thought that there shouldn't be anyone else here, and stepped forward, immediately bumping into a sword that was enveloped in dark clouds. Turning around, the girl addressed Dominic, muttering something unintelligible about his sword, and the dark-haired man didn't even turn around. The green-eyed girl tried to squeeze out that something very strange was happening with his weapon, but her voice suddenly trembled, not allowing her to finish. Dominic seemed to understand everything without words, because he turned around, throwing an excited look at her, as if assessing the whole situation. Suddenly, a flash appeared in the sky, which had become almost dark, and in an instant the knight was next to her, hugging her. Preparing to cover Mel from the incomprehensible dark cloud, the experienced fighter tried to assess the situation, asking what the hell was going on here. The seal that had imprisoned him suddenly opened, and ice began to rain down from it, but it did not harm the girl because of his shield. Looking at the blonde, the knight ordered her not to grab the straw hat, but to dodge, while she was thinking about how to dodge the boulders at all. Dominic asked what she was doing, and Meldenica replied that she was not running away so as not to cause problems, realizing that the ice did not melt even in her hand. The girl told the knight that it was safer for her to stay close to him for now, and froze when he asked her if she had created the contract. She also heard that the unknown person simply had to destroy her, and fell to the ground under the weight of magic, forcing Dominic to rush towards her. The voice declared that it would kill her. Dark strands of energy curled around the girl's neck, and Meldenica began to cough, trying to gasp for air. The blonde didn't hear Dominic, who was nearby, but she heard a voice that said that after her death, he would continue his revenge. Mel heard the knight say confidently that she would not die before his eyes, and then her neck suddenly became free and she began to cough. It seemed as if a multitude of magical portals had opened before them, eclipsing the entire sky, and the girl was calmed only by the knight's touch on her back. Suddenly, someone seemed to fall out of the opened portal, from whose image one could notice small, uneven horns on his head. The unknown creature looked at itself in surprise, muttering something about a human form, and Dominic grabbed it by the collar. Meldenica was still trying to catch her breath, watching as the dark-haired man declared that he would grind him into dust, and the unknown man begged for mercy. Looking at the chaos and confusion around her, the blonde thought that they were going to put everything in order. But now it was time to deal with the creature. After some time, Dominic explained that the creature with gray skin and yellow eyes was one of the demons he had fought against. When the knight added that they were all locked together in his sword, the little mischievous creature giggled as if it was a joke. Mel whispered to the young man how the demon had managed to escape if the seal had not been removed, and the intruder shouted that he knew nothing about it. The green-eyed girl turned around, listening to him say that he was very pleased with the people in this era, and then ordering her to heed his orders. Rubbing his neck, Dominic said that he didn't know the exact reason, and it was most likely because he had been in the sword for 1,000 years, and he had found a way to get through. Pointing his finger forward, the knight declared that the demon would soon return because the magic seal was an extremely powerful spell. Squeezing the rope tighter with the spell, the knight looked at the silent demon and ordered him to apologize to Mel for the circus. The demon addressed her as a stupid woman, asking her to accept his apology, and the blonde calmly stated that she needed to know something. Remembering her surprise at the fact that the ice did not melt at all, the girl asked him if he created it himself, and he answered in the affirmative. Mel said that no one had ever created ice that never melted, and the demon rather stated that he was born under the full winter moon and would create a pile of everlasting ice. Turning around, the blonde looked at her savior and carefully asked if he knew how to do it that way. Hearing the denial, the girl thought that in Korea this was a common thing, but in this world, where refrigerators would not be invented anytime soon, ice was a valuable resource. Besides, the non-melting ice that this demon created was so rare that neither Gessman nor Babeloa had anything to do with it. Suddenly gently ruffling his hair, Meldenica declared that in that case she had a little work for the winter moon demon. His yellow eyes widened as the small creature asked if she knew about the cursed crushed devil technique. The girl looked at him with confusion and surprise, while the demon continued with interest that she looked like an angel. Hearing this, the blue-eyed girl asked if they really decided to praise her, and the demon replied that this was a very cruel and terrible technique. They both turned around after hearing Dominic say that the winter moon demon was right, and he would have to use his crushing technique from now on. Folding his arms across his chest, the dark-haired man sighed and said that, for him to know, Mel was a very dangerous man, and he looked serious. Blue-Eyed stated that she had managed to deceive them into a contract, and Meldenica could hardly restrain herself from being indignant. The green-eyed girl couldn't understand why he was turning everything around like that, because it wasn't true, but the demon suddenly turned to the holy devil, looking forward with eyes that showed pupils narrowed in horror, screaming, asking what kind of creature she was. The blonde silently pondered what was happening, while Dominic advised him to prepare to return back to the sword and wished him a safe flight. In fact, she had no magical power at all, but Mel decided to play a game by asking how long this demon would be here. The knight thought for a moment, and then surprised her when he said that he was here for 30 minutes at most, and would most likely not return. The green-eyed girl asked with irritation why, because she thought that since he could lock the demons in the sword, he could also release them. The young man replied that he could only lock them inside, and that to summon demons, one had to create rituals, and for that, one needed mana. He also said that he didn't understand such things, and Meldenica thought with irritation that she had been hoping for an endless ice machine. When asked how many more demons were in the sword, the yellow-eyed man spoke of the demons of the winter moon, autumn mountain, summer star, and spring blossom. The demon shouted that he was the weakest of them all, so she better not waste the crushing technique to destroy him, and he would be helped to take revenge. Looking ahead with incomprehension, the blonde said that she didn't want to kill him, and the creature was dumbfounded with surprise. He said that Dominic should at least look into the woman's eyes, and Meldenica asked, confused, what was wrong with the eyes. She seemed to him like some kind of slave owner, ready to torture her subjects, and he shouted that she was the devil in the flesh. After some time, the demon, whose hands were shaking from fatigue, desperately asked for at least a minute to rest a little. The blonde, as the boss, looked at the created refrigeration barrels, the eternal ice, which the demon also chopped into small pieces. While Dominic silently poured ice into the barrels, the blonde shook her head and declared that the sun was still high and they could work. The demon screamed at him not to dare draw it from his sword again for this job, and the knight hit him, declaring that he was making too much noise. He returned to developing ice, and when Meldenica said that he was still a child, the dark-haired man asked not to judge by his appearance, because he was thousands of years old. Tired, the demon finally asked to kill him, and the blonde said that it was too early, because they hadn't made the ice-cold cocktails yet, and it was too early to finish. The demon looked at the girl with indignation when she said that he should continue working, and he couldn't even immediately find the words to explain. An image involuntarily appeared in his mind of the devil himself, praising this cruel female boss for the way she treated his subjects. He stated that in the demon world, Satan himself would praise her for her cruelty, and the blonde wondered if that was good or bad. After a while, the demon shouted that he had even made the ice melt in his mouth, and that he had to let go while the knight and the girl tried the drink. After tasting the ice, Meldenica said with delight that it was delicious, which meant they needed to make more ice, and the demon froze with a joyful expression on his face. Turning around again, he mumbled that they didn't work that much even in the demon world, and they rested every 10 minutes, and Mel said that this was his reward. Handing him a transparent glass with purple ice, the girl offered him to try what he had made with his own hands, smiling. The demon resisted, shouting that he did not need human food, that they only feed on pain and suffering, and then turned away altogether. After taking a sip, the creature suddenly began to tremble, asking if he had been brainwashed, but he replied that it didn't taste good when Meldenica asked. Holding the glass at arm's length, the yellow-eyed man looked at it with admiration, saying that this was simply a revolution in the world of deliciousness. He happily asked his employer for a little more, and she was about to pour him another portion of delicious ice into his glass. As soon as she turned around a moment later, only a dark breeze remained in the place of the demon, and Dominic muttered that half an hour had already passed. Looking at the ice machine, the blonde thought about how to get this ice machine back, because half an hour was too little. After a while, they woke up the baby, who was still sleeping upstairs, and reminded him that it was time for him to head home so that he would not be lost. While the blonde man was rubbing his eyes with his fist, Meldanika handed him a transparent glass with a purple drink, asking if he would like to try it. The boy was thirsty after sleeping, so he took a few big gulps while the blonde asked how it tasted. She warned him to drink carefully, as it was cold, and the blue-eyed man stared at his glass in surprise, beaming with surprise. Looking at the glass, which contained what looked like multicolored ice, the boy said that it was very tasty, making Mel smile. The baby put his hand to his chest and said that he could feel his heart beating very fast now, but not because of the cold. He suddenly grabbed the wrists of the blonde sitting in front of him with his thin fingers and said breathlessly that he seemed to have fallen in love with her. Unable to contain herself, Meldanika laughed loudly, but not at all cruelly, but kindly, feeling her cheeks flush. After some time, she brought the baby home, asking if he liked everything, and the child agreed with a smile. She suggested that in that case, he might tell his friends and someone else about the stationery store, and the blonde man nodded. He said he would tell everyone that it was not an abandoned house. It did not look like a battlefield at all, and there were never any scary ghosts there. Looking at the carriage passing by, the blonde nodded to the boy and said that Mel's stationery store was opening in a week. As he sat down in the carriage that was supposed to take him straight home, the child said that they needed to get ready and he would definitely return there. He said that he would give his brother the box and tell him about it, and Meldanika wondered whether his brother was a good person. The girl took out a glass bottle of fruit ice, asking him to give it to her brother, and the child happily agreed, taking the treat. Waving her hand at her little unexpected guest, the blonde thought about how much had happened, and they hadn't even opened up. She was very curious about what else would happen in the future, when suddenly Dominic distracted her from her thoughts and extended his hand to her, smiling. Looking into the young man's clear blue eyes, she asked if she understood correctly that all her letters had already reached their addressees. The blonde wondered how their attitude towards her would change, hoping that they would just want to get rid of him. She couldn't wait to find out the truth, so she smiled slightly at Dominic and took his hands to go home. At the Hessman estate that same evening, the Duke asked why he had been disturbed, and the gray-haired butler was about to explain everything. The dark-haired man stared at the man when he heard that they had received a letter announcing the engagement between him and Lady Babeloa. Hearing this, the young man mentally returned to the past, when his father was on the verge of death and bequeathed to him the marriage with Meldanik. The young man tried to object that this woman was from a cursed family, and there was no point in him marrying her, but the Duke coughed loudly. Coming to his senses after another bout of violent coughing, the man hoarsely muttered that the Kinoa had never been a cursed dragon. He extended his hand forward and said in a barely audible voice that the dragon had given his power to their blood, and that no one had been able to harness his power before. The Duke said that Meldanika was an exception to the Kinoa line, and that she contained a great power that her children would fully inherit. His eyes lit up as he muttered that the person who received the dragon's power would become the strongest being on the continent. The son listened silently to these incomprehensible words, but then a loud cough struck his father's chest again, and he turned away to cope with the attack. It was his father who ordered him to gain the girl's trust and completely subjugate Meldanika, not allowing her to reveal her power. The father croaked that only in this case could the family do something, but he did not have time to convey his thought because his eyes closed. Then, as a very young man, Lennox muttered that he would do it and was left alone with his dad, who had passed away. The Duke knew he had no right to break off the engagement, and so he ordered the letter to be ignored, because she would return to him anyway, and the butler nodded. Considering it his duty to give a warning, the gray-haired man stepped forward and said that the letter contained a warning about refusal. The dark-haired man listened silently to the quote from the letter, where Meldanika wrote that if he did not respond to this message, the entire nation would know that he was a traitor. Turning around, the Duke snatched the written paper from the servant's hands with one sharp movement. He could see her satisfied face as he read that the girl had enough evidence that he had cheated on her with Sharia, and she could publish it. Hearing the little girl calling for her brother, Lennox looked up from his letter and turned around, noticing his little sister behind him. The little girl with short dark hair tied into thin bows and round purple eyes was named Marisa. Uninformed people could easily mistake the Duke for the girl's father, because their age difference was as much as 15 years. And besides all the other introductory data, this little innocent girl has a secret that could shock anyone. She was the fruit of the forbidden, illicit love of the former Duke of Guessman, Lennox's father, and some unknown Asian girl. The girl had a rather difficult character, so after reading one book, she declared that any dirty cheater should die. After hearing the entire conversation, Marisa asked if he really had an affair with Sharia, and fear of the consequences flashed across the Duke's face. Looking at her, the dark-haired man shook his head several times and said that she had understood everything a little differently than it actually was. Only his younger sister had already heard rumors about what was happening in her older brother's life, and it was not very pleasant for her. The little woman, feeling insulted, gripped the wooden railing tighter and screamed that all cheaters said that. Lennox grimaced when she asked why he cheated on his fiancée, because it was very bad, and her brother simply disappointed her with this act. Unable to contain himself, he shouted that he had already repeated that he had not cheated on her, and Marisa pursed her lips, recoiled a little from such rudeness. The dark-haired woman said that Lady Meldenica's sister was simply a terrible woman, and turned around, walking forward and ignoring the shouts. Scratching the back of his head with his palm, Lennox cursed and looked at his butler, asking him to forget about calling off the engagement. With a wave of his hand, the Duke assured his servant that he need not worry about it, and he bowed, remaining behind his master. At the same time, at the Duke of Babaloa's estate, they read a letter in which Meldenica wrote that she was leaving the family and was not their daughter. She expressed the hope that they would never see each other again instead of wishing him well, and the Duke slammed the table, calling her a devil. He asked how she dared to write all this, how she dared to undermine his dignity by rubbing his forehead with her hand and saying that it would ruin his reputation. A little later, the man said that, despite everything, they at least got rid of this Meldenica, asking his wife if this was good. Placing a folded fan on her shoulder, the redhead said that it was true, and all that was left for this girl to do was shamefully run away from them. She asked her husband not to worry, and walked calmly to her desk, and then sat down at the table, getting ready to continue the conversation. When Hildegard said that they should answer the letter with consent, the man asked why, since it was shameful, and the woman laughed. Smiling thoughtfully, the redhead said that it wouldn't end there, and in fact, the purpose of their agreement was to try to scare her. She added that if she wanted to leave the family, as Hildegard herself wanted, then she would have 4 weeks to think about it. They would give her time. Nobles rarely expressed a desire to leave their families, and most documents were revoked within a month. Such papers did not even reach the court. Holding the cup, the woman thought that if Meldenica went to court, she would be the first to renounce her title, and the emperor would take notice. Taking a sip of hot tea, the red-haired woman thought about the fact that when they got rid of the girl, they would be able to replace her with a daughter. Smiling at herself in the reflection of the drink, Hildegard happily thought that all her attempts to destroy the girl had finally worked. Puffing with anger, the Duke shouted that they must make Meldenica an example for others, and the red-haired woman nodded in agreement with her husband. Thinking about her own daughter, Sharia, the woman thought that soon she would be able to receive everything that Meldenica inherited at birth. Stroking her husband's shoulders, she said that first they had to write to the emperor asking him to approve it, and then give an answer to the girl. Leaning towards him, she smiled and whispered, like a demon tempter, that then they would secretly turn the situation to their advantage. A few days later, the blonde lifted up the envelope with the seal and happily said that her former family had given consent to her request to leave her alone. Dominic watched as she said that the first step was to get out of this family, and the second was to call off the nasty engagement to Hessman. The knight asked why there was no answer from the Duke, and the blonde replied that he naturally did not want to agree, but that was not necessary. She couldn't help but remember that she had put so much pressure on the Duke to break off the engagement, because she didn't know that the Babaloas would agree to let her go so easily. Meldenica said that now she was a commoner, the engagement would break off automatically, and sang that everyone had finally left her alone. The blonde was so excited that she didn't even notice how she had crumpled such an important document, and began to straighten it out when someone approached them. A male voice announced that their building was fully operational, and Dominic and Meldenica looked up when they heard it. What appeared before them was a completely renovated house with wood and brick walls and freshly painted doors. Sitting down on a bench that the builders had installed, the blonde spread her arms out to the sides, saying that after the product display, they could open. She began to talk enthusiastically about how, after the expansion, it would be possible to hire a cook and sell fresh cakes and sweets. The knight listened with some surprise as Meldenica thought out loud, declaring that it would also be possible to attract magicians, shamans, and alchemists. The blonde knew perfectly well that the presence of magicians would simplify the work, and her stationery store would become the best in the area. All her enthusiasm crumbled, and the girl froze when she heard from Dominic that it would be difficult to find a good magician or alchemist in these lands. It immediately seemed to him that nothing could interfere with the green-eyed girl's mood, because she declared that she would not give up so easily. Hearing the words that she had found a 1,000-year-old hero, she would definitely be able to find a mage. The dark-haired man thought that this made sense. Meldenica happily expressed hope that they would be able to pull out that demon as well, but the knight replied that he was not sure if he could. He added that another attempt could shake or destroy the seal, but the girl said that then they would find another way. The young man seemed interested only in the proposal to prepare caramel for the candies for tomorrow's opening. Although the thought of pleasant sweets was also interrupted by thoughts about the fact that she promised to put a special uniform on him while cooking. Mel's face fell in surprise when she heard the knight say that he would never wear that outfit and she would only do it over his dead body. Looking at his dissatisfied face and slightly flared nostrils with delight, the blonde laughed cheerfully and said that he didn't have to do this. As they were making the caramel, the girl muttered that she didn't know if it would sell well, but she really liked these sweets. The knight suddenly smiled softly and said with confidence that this was enough, and Meldenica smiled brightly, blushing. Now she was confident that no matter what difficulties the store faced, over time this place would become a home of warm memories. At the same time, in the Tower of the Magicians, a young man with blonde hair was kneeling and asking for forgiveness from someone, and his head was lowered. He assured the gentleman, whose feet were lying on the table, that from now on he would personally guard the tower, and again offered his deepest apologies. The dark-haired man with dark skin said that several artifacts were stolen, and the thing that connected them was a mana box. Swinging his legs, he asked why Rasmus had decided to fall at his feet instead of reporting the missing person, noting that it was not worth mixing things up. The blonde-haired man raised his head and said that he wanted to convey that he would personally take care of this matter, and then vowed to catch all the criminals. Standing up, the dark-haired man asked if this was really so, and removed his feet from the table, looking at the very expressive face of his subordinate. Isaac, the owner of the Mage Tower, a dark-skinned man, muttered that an oath was an oath, and he was willing to give it time to fulfill. Raising his hand, Rasmus said proudly that they had narrowed the pool of potential suspects down to just 3 people to begin with. The first was Countess Ellie, whose energy fluctuates strangely, and the second was Duke Gessman, who is known for his experiments. He said that the most likely was another suspicious person, and the dark-haired man asked who he was talking about. Having named Meldenica, the fair-haired man said that she was a lady cursed by a dragon, and he tried to find out more information about her. The magician said that something strange had been happening to her lately. She had abandoned her family and opened a quirky stationery store. When he added that his attention should be focused on her, Isaac, not without surprise, asked if he was sure about that. He thought about Meldenica. A strange aura was coming from her sword. Besides, she is the daughter of Kanoa. Special pure mana passes through her. The dark-haired man froze with a peaceful expression on his face and even smiled a little, remembering this beautiful girl, while Rasmus looked at her in surprise. The chief stated that in that case he would deal with the third suspect himself, and the fair-haired man asked in surprise why so suddenly. The young man sighed heavily and muttered that he could never understand Isaac, whose decisions were unpredictable. As Isaac pulled on his gloves and walked forward, he thought he didn't know if she was a thief or not, but she had managed to catch his attention, and that was interesting. The blue-eyed child ran forward down the corridor, calling for his brother, while the servants desperately and fearfully begged the youngest prince not to run like that. His older brother, a blue-eyed youth with white ash-blonde hair, looked ahead at the open doors of his office. He called out to Axion in surprise, but he resolutely clenched his fists and decisively declared that he had found his chosen one, his future wife. The little boy waved his arms and said that he had met her during a walk, that she was wonderful, and that his brother said that it was very unexpected. Axion added that she was, in fact, older than him, and the fair-haired man asked how much, since she could have been about 15 years old. The blue-eyed boy said that the girl was probably 10 years older, maybe even 15, and the prince froze in place, staring at his brother. Axion said again that she was a commoner. Her name was Mel, and she was simply wonderful, while the young man couldn't believe his ears. The boy, with the same bright delight, said that Mel would open his own shop where he would sell a lot of cool things. The prince wondered with horror who was inviting the child to the opening of the store, and whether it could be an enemy spy or a swindler. Immediately remembering something, the fair-haired man casually congratulated his older brother on his birthday and handed him his gift. The fair-haired man looked in surprise at the box that was handed to him, from which a pleasant melody emanated, and this surprised him a little. He muttered that it was a nice gift, and his younger brother said with a happy smile that it was a cool box, asking if he liked it. The man said that he certainly liked it and would have liked anything he could give, and the child's blue eyes widened. Axion tugged at his brother's sleeve and shouted that Mel had said the same thing and that she was very smart, but his brother wondered if they were talking about that woman again. The child handed him a bottle of grape juice mixed with ice that didn't melt, and the blonde boy stared at him in surprise. Taking the bottle, the man thought that this was becoming increasingly suspicious, because an ordinary commoner simply could not have ice. Looking at his older brother, who was standing there slowly frowning with anticipation, Axion asked if it was really a very tasty drink. As soon as the prince took a small sip of the unusual drink, the child immediately declared that it was clear from her face that she liked it. Thoughtfully rubbing his cheek with his palm, the blue-eyed man began to silently reflect on the fact that the taste of this lemonade was actually quite good. The blonde man said that his brother interested him, and he also wanted to meet this girl, and the boy agreed. Axion stated that she said that she wanted to make all the children happy, which is why she opened a shop right next to the academy. The prince wondered why this stranger wanted to start a business whose main target audience would be children. After patting his younger brother on the head, the man thought that, judging by Axion's stories, Mel really was a good person. Both princes were distracted from this conversation when they heard from a servant who had just arrived that His Majesty, Mr. Hessman, had arrived. The fair-haired man asked if this was the evil duke, and the elder brother replied that he thought he wanted to offer a share in some business. Adjusting his trousers and suspenders, the younger prince said that in that case he would go away from here, and the elder one waved his hand at him. Axion was extremely picky about his social circle and had a dislike for Gessman, who always appeared polite and respectful. Blue-eyed couldn't help but think that if his brother opened his heart to that girl, it meant she was either extremely charming or something else. He was torn from his thoughts by the arrival of Duke Hessman, who leaned over the table and said that he and Cassian had not seen each other for a long time. The prince later asked whether the duke's project was aimed at children, teenagers, and the elderly, and the duke, sitting opposite him, nodded and agreed. The dark-haired man reached forward, placed his palm on the table and placed something on it, explaining that he had prepared this test sample. Cassian looked ahead and saw a bottle with a pink liquid inside, as well as a fountain pen that was decorated with gold. Lennox said the design of these items is a revelation in itself, and what sets these pens apart from ordinary ones is that they have length markings along their length. He added that everything was well thought out, but the prince said that children might find such a handle uncomfortable and it would leave calluses, so it was not useful. On hearing the last remark from His Majesty, the Duke looked at him with incomprehension and asked what business they had with usefulness. Lennox said he was asking for investment because he could guarantee the success of the business, since children love to imitate adults, and the pens would be inexpensive. Straightening up, the dark-haired man calmly explained that their real target and audience would be the parents of these children, not themselves. Gessman said that the wealthy parents of these heirs are extremely loyal potential clients to their association. Hearing about the unification with Hildegard and Sharia, the fair-haired man muttered that since it was about the union of two duchies, failure was impossible. With each of his businesses, Lennox spent huge amounts of money on advertising, created lucrative discounts, and practically gave away his products. Thanks to his policies, any of his products crushed any competitors, big and small, bringing them to the point of bankruptcy. It is unlikely that there was a single person in this state who knew how to run his own business even a little better than the Duke did. The prince said he wanted to ask something in advance, to clarify whether he and Lady Sharia were just business partners or already planning a wedding. He narrowed his eyes a little as the Duke calmly said that, as everyone knew, he was only going to marry Meldanika Babeloa. Gessman looked at the prince in surprise when he said that in that case he would need to distance himself from Lady Sharia. Cassian explained that due to his actions, many already suspected them of calling off the engagement, and this could harm both women. Shaking his head in agreement, the dark-haired man muttered that Meldenica was acting so strangely that rumors were already starting to spread. Stroking his temple with his fingers, the prince asked why he didn't defend the honor and dignity of his lady, since he had decided to marry. The fair-haired man raised his head and said that honor and dignity also included treating Lady Meldenica well and with dignity. The Duke said that it was his personal business, but, however, considering everything that this woman had done, he still treated her humanely. After listening carefully to these nasty words, the prince summed up the meeting, calmly saying that for now they could not finance this project. The Duke, hunched over, said he could understand, as the palace rarely dealt with such matters, but still he was sorry to miss such an opportunity. The dark-haired man fell silent when he heard from Cassian that the Gessman shops controlled most of the streets of the capital, harming small businesses. Lennox said that he had to make them his slaves, and yet even that was better than if the miserable businessmen went bankrupt. The heir listened with tension to the words that they all knew, that in life the strongest always devour those who are weaker. Cassiana remembered his younger brother telling him about Mal, who opened her own shop near the academy. On the day of the stationery store's opening, the blonde muttered that it was expected, since they barely advertised the store's opening. Standing behind the counter, painted white and blue, Meldenica exhaled and said that the lack of customers was quite natural. Dominic, who approached her, cautiously noted that this was most likely due to the fact that the children were still sitting in classes at the academy. They both looked like pandas, standing there with huge black eyes from making caramel candies all night long. Turning around, the green-eyed girl gently suggested that he think about what new products they could create, since she had come up with a lot of things herself. She said that she would like to try making beer candies first, and the dark-haired man asked in surprise what that meant. Leaning forward, Meldenica raised her index finger and asked her interlocutor to listen to her carefully. The blonde explained that children always want to be like adults who often drink alcohol, but this is not possible for little ones. The knight listened carefully to everything she said, and then the girl said that they would make 2 kinds of candy and raised her hand up. Meldenica said the first flavor will be made from real alcoholic beer for adult buyers with an age limit, and the second type of candy will be identical in appearance, but intended for children. An ordinary sweet that does not make you drunk. The blonde muttered thoughtfully that in order to do everything well, you need to hire magicians, and their budget is getting smaller and smaller. Dominic said he could do it, but the original recipe required a lot of different ingredients and, of course, beer. The young man added that he needed to master the magical fermentation of beer, and first he needed someone who could show him this technology step by step. The knight muttered that he was new to this kind of magic, so it was better to do everything according to a specific recipe, and Meldenica thought about it. The girl suggested selling the goods they already had first to replenish the budget, and Dominic said that they could be enough for income. Soon they decided to go out and meet the neighboring merchants, finding a girl with short hair standing near a wooden barrel. Taking out a foil-wrapped lollipop with a star cut out of her pocket, Mel greeted the girl with a smile, who she saw had a black eye. She told her that she was the new owner of the store that had opened in the building with the blue roof, being very friendly. Having accepted the treat, the brunette said with surprise that previously there had only been an abandoned building there, and raised the gifted sweet to her lips. After thinking for a bit, the dark-haired girl realized that she had seen a beautiful renovation a couple of days ago, saying that there really was a very nice store there. Meldenica said she had just opened a stationery store, immediately explaining that it was like a regular store, but with goods for children. The girl asked if everything was okay with them so far, and Mel, not without surprise, asked if something was necessarily going to go wrong. The dark-haired girl muttered something unintelligible, thinking about something that seemed to be bothering her a lot, but then shook her head. Smiling, the brown-eyed girl said that, by the way, her name was Lily, and seemed a little more relaxed than she had been at the beginning of the conversation. She turned around and said that she worked in a tavern, which was located quite far from here, but was also located next to the Academy of Sciences. Deciding that luck would favor them in making beer candies, the blonde asked if she could meet the owner. Feeling such a sudden surge of interest from a previously unfamiliar girl, Lily muttered in surprise that it was probably yes. But she immediately made a reservation and added that the owner was currently unwell and she didn't have much time to do her job. Sitting in the store after this conversation, the girl thought about the words of her new acquaintance that it would be better to come for a meeting tomorrow. Having called Dominic, the girl propped her cheek on her hand and said that today she found out that there was a tavern across the street from their store. She added that she had not yet had time to offer them the preparation of beer sweets, but would do so tomorrow, and the knight asked why she was so gloomy. Meldenica muttered that the worker said that the boss was unwell and that there was something wrong with her herself, because there was a bruise on her face. The green-eyed girl seemed clearly agitated, muttering that they clearly had something going on that they wanted to hide for some reason. The next day, the tavern owner was already leafing through the written plan, muttering that the idea was unusual and the children would probably like it. Mel asked if that meant she was willing to help with the project, and the woman suddenly sighed heavily and apologized. The owner of the tavern, a dark-haired middle-aged woman named Lessa, quietly said that she had unfortunately decided to close the tavern. Taken aback, the girl asked in surprise why the woman had decided that, and Dominic also directed his gaze at her. A familiar female voice muttered that it was all because of the racketeers, and the blonde turned around, frowning because she hadn't expected that. Behind her, she saw Lily, who was clearly not very happy to have such a huge bruise and looked truly unhappy. All the streets were controlled by a group of red pirates who asked for huge amounts of money for protection, and if they did not receive it, they began to beat up the guests. Lily said that the guards don't care. They say that the aristocrats sponsor bandits who know how to use magic. Meldenica froze when she heard that they would soon come with their demands to their new store, and would also demand at least 5 million for themselves. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, more like an earthquake than a knock on the door, and then voices demanded to be let in. Lily whispered in horror that they had come again, and the tavern owner called the lady to hide and not be seen by the bandits. The woman said she had closed the tavern so everything was fine, and then ordered them to quickly go behind the door so that no one would see them. Meldenica said that she would help them, but the dark-haired girl screamed at them not to dare to be stupid and asked them to hide as quickly as possible. The young men's faces lengthened and became gloomy when they heard from her that the group would be very angry if they saw them here and now. From behind the door, Mal watched as Lily said that they would no longer be their slaves, and then suddenly received a brutal elbow strike. Flying out of the room, the blonde hit the attacker hard on the back with her fist and screamed that he was just a real bastard. All the gang members and tavern workers looked shocked while the red-haired gang member rubbed his neck and tried to recover from the blow. Waving her bruised hand in the air, the green-eyed girl muttered boredly that it was time to look this freak straight in the face. Having cleared his throat, the red-haired man put his hand on his knee and his foot on the floor and muttered that no one had beaten him like that for 4 years. When the gang members started yelling at her with stupid expressions, Meldenica patiently exhaled and tried to calm down. She stepped forward, hearing Dominic's voice saying that he would lend her his power for a little while, making it much easier for her to notice their movements. The attacker's hand grabbed her neck, squeezing it as the rough man asked what the damn bitch was staring at. He said that if she did that again, he would wring her neck, but the blonde seemed to feel no pain or discomfort as she looked at him. Throwing his arm back so that he fell as if the grip was worthless, Meldenica grinned and said that he could try it. The other gang members stared in confusion at the girl they had never seen before. She seemed fragile and weak. Walking forward, the blonde adjusted the sleeves of her lanterns, asking if they were really those same red pirates, and seemed to be getting ready to fight. She knew perfectly well that a fight could start right now, but Dominic made her skin hard as steel and did not allow her to feel pain. Grabbing her by the shoulder, the dark-haired man declared that it was precisely because of stupid women like her that they would never be left without earnings. The blonde asked if they really had that much money, and all the men around laughed, looking at each other and declaring that of course they did. Meldenica thought she had found a real gold mine and beckoned them with her index finger, suggesting that they come out and sort things out. Using the power that Dominic gave her, the girl was already on the street throwing bandits around with such force and speed as if they were toys. She dealt with several men in a row, and then one of the remaining ones tried to attack her from behind, not understanding what was happening. Having noticed this desperate attack in advance, the blonde turned around and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, pressing him to the stone floor and growling in irritation. Looking at the scattered men, Meldenica dusted off her palms, asking if anyone wanted to be next, since they weren't that strong. The barely surviving bandits whispered about why she was so strong, but quickly shut up when the stranger turned to them. She ordered that everything that was hidden in their pockets be driven here, and the beaten, swollen, purple-red bandits looked at each other. After a while, Meldanika couldn't believe her luck, holding bags filled with gold and smiling as if she had hit the jackpot. She said that this would be enough for at least 3 months of work, while the beaten bandits discussed what this strange woman was talking about. Turning around, the blonde with a predatory smile asked what they were discussing, and the two almost squealed in horror. One of them, stuttering his words, asked the girl for forgiveness, and the green-eyed girl thought that now they were behaving better. Hearing the noise, Meldenica turned around and saw Lily behind her, with a whole bunch of people standing behind her with various tools. She became a little tense when she heard that they didn't want to leave her, so they called people to fight the gang of red pirates. The strangers brought by the girl looked delighted by the spectacle they unexpectedly encountered while preparing for another. Meldanika froze while everyone around her began to enthusiastically discuss how she dealt with these huge men. The tavern owner screamed that the girl had appeared like a real hero when they attacked her and had dealt with them all single-handedly. The delighted owners of the establishments, who were still armed with various instruments, joyfully shouted about the victory. Gently draping his long black cloak over her shoulders, Dominic leaned over and said with concern that Mel had done a very good job today. A young man asked her if she knew that this gang was threatening everyone in the area, and the blonde said that it was just a coincidence. She muttered that her arms and legs hurt, but then asked if he was dressed like a journalist, and the young man confirmed this guess. Deciding that this was her chance, Meldenica asked if he could advertise the stationery store that had opened near the academy that day. The girl said that they sold iced drinks and school supplies, and the journalist replied that it was probably not cheap. Mel assured him that it was accessible to absolutely all children, expressing the hope that the article would be good and she would treat him to something. Distracted, the girl saw the tavern owner behind her, who seemed to be waiting her turn to chat a little with her savior. Having called her, the blonde said that her offer to work together was still valid, because before she was only shackled by bandits. Meldenica extended her hand to her and asked that now that the bandits were gone, they could try to cook all sorts of delicious things together. While she firmly promised that she would help the woman in any way she could, all the people around her watched this scene with interest. They began to discuss how even the guards, after complaints, simply took a bribe and left, saying that this was not a crowded area. The young man with glasses thought that it was thanks to this young lady that he wanted to go into journalism, and he had a duty to immortalize it. Clutching a notepad and pen in his hand, the dark-haired man took a few steps forward and declared that everyone should know about this outrageous situation. After some time, Dominic and Meldenica were already creating beer sweets, but instead of candies, they got something huge. Looking at this, the blonde carefully asked if something had gone wrong, and the young man stated that everything had happened in the most perfect way. The knight explained that she should understand him because he had been inside the sword for 1,000 years, and still could not fully control his powers. The girl asked how long he would continue to justify himself with this, and Dominic muttered that for a few more months for sure. Rubbing her neck nervously, Meldenica said that it would be better if she cooked it herself, and the guy suggested that she would do better. Looking at her surprised face, the dark-haired man said that for such magic you need to know the simple basics, and she would succeed 100%. Mel said that she couldn't cast magic, and then looked at the frozen knight, saying that her family was cursed, and that's why she was born without mana. The young man asked if this was really true, and she replied that she had even taken the Academy's magic test as a child, but nothing had worked out. In the original story, Meldenica failed the test to enter the Academy because she had no magic in her blood at all. It was at that very moment that her inferiority complex grew, because Sharia, her half-sister, had an incredible amount of mana. Looking at her with wide-open blue eyes, Dominic said that this couldn't be, and she definitely had mana, as if he was sure of it. He added that if she didn't have it, he wouldn't have been able to lend her his strength for the fight, and the green-eyed one froze, asking what he was talking about. Bending over, Meldenica thought about the fact that if there had not been this vessel in her body at all, the guy would not have been able to fill it. Looking forward, the dark-haired man extended his hand and said that perhaps she did not take his word for it, so they would check, and asked if she saw the light. The young man said instructively that if it glowed yellow, then she had mana, and the girl asked if this ball was not white. Looking at the surprised face of her interlocutor, Mel again said that he seemed to be as white as, for example, the first snow. When Dominic said that it seemed like she had a pure source of mana inside her, Meldenica could only ask what it was. Blue Eyes began to explain that the effects of magic were different, but they all used the same mana, the source of which was in the heart. The girl listened with a gloomy expression as the source of pure mana was different and was formed from all of a person's life energy. The blonde asked if she would die from using mana, and Dominic replied that usually its owners cannot become full-fledged mages. He also added that she would be able to become an excellent alchemist, and the green-eyed girl even blushed a little with delight, covering her face with her hands. Meldenica thought that her blood was not cursed, and a simple test from the academy could not recognize and show her predispositions. She remembered that in the novel, they said that Lennox suddenly developed a talent for alchemy, hoping that he did not have pure mana. Dominic said that alchemists can create gold and platinum on their own, but it all depends on the predisposition of each person. He clarified that she wasn't even close to discussing her skills, because 3 minutes ago she didn't even know she had mana. Mel sighed in displeasure as she heard that there could be great potential hidden within her if she had enough mana to unlock it. The blonde couldn't believe she had mana, but Dominic assured her, muttering that it seemed to be growing. Smiling contentedly, Meldenica asked if that meant that if she had enough mana, she would be able to summon the Winter Moon Demon. The knight thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his fingers, and then said that this would require a lot of mana, and she didn't have enough skills yet. After a short silence, the dark-haired man suddenly said calmly that he thought that her skills would last for about 3 seconds. Sitting down next to Mal, Dominic said that some alchemists were able to replenish their mana reserves, but his knowledge was rather superficial. The green-eyed girl suddenly remembered the only famous alchemist from the novel. It was Isaac, the owner of the Tower of Magic. Leaning her hand on her knee, Meldenica thought that she couldn't even guess whether he was alive or not, and besides, she didn't know anything about the tower. Looking at the blue-eyed man, she stated that she didn't know how, but she would find a way to become the best alchemist on the continent, and Dominic smiled. He said that he believed in her and would always help her with this, and to start with, they could try to make the strongest sword, but she ran away. The young man's face stretched out in surprise when he heard the suggestion to start making the planned beer candies as soon as possible. Nodding at the huge something, the dark-haired man asked if it was necessary to repeat this, and Meldenica climbed into the papers, declaring that this was exactly the case. She was already happily anticipating how she would learn to make such delicious candies, and would be able to sell food in the form of a variety of things herself. The green-eyed girl excitedly asked him to imagine a lollipop in the shape of a cutlet, and Dominic wondered if she needed anything other than food. Turning around, Mel said that she still wanted to acknowledge that demon to get an endless source of ice, and the knight nodded in agreement. After some time, the intended candies, made in the shape of mugs of foamy beer, lay in front of them on a metal tray. Falling onto the table, the girl muttered with a groan that it was very difficult, and he replied that her entire safe limit of mana had been exhausted. Taking one of the candies from the baking tray, Dominic immediately added that after a while he would recover again, and this would take about a day. After chewing the lollipop, the dark-haired man muttered that the candy tasted rather unusual, and the green-eyed woman raised her head from the table. The girl straightened up and looked at the knight with excitement, almost in horror, asking why his voice had changed so much. Dominic cleared his throat quietly, then said that while she was trying to make the candies herself, he got bored and decided to infuse one with magic. He chuckled and said that he now had a cool voice and was 1,000 years old, but he still fell for his own childish trick. A few seconds passed, and then the young people looked at each other and jumped up, discussing the idea of selling magic voice-changing candies. Meldenica almost immediately ran out of the house, shouting to Dominic on the way that she had to quickly tell the tavern owner about her idea. Meanwhile, a little boy stood next to Isaac, excited to be going on his first undercover mission. Rasmus, of course, did not quite understand the gentleman when he decided to take care of this matter on his own, and was not eager to let him go. Leaning towards Henry, the dark-skinned man asked if it was cool to walk outside the wizard's tower, and the blue-eyed boy replied that it was very cool. Looking up, Isaac thought that the reason the girl lived near the academy was because she opened a store for such little ones. A person's true nature could be revealed by his behavior when alone with the child, and the dark-haired man sent Henry to talk to her for a while. The 5-year-old boy was known as a young magical genius, who despite his achievements, learned to speak quite late. Many people even managed to get seriously hurt when they reminded him of this, because the boy was one of the top 3 magicians in the tower. Henry asked for help because he didn't know how to finish their mission correctly, but suddenly he gasped and turned around, saying that the girl was already coming. Isaac gently reminded him that he just needed to talk to the girl, but he was already running ahead, saying that Rasmus had told him to study her thoroughly. The dark-haired man chuckled and thought that he had gone too far with this, since he was simply interested in this lady, which was why he had come. In fact, he wondered if she was always as angry as she had been that very day when he had the good fortune to meet her in the square. Isaac knew that Lady Babeloa's magical bonds were unusually intertwined, wondering what her power limit was and why he was so drawn to her in the first place. But even more, looking at the smiling face of Meldenica when little Henry called her, the alchemist thought about what Hessman had done. As soon as the boy greeted her, thinking how easy it was to subdue her, the green-eyed girl muttered that he was cute. The blue-eyed baby asked his sister if she could play with him, and with interest he extended his hands to her in the manner of a most ordinary child. Sitting down next to him, the blonde said that they could play a little, and then asked his name, genuinely interested in him. Meldenica said that cute Henry loves to study because he has calluses on his finger from the pen, and said that she had something for him. The child, who was too smart for his age, became frightened as he watched a virtual stranger rummage through her bag. She pulled out a beautiful pencil case of a rich brown color, and Henry realized with delight that it also contained inscriptions in ancient languages. There was written the favorite phrase of the magicians from the Magic Tower about how the truth always sets a person free, and the boy fell in love with this thing. The girl wondered whether she should also give him pencils, which were hard to find in their time, but which she bought in an antique shop. Mel said that the wise men of old used pencils instead of ink, and the boy shouted that he did the same. The blonde man, suddenly realizing what he had done, asked with fear on his face if she knew who he was, and the blonde, in confusion, said no. When he asked how she knew him so well, Meldenica conspiratorially whispered that it was her secret. The young magician had no idea whether this secret would be dangerous in any way. She said that she had a certain ability, and a joyful Henry latched onto these words, ready to find out her secrets. Sitting down next to the boy, the blonde covered her mouth with her hand and said that she knew what absolutely all children wanted, and the scientist could not help but be surprised. Already imagining her luring the children with her flute, Henry thought that Rasmus had not spoken of such seriousness, and all the children of the world were in danger. Blue Eyes only mentally turned to Sir Isaac for help, and he called the boy, forcing them to be distracted from their conversation. A dark-skinned man with black hair and gray, kind eyes greeted the girl, and Meldenica froze, clutching the strap of her bag. The girl carefully asked if this was really his father, not finding any outward resemblance between them, and the man replied that he was the boy's guardian. The blonde relaxed a little, said that she understood, and tapped her pencil case, declaring that she had just wanted to give this to Henry. Mel suddenly held out her hand and said that these were the so-called beer candies from her store, and suggested that he try them at his leisure. The man immediately took the pencil case from her hands, but did it a little too quickly and abruptly, causing Meldenica to have an extremely surprised expression on her face. Smiling softly, Isaac silently noted to himself the fact that some strange flow of mana was emanating from this girl. This interesting blonde was full of vitality, but her mana reminded him of a weak fire that could go out in an instant. Isaac was distracted from his thoughts when he heard that if they liked the candy they were given, they could get more from Mel's stationery store. Waving, Meldenica called him Henry's father, saying that they would see each other again, and then waved to her new little friend. The blue-eyed man tugged at the tower commander's cloak and asked with interest why the lady kept calling Isaac Henry's father. After thinking about it for a bit, the dark-haired man stated that she was right in a way, and cleared his throat while the boy asked what he was talking about. Picking up the child in his arms like a real parent, Isaac lovingly said that it was he who raised and educated Henry. He actually suggested calling him Dad, and the baby's blue eyes widened in surprise, and his cheeks turned red from such sincerity. Henry happily grabbed his shoulders and asked who his mother was then, and the dark-haired man said that he had never thought about it. Having quietly agreed, the boy was already thinking about who he would choose if he were given the opportunity to find his mother on his own. When the head of the Mage Tower came forward, Henry felt like a child for the first time in a long time, closing his eyes. Once at home, Meldenica realized that she had forgotten to warn them about the change in voice caused by the candy, and thought that they might be complained about for that. Dominic asked how it went, and the blonde replied that she even managed to give away a couple of things, taking off the strap of her yellow bag. She said that people around her asked her to teach them how to make these sweets or to give her an autograph, but she would not tell anyone about alchemy. The green-eyed one turned around with interest when she heard from her knight that he also had good news and prepared to listen. The young man said that a reporter had come to see them today, and her adventures seemed to have become a legend among the locals. Meldenica looked at the newspaper in surprise, reading that she had single-handedly defeated 17 people who had been terrorizing the area. Lessa, the owner of that very tavern, enthusiastically told that Mel's blows were simply amazing and even professional. An anonymous witness said she told the gangsters not to bother their neighborhood anymore and looked like the coolest superhero. Green-eyed read the journalist's words that a hero was born here, and with them there was always an honest and fair newspaper. Swallowing in horror, Meldenica asked if this was really the newspaper that feeds on rumors, but the knight replied that there was something else on the back. Unfolding the newspaper, the girl read the words about how the journalist praised the sweets they had prepared, the recently created beer candies. He also advertised that after this candy, a person's voice immediately changes, but then there is even more magic and interesting things. It also said that every reader could buy drinks made from eternal ice, but as tasty as fruit. When Meldenica finished reading, the two of them were silent for a moment, thinking about how her store was presenting this. Smiling, the blonde said that this journalist was a real professional, and that this was what should be called good news. Already cutting out the article from the newspaper, the girl suddenly stopped and muttered that Duke Hessman and Babeloa would also see this article. When Dominic, who heard this, said that Mel didn't have to worry about them at all, the green-eyed girl asked why, not understanding. He recalled that he had brainwashed his persecutors, which meant that those who sent them would decide that the article was simply fiction and would not attach any importance to it. Mel folded her hands together and listened with interest as he also convinced them that she was a fool who loved to do stupid things and spend money. The knight said that he had driven them to the point where they considered her dumber than any creature, and Meldenica felt a pang of resentment as she tried to stop him. The dark-haired man said that there was no point in spying on such an incorrigible fool, and she decided that he simply wanted to take revenge on her for everything. Distracted from her resentment, the blonde asked if this newspaper would reach the academy, and the blue-eyed man said that it probably would. Immediately understanding what she was getting at, the blue-eyed man nodded and said that this meant that they would soon have a lot of visitors. After some time, the children studying at the academy were already reading newspapers with delight and discussing beer candies and other sweets. One girl muttered excitedly that they couldn't go there because the newspaper said the shop owner was a commoner. She spread her arms out to the sides, looking at her friends, and asked how it could be true that a commoner was capable of feats. The blonde said that such actions were dangerous, even for nobles, and all the fun at the table instantly evaporated. The children fell silent. The girl with pigtails said that it sounded reasonable, and the boy chimed in that if you spend too much time with them, you could actually get sick. The kids began to discuss that these could just be rumors, but some still continued to claim that they were afraid of commoners. As they began to try to understand what kind of office this was, another boy suddenly appeared from behind and asked what they were talking about. Turning around, the children saw His Majesty the Prince, who was clearly pleased with the fact that his friends had found out about Mel's store. Remembering that very day when he found himself in a strange area and was offended by those same red pirates, the boy thought that Mel protected him. He had completely forgotten that he hadn't told her about the attack at all, and was already blushing, thinking about the fact that the girl had done it for his sake. The prince immediately imagined the blonde in the image of his accompanying knight, his beautiful knight who stood up for the weak. He heard someone ask if he wanted to go with him to Mel's stationery store, and he turned around with interest to see who was standing behind him. The blonde was a little surprised when he saw in front of him a guy who had recently and very suddenly transferred to the academy. The prince remembered that this dark-haired boy with blue eyes was called Carrot, as he extended his hand to him with a smile. In fact, he came to them from the Tower of Magicians on the secret order of the nobles, and he had only one task to complete. Young noble mages were being kidnapped from the academy, and thanks to the trained boy, 2 kidnappings have already been stopped in recent times. Now, looking at His Majesty with a smile, he silently reflected on the fact that the red pirates were far from the weakest guys. Therefore, the young man allowed the idea that the owner of this store was a very strong person and could be behind these kidnappings. Remembering that Mel had once asked him to bring a friend with him, His Majesty thoughtfully rubbed his chin and agreed to do so. A little later, Axion's older brother was already reading his letter that he would like to visit Mel's stationery store with him today. Leaning back in his chair, the blond man thought about the fact that he couldn't delay the investigation into this place. Squeezing the armrests, the young man decided that it was unlikely that this girl was an ordinary commoner, since she would not have been able to open her own business without resources. He wrote a note to his younger brother saying that he would follow him on this walk, and then gave it to the white carrier pigeon, looking up. The emperor originally had 8 children, but an unknown disease took the lives of 6, leaving only 2, Axion and Cassion. The eldest prince told the servant to prepare the teleportation scroll because they were heading to Maltend Academy immediately. A little later, Meldanika and Dominic, who were standing behind the counter, were distracted by a question about whether they had come to the right place. The fair-haired child said yes, and the girl recognized him as the same noble boy to whom she had given sweet ice. Stretching his hands out to Mel, the boy said that it was him, and the green-eyed girl said that she had been waiting for him for a long time, asking if his wounds had healed. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the noble child reminded with a smile that his name was Zion, and Meldenica mentally relaxed, having forgotten it. He heard footsteps behind him, and the little prince hurried to tell his friend that, at her request, he had brought another friend with him. Looking back, the blonde saw the blue-eyed child's frowning expression, and Zion introduced him as Carrot, which sounded similar to Carrot. Just as the girl thought that this was a very strange name, the dark-haired man rolled his eyes, saying that his name was Carrot, not Carrot. While the two of them began to discuss the correct pronunciation of the name, the girl wondered whether children had really come to see her. She already had a plan to play with them and then sell the candy, and Meldenica stepped forward decisively, calling the boys by name. Delighted that she had real guests for the first time, the blonde wished everyone a welcome to Mel's stationery store. She turned around and asked Dominic to bring her a rubber ball, while Carrot wondered if he had made a mistake in choosing her. Looking at the unfamiliar man, the boy thought that he clearly looked more capable, but then it was unclear why he obeyed her. Tearing him away from his thoughts, the blonde turned around and with a smile on her face asked what Carrot and Sion liked in general. The boy immediately began to speak, turning all his attention to her, while the blue-eyed man mentally scolded him for his ability to be so easily charmed. It seemed to him that His Highness could behave in this way only under the influence of a love potion, but certainly not of his own free will. Pointing to the table, Axion asked with interest what was there, and Meldenica readily explained to him that these were soap bubbles. The girl leaned over, rested her hands on her knees, and asked if he wanted to experiment, and he immediately agreed. Already imagining the picture of experiments on children, Carrot thought that this prince had simply gone crazy, and he had to stop it. While he was deciding that she was definitely a dangerous woman, Meldenica noticed the child's slightly frightened, wolfish look. The boy was determined and mentally prepared to use his magic against the villain if it was suddenly necessary. When the 4 of them went outside, Mel took out a small bottle of soap bubbles and, with a smile, suggested that they begin the experiment. Carrot suddenly shouted in a warlike voice that he was ready to begin, because he was to some extent sure that he would have to fight now. Meldanika blew several dozen soap bubbles, and both children began to look around in surprise. Suddenly, the bubbles that were bursting began to turn into beautiful, wide-open flowers in soft pink and peach shades. The little prince began jumping around to burst as many bubbles as possible, and with red cheeks declared that it was fun. This sight was not at all the experiment that Carrot, slowly blinking his eyelashes, expected to see before him. Meldanika leaned over and asked him if he wanted to try it, and he looked at her in surprise. Trying to push aside his excitement, the boy thought that if he tried it himself, he would find out whether they were dangerous or not. As Carrot stirred the bubbles, he realized that these weren't on sale yet, since there was no sticker and the mana coming from them was barely noticeable. Holding back his sincere, childish enthusiasm with all his might, the blue-eyed man knew that he must not allow himself to be enchanted with magic. He took a deep breath and blew out a multitude of soap bubbles at once, covering everyone around him with their reflection. Carrot was amazed that he was just blowing bubbles, but they were magically turning into petals. Distracting him from his delight, Meldenica leaned over and asked with a smile whether he had enjoyed this little experiment. Asking if he had fun, the blonde held out her hand, saying that these soap bubbles were called a flower gift. Carrot suddenly pulled away from her when he caught himself thinking that this strange girl was influencing him too, and he began to breathe harder. The girl watched with some surprise as the little boy worried about how his heartbeat was too suspicious. Looking at Mel, the dark-haired man could not figure out why she needed to defeat the red pirates at all, and why this was happening. Carrot was supposed to ask a question on the matter, but he suddenly asked if she would do it again and surprised himself, clapping his hands over his mouth. She suggested that they do it again next time, and the boy, in horror, thought that he should tell everyone that she had bewitched him too. When Meldanuka suggested that they go back to the mansion and try the slushie, Carrot thought that it might be poison and he wouldn't try it. But he desperately wanted to follow the little prince and his new friend to once again trust her invention. After a while, they were already sitting at the table and discussing how much fun they had today, and the orange slush was delicious. Axion blushed a little, tapping his 2 index fingers together, saying that people like her were always kind to him. They heard a knock as the boy said he would like to make her his wife, but she would be better off marrying his older brother. Opening the door, Dominic frowned when he saw a blonde stranger in front of him and asked in an unfriendly manner who he was. Turning around at the noise, Meldanica asked her knight what had happened, and Axion immediately took notice, recognizing his brother. The blue-eyed man said that it was his brother, who was supposed to come earlier, and the girl looked at the baby with some surprise. She decided that attracting adult nobles would be helpful, smilingly saying that the brother of their friend, Zion, had come to visit them. Looking at the thoughtful expression on the face of the unfamiliar young man, Meldanica involuntarily wondered whether he was too young. When he cleared his throat and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the blonde realized that the one standing in front of her was the eldest heir, Prince Cassian. Swallowing loudly, Mel wanted to retreat, wondering how to resolve this situation, but Axion suddenly cheerfully called out to his brother, stepping towards them. The green-eyed girl smiled awkwardly, feeling a nervous tremor when the little prince said that if they knew each other, then it was just fate. She couldn't believe that in front of her was Axion, who had recovered in a villa instead of the capital after an illness, and then decided to become a knight. As if remembering that he really could have introduced himself, the blue-eyed man turned around and declared that he was the younger prince, by the way. He asked with a smile if he had never mentioned it, and Meldanica was ready to tear her hair from her head, thinking that he had never said it. Fearing that she and Dominic would be punished for disrespecting the imperial family, the girl quickly called them to sit down at the table, nervously clutching her dress. Axion said he had no idea Mel was a duchess, and she replied that she had no idea that Sion was just short for Axion. There was a silence at the table when the fair-haired boy shouted cheerfully that then she really could marry his brother. The prince said that Meldanica had become quite close to his brother, and the blonde replied that it had happened simply by chance. The little heir looked genuinely in love with his adult friend as he told her that Mal had saved him. She thought that from the outside it all looked like a setup, and then the prince thoughtfully muttered her name with the surname Babaloa. Looking at her sullenly, the blue-eyed man quietly asked why she helped Axion and decided to start running a stationery store. Cassian was born when the emperor's power was weak, became crown prince, and inherited the throne thanks to Duke Hessman. Perhaps because of this collaboration, he, by the will of fate, fell in love with Sharia and graduated from the Imperial Academy with the highest result. In the original story, the man was known as a rogue, a forced neutral, and the next emperor. Meldanica thought about not wanting to get involved with him, and then muttered that the stationery store was just a dream. The blonde said that after several failures, she realized that big business was not for her, and she enjoyed doing small things. She said that she wanted to leave only good impressions on her visitors, children, and create pleasant memories. Meldanica added that she feels happy when her children are happy, figuring that saying so would paint her in a safer light. The girl added that His Majesty the Crown Prince can come here whenever he wants, hoping only for a blessing. The boy suddenly began to say that this was not at all like the rumors that had been told in his presence, and asked his brother to scold all the liars. The prince said she couldn't be the owner of a store with such a reputation and ill-wishers, and Mel didn't understand if this was a warning. She muttered that she would not be naive, and then asked whether she could consider His Majesty as another enemy on the list of others. When the prince replied that it wasn't like that yet, the blue-eyed girl laughed nervously and muttered that it was good, relaxing a little. Everything went exactly as she wanted, and soon the boys were standing with small paper bags handed to them, amazed. Taking out one of the candies, Carrot muttered that it tasted like beer, and Meldanica assured him that they were all non-alcoholic. The boy tried to say that this couldn't be, and the blonde giggled, knowing full well how surprising this could all be. She explained that a bright yellow lollipop is placed on a stick and then liquid jelly is poured on top in the form of bubbling foam, and the boy gasped. As if in passing, the blonde said that these candies had a magical effect, and the boys looked at her with interest. Mel said they should definitely try them and then asked them to advertise the place if they liked it. While Carrot tried to silently admit his mistake, the blue-eyed prince declared that he would definitely recommend the store to his friends. Prince Cassian in the original story was attentive to strangers from early childhood and did not let anyone closer except his family. After his nanny died in an accident and his mother and sisters died mysteriously, he began to have nightmares. Rummaging through her closet to quickly find a gift for the heir, Meldenica beamed and muttered what she had found, scattering things around. Neither she nor the main characters knew the reason for the mysterious death of the members of the imperial family, but it was possible to fight its consequences. Thinking about the boy, the blonde remembered that he probably fell in love with Sharia because she calmed him down after the nightmares associated with his childhood. She hoped that such a gift would have a positive effect on his attitude towards her, and with a smile, she handed him a light beige dream catcher. The girl immediately began to explain to the interested little prince that thanks to this little thing, he only had good dreams. They both looked at Mel with interest when the blonde shrugged with a smile and said that such a miracle was quite possible. Muttering that he could feel mana, the prince asked if he had been under a spell, and she replied that she had hired a novice mage. She heard Dominic's thoughts about not giving him credit and silently apologized, saying that it might raise questions. Smiling, the eldest of the heirs shook his head slightly and thanked the girl, again pronouncing her full name and surname, Babeloa. Rumor has it that she was always a stupid and short-sighted girl, which became an obstacle to the marriage of Duke Gessman and Sharia. She was also described as a gossip, willing to spread rumors, but she seemed to the prince to be a surprisingly sincere person. Tugging at the sleeve of his older brother, who had been silent for a couple of minutes, Axion asked what was going on, attracting his attention. The blonde man quietly asked them not to bother their heads with this, and then they said goodbye and set off on their way to return home. The next day at the academy, the prince opened the package and told all his friends that they could treat themselves to this sweet treat. Carrot sat silently nearby, while the blonde man explained to everyone that these were beer candies, but they were safe and children could eat them. Propping his cheek on his fist, the blue-eyed man thought about what he was doing, because just a day ago he thought that Mel was a kidnapper. When the children started playing around with the changing voices, Axion asked him to promote the shop as well, and he nodded. He was distracted from his requests when several girls immediately approached His Majesty with a question about the change in voice after these sweets. Blue-Eyed replied that that was true, and that Mel had given him these candies, reminding him of that very stationery store that the newspapers had written about. Sitting a little behind, a girl with short, dark hair, who was Gessman's sister, silently listened to these conversations. Holding the book in her hands, the girl thought that she would like to go there, but Meldenica might not like her because of her relationship with her brother. She read a letter from him in which her brother ordered her not to act the fool, and angrily tore it up, thinking that such a message would not change anything. Tapping her foot on the floor, the dark-haired girl hunched over a little and muttered that he was just a thick-headed cheater, and nothing more. Soon, Meldenica heard the voices of children shouting that this was the very stationery store they had been told about, and she turned around. She greeted her long-awaited visitors, and the girl suddenly told her that she looked like an angel. The children said that they had come at His Majesty's invitation for sweets, while Mel, with a smile, promised not to leave them empty-handed. The blonde asked if she could give them some beer candies, but they suddenly started looking at each other and asked to sell them something else, something more interesting. The girl froze when she heard that they needed something that could leave her without a voice or cause pain, but it was dangerous for her too. Meldenica grinned and asked if she could offer them something better, and the red-haired boy asked what it was. She snapped her fingers and told Dominic that she urgently needed that very candy for the new guests, and the dark-haired man replied that he understood. After some time, he brought the so-called candy, and now the children were looking at their multicolored tongues with delight. Watching them happily discuss what their tongues were like, Mel was glad she had made some candies with a different effect yesterday. Everyone shouted that she was not an angel, but a genius and a wizard, while the green-eyed one awkwardly tried to point at her assistant who was doing it. She thought about how lately everyone had been praising her, even undeservedly, as if she had suddenly received some kind of blessing. One of the boys suddenly cleared his throat and pointed to the black pattern on her hand, asking if she had drawn it herself and why. Looking at her palm, Meldenica was surprised when she saw absolutely nothing, and the child mumbled that there really was nothing. The girl looked at her knight with some surprise, while the little boy awkwardly scratched his neck and said that he must have imagined it. After the children left, Mel said that she hoped that happy days like this would happen in their store as often as possible, and Dominic nodded. The blonde suddenly hugged the guy tightly with her arms, shouting that she was very, very happy, causing him to blush brightly. The knight suddenly squeezed her shoulders and gently asked her not to do that again, and the green-eyed girl asked in surprise why. Touching his fingers to his shoulder, the man said that thousands of years ago he had vowed to remain celibate until marriage. Looking at his face, Meldenica mentally snorted, because she had hugged him purely in a friendly way, and did not understand what had gotten into the untouchable. She advised him to remain celibate all his life, but their conversation was interrupted by a man appearing at the door wearing a black hood on his head. Looking at the child, who stood in front of them with a not very clear expression on his face and in a dark cloak hiding his face, Meldenica shuddered. The girl suddenly handed her an apple and said that she wanted to give it to her because in the language of flowers it means apology. Looking at the apple handed to her in surprise, the blonde was confused by this situation and didn't even know what to answer. Seeing the sadness on the baby's face, the girl wanted to console her with at least something and carefully took the red apple, thanking her. Handing her a lollipop with a star drawn on it, Meldenica said with a smile that she would accept the gift only in exchange for this sweet. The stranger's voice, whose face was covered by a mask, trembled as she asked why the girl was so kind to her. Mel sat down and gently took her hand in hers with two thin palms and said with a smile that all children deserved warm and kind treatment. Dominic conveyed to her the idea that it might be some kind of stalker fan, but the girl said that she was Marisa. Hearing her name, the green-eyed girl realized that the younger sister of Duke Gessman stood before her, and she asked for forgiveness for her visit. She said that she came to apologize for her brother's actions, and he is a disgusting cheater, which came as a surprise to her. Marisa added that she was very ashamed, while the blonde thought that openly cheating was the Duke's stupidest act. She understood perfectly well that only the traitors themselves were to blame for this, and told the princess that there was no need to apologize to her. With her head down, the girl said that she had seen on the street how kindly the lady treated the children who came into her store. The dark-haired girl suddenly pulled her hood back up and apologized, saying that she would be back a little later, walking towards the exit after that. After a short silence, Dominic, who had been watching this scene before, muttered that this child was different from Duke Hessman. Meldenica thought about something and muttered that it was so, because Marisa seemed like a genuinely sweet creature. Looking after the girl, the blonde decided that during the next meeting she would give the girl a lot of sweets to drive away her sadness. At the same time, the nobles were having fun and enjoying themselves at a new dinner party, with life, conversations, and quiet gossip all around. The young people discussed the magic tree in Gessman's garden, as well as its relationship not only with the Holy Kingdom, but also with the magical one. The girls picked up on this, saying that heroes from the legends they were told as children lived there, wondering if they would ever meet them. Standing near the tree, Gessman reflected on the fact that everything was going as well as possible, although relations with the magical kingdom had not worked out. Some races possessed magical stones and destructive abilities, but they were difficult to contact. Tapping his foot, he thought that he hadn't even found the magic sword with the hero inside that could bring glory to his family. Imagining the appearance of the most famous hero, imprisoned in a sword, the dark-haired man wondered where Dominic was hidden. Without even trying too hard, the Duke was confident that when he achieved everything he had planned, he would become the most powerful. The only difficult part of all this seemed to him to be the plan to think through the murder of all potential claimants to the throne. The dreams crumbled in his head when the thoughtful Duke suddenly heard a question about whether the owner of the tower was much better than him. The boy said that his mother simply did not understand what Gessman was really like, and the woman asked Armand not to speak like that here. Lennox suddenly appeared next to them, remarking that it was noisy, and then asking for his guests' attention for an announcement. Seeing him next to Duke Babeloa, people began to praise Hessman, the wealth of his family, and the deeds he continued to do. The fair-haired Duke suddenly whispered to his interlocutor that he needed to say something about Meldenik in private and as quickly as possible. Not wanting to delay this, the young man said that they would then better go inside, and appeared more gloomy than he had ever been. Once inside the room, he shouted, asking how it was possible to forcibly drive away his future bride without consulting him in this matter. Babaloa said that he would withdraw the application he had made at his daughter's request, but the Duke objected that this was impossible after reaching the Emperor. The blonde man asked if Lennox didn't know what she really was, adding that such a small brat wouldn't give up her name herself. He recalled how she once went on a 3-day hunger strike, sitting on her knees in his office without sleep for 3 days so that she wouldn't be thrown out. According to him, for a person like Meldenica, exile and loss of his family name was much more terrible than even death itself. Gessman understood the man's calmness, because even if the Emperor received the statement, he would not do anything, and the trial would be purely for show. Babaloa said that if Meldenica was thrown out, he would still marry Sharia, and the union between their families would become even stronger than it otherwise would have been. Removing his hand from his face, the dark-haired man expressed hope that Meldenica would not be expelled from the family, and his voice was firm. Later, Duke Babaloa thought that the young man did not particularly love Meldenica, but for some reason he was holding on tightly to marriage with her and did not reveal his cards. A nobleman suddenly coughed right next to his ear and asked if the gentleman had heard the rumors, and he asked what the matter was. Hearing that the conversation was about Duchess Meldenica, the fair-haired man shouted angrily, asking if the scoundrel had really started up again. Shouting that all she did was disgrace him, the man asked what was the matter, and the nobleman replied that she had opened a business in front of the academy. Having calmed down a little, Duke Babaloa asked how things were going, and his interlocutor cleared his throat, saying that he was not sure. He added that the children of some aristocrats had already visited the stationery store, which, as it turned out, was owned by the Duchess. The man let out an uncontrollable squeal, laughing as he declared that any fool could quickly set up a pathetic little commoner's shop. The laughter stopped and the green eyes widened when he heard that her character had changed, and the children were talking about her as a kind lady. She became a villain because she was born into a loveless marriage, and because of the curse, everyone made fun of her, and she was not going to change. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his fingers, the man muttered that his interlocutor could go, and he immediately bowed to leave. After some time, his wife, dressed in a dark purple dress, thoughtfully pressed a fan to her lips and wandered through the blooming garden. She couldn't understand how her husband knew about Meldenek, remembering the moment when she justified herself to him for not telling him the news. Then the Duke said that he planned to visit her, because it could please her, and besides, the statement would soon fall into the hands of the Emperor himself. Thinking about the possibility of this girl returning to the family, the red-haired woman mentally called her husband a pig who couldn't make up his mind. Pressing down the bright yellow flowers with her black shoe, the woman wondered why his conscience had awakened after the cruelty and exile. With her arms folded across her chest, the Duchess thought about how and where she got magic, since she only had a boy with a basic level under her command. She thought she should deal with it before Sharia returned, and the maid called out to her, bowing and saying that everything was ready. She soon took her place at the table with the young ladies, and placing her cup on the saucer, announced that she had gathered them here. I usually make an announcement. The Duchess spoke about her collaboration with Lennox Gessman, and everyone around her began to openly express their delight about it. She mentioned that her daughter Meldenica had opened a store opposite the academy, and the ladies wondered if she would make a mistake again. The woman said she was proud of such tenacity, and when Cherie returned, she was thinking of assigning her to work with Mel. The redhead said with concern that it was hard for Meldenica to be alone, and the noblewomen, touched by this, began to whisper that it was incredible. The Duchess could hardly suppress a grin as she heard the girl's praise, saying that her daughter had been truly blessed with a mother. Thinking that the girl was mysteriously having too much luck this year, the woman said that they were clearly trying to flatter her. The redhead thought that while Meldenica could, she should just enjoy life. And that's exactly what she did. Sitting behind the counter, the girl sighed and asked if she was doing something wrong, since there were no customers in their store today. The blonde banged her palms on the table, asking if they could not come because the place would be run by a commoner. Mel thought that there was no demand for such shops here, realizing that they wouldn't last long on regular customers. Their failed dialogue was interrupted by knocking and the sound of approaching footsteps, and both young men turned around, looking towards the exit. Dominic muttered that it was probably that annoying guy again, and he didn't seem at all happy about the visit of some new visitors. The Crown Prince suddenly appeared on the threshold, handed Meldenica some papers, and said that she would be interested in looking at them. The blond man said that these leaflets had appeared quite recently, and the girl began to look with interest at what she saw. As soon as Mel looked at the paper, her green eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly stood up, clearly deciding something in her thoughts. Turning around already on the street, the blonde thanked the prince and took off, not paying any attention to Dominic's surprise. The boys were left alone because she learned that Hildegard was opening a supermarket near the academy, and there would be a section with goods for children. Once she got there, Meldenica realized that the place was only a 10-minute walk from her own shop. The blonde understood that they were located in such a convenient place that they would attract all the buyers, and she would go broke if she did not take action. When someone ran up to her to tell her that there was a dangerous construction site there, Mel wondered if she really needed to fight them to get them to leave her alone. She asked what they were building there, and was told that it would be a department store aimed at children, and that it had not yet been decided. The blonde asked how long the construction would take, and the young man replied that despite the scale of the work, they would finish it quickly. Hearing that he couldn't give an exact end date, the girl rubbed her chin with her fingers, wondering what to do with her. She thought that it would be difficult for her to cope with such a well-thought-out plan, and suddenly Duke Hessman grabbed her hand, pushing her away. While the worker, frightened, began to run away, the girl thought that she was lucky to have encountered a jerk today that made her sick. The man started to say that she could say goodbye to her small, insignificant business, and Mel waved him off easily as she walked away. The Duke said that when he addressed her, she should answer without sarcasm, and the green-eyed girl stopped, exhaling slowly and noisily. The dark-haired man was the last man she would want to have any contact with. She asked softly if such trash deserved this, and the dark-haired man's face tightened with rage. He said that she should put aside the shame, return to her family, and keep their engagement, rather than continue to do stupid things. Meldenica glared at him, hearing that all this nonsense was happening because of her, and he was very ashamed of her short-sightedness. She really wanted to smear his annoying mug across the asphalt, but the remnants of her mind held her back so as not to ruin everything with prison. Gessman stated that she was being called short-sighted by a man who did not even hide his infidelities and who had already managed to forget his sins. The Duke declared that he had never had affairs, and it was time to stop harping on the subject, while the girl replied that the facts said otherwise. She stated that she and Sharia had recently been on a business trip, but every dog knows that they often went to parties arm in arm. Meldenica added that by not denying the rumors of their affair, the Duke was thus confirming them, and Lennox's jaw twitched. He countered that they were partners, and the blonde replied that the role of a clown would suit him perfectly, since he made her laugh by trying to prove it. Gessman suddenly placed some kind of decoration in her palm, declaring that at every meeting up to this moment she had begged him for this gift. Meldenica, barely containing her anger, asked if this was really a bribe, and the desire to smear him across the asphalt only grew stronger. When she threw away the jewelry, the Duke told her she was mistaken if she thought he was trying to bribe her not to promote the rumors. Leaning down towards his ex-fiancé's face, the dark-haired man clicked his teeth right in front of her nose and declared that no one would believe her anyway. Suddenly, he was forcefully pushed away by a small girl with dark hair, who loudly called Gessman a fucking piece of trash. Marisa, the Duke's younger sister, wedged herself between them, spreading her arms and shouting that she believed the words of her sister, Meldenica. Looking at the girl, the blonde wondered if she was okay, because she had known since childhood that she was her father's illegitimate child. People around her always loved to gossip, and it must have hurt her when her beloved brother also decided to have an affair on the side. Mel, not wanting to drag this child into the conflict at all, leaned over to Marisa and gently reassured her that everything was okay. The Duke rubbed his neck tiredly, then closed his eyes and with a noisy sigh said the name of his younger sister, which surprised him. Extending his hand to her, he ordered her not to throw around such words like damn trash and asked her to come to him, moving away from Meldenica. Gessman winced as if from a blow, hearing from the little girl that such an immoral freak should not come even one step closer to his sister. Turning to the blonde, Marisa said that being with such scum must be disgusting, and it was time for them to go back. Mel nodded in surprise and could only listen as the little girl begged her not to take the words of rotten people to heart. Putting her palms together, the dark-haired girl asked her not to pretend that everything was fine and not to keep all this pain inside. The dark-haired man snorted and said that the girl was not hurt at all, and Marisa addressed him as Duke Lennox. Turning around, she declared that it was not proper for a dirty charlatan like you to say such things, and she was not even going to listen to all these excuses. The green-eyed girl could only remain silent in surprise when the girl took her hand and said that she would not let him come closer anymore. Smiling as she watched the disgruntled Duke leave, Meldenica thought that this time he had been put in his place even without her direct participation. She mentally asked him if it was nice to be the one who even a child could put down, and then she laughed and followed Marisa. Inviting the girl inside the store, the blonde had already decided to feed her a lot of goodies so as not to upset her. She saw a bunch of people at the table and empty candy jars, silently wondering if they had really come to ruin her in her absence. Staring at Dominic's back, the blonde decided that the beetle was definitely involved here, since it was so diligently avoiding eye contact. Marisa, meanwhile, belligerently asked her sister not to worry and said that she would find her the best husband in the world. The girl stated that her future husband must be worthy of her, and she wants to start the search with the candidates who have gathered here today. Immediately declaring that they had no time to waste, the dark-haired girl sat down at the table and took out her notepad and fountain pen, frowning. When Meldenica sat down next to her, the Duke's sister began to scribble down names and said that Carrot and Prince Axion were out due to the age difference. The girl said that now only Prince Cassian and the handsome man remained, and they needed to be tested for modesty and love for their sister. The knight calmly said that he was often called modest, and his girlfriend thought that he had recently bragged about how well he cleaned and cooked. While Mel was thinking that this braggart wanted to show himself in a good light, Marisa said that she would write it down, asking what his name was. Carrot suddenly asked his friend why she suddenly decided to find a husband for Mel, hearing that it was a very good question. Clutching her pen in a determined gesture, the dark-haired girl asked Mel if she could tell her, and she clarified what exactly they were talking about. The girl muttered that she would tell about the atrocities of that trash, and the blonde laughed nervously, saying that this was, of course, possible. She said that betrothal vows were created by His Majesty to ensure the fidelity of partners, but Duke Hessman broke the vow he made. Marisa added that he brutally ignored the engagement and cheated on his sister, not just with a girl, but with her sister. The boys immediately picked up on their friend's ill will, declaring that this act was simply inhuman and that he was truly trash. The girl slammed her palms on the table and declared that this wasn't enough for him and that he was going to destroy this business, and Mel even admired it. Dominic sternly declared that the Duke would die a painful death at his hands, and the blonde cautiously called his name. Marisa said that she would make every effort to ensure that all her acquaintances and friends from the academy knew about the store, and that no one would harm her sister. The green-eyed one hastened to assure her little protector that she was not as good as she thought, and she replied that it did not matter. The dark-haired girl said that all her bad deeds combined couldn't be worse than that scumbag's, and Mal smiled nervously, nodding. Despite the fact that Cassian was a friend of the Duke, his younger brother declared that the entire academy and his entire circle would learn about Hessman's rotten nature. Casting a displeased glance at the Crown Prince, Marisa said that everyone except him had already expressed their opinion about this man. The prince nodded and hummed thoughtfully, choosing what to say, while the children around him looked at him with open anticipation of his subsequent opinion. When he agreed, saying that Gessman had indeed acted like a scumbag in that regard, the blonde's jaw dropped. Meldenica asked if they were not friends, and the prince replied that he did not mix personal relationships with public ones. The girl looked at him, hearing that if she did not believe him, then he was ready to provide any assistance in gratitude for the dreamcatcher. Suddenly slamming her small notebook shut, Marisa stated that they could put this off until later and would need help in the future. She raised her palm up and said that she was taking responsibility for finding a worthy husband for her sister, and she was very serious. When the girl added that he must be handsome, kind, and love only her, Mel laughingly replied that she didn't know if such a person existed. The Duke's sister asked not to worry, because she would definitely be able to find one, and the blonde smiled, hearing the exclamations of the other children. Meldenica agreed with these wonderful children and introduced them as a squad of her small and very caring night helpers. Later, Carrot returned to his room, which was located in the academy dormitory, and sighed tiredly, looking around at everything around him. He followed Marisa's example and also became enthusiastic about the idea of finding a suitable husband for Lady Meldenica because she deserved it. Just recently, the three of them had been discussing which quality was paramount, and the little prince had even suggested his brother. The blue-eyed child had only to confidently clench his hand into a fist and say that it was not easy for him to propose a candidate, but he would try. They bumped fists, agreeing that they would destroy this traitor together and find true love for the beautiful Mel. Finally, Axion ordered Marisa to protect her sister from Duke Hessman, and she replied that their plan would begin the next day. Walking around the room with a thoughtful expression on his face, the boy tried to think of whom to choose, since he had never looked for a groom for anyone. The boy was distracted by the bird's squeak and turned around when he realized that his white dove had brought him a letter straight from the magic tower. As he began to read the greeting, the dark-haired man landed on the chair, wondering why this message had come to him from there so suddenly. Blue-Eyed was delighted to read that the gentleman, as he had expected, would come to the academy for work and was very happy about this. Taking a piece of paper, Carrot decided that he should ask something before he forgot, and began to write an appeal to the head of the magic tower. The boy almost started to ask about the presence of a handsome and modest groom in the tower, but suddenly stopped and thoughtfully leaned back. The thought occurred to him that Mr. Isaac was the most handsome man in the tower, and he also had an amazing character and a confident disposition. Thinking about the employees of the magic tower, Carrot thought that the next most beautiful one was, of course, him, and little Henry was too small for the rating. He already imagined that if the tower leader got to know this girl better, then they would all be able to have fun with each other. Clutching the letter, which had begun to fold, the boy grabbed the pen again and wrote that he would wait impatiently for the chapter. After that, he wrote a question about whether the gentleman had a lover, and if not, he would introduce him to his very reliable friend Mel. Having finished the letter, Carrot muttered that he should definitely give him a beer candy to try, to please him with such a delicacy. That same night, the boy dreamed that Duke Hessman was bullying Meldenica, but the tower commander saved her, and everyone was happy. Upon receiving the letter, Isaac was confused by the questions about his beloved, the mention of Meldenica, and the strange candy sent by Carrot. The head of the Tower of Magicians remembered that in the recent report he was burning with anger, and did not understand what influenced such a sharp change in mood. Looking at the candy, the dark-haired man smiled brightly, imagining the appearance of the girl, and assumed that Meldenica must be enjoying life. Rasmus stated that the master's smile was rare, and Isaac asked if he hadn't given him enough work in catching the thief and incubating the dragon egg. The young man said that the thief could not be caught, and then asked about the meeting with Lady Babaloa, hearing that the gentleman was only going to kill her. He was surprised to hear that he was stopped by Henry's shining eyes, which hung like a dead weight on his arm, wanting to see her again. Rasmus plopped down on the sofa and said that even the alert Henry was taken aback when he heard that the girl couldn't be the witch who had bewitched him. When Isaac said that Mel was quite a sweet person, like the kind children love, his interlocutor jumped up, asking if he had heard right. The dark-haired man let out a patient sigh when the young man began to bombard him with questions about whether he had fallen in love and abandoned the investigation. The chief sternly declared that his only concern should be catching the thief, and the young man began to mumble that that was what he was doing. The blonde-haired man said that he noticed one oddity, asking why the thief stole useless magical artifacts and not the cup of mana. He added that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand the value of the garbage, and suggested that the thief was simply as dumb as a cork. Rasmus shrugged and stated that it was completely irrational, and the mage tracking the gold necklace couldn't find it. Isaac rubbed his chin, asking if he had ever met a person with two powers inside of them, like a dragon and a demon. Waving his hand, the young man replied that this had never happened, because he was not born with the power to sense the various forces of people, like the master. The dark-haired man ordered to focus on incubating the egg because it was the last hope to catch the thief, and he nodded when he saw the candy. While Isaac turned away, thinking that it was worth finding out about Meldenica's curse, Rasmus quickly and deftly threw the unusual candy into his mouth. As he pictured her radiant figure again, he reflected on the fact that this was the first time he had been interested in the same person for so long. Rasmus put his hand to his chest and breathlessly said that it was incredibly delicious, and his eyes widened with intense delight. He squeaked that he had never tasted anything tastier, immediately becoming frightened by the changes in his voice, while Isaac thought that it was the simplest magic. The young man asked if he was cursed to remain with such a voice, but the master said that it was temporary and ordered that everyone be informed that there was no need to look for the thief. Rasmus muttered in surprise that the gentleman was smiling again, but he couldn't help himself. The whole situation amused him. He asked why Carrot was asking questions about his beloved and whether they wanted to marry him, and Isaac loudly ordered him to stop talking this nonsense. The dark-haired man smiled as he began to write back to the boy, saying that he would be happy to meet his friend. The next day, reading the received answer, Carrot could not understand why the gentleman had highlighted the word beloved in the text on the paper. Soon Mel was standing at the door of her shop, looking in surprise at the people who said they had heard the news. The tavern owner asked if they were really going to build a children's department store next to hers, and said that they had rushed in as soon as they heard about it. Handing the young lady a folder, the woman said that they thought it was the best decision, and the blonde was even more surprised. People began to explain that they had initially wanted to raise money to buy the building, but had decided to put together a petition against it. One man in glasses said that if she handed the petition over to the appropriate agency, he would delay the opening for 2 weeks. Meldanika couldn't believe that all these people had done such a thing for her sake, and she looked incredulously at the leather folder in her hands. Looking at the excitement on the faces around her, the blonde wondered what they would do if they found out that the person in front of them was the daughter of Duke Babaloa. Feeling ashamed at the danger they were putting themselves in front of Hessman, the blonde thanked them and bowed, clutching the petition to herself. She suggested having a party soon, and one girl said she could play the accordion and her friend could play the flute. The older man readily stated that he could not play a musical instrument, but he could play his stomach like a drum. Mel said softly that she was looking forward to this day, but it would be better to refuse the belly of the drum, and friends supported the man, who was embarrassed by this. The girl understood perfectly well that the effect of filing a petition would be minimal, since the Ministry of Justice would be more willing to agree with the aristocrat. But despite this, Meldanika took the petition as a sign that she had to try, and she hugged it to herself like a small child. Looking at these people who had done such a fearless feat for her, the blonde decided that she wanted to help them in everything she could. After some time, Axion told her that they had thought a lot about how best to crush Duke Hessen without his chance of success. Marisa said that she overheard him talking and he wanted to invest in something on a small debut, and Mel mumbled that it was his style. The blonde was very surprised to hear that if everything worked out, she would attract more attention than Duke Hessman on the day of the small debut. The children explained that she looked like a magician, and if she did something unforgettable, it would be easy for them to advertise her stationery store. Meldanika folded her arms across her chest and smiled when she heard that they were inviting her to the academy, because she was the most precious person to them. The little debut was held annually, with children bringing things and food from home and sharing them to make friends and improve their communication skills. Some brought a favorite childhood dish from the family chef. Others took handicrafts made by hand, and sometimes even jewelry. Through their children, parents established connections with other families, taught them who to despise, and the things they brought became an indicator of status. Meldanika asked if they really wanted her to cook something for them, and the little heir to the throne shouted that they did. Carrot quietly said that he was a commoner and could not participate in this event, but he would definitely help his friend in some other way. Marisa stepped towards her friend, and Mel immediately asked him not to be upset, assuring him that she would prepare something amazing for him too. Gently pulling the fighting trio towards her, the blonde gently assured them that they would be able to handle everything in the best possible way. The green-eyed woman thought about what special things she could do for the children without using alchemy, and she should have taught chemistry better. Looking at her guests, Meldanika said that to create a good product, you need to determine the interests of children, specifying what they like. They thought for a moment, then began vying with each other to say that they dreamed of a plush blanket or an iced cake after training. After some time, already seeing them off, the blonde ordered the guys to be more careful, but Carrot suddenly called her by name. The boy said that after the end of the small debut, he would like to introduce his friend to her and asked if she would be against it. The girl said that, of course, she didn't mind and asked who this friend was, and her little interlocutor suddenly blushed and muttered something. Carrot threw out that she would find out when their meeting would take place, rushing to run, and the blonde looked after the baby in surprise. Later, when she met Dominic, Meldanika said that she had listened to the children and was going to prepare something that would resemble a cloud in texture. The knight looked at her as if she was crazy, and the blonde said that it was not difficult and they only needed sugar and a little magic. She added that it would be a good idea to determine the amount of magic needed in advance, but the dark-haired man only remained sullenly silent. Dominic suddenly told them that more and more mercenaries were being sent to them every day, but the screams and pleas for mercy were just honey for him. Mel swallowed, thinking that by the rules of the universe, from the moment a contract was made, he should become like the person he made it with. The dark-haired man said that he would be happy to shake even more information out of these bastards, and that torturing them would be pure pleasure. At first glance, it might seem that Viscount Tellin was in control, but in reality, Hildegard was pulling the strings, and it was difficult to understand her. Dominic asked who this Viscount Tellin was, and the blonde said that he was a talented magician who, unfortunately, had gone mad. He became obsessed with magic and everything connected with it, and over time he became not only a magician, but also a very cruel person to others. The blonde remembered that in the original, he treated Mel like trash, despite her status, and she would have died at his hands if she hadn't escaped. The girl asked why such a kind man had to endure such misfortunes, not paying attention to how Dominic tried to object to her. The mad magician followed Duchess Hildegard only because she saved him when he was still a child. Both of these people were, frankly speaking, not themselves. And, oddly enough, this is precisely what brought them together, making them dependent on each other. Looking ahead, Meldenica turned to Dominic and muttered that they needed to get rid of this trash as soon as possible. He constantly performed horrible experiments on people, making them writhe in agony or making them slaves, working them to death. Mel muttered that he had also been entrusted with the children, and the knight asked how exactly she planned to deal with him, and there was no time to waste. The blonde replied that he would probably bring something forbidden to the event, which would play into their hands, and they would destroy him. Soon, heralds were scattering leaflets across the streets of the Empire, shouting and telling everyone that Viscount Tellin had made another breakthrough in science. People began to pick up papers from the floor and read them, running their eyes over them and asking if Viscount Tellin was not the chief genius of the Empire. Even noblewomen, while drinking tea in the garden, discussed who else could have come up with an invention that would improve children's learning ability. One of them said she couldn't wait to see it in action, but her interlocutor mumbled something unintelligible and unenthusiastic. She muttered that a side effect was nightmares, and the lady sitting across from her acted like it didn't matter at all. The girl was horrified to hear that this was only a small inconvenience for increasing intelligence, concentration, and mana, and it was not scary. Meanwhile, the blonde in her shop was angrily asking why everything was going this way, while Dominic looked at her. She slammed the table and said that this garbage doesn't even hide the side effects of nightmares, and brainless people are still amazed by it. Leaning against the table, Mel thought that a direct frontal attack would do nothing, since she was weak in magic. But Viscount Tellin might have time to use it. Frowning, the green-eyed girl thought that most likely, a lot of mana had been poured into the invention, and it would not be so easy to destroy it. Nudged the disgruntled Dominic with her elbow, Meldenica asked if he still couldn't summon that demon for just 3 seconds. The dark-haired man replied that it was exactly like that, and Mal's barely nascent hope was dashed when she muttered what he had said, as if cutting it off. The girl thought about the fact that the demon of the winter moon could break free on his own if he wanted to, like that time when he caused a pogrom in the yard. Clenching her fists, she declared that she needed to look for other ways to summon, since she would only need 3 seconds to carry out her plan. Soon the academy began its small debut. The aristocrats paraded around each other and chatted while their children sat down at the tables. The children discussed how their parents looked especially happy and beautiful today, feeling like they were part of adulthood. One of the ladies was examining the stones at the same time, saying that they were incredibly beautiful and worth a pretty penny. Another woman suddenly gasped with admiration and chirped to her friends that little Lady Guessman, the Duke of Lennox's sister, was sitting next to her. They began to discuss where she got the roses from, and after one of the mothers said that it could be from her son, they said that it would be a profitable marriage. Hearing that everything was happening just like the prophecy passed down by her grandfather, the dark-haired girl thought about how she was fed up. While someone else was still discussing the flowers given to her, the little heir to the throne approached his friend and called her by name, smiling. The blonde man asked if that trash would show up today, and Marisa replied that he had sent her a necklace that morning as an apology for his absence. Axion asked if she was alone today, and the girl answered with a sigh that she was, but she couldn't wait for her sister to arrive. This bouquet was not given to her. She prepared it herself to present to her sister, who would be irresistible with them in her hands. Time gradually passed. Meldenica never showed up, and the children were already sitting with sad faces, feeling abandoned alone. Getting up from his seat, the little prince asked if she would definitely come, and Marisa muttered that she definitely should. Despite all the excitement, the girl assured herself that Mel was not like that scum and would keep her promise no matter what. She muttered that she had seen the faces of Duchess Babeloa and Viscount Talon for the first time, and that they were not just disgusting, but even creepy. Turning around, the prince suggested that they could order Mal to be kidnapped or something worse, and then he would not forgive them for this meanness. Hearing an incomprehensible muttering from his girlfriend, the blonde turned around, flinching slightly and asking what she meant. Marisa was like an angry bull, declaring that if this really happened, he would simply destroy everyone involved. When the prince tried to mumble that he didn't want to destroy anyone, the dark-haired girl shouted that he had to, and Axion agreed. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who said that it was now time to show what they had prepared for the small debut, folding her hands. While the prince was looking for Meldenica, the duke's sister was thinking about how they could both stall for time if her sister had not yet arrived. But her hope was revived when Axion called out to her friend and told her that she should turn around because the doors to the hall were opening. Duchess Hildegard turned around at the same time, folding her arms across her chest, and asked if anyone was late. The room seemed to shake with the surprise and horror of the people gathered there when they heard that Lady Meldenica had arrived. The countess began to fan herself vigorously as people around her began to whisper that Babeloa was planning to ruin the day. She muttered that her little daughter, Meldenica, seemed to have decided to drop by today, but unfortunately she had not informed her of this. The children, following their parents, began to whisper loudly about how they had always heard that she was simply a villain, and they were seriously scared. But when she passed the children, some of them couldn't help but stare at her light, honey-colored hair, a natural shade that almost sparkled. Stopping near the table, Meldenica allowed everyone to see that she was wearing a white shirt with frilled sleeves and a green skirt. She apologized to the kids for being late today and suggested that they must have been very worried up until this point. They both immediately rushed towards her, vying with each other to say that Mel was very beautiful today and that she looked like an angel who had come down from heaven. Marisa presented her with soft orange flowers, saying that she had prepared this bouquet especially for her, and the blonde's eyes widened. Clutching the flower bouquet to her chest, the blonde nodded and thanked her little friend, feeling real tenderness. Looking at all the children present, who also liked her, Meldenica said that they shouldn't worry at all. Winking at her little friends, she said that she had prepared a big surprise for this evening that everyone would love. After a while, the children whispered to their mothers, asking if they could approach this beautiful lady, but no one was allowed. Smiling at these words, Mel thought about how she had pestered Dominic today with questions about how to choose such a stylish outfit. She suddenly felt that sense of calm evaporate when a mother asked her child if he knew that she ate people. Looking at them, the blonde pursed her lips, wondering what Meldenica had done before that she was accused of cannibalism. Putting her hand to her cheek, Mel hoped that her main audience was the children she had knocked out with her looks. Parents, according to her observations, were not yet planning to purchase an invention for the intellect, weighing it and nightmares on the scales. Looking at the table with stones, the blonde thought that she didn't know their exact number, but there were definitely more than 100 of them. Looking at her stepmother, she thought that this money had certainly been allocated by Duke Babeloa with the help of his wife, Hildegard. Catching the woman's gaze, Meldenica assumed that this snake had sat in his ear, whispering about a benefit many times greater than the debt. The green-eyed girl's soul was warmed by the thought that the Duchess would be held accountable if all of the Duke's funds suddenly went up in smoke, not according to plan. His Highness and Duchess Hessman were invited to demonstrate their wares, and Meldenica led them to the center of the room with a smile. The parents went out of their way to awaken in their children a thirst for knowledge, and were even ready to resort to a new method that caused nightmares. But these attempts were like trying to get a cat to choose a new toy over a box. Even the best children of the state elite will not study and strive for knowledge without sufficient interest in this matter. Marisa and Axion announced to those present that they had invited Lady Meldenica here today, who was chosen because she was cool. Children might be attracted to studying by something that looks cool, and the blonde took something shiny out of the folder, wrapped in transparent foil. The children immediately began to whisper with admiration about the fact that the girl had taken such a huge thing out of a small folder, and not even just one. Marisa and Axion began to hand out what they had diligently prepared with Mel, telling them that they would like it and that they should definitely try it all. The blonde smiled and thought that her assistants were very smart, because the children would have refused if they had found out that she was the only one doing the cooking. The green-eyed girl turned around, hearing the phrase that not only was she late, but now she was also interfering with their business, and that was too rude. That same crazy magician was dumbfounded with surprise when he heard the question about what he had just said, and the subsequent order to tone it down. Coldly casting a glance at the enemy, Meldenica declared that she had not come here at all to compete for who could rob the most children. Pointing forward, the girl said that it was no one's fault that no one would want to buy their failed product, and suggested that they try hers. After doing some manipulations, she counted to 3, and suddenly shouts were heard from the tables where the children were sitting. The children of the aristocrats looked with admiration at something colorful and sparkling, which resembled the appearance of soft clouds. Seeing such facial expressions, the gray-haired man visibly tensed up, and Mel asked if he was surprised by the children's interest in her product. While the blonde was listening to the extremely dissatisfied exclamations, the man behind her with a cap on his head also saw cotton wool in his hands. The man heard that it was called cotton candy, and that he would not regret trying it, and he decided that he had nothing to lose by doing so. As soon as the gray-haired man bit off a piece of cotton candy, he seemed to be transported to another dimension, light and soft, like white wool. When he cried out in delight, Meldenica's opponent looked at him with horror, and the girl herself asked him with a smile how he felt about it. He muttered that as soon as he tasted it, bright, warm meadows and huge flocks of grazing sheep flashed before his eyes. The director of the academy tried to improve it, but in reality, he wanted more the quiet and peaceful life that the cotton wool reminded him of. Explaining the happiness effect, Mel said that the magic allows one to see one's deepest dreams and temporarily increases one's mana, adding strength. She also added that, unlike Viscount Talon's invention, cotton wool only gave good dreams, and he cried out in horror and surprise. Her stepmother clutched her closed fan in her hand, clenching her teeth and jaw as the blonde began to explain that it was easy to make. Smiling, Meldenica looked at her enemies, whose plan was very close to failure, and said that only basic alchemy was needed. One girl with freckles and dark hair sat at the table and thought about how tired she was of all this. She became a better student, but she had to sacrifice sleep because she was plagued by relentless nightmares every night. Looking ahead, the dark-haired girl stroked the paper, thinking that everyone had brought cool things, and she had cards that no one needed. His Majesty suddenly approached her, holding out an unfamiliar sweet, and asked her to try it because he had prepared it with Mel. Tilting her head, the noblewoman thought that nothing would happen if she took a bite, and that it would at least slightly discourage her desire to go to bed. Arya suddenly saw her painting and heard that it was incredible, and soon others would come to their senses and also appreciate this talent. Her heart tingled pleasantly when she heard that perhaps because of the feelings invested in this picture, it gave her a real surge of strength. Mindpold's dark eyes widened. She blinked slightly, unable to believe that she had ever forgotten this, and looked ahead. She stood up and walked towards the girl, whose purple hair was pulled back into an interesting hairstyle, and greeted her with a smile. Arya complimented her on her jewelry boxes, was told the same about her cards, and blushed when asked her name. The dark-haired girl introduced herself as Arya Mindpold, and her interlocutor began the conversation, asking how old her new friend was. Pressing her palms to her chest, the girl thought about how good it was that she had come to the small debut, because she finally had a friend. Walking forward with her newfound friend and chatting about a variety of topics, the dark-haired girl thought that she wanted to give smiles to people. Soon, Axion and Marisa approached their elder friend, and His Majesty cheerfully declared that they had distributed everything she had brought. While the girl was praising them, the Duchess and her henchmen were quietly whispering that they said she didn't have mana. But she brought this. Mel said that then there was no point in Talon's invention, and he became offended, ordering her not to dare lie within the walls of the academy. Stepping forward, the little prince declared that he would never invite a liar, asking if he dared to question his words and decisions. The Duchess and her friend were even more frightened when they heard the director say that mana after cotton wool increases by as much as 5%. The gray-haired man rubbed his chin, saying that the magic stone increased mana, but it had side effects and he didn't know that it could be avoided. The dark-haired boy said it was very tasty, and then asked what the treat was called. Cotton candy or something else. The green-eyed one moaned, because she was in such a hurry with the preparation that she completely forgot to give this sweet some name. Squeezing her sister's hand, Marisa suddenly readily declared that this was called Sweet Dreams, as if she had thought of it herself in advance. Duke Hessman's younger sister quietly asked if she was doing well, while the blonde was amazed at such resourcefulness. Smiling brightly with all 32 teeth, Meldenica quietly whispered agreement, happy with how everything was working out now. From that day on, her bad reputation as a carrier of cursed blood changed to the complete opposite. Sitting down tiredly on the chair, Mel thought that she seemed to have used up all her mana while Axion praised her for this incredible delicacy. Viscount Talon suddenly shouted loudly that now was the time to introduce the magic stones that would increase children's intelligence. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking that she didn't want to have nightmares again tonight for this. She waited a little, frozen in that position, and then opened one eye and muttered that she hadn't felt anything at all. Dvornyaka said that now they were just beautiful stones without nightmares, and the Viscount shouted that all this simply could not be. Looking at Mel, he shouted that it was her doing, and even though it was, the girl shrugged and asked how she managed to do it. People began to whisper that the Viscount was simply an impudent, shameless person, unlike Lady Meldenica, and the director listened to all this in silence. Without saying a word, he simply nodded at the words of yet another aristocrat about how the Viscount had probably proclaimed himself a genius. Talon was horrified to hear from him that their originally planned purchase of the stones for the Academy would now be cancelled. The young man turned in horror to Duchess Hildegard, who, despite the horror of the situation, remained silent. The redhead folded her arms across her chest and ordered him to get out, then called him a piece of trash that hadn't paid off his investment and a disobedient mongrel. She ordered him to disappear from her sight, while Axion watched all this, and Meldenica smiled and thought that this was what he deserved for everything. Yesterday, Mel learned that there was no way to summon a demon without restrictions, but it was possible to make a contract for an equal exchange. Dominic explained that the demon would be able to ask for something equal to her mana, but her abilities were limited and they only had 3 seconds. Taking out his sword, he said that he would summon the demon without mana, so he would not be able to use his powers, and after that she would connect herself. A red-haired demon appeared, introducing herself as the Demon of Spring Flowers, born at the moment the first buds opened. Noticing the lack of mana, she screamed that in such a state she was no better than mortals and could not be weak, but Mel assured her that her powers were sealed. She ordered that everything be returned to her quickly and almost began to threaten, but she noticed Dominic standing silently next to her. Meldenica offered an equal exchange and almost immediately turned to the knight with a question when the demon asked where the slush was. The redhead explained that she was talking about sweet ice, after which the demons in the sword could not survive, and a bloody battle even broke out for the remains. The demon asked how the man had managed to do such a thing, and the blonde promised to treat her to some sweets because she had been preparing some in reserve. She revealed that she was an illusionist and could draw magic from objects, and that was when the plan was born. The girl was brought out of her memories by the quiet voice of a boy who suddenly asked where her stationery store was. Leaning over, she replied that it was in the building with the blue roof in front of the academy, and the boy asked if he could buy Happy Dreams there. The blonde raised her index finger and said that yes, it would be possible, but warned about limited sales. Mel managed to impress everyone, even though it was her first time attending a small debut, and her stationery store became the topic of the month in the newspapers. Reading the news about the missing Viscount, the girl asked if Dominic had hidden it securely in the sword, and he replied that of course he had. She visited the Viscount the day after her debut, but he could not come to terms with the break with Duchess Hildegard and took poison. They rescued him and sealed him in the sword, leaving him as an important witness, and Mal suddenly took the envelope and said that she was invited to the ball. Seeing the invitation from the Marksons, the blonde thought that these invited dukes were clearly not afraid of Babyloa. The Academy of Sophia, where she was invited, was the most prestigious educational institution, together with and on par with the Academy of Maltanda. Sitting on a chair, the girl picked up the letter and said that she had never even dreamed of going there, but she had been sent an invitation and she had to go. Dominic muttered that he couldn't dance, while Meldenica thought that she hadn't intended to invite him, replying that she needed to think about it. The blonde thought that when she came not with Lennox, all the rumors would be confirmed, deciding to dress up an escort or resort to illusion magic. Leaning her head against the table, the green-eyed girl thought about what she should do, because even light magic took away all her vitality. Suddenly, the doors of the shop swung open, and Carrot appeared on the threshold, shouting that he had something to talk to Mel, looking very interested. Already inside, the boy looked preoccupied with some problem. He nervously clenched his fingers and bit the inside of his cheek, thinking. Meldenica was very surprised that he could not gather his strength for any serious conversation for almost 10 minutes. Deciding to create a relaxed atmosphere, the girl handed him a small sword, smilingly explaining that it was a mini version of the weapon. The green-eyed girl asked with a smile to make one blow on the table, and Carrot, with a surprised look, took the dagger out of its sheath, not understanding why. When the toy blade entered the handle, the dark-haired man said with a happy smile that it felt like it was stuck, and Mel asked if it was cool. Raising her index finger, the blonde asked him to consider this his reward, because he gave her a great idea and a chance for advertising. She immediately said that thanks to their help, she was even invited to the ball, and the boy was delighted, and she interjected that no one wanted to go with her. Carrot reminded her that he wanted to introduce her to his friend, who could keep her company because he was the best teacher possible. While Meldenica was thinking about the fact that some teacher from the academy was not a bad option, the boy assured her that she would have fun. In her opinion, the teachers working at the academy and with the children were so busy with their work that they would not even hear rumors about it. Smiling, Mel said that she was counting on him then, and Carrot beamed, promising that he would not let her down in this difficult matter. The dark-haired man suddenly began asking questions about whether the cheater had given her flowers, taken her to restaurants, and heard the same denial in response. When asked about gifts, Meldenica asked him to wait and thought that Duke Hessman often gave her old trinkets. She rubbed her chin with her fingers, thinking that the last time they met, the man had even tried to palm off some expensive bracelet on her. His gifts were never heartfelt. He often said that he was tired of choosing jewelry for her and gave her another trinket. The girl muttered that his gifts weren't exactly new, and the dark-haired man was shocked at the thought of such an attitude towards her. As soon as the boy insulted the Duke, Meldenica mentally hoped that Carrot would behave more restrained in other people's circles. Hearing that his friend would be there tomorrow with the coolest gift, the blonde said with surprise that this was not necessary at all. She added tenderly that you couldn't think of a better gift than Carrot, and the boy was dumbfounded and blushed brightly with embarrassment. Standing next to Dominic, the girl smiled and said that she was counting on him, and the little boy walked forward with great excitement. Meanwhile, in the Tower of the Magicians, Rasmus declared that Meldenica Babaloa was definitely a thief, looking at Mr. Isaac reading the letter. Reading Carrot's message about the escort, the dark-haired man muttered that not everything was as obvious as it might seem at first glance. Raising an eyebrow, the blonde-haired man asked if the gentleman really had a soft spot for Meldenica, since he was constantly defending her. Recalling that Isaac had even decided to return to the academy after vowing not to attend it, Rasmus asked who would go so far for a suspect. The young man put his palms together and said with a knowing air that the gentleman should confess. But he refused, folding his arms across his chest. He recalled how the master secretly shared manna with her at the debut, but he explained it as a danger to the others and to the girl herself. Rasmus muttered that she could have used a magical artifact, and then a lot of firewood would have really been broken. When the gentleman muttered that she might indeed be innocent, the blonde-haired man wondered if it could just be a coincidence. He couldn't help but find it strange that whenever Isaac mentioned this lady, he simply couldn't stop smiling in an unusual way. The subordinate folded his hands under his chin, muttering that spring had reached the master, and he replied that Rasmus was annoying him with this. Putting the letter aside, the dark-haired man asked if he had managed to find out anything about Gessman, and he replied that he was in the process. Isaac began to listen that not a single information guild had any data on the Duke, just water, as if he was not alive at all. The dark-haired man picked up his fountain pen when he heard that the Duke was still pursuing Meldenica and could do something to her. He added that the magician searching for the stones had recently disappeared, and the last time he had made contact was near Duke Hessman's estate. Leaning back in his chair, Isaac muttered that he needed to catch the thief quickly, because this all seemed a little strange to him. Rasmus tried to start a conversation about how Lady Meldenica was even more suspicious, but the gentleman suddenly stood up from his seat. As soon as Isaac said he was going to catch the thief, the blonde-haired man began to nag about hiding his identity and the need to stay on guard. Pulling the cloak over his broad shoulders, the dark-haired man sighed and promised his restless subordinate that he would remain incognito. At the same time, Mel heard one of the little visitors saying that everyone had praised the store so much, but it turned out to be a dud. Having examined the girl, Meldenica realized that she seemed to have seen her at the small debut, as the daughter of one of those who danced to Hildegard's tune. Leaning over her, Dominic placed his hands on his hips, and asked if the little girl was looking for something, causing her to jump in place. She stated that despite his commoner status, he was unimaginably handsome, and the knight quietly muttered that he knew. When Dominic began counseling the previously disgruntled girl, Meldenica thought that his attractiveness was to their advantage. Finally, the girl placed a stack of bills on the cash register and asked to pay for the goods that the knight had already managed to recommend. Seeing 1,000,000 Beckers, Mel heard that part of it was for the produce, and the rest was a tip for the commoner to serve her at the highest level. Turning around, the girl ordered him to be fed properly because his beautiful face should not become sunken, and she could give him more money. She sang that she was ready to pay just for the opportunity to see him, and the blonde thought that it was as if an old woman was trapped in her body. Shaking her index finger, the girl ordered him to be fed and promised to come tomorrow, and Mel smiled, deciding that so be it. Dominic mumbled that she was now obliged to raise his salary, and the blonde replied that he definitely deserved such a raise. The girl immediately muttered that it was time for her to meet Carrot's friend, and hung her jacket on her arm, getting ready to leave from behind the counter. Having reached the place, which was nearby, the blonde looked around, wondering if Carrot hadn't arrived yet. A second after that thought, she heard the boy calling her name and turned around with a smile to greet him. Looking at the dark-skinned man walking behind Carrot, Meldenica caught herself thinking that they had seen each other before. Catching the gaze of those same attractive gray eyes, the blonde finally remembered that standing in front of her was little Henry's father. Sitting at the same table with them, the girl could not understand how she could go to the ball with a married man, because he even had children. The man said that his name was Mattia and that he was Henry's guardian, and the blonde muttered that she was very pleased to meet him. She asked if, since he was his father, it would be okay to accompany him to the ball, and the dark man muttered again that he was his guardian. Looking ahead, Meldenica couldn't understand if this was not the same thing, suggesting that he simply didn't want to be called a father so early. Carrot suddenly shouted loudly that Mati had no one, and they could even start dating without any problems if they both suddenly wanted to. The boy immediately grabbed a glass of water and began to drink so as not to feel awkward, and Mel quietly said that she understood everything. She muttered that, in other words, his friend was a divorced single father, and the dark-haired man spat out water in surprise. Gently patting the boy on the back, Isaac offered to introduce himself, introducing himself as a count engaged in research. The green-eyed woman thought that she was hearing about him for the first time, and the man added that he had recently returned to the capital, and she probably didn't know about him. Mel was just thinking that she had to find out everything when she heard that if she ever needed it, he would send her his ID. The girl suddenly involuntarily looked at his shirt, unbuttoned several buttons, and felt heat rush to her face. Turning away, Meldenica said that then he should send it to the store, mentally ordering herself to calm down, because he was the father. And yet, when she looked at him, it seemed that she simply physically could not think of anything else except his beauty and attractiveness. When the man said with a smile that he would be looking forward to the ball, the blonde wondered how he could be a professor. He said that, in addition to accompanying her, he had to find the thief who had robbed him, and the girl was surprised, thinking that he would not have dared to come to the ball. Carrot didn't seem too pleased with the situation, asking him outright if he was serious, and he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Duke Babaloa was yelling at his wife for wasting so much money on useless stones as if it were charity. The redhead thought with irritation that he himself had confirmed this plan, but she muttered reservedly that she had simply miscalculated this time. The woman gritted her teeth when her husband told her she was as dumb as a brick and thought that the stones had cost her too much. She stated that the Viscount had been removed from office, but the man shouted that she would be punished by being banned from conducting business. The Duchess folded her arms across her chest, but remained silent, because this time she had nothing to manipulate or appeal to. She later spoke to her daughter, who convinced her that Meldenica would die anyway, no matter if she awakened the power. The woman muttered that they might be in danger, and her daughter said that Mal had simply developed a personal source of mana. Trying to calm her mother, the blonde said that she would return as soon as the process of Meldenica's expulsion was over. She beamed with a joyful smile, declaring that after this, her sister would die, as if she were talking about some incredibly happy event. After listening to her daughter, Hildegard silently reflected on the fact that Sharia seemed not to be herself lately, thinking about what had happened. Someone had risen to prominence by slandering a loyal servant of the king who had gone against his will, and was destined to become an impossible enemy for Mel. Squeezing her hand, the Duchess thought about how she needed to speed up the process of expulsion and also gather a lobby that would help expel her from here. The redhead immediately thought about the fact that if the Duke had known about the capabilities of Meldenica's power, he would not have sat so quietly with his hands folded as he was sitting now. There was not a drop of love in Hessman for this girl, but he was still against breaking off this engagement. It is not clear why. Looking ahead, Hildegard couldn't stop wondering what was going on in the mind of this strange and obsessed Duke of Lennox. A few days later, the blonde looked at her dark blue dress with black accents, thinking that it was great. She was calm because she had confirmed that Mattia was indeed a count, and that he had not contacted her stepmother and ex-fiancé. Meldenica was ready for the ball, but that building was simply enormous. She didn't understand how they had built such a colossus in such a short time. Dominic read the letter, saying it said the trial had been postponed for a week, and Mel replied that she was glad to hear that and that things were going well. They both heard the sound of horses' hooves and the clatter of the large wheels of the carriage, turning around, and the blonde thought that it was still too early for Madi to arrive. They seemed to be uninvited guests, not very familiar to them, who were dressed very strictly and formally, and walked forward, looking around. The girl asked who they were, and the man said that they were sent by the Duke, who had learned that she was living with a certain man under the same roof. He clearly expected that, upon hearing about the Duke, Mel would immediately run to collect her things, without even listening to the end of Lennox's message. The blonde asked irritably, "What of it?" And both messengers opened their mouths in surprise, because they were definitely not prepared for this. When the dark-haired man stated that they, as guests, should be received accordingly, Mel tapped her shoe, saying that for her they were not guests. Sitting down on a bench in a relaxed manner, Meldenica said that she was waiting for the essence of the matter, but she was immediately scolded for her bad manners. Mel snorted and heard them say that his lordship might reconsider the banishment if she demonstrated her abilities to him. Realizing that rumors of the minor debut had reached them in the duchy, the blonde began to think that they simply wanted to take advantage of her. They handed her some kind of paper envelope, declaring that it was a message straight from His Majesty, and then asked her to read it. She read out loud that she had left simply out of stubbornness, and he could cancel everything, immediately receiving a question about when he planned to return. Meldenica looked at them after mentioning the data that this store would go to Babaloa, and tore the paper into 2 pieces. Looking at the astonished faces of the envoys, the blonde continued to tear the letter into pieces, declaring that Babaloa could go with Gessman. Smiling at the 2 people in front of her who were confident in their rightness, the blonde directly sent them to hell. The envoys immediately began to ask one after the other whether she really wanted to renounce her family and lose her family line. Suddenly, Carrot's friend appeared behind them, stating that Meldenica had already made her point, asking why they were still there. One of the messengers looked nervously at the stranger from below, asking who he was, and the blonde replied that he was her escort to the ball. Stepping towards the complete stranger to make her position even more clear, the girl asked if there were any problems. Gently putting his arm around Mel's shoulder, Isaac stated that a lady shouldn't waste her nerves on something like that, and the man asked who he thought he was. The blonde turned around, throwing a message to tell the Duke that he could come in person since he was so interested in her abilities. Finally, casting a cold glance at them with her green eyes, the girl declared that the old Meldenica they knew was no longer there. She felt the warmth of her companion's palm, and the 2 of them walked towards the carriage as calmly as if none of this had just happened. As the sunset slowly approached outside, the young people looked out the carriage windows, each of them thinking about their own problems. Mal thought that people usually pestered her with questions, but this one didn't ask anything about her family or the relationships within the duchy. Looking at him furtively, the blonde thought that he looked like a good person, and she was very sorry that he was a one-night stand. They started a leisurely conversation about how it had been a long time since either of them had been to such events, and then they smiled slightly at each other. The girl said that since they were going straight to a masquerade ball, she had prepared masks for them, and handed him his black accessory. Putting on her black lace mask, Meldenica asked with a smile if it suited her, adding that today would definitely be fun. Isaac leaned forward and suddenly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, muttering that he would look forward to their arrival at the ball. The blonde involuntarily felt her heart beat sharply, because this man's touch was unexpected. But she wasn't scared or uncomfortable at all, rather warm and cozy, and Meldenica laughed quietly, covering her mouth with her hand. Soon they were already at the ball, and the blonde looked around, thinking that even through the masks she would recognize many familiar faces at the event. Lady Mudsella, a blonde with a strange hairstyle and a braid that went around her forehead, turned around when she heard someone say her name. Mel also introduced herself when her friend didn't understand who was in front of her, assuring her that this was the whole point of such a masquerade event. The girl nodded towards the man behind Meldenica, asking who this man was, who did not at all resemble her fiancé, Duke Hessman. Covering her mouth with her hand, the blonde thought that this lady seemed to still be hurt by the topic of betrayal because of the actions of that moral bastard. Mudsella Maxon's former fiancé, Sir Anmund, committed adultery with a country girl, causing her to break off the engagement on her own. In the original story, she was one of the few who openly criticized Duke Hessman and Sharia's abusive relationship. Mel said that he was an acquaintance of hers, but at a masquerade you can't reveal identities. And she nodded, noting that her interlocutor was right. Bowing slightly and turning around, Mudsella wished her friend a good evening and headed off in the opposite direction. The music started playing, and Meldenica thought with excitement that she didn't know how to dance at all, but her partner hadn't been to a ball for a long time either. As they whirled around in the dance, and Mattia skillfully led her forward, the girl's green eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. Her partner was not only incredibly good at dancing, but also took care of her, allowing her to just spin around and follow his steps. The romantic moment was ruined by Meldenica's lack of dancing skills, as she accidentally stepped on his foot. Already away from the dancing crowd, the blonde shyly covered her face with her hands and said that she hadn't danced for a long time. She suddenly declared that they were right for each other and smiled brightly, but then cleared her throat, suddenly feeling guilty in front of the man. Mel was distracted and turned around when she heard the dark-haired lady ask if the lady would have time to take a walk with her. Looking at this stranger, who probably just planned to chat, Meldenica couldn't understand why she was shaking so much. The green-eyed girl was surprised when Mattia suddenly stood in front of her and asked for forgiveness, saying that he was already accompanying the girl. Gently touching his elbow, "I usually calm down." The blonde said that everything was fine and she would just go out for some air. Isaac tried to warn her that it could be dangerous, but the blonde said that the girl looked kind and left. They went out into the dark garden, and Meldenica carefully asked if Miss needed any help, because she looked strange. The dark-haired girl whispered that it was so, and then suddenly asked her for forgiveness and quickly ran forward, holding the hem of her dress. Feeling the impact, Mel fell onto the cold street tiles and closed her eyes, hoping she wouldn't hurt herself too badly. She wanted to ask the man who had pushed her what he was doing, but she was stunned when she saw the satisfied Duke Hessman in front of her. Looking at the girl sitting on the floor, Lennox asked if she really decided to fool people with her stupid illusion and lies about alchemy. Grabbing her by the shoulders, the dark-haired man growled that she had put on his necklace after all, asking if the powers of the family had awakened from him. The Duke shook her, constantly asking questions about whether she had hired some cheap magician and was constantly poking her nose into other people's business. Pushing him away, Meldenica declared that she did not understand what he was talking about, and her shoulder stung unpleasantly after his rough touch. Looking the girl over, Gessman calmly replied that if she were still the same stupid bitch she had been all her life, they would get married. He stated that since the powers had awakened, the conversation would be different, and the blonde turned around, seeing a purple field around them. The Duke added that since she didn't want it the good way, it would be the bad way, and Mel tried to understand if this was a dome that distorted reality. All thoughts suddenly flew out of her head when the dark-haired man's strong hands grabbed her neck and pulled her hard to lift her into the air. He growled that she was unfit even to bear his child, and Meldenica could not understand how his obsession with her was connected to the quinoa line. She had no way of knowing this, and the Duke suddenly turned around, muttering in surprise that the dome was collapsing, although he always managed to cope with it. They had previously speculated that Mudsella would not have invited Duke Gessman, but he might show up because of rumors of her coming. Dominic said that they couldn't be alone, and the blonde asked what she should do if he asked her out for a walk. Meldenica listened as the knight asked her to remember the Red Pirates, asking her not to remain idle, but to use her powers to the maximum. Now, looking at the Duke and feeling how the air in her lungs was getting less and less, the blonde remembered her friend's words that she should hit. Meanwhile, the kitchen worker, Rosalind, was asked how soon the egg would be ready, and she suddenly cracked it incorrectly. After a while, Mel rubbed her neck, declaring that she was leaving, and asked why the Duke was swearing, asking him to control his emotions. Looking at the dome and deciding it was time to get out, The blonde mentally called out to Dominic while Gessman cursed her and coughed. While Mel reacted coldly to the insults, the Duke shouted that if it weren't for her blood, he would never have chased after such a madwoman. She asked if he would leave her alone with the marriage proposal, and the Duke shouted that he would, ordering her to disappear before he could beat her. Gessman asked her if she thought she was his beloved Sharia's equal, when they suddenly found themselves right in the middle of the ballroom. It's not that this plan was built exactly this way, but everything turned out this way thanks to the night. The people who, as it turned out, had heard everything, began to openly discuss all the terrible things that the Duke had managed to say, condemning him. Communicating with Dominic, who had been in control of the situation the entire time, moving in their favor, Mel clenched her fist in victory while Gessman sat in shock. Lennox's eyes flashed with horror when someone in the crowd asked if Sharia, the beautiful flower, had stolen her sister's fiancé. In fact, in the original story, the Duke did exactly the same thing to Meldanica, making her out to be the last one crazy and possessed. Then he manipulated everyone, but to their face he only asked them not to speak badly about his bride, because he did not care enough about her. The man happily accepted the praise of others, hearing how attentive he was and that he could find himself a much better match. Crying from suppressed laughter, Mel mentally ordered herself to think about something terribly sad, and people around her noticed her tears. Her companion appeared as soon as he could get past the crowd, asking if everything was okay, and the blonde with tears and bruises on her neck nodded. Mati's face was distorted with emotions that were difficult to read from behind the mask, but he clearly empathized with her and was worried. The green-eyed girl tried to show him with her eyes that everything was okay, but he seemed to be looking only at her neck, which had turned blue from someone else's fingers. The dark-haired man suddenly took off his cloak and threw it over the fragile woman's shoulders, as if trying to protect her at least after the fact, after everything. Looking at the face of the girl who stood in front of him, Isaac tenderly squeezed her shoulders and asked how anyone could cheat on someone like her. Putting his arm around his companion's shoulders, the escort led her forward and declared that as a man he despised Duke Gessman while Mel looked at him. When the Duke screeched, asking who he was, "How dare he?" Meldenica smiled, knowing that word would spread and the bastard's image would go to hell. Already near the exit, the couple unexpectedly ran into the hostess of this ball, who looked simply overwhelmed with various emotions. The girl asked for forgiveness for ruining the evening, and the lady said that it was not a big deal, and the topic with this cheater was much more important. She said in an apologetic tone that Lennox had shown up here uninvited and had suddenly done something that had left her simply shocked. Meldenica entered into a mental dialogue with Dominic again, and they quietly discussed how the lady's reaction was so sharp because of her personal history. Shaking her head, Mudsella said that shameless people were to blame for everything, that Babeloa had done nothing wrong, and that the people needed to be reassured. She promised that next time they would definitely be able to have a heart-to-heart talk, then squeezed her palms and wished her strength. Looking back at Gessman, who was still kneeling in the middle of the ballroom, the green-eyed girl thought that he would not come to his senses. Having thanked her companion, the girl said that she felt better and that she was sorry that she had to leave in the middle of the evening, but it was necessary. Looking back, Meldenica thought that she should make friends with Lady Mudsella, because a common misfortune can unite people very strongly. When they were already riding in the carriage, the girl said that it was terrible, as if he could not fully enjoy the ball because of her and the problems. The man asked how her neck was, but Meldenica quickly muttered that everything was fine and asked if he had managed to find that thief. Hearing this, the blonde smiled brightly with all 32 teeth, declaring that it was simply wonderful, and began to listen to what the matter was. The thief turned out to be Hessman, because during the search, Mattia came across the Duke's dome, inside of which were the flows of the bowl's mana. However, Isaac never found the cup itself, which meant it was extremely difficult for him to act in any way without evidence. Frowning, the man thought that there was some strange mana coming from him, and he stole something else in an attempt to become stronger than usual. Looking at the girl's neck, who acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Isaac thought he would pay. He came to identify the thief, found what he wanted, but now, looking at how Mel had suffered, he felt angrier than ever. The man said that he went after her and thought to save her, when suddenly the dome appeared, and he was left to wait and hope that she had a plan. The dark-haired man said that he wanted to help, but he had no reason, and Meldenica asked with confusion what he meant. She stated that the Duke's arrival and this attack were completely accidental, and then thanked him for his desire to help with this. The gray eyes gleamed sadly as Isaac considered that he couldn't expect to be trusted until he introduced himself to others. All thoughts flew out of their heads when the carriage suddenly jerked sharply, and they both had to grab the side handles to keep from falling. Mel muttered in a relaxed voice that it was good that they hadn't fallen, but the man in front of her just clenched his hands and stared into space in front of him. He quietly addressed the girl by name, asking why she didn't take care of her body, and the girl, surprised, asked what he meant. Isaac looked up at her and said that he didn't want the girl to get hurt like that again, feeling his insides shaking. Mel muttered that he seemed to want to take care of her, and the dark-haired man lowered his head, saying that he really did want that. He suddenly reached forward and tucked her hair behind her ear, gently touching her cheek as the green-eyed girl looked at him in surprise. Rasmus, who had been listening to all this, said that the gentleman was now taking good care of her and was going too far with the suspect. The man mentally answered his subordinate that this was true, and the blonde-haired man rose from the sofa, opening his eyes in surprise. He also added that he should introduce himself again, and Rasmus shouted, asking the head of the magic tower to wait a bit. Smiling at his beautiful interlocutor, the dark-haired man suddenly made up his mind and honestly said that his name sounded like Isaac Matthew Reinhold. Mel's green eyes immediately widened as she looked at him, and the man said that she could call him the head of the mage tower. The girl quietly asked again what all this meant, although she herself began to go over in her head the features of his appearance, the color of his eyes and dark skin. Jumping up from her seat in surprise, Meldenica screamed, "Could it really be him?" and immediately grabbed her head, forgetting that she was sitting in a carriage. The blonde was horrified that this handsome man would not appear, because she always perceived him as a secondary character. Pointing her finger at him, the blonde asked what about Genia, and the man clarified that Henry was the tower's mage, and he was his guardian, but definitely not his father. The girl reminded him that he said he was doing research at the academy, and Isaac said that he was, but in the magic tower. Looking at him with flushed cheeks, Mel thought about how well this cunning investigator was able to use words, and exhaled. She couldn't help but think of Dominic, and thought that he must have felt the same way when they first met, and had suffered a sense of betrayal. Meldenica asked about Karat, and the dark-haired man replied that the boy was also one of the tower's mages, just like little Henry. Isaac asked softly if there were any more questions, and the blonde turned away, wondering what she could even talk about with him. The girl asked if he understood that he owed her for this lie, and having received an affirmative answer, added that she had a request. Meldenica pressed her palm to her chest and seemed genuinely interested when she asked to be taught alchemy. Looking at the surprised expression on his face, the blonde couldn't figure out whether she should throw herself at his feet and beg or find another way out. The dark-haired man asked if that was all, and Mel was a little surprised by such clarification, and with a nod replied that, for now, that was indeed all. Mel's eyes widened when she heard him ask if he could join her in her vengeance if he helped her with her alchemy training. Turning away, the girl couldn't help but blush, muttering that it sounded like he was going to avenge her himself. The blonde was surprised to hear that she was simply very lucky, because her ill-wisher turned out to be the one he was hunting. Realizing what this meant, Meldenica screamed that if Duke Hessman was a thief, then he was crazy, and then cursed him with all her might. Looking out the window, the blonde thought that it would be very useful for her to keep the head of the magic tower with her in case of any conflicts. She muttered that the thing must have been very precious for the Duke to have encroached on it, and Isaac nodded, preparing to explain. In the original story, after the attack on Duke Lennox, Isaac disappeared without a trace, and everyone labeled him a villain due to his bad reputation. Meldenica said that they could take revenge on Gessman together, but only on the condition that they discuss all matters related to this. They thought about what they could call their small coalition and moved towards each other, talking about like-minded people. Isaac agreed that they could leave it that way, and the blonde clenched her fist in a victory gesture, happy with how good it sounded. The dark-haired man released a white dove from his index finger, saying that if anything happened, she should contact him and talk. Mel caught the white glowing bird in her hands in surprise and muttered agreement, still not believing that she had found such an ally. The gentleman raised his head when he heard the question about whether the Duke would become a eunuch, and asked if she was worried about Hessman's health. Raising her palms up, the green-eyed woman declared that she didn't care, and the man said that he could make Lennox one if she wanted. Thinking that the Duke's happy life with Sharia would now be completely impossible, the girl said that she was counting on Isaac, and he smiled. Meanwhile, Hessman was driven out to the carriage, while he was thinking that driving him away without knowing even a fraction of the whole truth was absolute impudence. A lady with red hair asked him if he was running away after being made a laughingstock and making faces about it. Lennox slammed his fist on the carriage and shouted at them to hold their tongues, and the two young ladies recoiled from him in fear. One of them stammered in fear that the only thing this man could do well was scream, and the dark-haired man thought that his reputation was over. He didn't know what other secret ability Meldenica had besides illusions and alchemy, but she somehow managed to move the dome. And the Duke was also very concerned about why such a man, apparently very influential and serious, was her escort at the ball today. Later, while casting a spell over the cup, the man thought that he needed to teach them all good manners, since those he sent for it were unable to cope. The vein in his neck bulged as Hessman reflected on the fact that in this serious matter, he could no longer trust anyone at all. Before him appeared the image of Sharia, who said that her love for the Duke did not at all depend on the position he occupied. Later, she asked through the balloon if it was true that her sister had opened the store, and Lennox told not only about that, but also about what had happened today. The girl asked him to let his sister escape before she arrived, and then Mel would not be laughing, and the Duke said that he believed her, his love. The man declared that they should get married as soon as she returned, thinking only of his authority, and Sharia joyfully folded her hands together. Gessman himself thought that Sharia would be able to cut Meldenica off from society, and it would be desirable to take revenge on the arrogant bitch. Hearing strange voices, he asked what was going on, and the pink-haired girl raised her head, glancing at the people in white clothes. She asked him if he would be angry if she had to keep it a secret, and he said no, he was just a little curious. Lennox said that her sister was no longer cursed, until his girlfriend asked if he meant the blessing of the dragon blood of Kenoa. Standing alone, the man heard a question about whether he would come to the Holy Land, because Sharia wanted to hear these words from him in person. Leaning towards the ball, the girl babbled that soon her sister would be banished from the family, and they would finally be able to pull out the weed while she was vulnerable. Lennox promised that he would come to the girl, and she replied that she would wait, and then asked whether they would then go back to the Empire together. The Duke thought that he must visit the Holy Land before the end of the trial, while the way to society was closed to him and he should not show himself. He was sure that once Meldenica became a commoner, she would be easy to destroy even though his image would be tarnished. Gritting his teeth, Hessman mentally promised them all a painful death and then closed his eyes because the pain did not subside. As he began to cast spells over the cup again to enhance his abilities, the dark-haired man reflected on the fact that in this fight, victory would still be his. The main source of gossip in her academy was Mudsella, who spoke in detail about Gessman's actions time after time. Opening the door in front of her, the blonde apologized for being late, explaining that she needed to report information to the newspaper. She said that everyone should know the reason why they were gathered, and received agreement when she asked if they remembered the ball. One of the ladies said that it was a terrible attitude from the man, and the other one responded that they should support Meldenisa. The girl with the interesting hairdo suggested sending her a letter, and her friend added that they would ask for cotton candy there. They all held hands, discussing that they would pray for Lady Meldenica's health, her happy life, and for the retro style to come back into fashion. Only ladies from noble families studied at this academy, and those who did not fit the general standards gathered in interest groups. One of the most hidden from the rest of society was a circle founded by Mudsella Markson, called Retro. The Marquise's daughter preferred to use old things rather than throw them away or keep them as relics, and was a supporter of the emperor. The girls in her circle ranged in age from 7 to 17, each with their own obsession with some antique. Surrounded by old and interesting things, they spent time together so that it could strengthen their sisterly relationship. As they were leaving the room, the dark-haired girl asked why Lady Mudsella was playing with low-ranking aristocrats again. She also added that the bodice was an unfashionable old thing, and Maxon's friend called her to try to avoid conflict. The girl pressed her fingers to the flower, because this precious thing was left to her by her beloved great-grandmother, and she valued it very much. When she was given a half-hearted apology, the blonde stepped forward and said that she asked him to think about his words in the future. Mudsella suddenly turned around, asking if she was talking to Lady Sharia, and her dark-haired opponent's face suddenly twisted in surprise. Having waited for her friends, the blonde stepped forward and declared that she wished them strong friendship in the future, heading in the other direction. She thought that they were not respected now for their commitment to retro, but there are many girls with unconventional tastes at the academy, and this is the norm. Soon, Meldenica received a direct order from the girl and her friends for certain things, and an advance payment for the work done, grumbling that it was exciting. Dominic shook some paper, saying that there was some good news for her, reminding her of the court hearing on expulsion from the family tomorrow. The blonde muttered that this had interested the journalists and the people, who apparently wanted to see her thrown out. The knight suddenly asked Mel what it was, and the green-eyed girl raised her head, noticing the white chick in her interlocutor's hand. Looking at the animal for communication, the girl said with a smile that a like-minded person gave it to her, without answering the question about who it was. Meldenica turned to the door, muttering a question about whether he should have arrived already, and the dark-haired man asked if she had invited anyone. At that very moment, little Axion ran inside, clearly in a hurry, reminding him that his friend wanted to arrange a meeting with his father. The blonde assured the boy that if it would be difficult to see the emperor, then it was not necessary. But the crown prince said that it was necessary. The kid said that he had already arranged this for her, because before that he wanted to invite her to a family meeting. And Mel was surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. Axion muttered that he wanted to introduce her to his father, and they would celebrate his birthday, which was 100 days away. The prince continued talking about how his mother was a little ill, and how his brother was a handsome man, until he saw an interesting paper on the table. Looking back at the girl, the boy gently assured her that nothing terrible would happen, even if she was no longer an aristocrat. The blue-eyed man added that these people were bad, and she suffered because of the cheater. But instead of words of comfort, the family decided to throw her out. He suddenly reached out to hug her, actively assuring his older friend that today he would ask his father to adopt her as soon as possible. When Axion muttered that if she were adopted, she would not be able to marry his brother, Dominic doubled over, stifling his laughter. The fair-haired man promised that as soon as he became the Grand Duke, he would return her title, and asked her to wait a little, some 20 years. Blushing from the warmth felt from this child's attitude, Meldenica softly agreed and said that she would definitely wait. Sitting down, the blonde asked him to be sure to become a cool Grand Duke, and Axion replied that he was already very cool. Walking around the small table, the little heir stood opposite his girlfriend and, smiling, declared that they should all go there together. Mel thought about the fact that if she went with Axion, a riot might start, and thought that they might not even dream of recalling the court. The prince thought that Mel should give his father a gift that would please him and increase the chance of marrying his brother. Looking at the girl, the little boy said that his dad loves healthy food, and in general, everything that could be useful for health in any way. Mel listened attentively to the emperor, who also loved sweets, and was very upset that he was deprived of them due to the order of the imperial palace. It reminded her of a childhood friend's father from a past life, who was inspired by sweets but was forced to diet for health reasons. Shaking off thoughts of how cute the emperor was, the blonde thanked Zion, who smiled and replied that it was nothing. The boy immediately clenched his fists with enthusiasm and asked what she would give her dad, and his eyes sparkled with bright interest. Axion immediately came to his senses and said that it would be better for her not to tell him, because he might accidentally let it slip, and it was time for him to go anyway. As he ran away, the child said that they would see each other again, and Meldenica, with a smile on her face, waved her hand at him and also said goodbye. As soon as he left, she grabbed her head, asking what she should do, because she didn't have a single idea about what to give. Leaning her forehead against the table, the girl muttered that she had no idea what could interest such an influential middle-aged man. Meldenica's eyes widened, and she looked at Dominic when he said that all influential middle-aged men had one common desire. Grabbing his hands, the girl asked him to tell her about this thing quickly, and the young man blushed brightly, looking ahead. The green-eyed girl seemed very interested and intrigued by what she could hear, and asked him again to speak. Already in the imperial palace, Axion said that his father was busy for now and suggested playing, and Mel agreed, adding that she had already brought something. The blonde suddenly heard herself being addressed as the respected Meldenica, and turned around to immediately find the source of these words. In front of them stood Prince Cassian, smiling amiably, holding out his hand and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Placing her palm on her chest, the blonde bowed, saying that she was glad to greet His Highness, and Axion looked at them. The kid immediately suggested inviting his brother to join them, and Babeloa nodded, asking if His Highness would mind. The prince asked with a smile what they would play since his father, the ruler, was busy, and the girl answered with a smile that they would play the lottery. Later, the three of them were sitting at the table, and the girl explained that the yellow stripe cost 1 becquerel, the blue one 10, and for 100 you could get a green one. She explained that absolutely any gift could fall out, but sometimes dummies would fall out, and the boy immediately chose a sell. Pulling out a small yellow card, the little prince muttered without much enthusiasm that it was empty, while the two of them looked at it. Axion mumbled that he had gotten a dummy right away, saying that he would like a bear similar to his father, and Mel urged him to try again. When he shouted that he would then take the strip for 100, Meldenica thought that the stronger the desire to win, the stronger the addiction. The blonde said with a smile that she would give him a discount of 10 becquerels, and the boy began to pray to the goddess Ashtar for the bear. The girl immediately smiled, saying that his prayers had been answered, and handed over the new teddy bear, looking at the delighted face of the crown prince. Axion began to shout happily that he would choose a few more, and Mel replied that it would be no fun if they opened them all at once. Nodding, the blue-eyed man turned around and pointed at the silent eldest prince, asking if it was true that it was now his turn to play. The blonde was sure that he was not interested in such nonsense, but Cassian suddenly said that he would take his turn. While he was looking at the stripes, Axion wished him luck, and Meldenica wondered if he would notice something strange. The green-eyed woman gently warned that once you try the lottery game, it is impossible to stop because it is very addictive. A little later, the prince asked why he always landed on empty cards, and Mel replied that it was because it gave him a greater chance of winning, noting Zion's light hand. While he was saying that he would choose another one for 100 becquerels, the girl was thinking that she couldn't break the child. Otherwise, the deception would be revealed. She barely held back her laughter as she said that this was his 6th pacifier, and then assured him that next time he would definitely be lucky. The prince was no longer as delighted as he had been at the beginning of the game, but he again agreed to buy the record for 100 becquerels, awakening the excitement within him. Axion, who was sitting next to them at the table at the same time, thought with admiration that the atmosphere between them was simply perfect. The young people were distracted from their entertainment when they heard from the young prince that they looked very romantic together. Blue Eyes said that if Mel could live in the palace, they could make a great family, and he smiled from ear to ear. He added that they would play the lottery every day, and both of his older relatives would softly call the boy's name to slow him down. Zion's blue eyes flashed with confusion when he heard Meldenica say that it would be difficult for the prince. Asking to be allowed to explain, the blonde gently but confidently said that you shouldn't start relationships with people you don't like. Looking down, Mel thought he still wanted to set her up with a good man because of Lennox, but she was okay with that. She immediately assured the baby that even if they were not a family, he would be able to come to her every day, and Zion was delighted. The boy muttered that he still wanted the two of them to get along, and Meldenica assured him that there would be no problems. The blonde said with a smile that they would definitely become closer, but not necessarily in a romantic way, as partners. While the eldest prince stood behind her, the green-eyed girl confidently declared that they would always be united by their love for Prince Axion. They all fell silent at the same time and turned around when the servant informed them that His Highness, the Emperor of the state, had arrived. Saying that it was an honor for her, Meldenica rose from her seat and greeted the son of the empire, introducing herself to him with her last name. The gray-haired man immediately asked why she was here, because he was sure that the little prince would invite his best friend from the academy. The green-eyed girl thought that the emperor was looking at her as if he had decided that she wanted to get closer on purpose, although his greeting would have been even stranger. Looking at the chubby face of the gray-haired man, Mel tried her best to hold back a smile, because he really did look like a teddy bear. Already at the table, during the conversation turned to the girl's store, and the emperor, with a displeased face, said that Babeloa's daughter was in business. Now the imperial power gave way to the power of the aristocrats, and when almost all his children died one after another, he stopped appearing in public. Meldenica realized that the emperor was so wary because he was trying his best to preserve at least the pitiful remnants of his former power. She handed the servant a small cylindrical box and said that, by the way, she had prepared a gift for His Majesty. While a specially trained man used magic to check the gift for danger, the younger prince assured the emperor of Mel's skill. The gray-haired man muttered that his son seemed delighted with this girl, and the servant leaned towards him, saying that there was nothing suspicious. His Majesty opened the box and one of the things inside, asking if it was really just ordinary caramel, and was quite surprised. Meldanika knew from history that many people here know about caramel, but peanut-flavored caramel has long been a thing of the past. She remembered her past life, where the same thing happened, but the number of lovers of such sweetness, even in the form of a coffee drink, did not decrease. The girl offered this drink to the manager, and she said with nostalgia that she often ate caramel candies as a child. Looking at the emperor, the blonde thought that these herbal candies should help her mood and health. She knew that in the original, Sharia had made her way into the emperor's inner circle after unexpectedly giving him a canary. But now Mel couldn't understand whether he would like her idea, and His Majesty said that this gift was very original. Axion suddenly stated that he saw this in the Academy Museum, and the green-eyed girl looked at him in fear, wondering where this would lead. Meldenica coughed and said that the candies are made from medicinal herbs, but when consumed they taste sweet, while still being beneficial. Moving closer to the ruler, the blonde told him that these sweets were useful for improving vision and increasing concentration. Covering her mouth with her hand so that Axion and Cassian could not hear these words, Mel said that the saline in the composition helps men's health. After remaining silent for a few minutes, realizing that he had been given such a valuable gift, the emperor expressed delight. A few hours earlier, Meldenica asked if she would be executed for such vulgarity, and Dominic replied that it was impossible. Having received such an answer, the blonde thought that she then needed to look for a means to increase his libido. The knight replied that he had saline roots when he heard about them, and the green-eyed girl was dumbfounded, asking why. The dark-haired man said that he had received them as a gift from an old man, and they had been steeped for 1,000 years, so the effect had improved. Dominic immediately blushed and shouted that he hadn't done anything at all and hadn't used them, and Meldenica giggled, saying that she hadn't even thought about it. She told the emperor that she had done research to make sure it was effective, and that it was her best invention. The blonde said she had spent a fortune on the roots of this 1,000-year-old plant, and His Majesty was even more delighted. Mel made a mental note that sometimes a white lie could be useful, and then the gray-haired man suddenly gently asked her to come closer. As soon as the girl sat down next to him, the emperor asked how long the effect of this wonderful medicine would last. She replied that it would last from 10 minutes to a whole day, and the ruler muttered that he already felt a surge of strength inside. He added that he felt well even without the use of magical drugs, and Meldenica responded relaxedly that she was very happy. Axion, who did not quite understand what was happening because of the whisper, approached his father, asking what this state was that he felt. Smiling softly, the gray-haired man told his son that he felt young, because at his age he happily gobbled up caramels. They discussed that when the emperor was little, his grandmother forbade him to eat too many sweets, and he did it all in secret. Nodding respectfully, the man looked at the girl in front of him and said that this caramel was multifaceted and he liked the gift. The ruler asked her to tell him if there was anything she wanted, and Meldenica thought they were finally getting to the most important thing. The so-called law of gift, which was in force at the court of this state, was one of the unspoken but existing laws. A gift to someone from the emperor's family was given at a corresponding price, but the law lost its force as the power of the aristocrats grew. Clenching her palms, the blonde thought that in the original, Sharia was the one who benefited at that moment, but this time it would be her. Resting her elbows on the table in an official pose, Meldenica raised her head and said that she was requesting a personal audience with His Majesty. They discussed how long it would take, and Mel promised just 5 minutes, afraid of seeming like a sycophant at that point. The blonde was tense until she heard that His Majesty was agreeing to satisfy the request. Having received his happy decision, the girl relaxed a little and was able to calmly enjoy a delicious dinner surrounded by their family. When Sion advised his friend to eat more, and the emperor noted their warm relationship, the boy said that Mel was very talented. The prince began to list the wonders of flower bubbles, cooked food and cotton candy, and the green-eyed girl said that he was flattering her. The eldest prince said that he had also been to Meldenica's shop, where many of the toys reminded him of his childhood and the warm times of his youth. Looking at Cassian, the blonde wondered if the dreamcatcher had really helped him so much that he had helped her out more than once. She immediately remembered that in the original story, he had never stood up for anyone, and she forced a nervous smile onto her face, becoming worried. A little later, having measured out 5 minutes with an hourglass, the emperor folded his hands under his chin, asking why she needed this audience. The girl didn't even have time to start speaking, when suddenly the gray-haired man raised his hand and said that her desires were actually clear to him. The green-eyed girl lowered her head when she heard that he couldn't help with this, no matter how good the gift he had given her was. The emperor suddenly asked about what was going on with Cassian and whether she wanted to become a princess, given the possible relationship between them. Pressing her palm to her lips, Meldanika thought that, of course, she had allowed misunderstandings between them, but not such a colossal one. She muttered that she was not in any romantic relationship with the crown prince, and the ruler recoiled in surprise. The man didn't seem very pleased, mentally wondering if this girl had just openly turned his son down. Mel said that she had nothing but respect for the prince, and that she was not his equal, and the emperor thoughtfully said that these were amazing words. When asked what brought her here then, the blonde replied that she had brought a petition regarding a problem that had arisen with the business. The girl spoke about how Duchess Babaloa is stifling small businesses by breaking laws, and the gray-haired man said that she benefits from the solution to this problem. The man muttered that he was not going to get involved in this family conflict, and Meldenica said that it was not a family matter at all. The emperor listened silently to the fact that she herself would somehow survive without this business, but for the small organizations around her, everything would be different. Mel said that the petition was drawn up by those people who would suffer from this and asked His Majesty to look at the papers. Opening the folder and taking out the documents, His Highness admitted that he had never even thought that she could be so interested in ordinary people. From the original story, the girl knew how merciful the emperor was, not wanting people to suffer, and how cruel Hildegard was to them. The ruler said that he would appoint an investigation, and if violations were confirmed, he would take the case to court, and Meldenica thanked His Highness. When the gray-haired man asked if that was all, the girl muttered that she had something else she wanted to tell the monarch. Mel brought up the matter of excommunication and heard the man say that he had no intention of even agreeing to such a matter. The emperor also added that there could be only a few who deserved such punishment, and the blonde sighed, expressing disagreement with him. She asked to be excommunicated, and then she placed her palm on her chest and honestly said that she wished to leave the Babaloa clan and not be with them. The green-eyed girl silently listened to His Highness's words about how it might be difficult for her to cope without the help and support of her family. The man looked at her with interest when he heard that she was asking not just to be excommunicated, but to do something else instead. The emperor muttered that Meldenica was quite a patient girl, clutching the gilded hourglass as time ran out. Pulling them towards him, the gray-haired man stated that he would like to spend a little more time discussing these issues with her, and nodded. At the same time, little Axion thought that 5 minutes had passed long ago, but next to Mel, you don't even notice how quickly time flies. The blonde man was pleased because he assumed that even though the girl said she didn't love his brother, he was interested in her. Opening the door to the office, Meldenica asked in surprise what he was doing there, and the boy immediately asked if she had received her father's approval. Putting his fingers together, the boy said that, by the way, there was a beautiful lake in the garden, and suggested that she take a walk there with her brother. The heir said that if she didn't want to, then of course she didn't have to go, because he was a great knight, and the girl thought that his intentions were clear. Smiling, Mel said that he could then invite his brother, hoping that Cassian would simply feel awkward hanging out with them. That's what she thought until she found herself in the garden with the eldest crown prince, and all the emotions were written on her face. Walking forward, the fair-haired man himself could not understand why he had agreed to be here on his own, despite how much work he had. Meldenica stopped next to him, letting out a sigh of admiration, and immediately covered her mouth with her hand, asking where such a lake came from inside the palace. She muttered that, according to Axion, love arises between people who come here, and the man nodded to confirm this legend. The prince immediately felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water from the lake, when he heard that they had been destined to go against the legend. The blonde quickly stepped forward, suggesting that they become close friends instead, and the heir half-heartedly agreed. Looking at her, Cassian thought that tomorrow all the aristocrats bribed by the Babaloa family would demand her excommunication from the family. He couldn't understand why she, a far from stupid, intelligent, and smart girl, despite all this, was smiling so brightly that evening. The green-eyed girl was distracted from her thoughts and turned around, stopping when Her Highness called her name more quietly than usual. He was about to ask if she was happy now, but suddenly Zion's voice was heard, shouting that it was time to entertain them. Suddenly, Sparkling pieces of multicolored confetti rained down on the young people with relatively quiet pops. The girl seemed delighted by this surprise, but her interlocutor was far less sincerely enthusiastic about it. Laughing, Meldenica said that she understood what kind of entertainment Zion had promised then, and muttered that he had done well. Looking at the thoughtful air, the blonde suddenly replied that she was very happy now, and would be even happier tomorrow. The prince imagined the girl as a free and self-confident idealist, thinking that he could go gray, trying to understand her and her actions. Carefully touching a strand of her hair with his fingers to remove a piece of blue confetti, the man muttered that her joy should not end. The blonde added that it was very pleasant to watch this, and kept in his thoughts the phrase that he liked to see happiness in her eyes. Looking at her shining face, the prince was sure that a world where children and idealists are happy is better than a world where corrupt officials rejoice. The girl said that she also hoped for his happiness because he was their valuable client, and asked him to come to their store a little more often. The next day, while Dominic was cleaning up and sweeping the floors of the store, the girl sat at the table and turned the pages of some book. The boy turned around, listening to the words that when a dragon curses, a person's skin becomes discolored and blisters appear on his hands. The blonde said that it was written in the book, and they say that Marcus Kanoa lost all his mana, but there is a nuance. She reminded him of the mark the boy had seen on her, saying that according to beliefs, it was a sign that the dragon's power was manifesting. As her gaze wandered over the page of the book, Meldenica muttered that it was quite possible that Marquis Kanoa would not be cursed. He asked why then all the people thought she was cursed, and the girl, without further ado, made a terrible grimace and ran her finger across her neck. Mel stated that all of them, the great artist and the genius pharmacist, had only been dead for a couple of months, and Dominic asked if the humor was too dark. Thinking about the possible outcomes of her life, from the absence of Mara to death, the blonde thought that she was not Hamlet. Meldenica, surprisingly, was even a little uncomfortable that she became the first of her kind on whom this dragon curse disappeared. That evening, Cassian gave her the book, saying that it was kept in a secret section of the Imperial Library. The prince then revealed that he had tried to understand the history of the curse of the Kanoa family when rumors began to circulate that it did not actually exist. Handing her the manuscript, the fair-haired man said that this was the only reliable source, and he believed that the Marquis was not cursed. He also said that, unfortunately, he could not influence her withdrawal from the Babaloa family, but he could give her this original document. The green-eyed girl smiled tenderly, remembering this moment, and thought that this is exactly how true friends act. Like the prince, she suddenly heard a cooing sound and turned around, noticing her little white bird sitting nearby on the windowsill, waiting. Meldenica said that she had no one to turn to for help today, and asked if she wanted to go with her, and the bird flapped its wings. The blonde blushed a little when he suddenly imagined Isaac's soft smile, and she caught herself thinking that he was like a talisman. Mel muttered that they could actually go together, and the little white bird landed on her index finger with its feet. She and Dominic went to the trial, and the blonde knew perfectly well that from that moment on, everyone would only be waiting for her quick fall. In the courtroom, opposite the judge, there were two separate stands with representatives of the Babaloa family and their adult daughter. The dark-haired judge banged his gavel and asked for silence as he announced that trial number 301 was about to begin. The Duke said that exile would be a disgrace to their family, and his wife tried to hide her smile behind her fan, saying that they must accept it. Yesterday, that same judge sat at the table with the Duchess, who told him that she wanted to change the verdict and saw no problem in it. She asked if it wouldn't be an opportunity for him to live a quiet and honest life and not have to worry about money. The judge silently struggled with himself, looking at the chest the woman held out to him when she said that it was an advance and the rest would come after the trial. Hildegard muttered that she didn't understand why he was so stubborn, since it was just about expelling a negligent girl from the family. Now the man said that they had looked into Babaloa's application, but the Duchess had not sent a response, and Meldenica nodded. The judge asked if she wanted to say anything else, and the green-eyed girl calmly replied that she didn't want to, looking at her opponents. The people present began to whisper about whether the verdict had not yet been reached, and the back of the courtroom began to buzz with the constant whispering of the spectators. The man listened to the words that this was just the expulsion of an impudent girl who did not even regret anything, and said that he would read the verdict. Mel felt a wave of relief wash over her when she heard that the accused Meldenica Babaloa was being expelled from her clan by statement. The Duke clearly didn't expect this, asking what it meant while everyone around him began to chatter that this was the first expulsion of a high-ranking aristocrat. He looked back at his wife and looked so angry at that moment that he was ready to burst, and the audience did not calm down. The man asked how she dared to decide such a thing behind his back, and the redhead replied that it was a rotten root that needed to be removed. The blonde man slammed his fist on the counter and ordered her to follow him, because he could no longer listen to other people's words about how he had problems. Hildegard turned around, folding her arms across her chest, and with a victorious smile said that this decision would not be subject to change. She said that now the boys needed to go to the stationery store as planned and spread the news quickly. The Emperor, conveying the decision to Meldenica, said that Hildegard seemed to be plotting something, asking whether the girl was really all right. Flashing a bright smile, the blonde said that she was perfectly fine because she got exactly what she wanted today. Thanks to Babaloa's reporters, the news spread quickly, and newspapers reported that the long-awaited confession had happened. The first child on whom the heavens fell was Henry, who was simply in shock when he got his hands on a fresh, even still hot newspaper. Carrot opened the doors, stating that they needed to be ready because he had to help Mal with the owner of the magic tower right now. Rasmus looked at Isaac, indignantly asking what tricks Duchess Babaloa had used that they needed to intervene. The man clutched his head and asked what the gentleman would do if it was too late, and shouted that he was simply terrified of everything. Rasmus leaned his hands on the table and said that the boss knew perfectly well what this meant, but did not interfere with what was happening at all. Isaac calmly replied that no one had asked him for help, and the blonde-haired man sighed, showing either irritation or surprise. The young man, clicking his teeth in anger, said so be it, and asked not to regret it, starting to walk in the other direction. Isaac felt resentful because the bird he gave her to contact for urgent questions and help never came to him. At that moment, the dark-haired man was sure that Meldenica was smart, and if she needed help, she would immediately turn to him. When the man wondered if it could be because of Dominic, who was constantly rubbing against her, he squeezed the pen too hard, causing a blotch. The dark-haired man exhaled loudly, picking up the damaged page from the table, and thought that now he would have to rewrite everything. Isaac let out a breath, thinking that even with the connection they had made, they were still not close to each other. Leaning back in his chair, the man thought that if he helped her without being asked, it could be perceived as curiosity. Little Henry suddenly appeared next to his chair and cautiously asked if he would disturb Mr. Isaac, who asked what was wrong. The little scientist tried nervously to squeeze out that it was about Guro, and the tower chief looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Henry only blushed even more from excitement, covering his face with his hands, but the dark-haired man asked him not to worry and to talk. Carrot suddenly burst into the room, looking more like a hurricane, and loudly shouted that he was about to have a real nervous breakdown. The boys suddenly began to quarrel, talking about which of them was the master's best assistant, while Isaac silently looked at them. The dark-haired man said that if the accident was Henry, Carrot and Rasmus's fault, he would give them a chance to fix it together. In fact, the man knew perfectly well that they had done nothing, and Carrot clenched his fists, declaring that everything was not at all as he thought. He shouted that they must protect and comfort their amazing friend Mel. Henry supported him, but the boss suddenly said that he was against it. Isaac said firmly that Meldenica apparently had some kind of plan that they didn't need to interfere with, and the boys immediately became sad. Henry called the master cautiously because he noticed something unusual, although he did not want to attract even more attention from the master. He carefully said that the gentleman was holding the paper upside down, and the dark-haired man muttered that he really hadn't noticed it. The scientist suggested that Isaac had squeezed the sheet because something was bothering him, and the tower commander, with a patient sigh, replied that he was simply tired. Isaac closed his eyes, thinking that even though he looked like he didn't care, deep down he was worried about the girl. He was so worried that even the children noticed, and Henry said that first of all they would have to go to Mel's and see. Leaning against the table, the man muttered that he had made a mistake, but when the children asked him again, he quietly said that it didn't matter. The tower chief said that he thought they should go to Meldonique, and the guys looked at each other excitedly and joyfully. Henry waved his hands, declaring that everything would be fine, and the blood container broke, and Carrot declared that, in fact, it was intact, and they needed to leave. They started bickering again about who Mel would be happier with at that moment, and Isaac laughingly said that they would go together. When asked by the kids why he doesn't call her by a short name, Isaac replied with a smile that he calls her by a special name. After the trial, the girl somehow managed to get rid of the paparazzi and journalists who wanted a comment from her. When Meldenica had the opportunity to get home, her favorite stationery store was completely destroyed. Looking at the ruins that remained in place of the place that had been safe and cozy in the morning, the blonde lowered her head. Mel sighed and quietly asked what was going on, and Dominic appeared and muttered that this was all that was left of their shop and home. The girl muttered that she understood, although her soul was in disarray, because she could not have imagined that everything would be so bad. She was transported back to her childhood, where Hildegard called her a silly girl and said that no matter what she did, everything would fall apart. The little girl's green eyes widened when she heard that the woman would destroy everything that was connected to her stepdaughter, and she chuckled. During the first experiments of the grown-up Meldenica, the red-haired one also said that she would not allow these trinkets to be put on display. Those around her only quietly whispered and giggled, listening attentively to the way in which the Duchess openly humiliated her non-native daughter. As soon as Mel quietly asked why, her father's wife stated that she had previously promised to destroy everything she couldn't get her hands on. Looking at her feet, the blonde exhaled loudly, thinking that she was incredibly tired of this woman's interference. Turning to the Duchess, who was standing next to a lady with a short haircut, Meldenica quietly asked what they were doing here. She stated that ma'am would have to make it up to her, and the lady pointed forward, asking if the simpleton knew who she was talking to. The blonde muttered that they were going to destroy her property, but it was possible to part ways peacefully with a commoner. Mel warned that she could be fined if she did so, and Hildegard said that she had better worry about herself, since she had no protection. Taking a few steps towards the girl, the Duchess hissed at her to just get the hell out of here. She asked if the little girl still thought she was still a member of the Babaloa family, and Mel calmly waved her hand, saying no. Meldenica declared that the woman would pay for everything, and she, not without surprise at such impudence, folded her arms across her chest and looked ahead. The lady behind her whispered that this was a document confirming the status of an aristocrat and had the seal of His Majesty on it, and Mel nodded. Snatching the paper from her hands, the redhead screamed that this simply couldn't be. She had no title, and forging documents was illegal. The Duchess read that due to the right of succession of Meldenic's closest relatives, Kinoa is the 14th Marchioness. The redhead whispered that it was simply impossible, and Meldenica asked why, asking if she was finally afraid of her now. Looking at the women in front of her, the blonde calmly stated that she would have to repeat herself since they hadn't heard. Looking at her former stepmother, the blonde whispered that she dared to illegally swear allegiance to the property of another aristocrat. The Kinoa family, which was considered cursed, was able to make a fortune by awakening the incredible abilities of dragons a long time ago. After the death of their descendant, Meldenica's mother, all property and landholdings passed to the Babaloa family, and nothing remained of the clan. When the girl asked the emperor to inherit the title of Kinoa, he said that she certainly had that right, but it wouldn't help much. He warned that the fortune was reduced to a pile of stones, and that the relatives had fled to other lands, but the blonde did not back down. The emperor asked if she really wanted to take her mother's name, and the girl folded her hands together, nodding in agreement. Shaking his head, the gray-haired man quietly noted that she would not have done this without some kind of plan, and noted that the girl was very determined. Now Mel said that her store had been declared the property of the Kinoa family, and they were not so stupid as to recklessly go against the law. Meldenica added that she would hire a lawyer and notify His Majesty, and when the Duchess asked how she dared, she ordered him not to point fingers at her. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl felt proud to have accepted her family name and said that she was the Marquise of Kinoa and not a commoner. In the novel, Lennox often resorted to such tricks, bringing to justice an aristocrat who tried to appropriate some of his possessions. However, looking at her former stepmother, the blonde remembered that she was dealing with a countess who could shorten her sentence if necessary. Thinking that a short arrest would only hurt her pride, Mel heard Hildegard say that she had prepared well for this. Clutching the paper, the redhead said that she could try to sue her because all this was nothing compared to what awaited her in the future. The woman said that she had to go and that she should prepare better next time, but Meldenica suddenly ordered her to stop. With a loud sigh, the blonde muttered that the Duchess didn't seem to fully understand the essence of the situation. The redhead's eyes widened when she heard the girl ask if she was going to the palace, since her actions were predicted. The blonde said that she would send a petition personally to Duke Babaloa and did not think that he would be delighted with all her past actions. Hildegard turned and grimaced when asked if she thought she would be thrown out after such a clear violation of the law. The Duchess asked how this scoundrel dared, and Dominic suddenly appeared next to the girl, declaring that he had recorded the entire conversation. Smiling, Meldenica said that she had evidence and clarified that it was true that the Duchess did not have so much control over everything. The woman's face twisted in horror when she heard the words that a large number of witnesses had gathered here, and that her situation was this. As soon as Hildegard jumped into the carriage, the blonde smiled, saying that she was very scared since she ran away. Dominic said they had stolen the jewelry, and Mel put her hand to her chin, muttering that she had assumed as much. In fact, she modified it and made a pendant out of the stone, putting it in a box so that the Duchess could steal it if she was rummaging around. While preparing this trap, the girl thought about how she could turn the actions of someone who tortures small children for no reason against her. Meldenica probably didn't know whether the woman would take the bait, because there was still the possibility that she wasn't so naive and stupid. Now the Duchess sat in the carriage in complete shock and looked at the small chest that stood on her knees, on the skirt of her dress. Looking at the stone, she thought that it was not useless. Some kind of power emanated from it, and it definitely contained some kind of secret. Hildegard asked her assistant if the stone looked like an illusionary one, and the girl with short hair said yes. Taking it in her hands, the redhead thought about the fact that this bastard could have deprived him of his power, and this could be used as evidence against her. The woman muttered that the Viscount was dead, just at the moment when he could have been of some use, and the lady suddenly called to her in alarm. She whispered that something was happening to her face, and the redhead looked in the reflection, seeing something strange on her neck and cheeks. The Duchess jumped up in horror and screamed, trying to understand what was happening, until her assistant asked her not to panic and calm down. The redhead couldn't understand what Meldenica had done, and thought that she had to immediately throw away this damned stone. She remembered Meldenica's mother saying that she was dying, and knew that her husband had cheated on her with Hildegard, and she had replied that it was true. The woman stated that it was a deformity, nodding at her face, and the blonde calmly asked her if she was talking about their family curse. Looking at the strange spots on her white body, the future Duchess remained silent, but the woman said that she was not dying for this reason at all. The redhead thought that even if she could see the future, there was no way she could prevent her own death. Hildegard felt fear when she heard from the Marquise that it was she who poisoned her food, and this provoked such changes in the body. The blonde muttered that no one believed her, and the woman jumped up from her seat, saying that no one would believe her because she was a monster. Closing her eyes, the girl muttered that she understood the situation perfectly well, and that she had done everything she could do now. Now the Marquise's words were ringing in the Duchess's ears like an alarm that if she continued to behave like this, she too would eventually die from the curse. Touching the words on her neck, which seemed to be burned in like a brand, she thought that this language was certainly ancient. She suddenly heard the word death, and her usually very confident look was distorted by bright horror. The Duchess grabbed her neck. She croaked something unintelligible and dropped the sparkling stone while her assistant tried to understand what was happening to the lady. Something incomprehensible suddenly appeared inside the carriage. A huge ball of black energy that seemed to easily pass through it. The brunette moved forward and tried to save her mistress, screaming with fear and excitement and trying to quickly come to her senses and wake up. The girl wanted to help her straighten up and pressed her head against her forehead until the Duchess's entire face was covered with red scars. But instead of her assistant, Hildegard saw something very scary, an incomprehensible gray creature with sharp teeth. The two of them tumbled out of the carriage while the Duchess was screaming incoherently. The assistant was calling for security, and Mel turned around because she hadn't expected this. The blonde froze when the picture in front of her stopped, like in a book, and a soft voice asked her not to be afraid because he stopped time. The green-eyed girl turned around at the familiar voice that she had missed, which said that she shouldn't come close because it was dangerous. Looking at her, Isaac reassuringly said that Duchess Hildegard had lost her mind and preferred to escape from reality. Meldenica looked at her old acquaintance in surprise, wondering what exactly the Duchess's desire to escape from reality meant. The dark-haired man suddenly muttered that she was very nice, and then shook his head and said that he thought the stone had shown her her deeds. At worst, people simply suffer from nightmares when using the illusion stone, but Hildegard was guilty of many things. Her experiences and thoughts materialized the illusions she saw with such force that their symptoms began to form on her body in the literal sense. Gently taking Meldenica's hand, Isaac explained that the Duchess was now experiencing all her own atrocities and was unlikely to get out. Pulling her a little closer, the man said soothingly that he was trying to make her understand that she shouldn't blame herself and that she wasn't a villain. The blonde remembered how, as a little girl, she heard that she was a bitch, like her mother, and this death was on her conscience. Wondering if the woman had said something similar to her dying mother, Meldenica quietly thanked Isaac for the words. Hildegard did not die, but she had to face all her evil deeds that had captured her in their clutches. Stepping towards the carriage, the girl quietly said goodbye to the Duchess, who had done nothing but prevent her from being happy all her life. Sitting on the rubble of her shop, the man explained that it was dangerous for Meldeniki to approach her just because of this strong resentment. The dark-haired man suddenly looked off to the side and said that the first time it happened was when he was 10, and Mel turned around. It was a serial killer who was killing children in an alley. His mana went out of control and the man died, and he was overcome with guilt. Clutching the fabric of her green skirt, the blonde paused and quietly asked if he was trying to calm her down in this way. Isaac asked cautiously if that was the case, and Meldenica smiled and said she would take it as if he was completely on her side. The head of the Tower of Magicians casually said that she did not communicate with the person on her side at all, and Mel exhaled nervously. He quietly added that he had been waiting to meet her, and the blonde waved her hands, saying that she had been trying to call and contact him these days. Thinking immediately that it would be easy for him to refute this, Meldenica exhaled and admitted that she was going to call him later. They were silent together and seemed to be sitting on the ruins of her newly started life, but they felt surprisingly peaceful and calm. The blonde nodded when she heard Isaac's words about Duchess Hildegard being in the underworld, but Duke Gessman still here. Mel knew it wouldn't be easy, since Sharia had gained divine powers and become a saint, and the Duke was also rapidly gaining momentum. The girl closed her eyes and thought that cockroaches became smarter when they were in mortal danger, and the Duke, apparently, did too. The girl suddenly asked if she had given permission for some nickname, and from the man's reaction, she realized that she had not yet had time to do so. Smiling brightly, Meldenica said that now he definitely doesn't have to worry about this, because they are definitely on the same side. The blonde held her hands out in front of her, reminding him that he should teach her alchemy, and the tower chief looked surprised. Soon Carrot and Henry appeared there, and began to scream in horror about what had happened, because just yesterday everything had been normal. Thinking about how to calm the kids, who were clearly upset by the situation, Mel waved her hands and said that she was fine. Carrot became like a dragon, screaming that the master had protected her fortunately, and that they were just bastards, not family, and he was going to burn them right now. He conveyed that Axion and Marisa were also furious and ready to break everyone's teeth, and the blonde screamed that she shouldn't talk like that. The boy said that his friend even made a voodoo doll, but she was scolded, and they also wanted to come, but he said that Mel needed a rest. He stated that relaxing was more important than hanging out with the kids, and the blonde praised him, despite being a child himself, and stroked Henry's hair. The blonde carefully placed the baby on her lap and immediately noticed the tension between the boys, asking what was the matter. Carrot thought with irritation that Henry was playing on his childish age, trying to draw all of Mal's attention to himself. The boy pointed his finger at his so-called rival, stating that it was a completely unfair move, and the blonde looked surprised. Carrot shouted that he had been silent before, but now he would not be silent anymore, saying that Henry was definitely not the son of the master of the Tower of Magic. Meldenica watched in surprise and confusion as the little kids argued about everything under the sun, shouting at each other. The bigger kids said that Mr. Isaac didn't even look like a married man, asking if he was really that cool. The blonde softly agreed that he was indeed attractive, and Carrot stated that even Meldenica confirmed this. As Carrot began to prance around them as if something magical had happened, Mel looked at him with some surprise. Isaac noted that Carrot couldn't talk and act like that to little Henry, who was clearly quite upset about everything that was happening. Yes, the tone of the head of the magic tower was indeed serious, but something similar to pride and joy was emblazoned on his face. The green-eyed girl wondered if even beautiful people rarely received compliments, and thought that she should tell Dominic the same. He showed up right there, asking what had happened while he was gone, and Isaac wondered why he looked like he'd been swimming. The tower commander chuckled and asked if they really had a permanent strategic partnership, and the knight looked even more dissatisfied. Dominic wanted to tell him about their contract, but the blonde pointed her hand to the side, shouting that security was heading their way. Meldenica understood that although Isaac was on her side, it was too early to reveal Dominic's true identity to anyone. Later, Cassian examined the same illusory stone, hearing that it seemed to have been given to the Duchess by Viscount Talon for her revenge. The fair-haired man heard that they had tried to hush up the information, but these rumors were spreading as quickly as rumors about Guessman's affair. Blue Eyes wondered if this could be connected with Meldenica, and the servant asked what the heir was worried about. Muttering that it was not so, Cassian placed the flask on the table, ordering that this thing be taken to the Internal Investigation Department. The prince said that there was nothing suspicious here, and it was tedious to write that there was not enough evidence yet, and the servant nodded in agreement. Cassian couldn't help but admit that he had once again made an exception that he shouldn't have allowed himself, and it all weighed on him a little now. But, imagining before himself the image of the wonderful Meldenica, who was happy, free, and smiling brightly, the prince did not even regret it. After some time, the Minister of the Interior asked how the title-giving ceremony could be in 2 weeks if there was a curse. Ignoring this, the blonde man replied that they needed to do this to avoid rumors, and heard that the ceremony had to be shortened. The minister asked if Lady Meldenica could be asked to reschedule, and the fair-haired man asked if they could really hope to do so. Frightened, the dark-haired man immediately declared that if it needed to be done in 2 weeks, then they would manage, and the prince thought that he was not so naive. Covering his mouth with his hand so that no one could see his smile, the eldest heir to the throne thought about seeing her at the ceremony. After some time, Meldenica was sitting on the sofa and muttering that there were only 2 weeks left, holding some important paper in her hands. Meldenica looked very happy, stating that it happened too quickly, and she even felt like she wasn't quite ready for it. Dominic said he thought the sooner the better so she could get it out there, and the blonde replied that there was one problem. She sighed and said that after the documents were handed over, she would have 7 days to find a manager for her estate. Otherwise, if she fails, her title will automatically become invalid, and everything will simply go down the drain. Folding his arms across his chest, the knight suddenly shook his head and declared that this order was established in accordance with the old laws. Mel thought that it was worth talking to the old manager of the estate, because he could probably know all the secrets of the marquise that she needed. Clutching her head, she muttered that she had no time and could not leave the store, promising Dominic a slide if he went for her. He said he would agree if it was a pile of gold with a bunch of minerals inside, and the girl thought that it was already a whole mountain. The dark-haired man carefully asked if everything would be okay, since she would have to go there alone after all, and Mel froze, raising her head. Looking down, the young man explained that they knew nothing about her curse, and that enemies could attack her at any moment. The green-eyed girl swallowed quietly when the knight carefully admitted that he was worried, because she used to be an orphan without any loved ones. It was he who became her family, and now Meldenica leaned forward, laughing, asking what he was doing, because she was not a little girl at all. Asking him not to worry about her safety, the blonde said that they would see each other in a couple of days and smiled softly. She called him her hero, and Dominic folded his arms over his chest and looked away, trying to hide how embarrassed he felt. When Mel said that her protector would be there, the knight suddenly said that she should stay away from this strange man. The dark-haired man muttered that he didn't like him, and Meldenica looked at her interlocutor in surprise, not believing that this was possible. The girl sighed lovingly, dreamily muttering that Isaac was very handsome not only in his soul and actions, but of course in his body. Hearing this, Dominic turned red with anger and pointed his finger at her, declaring that he was leaving and that she should wait, because he would drag all her relatives. Later, Isaac stood near the destroyed store, creating a light blue portal, the edges of the designs glowing with bright white flowers. He muttered that he had restored the entire first floor, and the green-eyed girl smiled softly, saying that she was very grateful for that. Mel replied that she didn't think he would take it so seriously, and promised to pay him back when she received the money. Meldenica put her thin fingers to his chin and asked if he had refused the post of master, and the dark-haired man shook his head. Laughing softly, the man closed his eyes and said that he could not stop thinking about leaving this position calmly. The green-eyed girl mentally hoped that this was a joke, and then thought that perhaps this was a chance to make a contract. She thought about how she could become the strongest person, having a magic sword and being the master of a magic tower. A little later, he extended his hand to her and said that in order to begin studying alchemy, she needed to get to know it better. And Mel was surprised. The girl told everything about herself, even naming her height and mentioning that her hair was in excellent condition, although Isaac only needed data on mana. Still, the dark-haired man smiled sincerely, because he enjoyed learning new things about this girl, and asked if there was anything else. Raising her hand, Meldenica said that he would not wait, and she would not say a word about where her money and brilliant ideas were kept. When the man jokingly asked what she could offer, the girl asked how about a small heart. The man laughed, and the blonde was offended to hear this, because it was very valuable, but he hastened to say that she had misunderstood him. Mel said that she would forgive him, while Isaac was thinking about how sad he felt when they didn't see each other for a long time. The dark-haired man thought that perhaps he could worry a little less if he got to know her better during their shared activities. Meldenica suggested to the handsome master to start quickly, and the man's gray eyes sparkled with surprise and glittered. He quietly repeated this address, and the green-eyed girl pointed her finger at him with a smile, asking if he liked it. Isaac looked at his interlocutor in surprise when he heard from her that, since they were partners, they should come up with nicknames. Laughing and unable to contain the blush on his cheeks, the dark-haired man thought that his feelings for Meldenica were only gaining momentum. He said that pure mana is carefully used by alchemists, but its flow is too twisted, and this complicates any exit. Isaac said that it would likely be difficult to sense this energy, and there would be little of it, so they would need to untangle this flow. Extending his palm towards her, the man asked for her hand, and his whole being expressed the warmth and care from this person. The man gently explained that he would create a flow for her mana, and asked her to feel this clot, to imagine her own energy. Meldenica whispered a quiet agreement and placed her slender fingers into his palm, hidden by the leather of his gloves, and it seemed very intimate. The girl felt how the entire space around her lit up with a white-yellow glow, and she felt as if she was floating above the clouds. But she was immediately overtaken by the feeling of someone squeezing her body, and Mal frowned, not hearing Isaac calling her because everything was confused. He called out to her several times before shouting that it was enough, but the girl's green eyes widened with intense sensation. The dark-haired man pulled back, his face full of worry, and asked if everything was okay. But he was dull. The blonde's entire face began to look like a fresh tomato, because she blushed and began to breathe heavily, unable to cope with how hot it had become. The next moment, Meldenica suddenly fainted, and Isaac jumped up from his seat to prevent her from hitting the floor. He carefully laid her on the floor, starting to cast a spell, and the girl gradually came to her senses, opening her eyes, and her body was covered with strange patterns. As Mal crouched on the floor, the dark-haired man muttered that it seemed to be a mana explosion, and it was good that everything worked out because of her exchange. The girl suddenly laid him on his shoulder blades, and the usually calm face of the head of the magic tower stretched out in undisguised surprise. The dark-haired man called her name in surprise, but Meldenica wheezed that she had trouble breathing and asked him to do something. When Isaac touched her head to help, the blonde's palms clenched around his white shirt, and he thought there was a problem after all. Gradually, the blonde began to breathe more calmly, and the man with a soft smile asked if she would get off him because it was a little hard for him. Immediately blushing from embarrassment, the girl screamed for forgiveness so loudly that it seemed like the entire store was shaking from her embarrassment. Looking at the marks on her palm, the green-eyed girl thought about what the book had written, as if in such a case the mana was truly pure. She happily said that her mana seemed to have increased, but Isaac countered that it couldn't increase that quickly after training. Meldenica said that if he didn't believe her, then he could measure it, and grabbed his hand faster than the man could understand what was going on. Pulling back, the dark-haired man muttered that he really felt like there was more of her, like there was some kind of flow that was twisted. He muttered that he didn't understand whether it would last long or not, and Mel replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was that the mana was still increasing. The girl knew that she had to develop a mana vessel and its quantity as soon as possible in order to be able to resist Sharia when she returned. The green-eyed girl muttered that they had to do something for their mutual revenge, and the man nodded, asking what to do. She muttered that Sharia was currently in the Holy State on vacation, and Duke Lennox Guessman had recently gone there to visit her. Thirdly, according to her, there are rumors that they are working on creating new sacred relics, and when they are ready, they will be sent to the Empire. Mel said that Sharia and Gessman always worked together, which means that now they can use some of the relics themselves. In fact, it was said in the novel that unlike the relics that were in the Empire, there were others developed there, with a special effect. In the original story, Sharia gave them away for next to nothing to the common people, in exchange for which she was able to easily gain their favor in the future. Meldenica muttered that she had heard of auctions for their sale, and Isaac asked if she meant underground auctions. The dark-haired man muttered that if she wanted to take part in them, it would be very dangerous, but the girl said that everything was fine. Soon, the two of them actually came to the auction, listening to the fact that after the start, they had to raise their pointer and name their price. They both disguised themselves as others using a red and white wig, taking the number 57 sign for themselves. Meldenica said that silver hair suited him very well, and the man replied that it was very cute, while everyone around was looking for a host. The green-eyed one overheard that he was so eloquent that people forgot about everything and came to their senses, having already bought everything they could. After the bidding began, the man with gray hair smiled brightly and announced that the first lot was a slab with ancient writings. Thoughtfully rubbing her lips with her finger, the girl thought that this seemed to be the same man who was famous for his eloquence. She was not impressed, but the people behind her shouted that it was simply incredible, and if they had money, they would buy everything possible. Looking at her interlocutor and his thoughtful face, Meldenica thought that Isaac also didn't really understand what was going on. Everyone except them seemed to be under hypnosis, and they surprised the couple by offering 50 or 70,000 becquerels for the so-called antiquity. While the presenter was gesturing and talking about the lots, the blonde thought she noticed something on his hand out of the corner of her eye. Leaning towards her, Isaac asked her quietly and worriedly if everything was okay with her, and the girl quietly muttered words of agreement with him. At the same time, the host announced the last lot, which should definitely be of interest to everyone who might be present here. He said that this is sacred water from a sacred state, which was invented not so long ago, and which definitely cures any disease. Everyone around shouted that they absolutely had to buy it, and Meldenica also caught herself thinking that it could be a good catch. Everyone announced 100, then 200,000 becquerels, while the green-eyed girl could not decide when to place her bet. She offered 1,000,000 becquerels, but that was unwise, because someone immediately outbid her with 2,000,000 becquerels. Isaac, who didn't really understand everything, calmly raised his number and made a bet of 11,000,000 becquerels for some unknown reason. Grabbing the man by the shoulder, the blonde asked why he did it, since she didn't have that kind of money, but he assured her that he would pay himself. He reminded her that they were one team, but the green-eyed girl could never have imagined that a man would be willing to spend so much money for the sake of the team. Seeing that even the host was confused by this proposal, the girl offered her palm to her chest and said that she was very glad of his alliance. As they walked back, Meldenica muttered that everything was fine, but the sensitive Isaac carefully asked what was bothering her. The blonde cautiously asked if he really had so much money because he was the tower's boss, and he nodded. Mel quietly asked him not to throw away such large sums of money in the future, but Isaac replied that it was okay to spend money for her sake. After thinking for a bit, the girl made up her mind and muttered that she was the kind of friend who wouldn't use him for money. Suddenly, the same host from the recent event caught up with them, calling the guests and suddenly asking them to state their names. The young man's gray hair was disheveled, and he clearly looked like he was about to run very fast to catch up with both of them. Meldenica felt a little uncomfortable when she realized that he was looking at her hand in a certain place. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl asked if, according to the rules of this auction, the names of the participants were not only not announced, but were not even asked about. The young man immediately became a little confused, agreeing, and muttered that this was indeed so, and his face lengthened a little. The green-eyed girl couldn't understand what the matter was at all, because this presenter seemed strange and quite strange to her. Immediately waving his hands so as not to be punished for violating the auction rules, he muttered that she really didn't have to talk. He forced out that it seemed to him that he and my lady might meet again in the near future, if she understood. After this, he ran away, and the girl muttered that everyone praised him for his eloquence, but she did not notice this skill in him. The blonde was still quite surprised, muttering that he was quite handsome in appearance, and it was all strange. Isaac asked again if she found him attractive, and the green-eyed girl shrugged, saying that he had a pleasant appearance. Frowning, the man muttered that he too had now begun to think about him, but he kept quiet about the fact that he was doing so in a completely different context. Feeling a chill run between them, Meldenica muttered that he had run away without finishing his sentence, and that made her feel uneasy. Isaac smiled and said that he felt a little uneasy too, but his face was relaxed, not showing any concern. When the girl tried to find out what was going on and the man replied that it was nothing serious, Mel mentally called him boring. Soon the green-eyed one was already standing in her house, while the head of the Tower of Magicians carried out certain manipulations with both of them. Isaac said with a smile that he had reversed the magic, and the girl rubbed her neck with her palm, not without fatigue, thanking him for all this, mentally starting to communicate with Dominic, who said that he had completed her assignment, and Meldenica suggested that Isaac take a little rest. The knight tried to explain to her why he had failed to bring the girl's close relative, a descendant of the Marquis of Konoha, but it was hard to hear. The blonde thought that the connection was interrupted due to distance, and then she thought that the person was interesting if Dominic hadn't caught him. Mel asked her friend to be careful as she and Isaac sat down at the table to take a break. Taking out a flask of holy water, the dark-haired man muttered that it was the subject of their research, while the girl thought about whether to tell about Dominic. Last time she hadn't allowed the knight himself to confess, but now she felt sure and confident that she trusted Isaac completely. Meldenica asked if he remembered Dominic, and the dark-haired man asked if he was talking about the guy he saw with her that time. Mel muttered that he was probably interested in hearing about him, and the man replied that he was curious because they were close friends. The blonde blushed a little when she heard that if she felt uncomfortable, she could say it later, since she trusted that guy. After thanking him, the green-eyed girl asked what was wrong with the water, and Isaac replied that it was emitting something like mana, not a divine aura or power. Hearing that they couldn't sense it because they weren't priests, the girl muttered that it would be cool to steal a priest. Gently stroking her hand with his own, the dark-haired man said that there was no need to worry, because the lie would quickly dissipate and the truth would come to the surface. He smiled softly and said that if there was something special in this holy water, they would definitely be able to find it after research. Isaac was like a tree that Meldenica could lean on to rest a little, and with him she could do anything. Rising from his seat, the man suggested that she start training with her manhwa, since they had a lot of things to do. He said that he had a serious workload, and the blonde thought to herself that she was taking it back, swallowing hard. Now he appeared as just a cruel trainer of a professional athlete, and nothing more, commanding that there were only 5 times left. Soon after the lesson, Meldenica could barely stand on her feet, thinking with her last strength that she felt squeezed like a lemon. The green-eyed girl immediately thought that thanks to Isaac, she had managed to complete this difficult task of the retro circle, and the package had probably been delivered. At the same time, the girls at the academy shouted that everything had finally been delivered, seeing an interesting diary with a lock in front of them. The girls started talking about how the item looked quite ordinary, but their leader suddenly found instructions for use. She read that if you write something in a diary, it will appear in other diaries, and the community members gasped in delight. From that moment on, this diary became a kind of communication for them, a place where they could freely share their thoughts. Even in boring classes, he was able to communicate a little, because writing words in a diary was like taking notes. Gradually, rumors about what this interesting thing was began to spread among many other girls. The Retro Society girls shared with each other how they managed to advertise this amazing store. They called Lady Mudcella to join in their discussion, and the blonde apologized, explaining that she had been lost in thought. The girls began to discuss how they found Lady Sharia's company strange, as she suddenly began to treat everyone with disdain. They tried to come up with a new way to find out what this company was up to, and one of the participants volunteered to help. 7-year-old Haley, who has a cute panda ear hairstyle, said she would be able to find out everything carefully because she is small. It was in this interesting way that Meldenica got her own very useful and completely unnoticeable spy at the Women's Academy. One day, Sharia, dressed in a simple white dress, sat on her knees in front of a large sword, her head covered with a transparent scarf. Duke Gessman suddenly appeared, asking if she had heard the rumors about Duchess Babeloa and if she was okay. The girl replied that, of course, she had heard everything, and looking at her, the dark-haired man thought that she was the one who did everything according to God's will. The man thought that smiling in response to such news about his mother's condition was a rather strange reaction, but he decided to remain silent. Lennox asked when they would return to the Empire, and the green-eyed woman said that right now, since she had her weapons ready. She asked if Lennox knew what the sword was for, and the dark-haired man paused for a moment before saying that he obviously didn't. The man asked irritably if she was trying to teach him, And Sharia replied with a bright smile that it was not at all what it seemed. The girl nodded and said that this was the holy sword that had destroyed many other races during the Holy Demon War. She added that with this sword, one can take away everything that other races have, because it spews mana and destroys all living things. Smiling, Sharia said that after interacting with it, all living things could disappear forever, and it would be her first weapon. Nodding, Guessman asked about the second weapon, and the pink-haired girl calmly said that she would sell holy water and relics. Turning to the future groom, the girl whispered that the holy water and relics would certainly take on the new form they needed. Sharia whispered that that was why His Holiness wanted them sold, and Lennox thought she was being very strange. He couldn't figure out if it was because he hadn't seen her in a long time, or if something had changed even though she was sticking to their plan. The Duke asked if they just needed the right to sell, saying that he had a building in front of the academy and they could sell there. Suddenly embracing the young man in a tight hug, the girl laughed brightly and told the Duke that this was just what they needed. She asked to return to the Empire as quickly as possible and start everything from scratch together, while Hessman only remained thoughtfully silent. Pulling Sharia's face away from him slightly, the dark-haired man agreed, saying that they would do so, and then suddenly stated something else. Leaning over, the man said that they were getting engaged tomorrow and leaned down to capture the girl's lips in a kiss. He muttered that he didn't want any unknown guys looking at her, and Sharia blushed from the tips of her ears, calling out to him. The girl, suddenly embarrassed, told the groom that the date would have to be set when they returned home, so that they could agree on everything with her father. Pressing her face against his chest, she muttered that everyone would be happy about their relationship, and the name of the winner would forever remain in history. Meanwhile, while Meldenica and Isaac were training again, Dominic reported that the Marcus had just finished working on the paperwork. They started talking about why the Tower Chief was doing such things, and even managed to argue a little about who was closer to Mel. Deciding to separate them first, the blonde touched Isaac's back with her palm and asked him to check the supply of holy water. Raising his hand, the blue-eyed man declared that he would stay here because this was his home, and Meldenica asked why he was talking about this. When she asked him to be more friendly, Dominic said he didn't want to talk to him because he wanted to take her away from him. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about, because they were like one family, and the dark-haired man shyly scratched his neck with his hand. Changing the subject, the blonde asked what happened to that relative, and the knight replied that he couldn't catch him but put a mark on him. She muttered that she wanted to meet before the ceremony, but it couldn't be helped, and she would try to formally call him after that. Stroking her chin, Meldenica said that this man would probably want to see her once he knew of her power, and Dominic asked what she meant. Pointing her finger at him, the blonde suddenly reminded him that he was, in fact, a sword hero, and the young man was clearly surprised. According to the plot of the book, the people actively supported the Hessman family solely because he managed to contact the knight Dominic. The blonde said that she was going to reveal his identity at the ceremony, and he would also have an official status, and the young man nodded. He muttered that in that case he would very much like to be a butler, surprising the girl with the words that being a butler was great. Bowing his head, the man said with a smile that he had learned something while working here, and that he enjoyed decorating the inside of a family the most. Dominic also thought for a moment, and said that Marisa had told him that there was nothing better than a careful and attentive man. Meldenica involuntarily remembered that when she first met the knight, he thought only about the conquests of the Empire, and did not even like to mow the grass. But then the young man seemed to realize how pleasant it was to live an ordinary life, and began to find work around the house on his own. Rubbing her neck, the blonde couldn't figure out what to do, because the position of a butler was hardly suitable for a 1,000-year-old hero knight. Smiling, she nevertheless said that she would soon give him the position of butler, and the dark-haired man joyfully shouted that his dream would come true. Dropping a stack of papers on the table, including a list of all the aristocrats of the Empire, Mel said that first they needed to choose the guests. The two of them immediately began discussing possible guests, finding out that they had never heard some of the names before, and it was quite difficult. Meldenica invited Mudsella and several aristocrats who supported the emperor, the children of aristocrats, the rector and teachers. The two of them still had to personally attend several balls in order to invite various guests whose contact information they did not know. Fortunately, most of the candidates showed interest in her situation, agreeing to come even out of banal politeness or interest. One day, a lady said that Lady Sharia, who had recently returned, was getting engaged, and the date and time just happened to coincide. Her sister's return was surprisingly quiet, but she was going to strike her from behind without throwing around loud words. Nodding, Mel agreed, but she thought to herself that she probably did this on purpose to prevent the aristocrats from coming to her. Turning away from the lady too abruptly, the blonde thought that she had too many weapons for this fight with Sharia. She smirked and clutched the green hem of her dress with her fingers, mentally telling her opponent that she could look forward to it. Having received one letter, the blonde read the congratulations from one aristocrat, clutching the paper and growling angrily at him. She crumpled the paper, thinking that she had never expected Sharia to lead such a reclusive life upon her return. Throwing away the paper, Mel thought that she was probably preparing to officially announce the presence of divine power. After reading the letter from little Haley, the blonde thought it would be very sweet of her to pay for the diary with information. The little girl wrote that there were rumors that Lady Sharia possessed divine powers and was planning a feast with the Empress soon. Zion and his older brother's mother has been suffering from mana backflow for over 10 years, and Sharia seems to be able to fix it. The girl asked in the letter what would happen if this nasty lady gained the Empress's favor and whether it was possible to stop her. Tapping her fingers on the paper, Meldenica thought that little Haley was very smart, and Sharia was going to follow, just like in the novel. According to the plot, Sharia cured the Empress of her illness, after which she began to heal other people, from aristocrats to vagabonds. The blonde couldn't understand how she managed to become so strong, because in the book, the paralyzed walked again and the blind saw. Meldenica immediately remembered Isaac's message, in which he said that he was preparing to conduct a study of holy water. Shaking her head, the blonde muttered that she had been thinking about him a lot lately, despite the fact that they had only seen each other recently. Propping her cheek on her fist, the blonde stroked the white bird's head and muttered that she was curious what he was doing now. She suddenly saw the shadow of a man in front of her, who asked with a smile what exactly she might be curious about. Immediately waving her hands, the green-eyed girl said that nothing at all, asking what he was doing here at such a time, and blushed a little. The dark-haired man suddenly muttered thoughtfully that the moon was so bright today, and the stars were not visible at all. He simply remembered about her and decided to come in. The girl thought that this was an extremely ridiculous reason, but Isaac looked out the window and said with a smile that it was a beautiful night. She thought his expression seemed normal, but his ears seemed to be red, and she wondered if it could be from embarrassment. Her thoughts suddenly connected with the man's words, and her green eyes widened when he said he might miss her. He asked her if she wanted to go for a walk, and within minutes, the two of them were walking down the street, smiling happily at how beautiful it was. Isaac said that, to be honest, he lied about coming to see her just like that, and Meldenica couldn't help but be surprised when she heard all this from him. The man asked her if she remembered the man who was at the auction and who kept running through her head. When the blonde asked him what kind of strange person he was, the gentleman replied that he thought it would be better for her to hear it in person. The dark-haired man emphasized that the guy was asking about her, or, to be more precise, he was looking for a direct descendant of Marquise Kanoa who would receive the title. He said quietly that the fair-haired auctioneer was a distant relative of Marquis Kanoa who had survived. Isaac added that he thought the man could help lift the dragon's curse, and he left him the address of the store for him to stop by. The girl immediately thought that this man was not just trying to find out her name, and she shouldn't have let him go when he scared her a little. Gently touching her cheek, Isaac whispered that if she bit her lips, they would be cut, and it would hurt a lot. Meldenica whispered that it was like this, and leaned back, suddenly feeling terribly awkward, and became covered in bright red spots. She thought with horror that he had no sense of distance, and besides, he was very handsome, and hoped she didn't blush. Soon, the auctioneer, her relative, was sitting at the table in her shop, introducing himself as Basil Kanoa. She was told that he sometimes introduced himself as Dalton too, and the blonde folded her arms across her chest, humming quietly in thought. The girl asked why he was shaking so much in front of her, and introduced herself as Meldenica, saying that she had been told that he was looking for her. Opening his eyes and trembling violently, the young man suddenly shouted that he was 190 centimeters tall, and she did not understand what this meant. The blonde muttered that he looked like he was only 170 centimeters tall, asking who he was trying to fool. Closing his eyes in delight, the young man suddenly shouted that it was true and she couldn't be fooled, and then said that almost no one had ever guessed a lie before. Thinking that if his ability was to lie, Meldenica realized that then it was understandable why everyone at the auction had reacted so strangely. He leaned his palms on the table, leaned forward a little, and said that if she really was a marquise, then he had one request for her. With tears, he asked to save their family, declaring that the priests from the sacred country were killing people for the blessing of another nation. The girl listened sullenly to what he had learned, as if she had developed special family abilities, and she could help solve this problem. The young man said that the curse of the family is a blessing, but the dragon that cursed them has gone into hibernation, and this is a side effect. Mildenica asked if he was talking about a short lifespan, and the blonde man replied that he was talking about the reverse flow of mana. The green-eyed woman muttered that it sounded familiar to her, and the young man said that the empress of the state herself suffered from this disease. He said they had found a cure for the disease, and all the cases of unexplained early deaths were murders, and Mel gaped at him. The relative said that among the relatives, there was one who was a genius in medicine, and now for them, the phenomenon of reverse mana flow is not a problem. Meldenica said she would protect them, thinking she didn't know how anyone could remain so calm while talking about an incurable disease. She asked if this method worked on those who were not of the Konoha clan, and the blonde man said that it most likely did. The girl stated that the empress needed to be cured because she needed to get ahead of Sharia, who was planning to do so. It is precisely because of this that in the original novel, the girl managed to very skillfully and cunningly strengthen her precarious position in high society. Meldenica thought that this girl had taken away her parents, friends, fiancé, experience and chances, and she was ready to continue to act like this. Moreover, Sharia was already actively doing all this, trying to eradicate her from high and ordinary society in the most radical ways. The girl thought about the fact that, of course, she would like Zion's mother to get well just like that, but since it can be combined with business. The emotional young man at the same time shouted that she was an incredibly kind person, since she immediately agreed to help them. He said that hypnol root would help the empress, and Meldenica nodded when she heard that it had to be diluted in water, and there would be no side effects. The relative muttered that this could only be conveyed upon meeting, saying that she was amazing when he heard that they could be helped. Handing her the bag, the young man said that he brought it just in case, and the girl thought about how everything was resolved. Isaac suddenly appeared next to her, and confidently and quickly, but gently grabbed her thin wrist with his large hand, saying that she couldn't do this. He said that he had already asked her not to get involved in danger, and he would not allow her to test the potion's effect on herself, since she had already summoned mana. The girl said that this was the fastest way, but the man said that he would call a doctor, and together they would check the effect of the potion. Isaac stubbornly stated that if it didn't work, it would only get worse, and there was no harm in being careful, as long as the boy remained silent. Meldenica thought that he was a real stubborn person who really loved touching, but did not allow her to try the potion. But still, the realization that there was a person who was so worried about her sent a pleasant feeling of warmth through her soul. Suddenly showing a heart with his long, thin fingers, the relative clarified whether they had a romantic relationship. When Meldenica's green eyes bulged at him, the young man tried to carefully explain that it was in the air. She tried to explain that this was not the case at all, when suddenly Dominic flew into the store, shouting that he had a lead. He saw the boy and shouted that the swindler's name was Basil Konoha, and the young man squealed in fear when he saw him. Thus, the appearance of the knight corrected the awkward moment that arose after such an unexpected question from Basil. A little later, the blonde was alone, wondering why Isaac hadn't answered and why she had hesitated. At the same time, high-class aristocrats spent time drinking tea in a gazebo made of white marble that stood in the garden. The Empress said there were several new faces here, and Lady Mudsella thanked Her Majesty with a smile for the invitation. The Empress was undoubtedly a very beautiful woman, but she looked a little sickly, with bruises and wrinkles under her eyes. A little earlier, the girl told Meldenica that the only thing she could do to help was invite him to tea. She immediately growled when she remembered Lady Sharia's lateness that day, declaring that her behavior was completely immoral and impudent. Sighing, Mudsella said that it was for the best, and that they needed to tune the Empress first and then teach Sharia a lesson. Grabbing her new friend by the hands, the fair-haired lady confidently said that the Marquise would definitely succeed. Meldenica also introduced herself to the Empress as someone with the surname Konoha, and the woman replied that she had heard quite a lot about her. Her Majesty said that there was a time when she could not even imagine that she would dine on such food, because she lived in poverty. Mudsella looked at the woman and thought that usually conversations like this did not lead to anything useful or good. The Empress said that when she recovered her health, she would like to go to the mountains, and in her time there were many ladies who were fond of the mountains. Smiling, the blonde asked if the lady would like to go with her, since she also loved hiking in the mountains. The woman blushed happily when she heard that all she had to do was climb to the very top, drink a glass of wine with some cheese, and all her worries would disappear. The Empress confirmed that there was nothing better than fresh mountain air and a glass of wine, and Mel thought that communication was the basis of everything. Meldenica muttered that it was a great honor for her, and Her Highness said that Kinoa was very sincere, unlike modern ladies. Leaning back in her chair, the blonde confirmed these words, thinking that the lighting, temperature, and humidity were conducive. Soon it was announced that Lady Sharia had arrived, and she bowed, clutching the blue skirt of her dress with her fingers, greeting her mistress. She said that she hadn't seen everyone for a long time, especially Meldenica, and she didn't even turn around, but just sent her a short glance. As soon as she sat down opposite her, her sister tried her best to hold back a smile, thinking it was ironic how they were seated opposite each other. Sharia thanked Her Majesty for the opportunity to heal her, and the woman thanked her for coming today. She said the lady was rumored to have divine powers, and Babaloa replied that it was a bit presumptuous, but the pontiff himself said so. The two girls listened with displeasure to how this girl started talking about the holiness, and began to actively pretend that she cared. Mudsella said that Lady Meldenica also brought herbs that could help her, and Her Highness turned around, saying that it was true. Their conversation was interrupted by the butler, who asked for Her Highness's forgiveness to tell her some news, and the woman nodded. A couple of minutes later, Axion appeared in the gazebo, charged with energy, and with a bright smile asked how she was feeling now. Remembering the proprieties, the boy immediately put his hand to his chest and asked the ladies for forgiveness for interrupting the wonderful tea party. Meldenica's green eyes sparkled with happiness, and she thought that Zion's behavior was very gallant and amazing. The boy was delighted to see Mel, and she explained to her little friend that Her Majesty had invited her to this wonderful evening. Zion told his mother that his father's magical powers were due to Mel because she was always doing something useful, and the Empress gasped. Smiling at this description, the blonde thought that this was a way to show her value without saying a word about herself. Axion asked if she had done anything unusual today, and the girl replied that she had brought flowers to cure his mother. Turning to his mother, the child asked her if she knew what was good about Meldenica's inventions, and then said that they were very effective. Zion said that he was just worried that the divine power treatment might cause side effects again, and the woman exhaled. Sharia covered her mouth with her hand when she heard the boy say that his mother seemed very worried because she didn't know about it. Babaloa immediately assured that her divine power had no side effects, knowing full well that the plan could fall apart. The heir asked sullenly how one could believe these words, since the lady had not even been ordained to the priesthood yet, and she was not a member of the clergy. Axion, in his capacity as prince, rudely asked if the lady had any experience in treating such diseases, and suddenly an oppressive silence and tension arose at the table. Having decided to try what Lady Meldenica had brought, the Empress drank the brew and closed her eyes, humming thoughtfully. As soon as she said that it was strange, Mel became frightened, but Her Majesty declared that the headache and heavy breathing disappeared in an instant. The blonde relaxed, listening to what she had to, of course, observe the effect, but she didn't think that the symptoms would evaporate. Meldenica said that she would bring the remedy once a week, and the Empress replied that she had not felt so good for a long time. Gently squeezing the young girl's palm with her fingers, Her Majesty very sincerely and heartily thanked the Marquise of Kinoa. Sharia silently listened to the Empress's questions about how even the doctors said that finding a cure was not easy at all, but Mel managed to do it. She drank all her tea and felt like she was about to burst with rage, while the imperial family chatted sweetly with the girl. Suddenly, there was a sound of a glass cup breaking, and Babaloa apologized, explaining that the cup had slipped from her hands. Meldenica sighed mockingly and said that she certainly felt guilty towards Lady Sharia, but she believed that she would understand. Mel said that she had not observed any interaction with divine power during her research, and she would have to wait. Kinoa said with a smile that Her Highness's health was more important, and she replied that she too wished the Empress a speedy recovery. Meldenica understood perfectly well that this girl was angry that her plans had been ruined, and she didn't care at all about this woman's health. Some fair-haired lady at the table suddenly started her speech about how, nevertheless, It is not so easy to achieve the release of this divine power. Mudsella simply interrupted her loudly in mid-sentence, asking how Lady Meldenic had managed to come up with this too, and giving her a threatening look. The Empress said that she would wait for the girl once a week, and the blonde, smiling, replied that it was a great honor for her. The green-eyed girl involuntarily thought that sales in the store would also increase, since the academy near it was founded by the imperial court. Sharia asked if the lady across the way was named Mudsella Maxon, and then, when she agreed, said they would meet again soon. Protecting her ally, Kinoa placed her hand to her chin and said that Sharia should meet with her, as they had something to discuss. They later bumped into each other in the hallway when Babaloa suddenly called her sister, as if trying to tease her for rejecting her clan. When Sharia asked if they would have a frank talk, Meldenica walked around her and then calmly ordered her to turn to the wall first. The Duchess said that her sister would regret it, but the blonde replied that she would regret it for having picked up Duke Hessman. Smiling, the green-eyed girl asked if everything was okay with his reproductive function, since he was so flabby, and she kicked him once. Turning to face her, Sharia stared at her half-sister's face and muttered that she had changed lately. She remembered her childhood, when she tried her best to get closer to Sharia, for example, by giving her a box of her favorite chocolate. Meldenica said that it was absolutely new, because she had carefully packed it, but then someone called her younger sister to come quickly. Throwing the box back at her, the pink-haired girl stated that she wasn't going to go near her anymore and walked forward, snorting and smiling. But, even at that moment when her sister was afraid of her, talking about the curse, the blonde still continued to sincerely love her as her own. Sharia was exactly what Meldenica wanted to become. She always had a lot of friends with whom she could spend all her time. That's why she always obediently and without concealment told everything about her relationship with Lennox, happy when her sister asked first. Only later did Sharia say that her interest was due to the fact that he was the most famous person in high society and should suit her as a match. Mel asked if she should go to her mother, who was cursed because she had divine power and she could spend it on her own person. Meldenica had already grabbed the door handle when her sister said that Mother had already gone to a good place where she would be of no use. The Sharia that the heroine remembered may have been a self-confident egoist, but she never tired of taking care of her mother, the Duchess. Babaloa said she wants to create something special with the building she inherited from her mother and will announce details soon. The green-eyed girl turned around when she heard the question of whether she could deal with Mudsella Maxon and all the customers of her shop. Clenching her hands into fists, the blonde realized that she was openly declaring war and ordered her to try if she dared, feeling furious. Chuckling, Sharia agreed with her sister, and at the same time she didn't look scared at all, perceiving everything that was happening as a fun game. After some time, when Mal became the Empress's healer, and there were 3 days left before the engagement, Sharia thought about her plan. She leaned her head against the newspaper and muttered that, as she had promised His Holiness, a completely different world would soon come, a pure and most beautiful world. Lennox suddenly burst into the office, shouting that he was ashamed of them, and after the question he named the eldest heir, Cashin. Earlier, the prince told the Duke that even if he had been officially refused by the Marquis of Kanoa, it would still be unseemly to belittle his existing achievements. He added in a completely calm tone, without unnecessary emotion, that the Marquis had still not said a word about his unworthy behavior. Sharia touched his shoulder and asked him not to worry, saying that if his behavior was unworthy, then his sister should be exposed as such too. Putting her arms around his neck, she quietly sang, as if she had recently heard that Meldenica was hanging out with some Dominic, a very ordinary commoner. The man asked what she was talking about, since Mel had always only been interested in him, and the pink-haired woman said that people weren't interested in the truth. She said that if you add rumors to facts, then everyone will believe it, and when her sister discovers it, it will be too late for her. Leaning her face against the table, Meldenica tried to understand what this feeling was, because she had become a healer, and the rectors of the academy came to see her. Thanks to Basil's overly obvious efforts, the rectors of the academy made a large order, and she thought she would die trying to fulfill it. Dominic patted her on the back, asking her to sit up straight, and someone suddenly called out to them both, holding a crumpled piece of paper in front of them. In the article about both of them, it was written that Meldenica had met him even when she was engaged to Duke Hessman. Carrot screamed in horror that such a scandal was very bad, but the blonde reassured him that this was also part of the plan, and everything would be fine. The green-eyed girl thought that she had told Isaac about this in advance, and there would be no problems, but she was afraid that he would believe in real betrayal. At the same time, a certain discussion of these topics was taking place in the very same magic tower that was in charge of Mr. Isaac. Standing in front of his desk, Rasmus, covered in white snow, declared that the gentleman had caused a snowfall and that he was a little cold in his normal clothes. The snow melted, and the blonde-haired man said that it was easier now, and this Dominic really was very cute, causing Henry to squeak in horror. Henry suddenly bumped into his subordinate boss, not allowing him to finish his sentence about the authenticity of the article, and he screamed incoherently. The two of them began to argue loudly and even try to get into a physical altercation, while the dark-haired man remained silent. Isaac coldly called Rasmus, and he realized that he was mistaken, because the owner of the tower really likes Miss Meldenica and has for quite some time. He hastened to shout that these were empty rumors and vile gossip that should not be paid attention to, and the gentleman said that this was exactly the case. The dark-haired man admitted that he was quite worried about what was happening, and the blonde-haired man's jaw dropped because the boss denied everything and always. Smiling, Isaac said that this was the very reason Rasmus had to get out, and he immediately agreed, picking up the boisterous Henry in his arms. The man was finally able to remain in silence to sort out his emotions, and he leaned his elbows on the table, thinking about what was happening. He cracked his knuckles and thought that these journalists were completely clueless, and that it would be better if they wrote rumors about him so that he could be closer to Mel. Looking at the huge egg on the pillow, Isaac silently thought that it was still lying motionless, and perhaps nothing would hatch from it. He thought about the blood blessed by the dragon, and he so wanted to give her a gift for her birthday, to somehow support and warm her. After a while, Mel looked at the carriages and said that today seemed to be the day of the reception that Sharia had spoken of. Turning around, the blonde closed the door, asking if Dominic would go in there, and the young man nodded, answering her in the affirmative. The knight said that he had not found anything suspicious and was going to continue surveillance today in case something were to happen. The dark-haired man said that he would show her what would happen with the help of this ball, which needed to be shaken a little to make it work. Dominic said he was going and opened the doors of the store, but in front of him was a familiar face looking for Meldenica. The knight slammed the door shut, saying that this person was from the Babaloa estate because the Duke wanted to talk, but she did not answer letters. He said that even though she didn't understand him, he was still her father, and the green-eyed girl screamed that he wasn't her father at all. Pointing her finger at him, Mel screamed that it was he who had actually kicked her out of the house and that she no longer had any connection to their family. She asked Dominic to use magic to roll the carriage away so as not to block the path of visitors, and he nodded in response. Later, sitting down at the table, Meldenica leaned towards the ball, asking how things were, and the knight replied that everything would begin soon. Hearing a knock, the girl opened the door and smiled when she saw Isaac standing behind it, greeting her as he stood at the threshold and walked inside. Kinoa asked him in a friendly manner why he had come today, and the man simply asked how she had been doing since they had last seen each other. He suddenly said that it was a gift, handing her the egg, and the blonde opened her eyes in surprise, not expecting to receive such a thing at all. When she heard about the dragons and was scared, Isaac said that incubation was difficult, and there were many cases where the embryos died. The dark-haired man said that she had received the dragon's blessing, and therefore his blood flows through her, and she would be able to see him hatch. He said he thought she could use an assistant, and Meldenica thought she felt a spark of joy inside her at that approach. The girl asked how long it would take to grow and how the incubation process would take place, and Isaac smiled nervously, replying that no one knew. Looking at him, the blonde silently thought that if even Isaac didn't have this information, then no one else definitely did. She asked him if he knew what was going on now, and the man replied that he had heard about a small reception at the Babaloa estate. He asked if he had not come, she would have gone there, looking at the girl's face, and she cried out that, of course not, and had not intended to. The blonde said that she sent Dominic there. He used his abilities, invisibility magic, and most likely already arrived there. Seeing the orb through which they would be able to communicate over a distance, Isaac said that it was complex magic, and Mel promised that she would explain it later. Smiling, the dark-haired man closed his eyes and agreed, stating that he would wait and, as always, did not ask for more than she could give. Blushing, Meldenica thought that there was concern in his attitude towards her, and in general, lately she had only seen good things. They heard that Sharia had announced a covenant between the Empire and the Holy State, and the supply of relics together with Hesman. The blonde silently listened to her sister's words about how there would be holy water there that could heal even a paralyzed person. Dominic told them that he didn't feel any divine power from the objects, none, and that they were all just scammers, making everyone think. Sharia and Hessen came out to the guests as a couple, and, according to Dominic, Lennox seemed to be about to say something important. He said that the pontiff gave Babeloa the light that drives away darkness and the sacred sword that destroyed all evil 100 years ago. Everyone present began to whisper excitedly that he had probably passed the sacred sword on to someone from his inner circle. Sharia showed everyone the sacred sword, and the guys on this side of the glass ball could hear the mixed reactions of the crowd. Meldanika wondered how this happened, since there was not a single line in the original story dedicated to this weapon. Her sister at the same time narrated that this sword is a great hero, who in the past protected their empire during the war. Dominic, who was there, was also not happy about having to listen to people compare his sword to this one. Isaac said that if this sword was real, then they had a problem, and the blonde mumbled that there was nothing stopping them from lying about it. Sharia said that there were rumors that the sacred sword was the son of Lord Dominic's sword, and they all fell silent in surprise. The green-eyed girl thought about the fact that she had hit Gessman too hard that time, since he had decided to use Dominic to spite her. The knight, who was horrified by what he had just heard, stated that it seemed he would have to blow up the venue and apologize to Mel. She asked him to calm down, but the guy couldn't, because he hadn't even dated anyone. And Meldaniki said that there were a lot of rumors about him. He croaked that if he killed everyone, no one would even know it was him, and the blonde asked him to take his time and leave revenge for later. The girl promised that she would prepare a stage for him so that he could tell all the people the truth, and the dark-haired man tried to calm himself down. Even the national hero of the empire, who had always been calm and reserved, also began to sharpen his knife for the sake of Duke Lennox Gessman. Isaac and Meldanika, meanwhile, quietly discussed how they seemed to be on the verge of failure, but fortunately, disaster was avoided. Dominic returned home that night and muttered that he couldn't calm down, so he went to the mountains and broke a couple of rocks and stones. Nodding towards the table, the young man asked what it was, and the blonde said that it had come to her after the reception. Many people canceled their attendance at the title-giving ceremony, apologizing to Lady Meldanika that they would not be able to attend. Reading letter after letter, the dark-haired man said that they all apologized, but there was no sense of sincerity at all, and they were empty talkers. She had just muttered that she was glad that such people were being weeded out, when suddenly Basil showed up at the store, shouting that they were in trouble. He asked if they had heard rumors about Sharia's admission, and upon hearing a positive answer, he asked how they could be so calm. Distracted by the egg, her relative went to the countertop, asking if it was really a quail egg, although the assumption was stupid. When the girl explained that it was a dragon's egg, his heart almost jumped out of his mouth, and the young man even began to stutter. Meldanika shook her head with a smile, confirming that this was indeed the case, and Basil seemed ready to faint. He asked why it hadn't hatched yet, and the blonde calmly replied that she didn't know how to influence it. The young man said that his touch alone might be enough for it to hatch, because he would feel this aura. When he said that he had only read about it before, the green-eyed girl wondered if her relatives were experts in dragon matters. Agreeing with this assumption, Meldanika shrugged and reached out to the egg with her hand, wondering what would happen next. There was silence in the room, and she pressed her palm to the white shell, even rubbing it a little. But nothing happened after 5 minutes. Mel shook the boy, asking if he was lying, and he replied that no, and the abilities of similar species manifest through direct descendants. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and a small baby with dark hair and dark, swarthy skin appeared from the punctured shell. The blonde was surprised when she thought that this child was a dragon, because ordinary children were definitely not born in a shell. She called the baby, behind whose back dark wings were visible and fangs in his teeth, and he reached out to her with his hands, calling her mom. Clutching her heart, Meldanika even blushed at the thought of how charming he was and held back from crying. While the girl was thinking about what she would feed him, since milk would hardly do, the baby suddenly called his dad and pointed somewhere to the side. There stood Isaac, who said that on the way home he noticed strange signals, so he went back for the baby, and here it was, born. Looking at him, the little dragon, who looked exactly like a human baby, suddenly called the head of the Tower of Magicians his dad again. Meldenica blushed and became a little dreamy when she realized that the baby had just called her mom and seemed to have chosen Isaac as his father. Dominic suddenly called him like a worm, and the blonde jumped away from him, offended, not understanding how one could call a cute child that. But she immediately had to step back when the dragon suddenly asked what he wanted so simply, as if he hadn't just hatched from an egg. Pointing his finger at him, Dominic stated that he had chosen the wrong side, questioning how this man could be his father. The kid crossed his arms over his chest in an offended manner and turned away, and Meldenica silently thought that this reminded her of someone. He suddenly lifted the top of his shell and said that they could call him, but he would not stay here long, and they would see each other again. The large shell closed like a puzzle, and Meldenica looked at it with surprise, but Dominic was clearly not delighted. All four of them let out shocked gasps as the crack in the shell suddenly disappeared, and Basil guessed that something else was needed. Thinking about how many conditions needed to be met for a dragon to hatch, the blonde couldn't help but think of the winter moon demon. The green-eyed girl thought that, well, she would forgive him for his mercy, and she still needed to find out about the dragon's blessing, but the ceremony was tomorrow. Meldenica thought that Sharia and Legox didn't yet know what it was like to have their engagement become their worst day, and said that they had to do something. Dominic asked if they were going to do what they planned, and the blonde confirmed it, then handed Isaac something. He saw the paper with the words about the accusation of infidelity, and Mel hastened to explain to him that it was a slogan and that it had a certain meaning. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, Henry, although surrounded by friends, felt a strange feeling as if he was uneasy. The boy asked Carrot if he was busy, and then asked if he was studying, hearing his dark-haired friend agree with him. Carrot added that tomorrow was the ceremony for assigning the title to Mel, and they needed to get ready quickly, and the blue-eyed man nodded with understanding. He sat down on the floor between his two friends, while Gessman's younger sister and one of the mages sat at the table and wrote something. When Henry asked if they knew that Meldenica and Mr. Isaac were very close, Marisa jumped in, asking if he was a good man. Cyan belligerently declared that he needed to be checked and removed from Mel if necessary, but Carrot objected, because he really was a good person. The girl pushed her friends away, and then asked how Henry knew about such relationships between adults. The blue-eyed mage replied that he had seen with his own eyes that Mel and Isaac had a baby, and all three of them dropped their mouths, because it was news. Axion immediately slouched, muttering that now he wouldn't be able to give his brother a chance at marriage, and Marisa asked the prince to hold on. While the heir was saying that they still had to check the tower chief, the dark-haired girl was thinking that it turned out that the cute guy had lost. On the day of the celebration, the prince, dressed in a white caftan, asked if he looked like a knight, and Carrot replied that such clothes suited him. Henry, who was still getting under his friend's feet, said that despite their outfits, they still looked like babies. Both of them suddenly began to ruffle his hair, noting his cute appearance, and the young magician screamed in surprise and amazement. Axion reminded that after the end of the ceremony, they would show Mel what they had prepared, and assured his friends that she would like it. The fair-haired man also suggested finding out about that kid after the banquet, and Carrot agreed, but suddenly began to turn his head. They had just started discussing where Marisa, who might be late, had disappeared too, when a dark-haired girl suddenly burst into the room. Duke Hessman's younger sister clutched some paper in her hands and muttered through her teeth that everyone had become completely insolent, trembling with anger. She slapped the table with her palm, asking if he was out of his mind, while the blue-eyed boys just looked at her in silent surprise. Axion picked up the paper that their friend had run into the room with, asking in confusion what had happened. The boy unexpectedly read the headline about the 100 lovers of that very man, the high-profile adventures and personal life of Dominic. The friends blushed in horror and opened their mouths in surprise, because such words were the last ones they expected to see in the newspapers. Carrot turned little Henry's head away from this shame, and the dark-haired girl screamed that this was Lennox's doing, and he had slandered this man. The young man muttered that he was just a scoundrel, and Marisa said that the Duke was asking for trouble, but there was something else important. She overheard a conversation in which Gessman stated that he would not sell sacred oxen to guests attending his sister's ceremony. The girl also said that he needed magicians for the performance, and someone who was interested in holy water and the sacred sword agreed. Covering her face with her hands, Marisa concluded that there could be very few guests at the ceremony, and Zion stated that they would try their best. They were suddenly interrupted in their conversation, and a servant approached and addressed His Majesty, declaring that the time of the ceremony had changed. The boy mumbled that everything would start an hour earlier, and after it was over, the engagement would begin, and Carrot asked if perhaps Mel had come up with a plan. The little heir thought about the fact that the guests would have arrived early anyway, but he was surprised that his father allowed the time to be changed like that. Meldenica, who left the emperor's office after the audience, breathed a sigh of relief because her idea had been implemented. In the office, she said that she had only helped the empress a little, and the man asked her not to be modest, asking if she knew the order of the ceremony. He said that he would first give her the title of marquise, and then she would tell him about her property, here specifying what this white box was. Smiling brightly, Meldenica lifted the lid and said that it was a pie whose ingredients promote hair growth. Looking at the man, the blonde thought that she had succeeded, because even His Majesty's eyes sparkled with delight. Before this, Dominic had said that the emperor was going bald on top of his head, and Isaac had picked up the conversation, assuring them that he could handle such magic. The tower chief knew for sure that the emperor was also taking the bitter medicine, and the man immediately said that he could not drink such nasty stuff. He immediately asked her to forget that she had heard about the hair medicine, and the green-eyed girl declared that she had heard nothing at all. After trying a piece of fresh pie, the blue-eyed man shouted that it was very tasty and asked when the effect of this sweetness would appear. Meldenica replied that he only needed to wait a day, and his hair would begin to appear like sprouts, and the emperor cried out in delight. In fact, the blonde thought that the quality would be good, because the medicine was made by Isaac, and you can lie about the time. The girl muttered that since His Majesty trusted her, she would like to address him on one matter, and the man nodded. Meldenica asked if it would be possible to move the time of the ceremony a little, and the emperor replied that there was no problem. She thought she should explain and sighed, but the ruler said that the excitement of a young girl before such an event was understandable. He added that if she had lived like an ordinary aristocrat, she would not have been able to achieve so much, wasting time on thinking. Mel beamed when she heard that the empress wanted to go to the mountains together, and they would talk frankly when they got there. Walking down the corridor, the blonde silently thought about how much she liked the imperial family, while she was led somewhere forward. The butler turned around and told her to come in when she was ready, and the girl thanked him, wondering how many people there were. She heard Isaac ask her tenderly if she was ready and turned to him, and the man asked if she had the bird, smiling. Smiling, Meldenica gently tapped her black bow tie with her finger, saying that it had simply changed its appearance a little. The blonde first assured him that it wasn't such a dangerous plan, and then suddenly began to shake her head, thinking that she had gotten dirty. Touching the cuffs of her sleeve to clear away any dust, the dark-haired man smiled and urged her to be very careful. She thought he looked like the fairy godmother from Cinderella and said it was amazing, and Isaac said he didn't expect praise for that. The man nodded, saying that the time was approaching, and then wished her luck and disappeared into thin air in a few seconds, leaving her behind. Among the guests, she saw the children of aristocrats, the rector of the academy, and those professors who worked and taught there. Besides them, she also invited some journalists who at one time wrote quite positive articles about her. Mel tried to calm the excitement that was building in her soul, thinking that all the guests had gathered and she couldn't show weakness. As she sat on one knee, the emperor called her Meldenica Eve Kinoa, a direct descendant of the Marquis, possessing the right. The man said that she was officially awarded the title of Marquise of Kinoa and given an estate in the capital for her personal use. The red-haired assistant began to read out a list of property, including a mountain in Perfin, a building on the territory of the empire. At this point the list ended, and the blonde thought with awkwardness that her family did not have much property left. Her blood property, which had been passed down from generation to generation, was appropriated by the Duke of Babeloa, and there was nothing surprising about this. The green-eyed girl thought that Basil would probably be upset, but she would gradually regain everything she had lost. The assistant read that His Highness was granting her a new estate in the empire with 50 servants, and asked her to take an oath. The emperor smiled when he heard from the girl that Meldenica Kinoa swore allegiance for the glory of His Majesty, the emperor, and the empire. The ruler declared that he had great hopes for the marquise's family, and the fair-haired girl turned to him to say something else. The assistant noticed a man when the girl said that she was asking for forgiveness, but there was still property left that no one knew about. Still resting her foot on her knee, the blonde said that she wanted to tell him about it before the official banquet began. The assistant suddenly shouted very emotionally, addressing the marquise, and declared that this time was sacred, and his glasses almost burst. Pointing somewhere behind her back, he asked how it was possible to put such a person out at this time, and after her question, he said that he knew him. The emperor gently asked the marquise to explain what was going on when an assistant shouted that her lover had brazenly stood in front of them. She said that she made a contract with the sword hero and wanted to tell them about it, while the children whispered that Domi probably brought the hero. Pointing to the blue-eyed man with an elegant gesture, the girl said that this was Mr. Dominicus, who had concluded this contract with her. Meldenica smiled, saying that, in short, Dominic is a sword hero, and everyone around could not hide their surprise. Gasping, Dominic mentally asked what was wrong, but the blonde assured him that everything was going perfectly, and they began to move on to the next part. The young man agreed, starting to cast a spell, but when the room was filled with a light blue color, he said that it was impossible. He asked how one could use magic in the Cetron Hall, but the dark-haired man was already silently drawing his sword from an invisible sheath. This hall was named after Cetron, a legendary hero who saved the Empire in a dangerous moment, and it was impossible to use magic there. But Dominic was much stronger than Cetron, and perhaps he used ancient magic that existed even before the famous hero. The assistant told the emperor that this was true, because the legend spoke of a man who could manifest a shining aura like this gentleman. Meldenica asked His Majesty for forgiveness for her insolence, and he asked in surprise if there really was anything else like that. Bowing, the blonde said that someone was attributing an affair to them, and someone was making up the facts, and Dominic said he was angry. While the emperor was asking who had the audacity to do such a thing, Mel told her friend that his acting was not convincing at all. When the ruler shouted a question about who dared to do such a thing, Meldenica turned around and happily thought that it worked. The girl said that she proposed to punish these scoundrels who had slandered him, and then asked if she could return to the banquet. His Majesty muttered that she could walk faster, and the blonde placed her hand on her chest before bowing in gratitude. Beaming with joy and barely hiding this state, Dominic mentally said that they needed to quickly fry those scoundrels. The green-eyed girl simply knew how to control her facial expression, but in fact she was only happier because her plan worked. At the same time, Sharia's father tried to say something about her sister, but she said that now it was worth spending energy on restoring the family line. The Duke said that the Emperor allowed them to sell the relics and water because they had nothing to lose, but the more he thought about it, the more he doubted it. The girl offered him to try the water himself so that all the anxiety would disappear, and the man screamed that he didn't want to, asking why she was forcing him. Leaning down, Sharia said she was just telling him to try it so he could fully understand how healthy it was. The pink-haired girl assured her father that the pontiff had personally blessed the water, and Babaloa asked if there would be any problems. Having confirmed this, the girl said that he too should drink holy water to bless her on this wonderful day of engagement. After drinking the bottle, the Duke gasped, and Sharia said that it would take some time for the blessing of the holy water to take effect. The man fell to the floor, and the girl sang to him to sit there in peace and quiet while the event proceeded. She saw Lennox outside the door, looking furious and shouting that the title ceremony had started 10 minutes ago. Tucking her hair behind her ear, Sharia said that her sister must have thought of something, but they had nothing to fear, because they had the pontiff and the sword. Grabbing his bride by the shoulders with a rough grip, the dark-haired man shouted that this woman was very cunning and they could not relax. The pink-haired girl said that they didn't need to be afraid, because no matter what happened, the pontiff's blessing would protect them both from everything. Removing his hands, the girl said that it hurt, and then added that she also came up with a plan, and her sister knew nothing about it. Gently touching his cheek with a cool palm, Sharia stroked the groom's face and said that the pontiff had come up with everything himself, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She didn't seem quite sane or very happy when she told the sullen Duke that they would still be on the winning side. Walking forward, the pink-haired girl asked if Lennox had found Dominic, and he shook his head. The guests were already beginning to gather in the hall where the engagement was planned to take place, but everything was not as peaceful as it might seem. Someone in the crowd began to whisper that the sacred sword was a fake, because Marquise Kanoa had said so at the ceremony. One aristocrat began to defend the families of Babaloa and Hesman, but this was reported by a correspondent of the Imperial Herald at the ceremony itself. The aristocrat was handed a newspaper, saying that the so-called lover turned out to be the hero Dominic, and a new issue of the newspaper had just come out. Soon everyone was asked to take their places, And then the bride and groom were announced, and Sharia walked in, holding Lennox's hand tightly. Looking ahead, the Duke thought that the crystal ball was turned on, and that as soon as the buffet was over, he would be rid of the stain on his reputation. One of the men suddenly rushed towards them, shouting if these rumors were true, and the pink-haired girl stepped back, asking what was going on. He shouted about the rumors that the sacred sword was not real, and shouted that he had trusted Duke Hessman with all his money and invested in his campaign. Lennox said that he was real, and therefore they needed to calm down and not make noise. But Meldenica approached and asked how they could be trusted. Sharia looked at her sister in surprise, who looked more like a warrior than an ordinary lady, and stood straight in front of them. Covering his bride with his hand, the dark-haired man shouted that this was simply unheard of insolence, asking how she dared to do it. The blonde stated that she simply came to resolve the situation and pulled out a magic sword, the aura of which immediately filled the entire space. Lennox was clearly not happy with what was happening, and Sharia pressed her fingers to her lips, wondering what she was trying to do. Summoning Dominic, Mel said she had come to expose the imposter who had been passing off his sword as the real thing in the name of the hero who had saved the Empire. The happy dark-haired man mentally asked if he looked good, and Meldenica assured him that he looked just great. People began to whisper that this man was being introduced as the girl's lover, and Sharia called out to her sister, trembling. She screamed that this was a sacred engagement site, and no matter how much her sister was in love, she had no right to ruin this day. Turning her head, the blonde asked what her sister was talking about, since it was she who had ruined the sacred engagement. Pointing her finger at her, Meldenica calmly said that Sharia had been blatantly lying all this time, and it was time to expose it all. Hearing that the girl was lying about Dominicus's sword, the investor ran forward, hitting Babaloa with his shoulder and asking what it meant. The green-eyed girl tried to make herself look as naive and innocent as possible. She even cried, asking how they could trust this lady. Dominic couldn't wait for the moment when she would be silenced, because he was once again called Meldenica's lover, despite the truth. Mel listened with irritation that trying to hide her betrayal in this way was very low, and she cheated on her fiancé with this man. The dark-haired man extended his hand forward while his friend said that his sister apparently didn't know what Dominicus was famous for. Otherwise, she would have kept quiet. Looking back, Duke Hessman thought that this guy had created such a fog without any preparation, just as the legends about the hero said. Drawing his sword, Dominic claimed that he had been pure for over 1,000 years, asking if they really thought they could deceive everyone. Cutting through the thick fog in front of him with a sparkling aura that was a white-blue color, he declared that he did not have such a descendant. The energy blast targeted the Duke, who immediately began coughing and fell to his knees right in the middle of the banquet hall. Sharia rushed towards her fiancé, while the two friends mentally discussed that this nasty Duke was strong enough to endure this. When whispers began to circulate in the crowd that this was all true, Dominic couldn't help but feel proud, and Mel asked if more proof was needed. The two of them turned around when they heard Isaac's voice, which was so smiling, as if what was happening was an ordinary holiday. Holding the weapon in his hands, the dark-haired man nodded with a bright smile and stated that he had brought a fake sword that was passed off as belonging to Dominicus's descendant. Clearing his throat, the defeated Duke Hessman asked if they were really stealing as well, again turning everyone's attention. Meldenica said that it was not for him to judge lies after everything that had happened between them, and Sharia demanded that the sword be returned to her, warning her. When Dominic once again assured everyone that it was a fake, the Duke screamed piercingly for everyone to turn off the crystal ball. But this did not happen, because Isaac, who arrived first, tried to fix this, and the blonde advised the couple to leave. Sharia's eyes filled with pure horror as she began to mentally imagine what consequences might befall them. Meldenica turned to Dominic, holding the sword in her hands, and he, with a sense of his own dignity, began to cast spells over it, destroying it. The pink-haired girl began to scream out denial of what was happening several times in fear, as if this could somehow turn back time. The Duke growled quietly that it was time for them to leave, because he couldn't handle her now, and the green-eyed girl tearfully muttered something about a sacred sword. Turning to the people, Mel said that even this nasty couple was not without a sense of shame, since they decided to leave here so hastily. People started shouting that they sincerely believed them, bought relics, which were also probably fake, and the girl thought it was surreal. The red-haired aristocrat said that she couldn't believe that she was seeing this amazing, legendary hero of the Empire right now. When everyone around began to praise him with the most colorful epithets, Meldenica thought that the guy was very pleased. But the young knight suddenly redirected all attention to her, declaring that he was able to show strength only thanks to her, and the blonde was surprised. The girl involuntarily thought that this moment strongly reminded her of that very day when they managed to defeat the gang of pirates. Deciding to also take advantage of the situation, the green-eyed woman declared that this was all exactly so, and that it was likely that the story from the legend would repeat itself. Isaac was distracted from what was happening when he heard excited whispers from the small children who were standing a little distance away from them. The little children were afraid and trembled, whispering about what might happen if Mr. Dominicus suddenly got angry at someone. After asking them not to be afraid, the dark-haired man leaned towards the children and said that Mr. Dominicus would not scold them, and the children were not guilty of anything. He kindly asked them not to be afraid and to stop crying, and both children agreed with him, although they continued to cry. Gently scooping one blonde baby into his arms and making her laugh, Isaac again ordered her to stop crying. Looking at this beautiful picture, Meldenica thought that the younger students were waiting for her, and it was time to return to the banquet. Turning to the guests, with whom she didn't really want to communicate, the blonde said goodbye to them, disappointing them that she was leaving. The green-eyed woman asked Dominic to take strange objects from those present, and he replied that everyone would bring sacred water or relics. She immediately looked at his back and thought that Dominic looked so cheerful, probably because he managed to reveal his identity. The blonde thought that she had kept him in the shop for too long, and that in the future she should encourage him to go out and be active. Meldenica turned to Isaac, asking if they could go too, and the dark-haired man nodded, saying goodbye to the little ones. She thought that Sharia probably thought that the fake sword was destroyed, since she couldn't control her expression. If you remember Lennox's face when they ran away, you would think that he would not give up and would soon strike back again. Meldenica closed her eyes and thought that she couldn't know. Maybe they would even have a new assistant and had to prepare. At the same time, someone asked His Holiness whether it would not be better for them stop distributing holy water throughout the empire. The man listened silently to the need to provide all possible support to Sharia and her future husband, because the enemy could weaken. His Holiness, a shadow-like figure in a white hood, declared that if all else failed, he would be able to intervene in the matter personally. Throwing the crystal ball onto the floor, which immediately cracked and crumbled, the man stretched his lips into a smile and declared that everything was getting more interesting. The once sparkling crystal ball had turned into a pile of rubble that still emitted quite a dark, magical energy. Meanwhile, someone called out to Sharia several times before she finally opened her eyes and was able to pay attention to it. Lennox, who looked like a madman, asked furiously how she could remain so calm at that moment. The man shouted that all their plans had collapsed and no one would believe them anymore, but the pink-haired girl quietly said that this was only the beginning. Grabbing her roughly by the shoulders with his strong palms, the Duke ordered the girl to listen and declared that those around them considered them immoral. The dark-haired man shouted that not only was the sword fake and simply split, but Meldenica also had the hero's sword. Guessman practically screamed himself hoarse, declaring that they were completely finished, but she remained so calm and uninitiated. Sharia asked him if he really thought everyone would throw stones at them, and the Duke replied that of course, since trust had already been undermined. She asked him not to worry, and assured him that his father would definitely help them, and Lennox asked if she had really made a deal with him. Touching his hand, the pink-haired girl said that the rumors would die down on their own, and now the most important thing was the pontiff's promise to help them both. Standing up from her seat, Sharia took the groom's hands in her own, declaring that he had promised to come to the empire in person soon, and smiled brightly. The girl said that all they had to do was sell water and relics. Everything else would work out when His Holiness came to them. Looking back, the pink-haired girl said that it was the sacred water that they were distributing to the guests, and he asked why she was talking about it. Sharia pressed her palm to her chest and stated that tomorrow they should visit everyone who took her, because they would surely want to help. At the same time, Meldenica mentally communicated with Dominic about whether he would come to the banquet, and he replied that he would definitely come for dessert. Calling Isaac, the girl asked for forgiveness for hiding the truth about Dominic, and he said with a smile that he had already guessed about it. The dark-haired man said that he briefly saw him use ancient magic, but soon became convinced that there was nothing between them. The tower chief closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that he was relieved because it really did calm him down. Unable to bear the embarrassment, Meldenica turned her head away, feeling how a bright blush rushed to her cheeks and ears, beating in them like hot blood. Rubbing her lip, she thought she wanted to ask him what he meant. But right now, it was more important to reinforce and put an end to this revenge. Only soon, the tall doors opened, and what the green-eyed girl saw behind them seemed to not make her happy at all. The blonde couldn't understand why it was so dark here, and where all those people she personally invited to her banquet had gone. She was terribly frightened, thinking that Guessman had pretended to run away, but had arrived here before her to harm them. Stepping forward, Isaac said that he had to say that there was nothing strange about it, and Mal asked how he could be so sure. Meldanika thought that she shouldn't forget Sharia's words about how she could affect those around her, and everything inside her clenched. Suddenly, there was a bright light, because all the people present at once lit the candles they were holding on the candlesticks and smiled. The blonde, who had already managed to be scared half to death, turned around in horror, and the excitement subsided in one wave. She was so tense after the open confrontation with Guessman and her sister that she simply imagined all sorts of things. A joyfully smiling Zion congratulated her on receiving the title of Marquise, holding a huge three-tiered strawberry cake on a tray. All her loved ones started to come out, and the happy little prince proudly said that he himself had come up with this cool surprise. Carrot stated that they had actually cooked everything together, and Henry confirmed this, so the blue-eyed man had to awkwardly admit the truth. Cutting off a piece of the freshly baked cake, Marisa presented it to the blonde with a bright smile and asked her to try it. This magic seemed to emanate a very strong warmth, and Meldenica leaned towards the little girl, resting her hands on her knee. As she chewed, she thought that this cake had a very strange taste, like the cabbage juice she once drank to improve her health. When Marisa said that they added a joy potion with a 5-minute effect, the blonde thought that the bitterness was caused by that. The blonde said that she really liked it, and it was even tastier than the cotton candy from the dream, and then thanked all the guests present. The emperor, who appeared next, smiled and invited them all to sit down, and said that they had been impatiently waiting for the girl, embarrassing her. Already at the table, the empress, who was sitting next to her husband, said that she was very surprised when she saw that crystal ball. When asked about Dominic, Meldenica replied that he had said that they should start the appetizers without him, but that he would be here soon. Henry and Carrot, who had been working very hard and worried lately, began eating with delight, finally relaxing. The professor from the academy smiled, propped her cheek on her hand, and said that they looked happy, and the rector nodded in agreement with her. Meldanika looked around at all the people present at the table, thinking that they all looked happy and were smiling cheerfully. She may have broken off relations with her family, but now there was nothing better for her than the warm attitude of the loved ones who surrounded her. Slouching slightly, the blonde wondered if she could be happy in this situation, while Sharia and Lennox were still thirsty for revenge. Isaac suddenly said that she should be glad, because she looked like she doubted it, and on days like these, one should enjoy it. His warm voice seemed to wrap her in a blanket, assuring her that from now on, every day of the girl would be happy, and Mel was surprised by this. Laughing at the warm feeling in her chest that filled her right now, Meldanica nodded and thanked him for those words. Soon, the eldest prince also appeared at the table, asking for forgiveness for being a little late, and looked at Meldanica. Smiling, the blonde nodded to Cassian, because she could never have imagined that he would come because of so many things to do. He suddenly looked away, and the girl wondered if the relationship between them was too awkward for a greeting with a glance. But in fact, the blonde herself did not feel awkward, because she knew a lot about the prince from his younger brother, thinking that they should become friends. It was this little boy who at that moment mentally asked himself if he could really look away when such a girl greeted him with a nod. Feeling a flush of excitement, Axion thought that this was no good and decided to intervene to defuse the situation. Handing the girl a green macaron, the little boy asked how she liked the treats, since the local chef had done a great job preparing them. Having thanked the boy, Meldenica jokingly said that it would taste even better from his hands, and Henry and Carrot even stopped chewing in surprise. All the children suddenly started to treat the hero of the occasion, and even Haley was offended because she wanted to do the same to the lady. Meldanica mentally thanked each of them for their concern, although she was sure that one more sweet would make her stomach burst. Just then, Henry ran up to her with a piece of cake, saying that he was already full, and then asked her to open her mouth and pulled out his fork. Covering the marquise with her body, Marisa confidently said that she had already eaten her fill and that they should play, while the blonde nodded. Henry suddenly asked if her preferences in men had changed, and the green-eyed girl looked forward in surprise, not understanding why. While the children began to discuss which ones she liked, the smarter ones or the more relaxed ones, the Empress was clearly very surprised by such conversations. Her Majesty turned to the Marquise and said that they would meet again tomorrow, and Meldenica leaned forward in agreement. The woman said that in her time, energetic and strong men were popular, and Zion asked if they were like his brother. Isaac practically listened with his body to the panic and awkwardness that emanated from his neighbor and decided to join this conversation. The man laughed, covered his face with his fist, and said that he too would be very interested to hear what her ideal was. Thinking that it would be a good idea to change the subject, the blonde said that it would be good if he were a rich man. Meldenica thought that this would be a way to open another store, although for an official dinner it would be too commercial. Everyone suddenly acknowledged that this was a good ideal, and His Majesty noted that this was a clear quality, and the girl thanked him for the praise. Henry said he had to make a lot of money, and when Carrot tried to say he was small, he replied that he could still do it. Suddenly, Dominic appeared at the door, and everyone introduced him as a great hero of the Empire, leaving no room for any other interpretation of his personality. Meldenica chuckled and picked up her glass of wine, thinking that everyone present seemed a little tense. Stepping towards her, the dark-haired man asked if this was his place, and the girl, smiling, tapped her palm on the table next to her, pointing at him. The Emperor said that he was very curious about how the great hero came to the world of people and what contributed to this. The young knight replied that he had suffered greatly and was in the position of the weakest slave, but Meldenica had saved him from such a miserable fate. Some people suddenly started whispering about whether this was a new legend about the hero of the Empire, in which Kinoa could now be the main character. The dark-haired man said that as payment for her help, he agreed to work in her store, and it turned out to be just right for him. The journalists present recorded his every word to later release the real scoop, while Mel thought it was a disaster. Carrot said that when he first saw Dominic, he too thought he was just a slave, and Henry tugged at his arm in horror at what he heard. The deal with Dominic may have been a bit of a scam, but Meldenica was genuinely trying to help him build his self-esteem. Tapping herself on the cheek, the blonde said that their modest hero simply highly appreciated the merits of his employer. Holding back his laughter and even guffaws, Isaac said that Mel, on the contrary, was very modest, and you muttered that he knew that this was not true. He stated that everyone thought so, and as if to prove his words, he pointed to the imperial family, who were delighted with her. Lowering her head in embarrassment, Meldenica shook her head slightly and thought that she shouldn't have presented herself as so decent. Dominic said that it seemed like when he came in, everyone was talking about what kind of men she liked, and the blonde nodded discontentedly. He stated that they were bound by a contract between souls, and he knew it well, and the girl stared at him, dumbfounded with horror. The Emperor listened to the words that Mel, whom he knew because of the contract, loved handsome, cautious, and extremely intelligent men. Leaning back, the dark-haired man said that she was a strong woman, and if something was missing, she wouldn't even look. Hearing these words from him, Mel felt that everyone's interest was focused on her, and she blushed. Marisa suddenly said happily that this exactly matched the list of groom candidates for her that she had chosen for her. The girl listened in horror as Henry insisted that she should throw him out immediately because Mel already had the man of her life. The dark-haired girl said that they were all traitors because they had previously agreed to work together for Mal's happiness. Meldenica noted with surprise that Gessman's younger sister did not seem at all affected by the fact that her brother had been disgraced in front of everyone. Looking at the girl, she became seriously worried because Sharia and Lennox probably knew about their friendship, and this promised danger. Thinking that if they both decide to touch the baby, Lennox will turn out to be a real bad guy who won't even be able to figure it out. The green-eyed woman knew perfectly well that she had no right to raise Marisa, but she was very worried about the safety of this child. Calling her older friend, the girl said with a sincere smile that Meldenica had behaved wonderfully today. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl thought that she seemed to have too serious a face, and this little girl decided to amuse her. She thanked the girl, who shone even brighter than before, and mentally promised her that she would not allow her to be hurt. The blonde turned around and called out to His Majesty the eldest prince, and Cassian responded with a short nod, turning his head towards her. Meldenica said she had something she wanted to tell him, and then asked if they could talk alone after the reception. When the blue-eyed man thought about it, She was even afraid that he would say that he didn't have time after avoiding her gaze all evening. He nodded and said that he wanted to talk to her too, and the green-eyed girl clenched her fist with a relaxed smile, deciding that everything was fine. The eldest prince suddenly turned around again so as not to look at his interlocutor, and Meldenica looked ahead with incomprehension, surprised. Later, Mel told him that she wanted to supply stationery for the students of the Imperial Academy in order to expand the business. She knew that outsiders were not allowed into the academy, but if she could become a supplier, she could look after the children. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his fingers, the blue-eyed man said that since the hero of the Empire himself worked in the store, the quality would be good. Cassian readily agreed, saying that he would arrange a meeting for her with the rector of the academy, but that she would have to talk to him herself. She thanked him for his help, but the blond man suddenly said that he wanted to say something else and thought about something. Looking up at the girl, the eldest heir to the throne suddenly blushed slightly, saying that she was magnificent. Meldenica's green eyes widened in shock as she thought about how he had only acted like that because he wanted to praise her. Thinking how sweet it was, the blonde thanked him and said that after talking with the rector of the academy, she would contact him. Meanwhile, poor Axion was anxiously replaying in his head the image of his brother always turning away from Mel and ruining his plan. The little prince could not understand what was happening, and he had the impression that Mel had misunderstood something. A little later, the Duke shouted to Sharia what this was, since they had been promised help, and clutched some paper in his strong hand. The Duke shouted that they were being refused everywhere, and the pink-haired girl raised her hand to her lips in horror, biting her thumbnail in excitement. She didn't understand what was happening, because people who drank the sacred water were supposed to start obeying her, but everything didn't go according to plan. Looking at the father who was affected by this, there was no problem with the water or the sacred relics. Sharia silently thought that if things continued like this, the pontiff would simply refuse to help them, but she didn't know what to do. She thought that she needed to find Meldenica's weak spot and turn her against the pontiff so that she herself would want to go to him. The pink-haired girl swore she could hear her own heart pounding in excitement as she tried to come up with a new plan. Turning around, the girl suddenly called out to Lennox, smiled brightly, and said that she knew how they could both get out of this. Later, looking at the sword in her shop, Meldenica could not understand what secret this weapon could conceal. Isaac said that there was one demon that could help them find out what was hidden in the sword, and they could summon him to save them the trouble of wondering. Handing her a candy, the dark-haired man said that it was a potion from Basil that helps control the restless flow of mana, and Mal was happy. She muttered quietly that this was just what they needed, and then concentrated, causing the sword to glow even brighter. Soon, a demon with dark skin, already familiar to her for a long time, appeared in the air, dressed like a schoolboy with small wings. When the yellow-eyed man began to speak menacingly about being a demon of the winter moon, the blonde said with a grin that he had already said so. Raising his index finger, the blonde demon suddenly shouted at the man, asking what this strange thing was. The green-eyed girl asked what thing he was talking about, completely forgetting that she was holding a sword in her hands, and the demon said that he meant what she had. He said that it was some kind of rusty sword, with many confused thoughts inside, and such a method of intimidation would not work on it. Meldenica asked if it wasn't a sacred sword with divine power, and the demon screamed that she couldn't be that dirty. The guest muttered that he didn't really understand, but a demon who could distinguish energies would say that there were more than 100 damned souls inside him. When the girl asked more questions, the demon said that the knowledgeable demon had touched the sword out of curiosity, causing him to burn his hand badly. Hearing that after people were struck by a normal sword, their souls would wander, Mel looked at the blade, wondering how many had died from it. She muttered that the pontiff had called this sword sacred, but the demon said that then the pontiff was rotten, who had imprisoned the souls in the sword. Mel became thoughtful when she heard that the world was full of people who were worse than demons, and began to wonder what this man was up to. The girl asked the winter moon demon to ask his friend again to test the sword in exchange for revenge, and he immediately thought about it. Having agreed, the yellow-eyed man turned around, declaring that if there were no more questions, he would go calmly, but Meldenica stopped him. She said that since he was here, he should make her more fruit ice, and the blonde man immediately froze in surprise. Stepping forward, the demon agreed if they could split it all between them, and the girl thought that it was a good exchange. The green-eyed girl silently thought about the fact that it would be great if she could summon a demon every day and ask him different questions. At this rate, they would soon be able to figure out what exactly this mysterious secret of the strange sword they had received was talking about. She was distracted from her thoughts when the little demon began to actively work on the fruit ice, buzzing. Dominic called the girl and surprised her with the words that he needed to go to the sword and talk to that demon himself without intermediaries. Mel countered that one could ask the demon every day by summoning him, and the young man replied that he had a hard time because of this sword. He said he wanted to know the truth, and then promised that he would return very quickly and disappeared, and the blonde didn't even have time to say his name. While doing other useful things, the trio tidied up 2 huge frozen jars of popsicles, and the demon was pleased. Afterwards, he and Isaac went through the store's warehouse stock, rearranging and categorizing boxes into a variety of themes. After some time, they sent the Winter Moon Demon back to the sword, with whom they were able to have a great conversation about cooperation. Sitting down tiredly on a chair, the girl thought that they had been doing something all day, and she really wanted to fall asleep peacefully. Isaac seemed to read her mind again. He pulled the girl towards him, laying her head on his shoulder, and said that she needed to rest. Meldenica opened her eyes in surprise and blushed from her ears to her fingertips, but she didn't want to move away from him at all. Mumbling that she still had things to do, the girl said that she would only sleep for half an hour, but the heaviness of her eyelids had become simply unbearable. She muttered that he should wake her in half an hour, and then fell headlong into the sweet embrace of the desired sleep. Already in the morning, Meldenica woke up and jumped away from the man in fear, covering her face with her hand and trying to figure out what time it was. Isaac sleepily replied that it was now 9 o'clock in the morning, and the green-eyed girl dropped her lower jaw in horror, not believing that she had slept for so long. She thought she had slept for an eternity, asking if his shoulder was okay, and the man replied with a smile that everything was definitely fine. Clearing her throat, the blonde blushed, unable to contain herself, and muttered that now he really did look like nothing had happened. Their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, and then an unfamiliar male voice asked if there was anyone inside. Meldenica allowed the fair-haired man to enter, and he bowed at the threshold, announcing that he had come for the Marquise of Konoha. Isaac asked her sternly behind her back if she should introduce herself first, and the unfamiliar young man immediately apologized. He said that he was a knight named San, assistant to the rector of the academy, and Meldenica thought that the prince kept his word. The knight said that the rector would like to meet with her today, and the blonde asked if she could leave in 3 hours, seeing a nod. At that meeting, Cashin said that the rector of the academy also liked her, and said that he had found his long-forgotten dream thanks to cotton wool. But the girl also knew perfectly well that if she wanted an effective result, she needed to turn to her relative Basil for advice. A little later, after talking with the two of them, the rector seemed to be in complete delight after listening to the young people's business plan. Mel said that the office would be provided according to the level of development, and the man shouted that he was ready to cooperate. The blonde asked with a smile if he could invite the children here, and soon they appeared on the threshold, greeting him. It was obvious from their expressions that they were worried about being in the rector's office, but Meldenica hastened to assure them that this was not the case at all. She said she wanted to ask them for help, asking if the children could come up and try writing something with the pen. The children, who had stopped worrying, happily agreed, because they were also interested in this kind of interaction with adults. The little girl with beautiful braids began to draw different patterns with the pen given to her, and thought enthusiastically about how easy it was. Having heard positive feedback from her new little friends, Meldenica promised to make many more convenient things. She turned to the rector, saying that she would like to continue to find out the children's preferences, hearing from the man that this was not a bad idea. Kinoa added that she would like to be able to be around her children all the time, and the gray-haired man was a little surprised by this. After sending the children back to class, the man gave her a pass to the academy and said that with it she could come here at any time. Meldenica thanked him, thinking that she could check if there were any sacred relics from Sharia and Lennox in the academy. The rector suddenly scratched his chin thoughtfully, muttering that, by the way, he still hadn't given her something, and the girl asked what exactly. The man said that this was the appropriate advance payment and payment for the service, and the blonde realized that she had even forgotten about the money out of joy. Her eyes widened as she saw the check for 500 million becquerels in front of her, and wondered if it could be a mistake. The rector said that if she made good stationery for the children, he would pay more, expecting a good result. Covering her face with her hands so as not to reveal the full extent of her delight, the blonde asked to entrust this matter entirely to her store. Soon she returned to the store, where she was greeted with a joyful smile not only by Isaac, but also by little Marisa, who had come to visit for a while. Meldanica asked if she wanted to stay until the end today, and the girl ran to her, asking if that was really not possible. Gently patting her hair with a warm palm, the girl said with a smile that she could stay here as long as she wanted. Kinoa knew full well that the situation in the house was not the best, and no one knew what Lennox and Sharia might do after their failure. The long-term presence of a little girl in such an unhealthy environment could undoubtedly have a negative effect on her psyche. All the children, including Duke Hessman's sister, were to grow up in an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility, and not on a constant battlefield. Seeing the strange book, Marisa immediately asked Mel why such strange and incomprehensible sounds were coming from this object. Meldanica explained that she is trying to create a special notification that would warn the owner about unfinished business. The blonde was a little surprised to hear that it sounded like a security squad that would give a beep if you didn't do your homework. A thought suddenly came to her, and the girl said that from that day on, Marisa would have to carry it with her all the time as a novelty. After working on the alert a little more, Kinoa smiled brightly at the fact that she had managed to sort it out at least before the sun went down. It was also worth mentioning Isaac's intervention, which helped her act in such a way that the notification stopped being stubborn. Having given it to Marisa, the girl asked him to write if her brother said anything strange, and she replied that she would rather live separately. Leaning towards the girl, the green-eyed woman wanted to support her and said that when she left home, they could live together. The blonde immediately recoiled, afraid that it was a bit too much, but the young duchess lowered her head, asking if it was true. The girl asked if she could drink popsicles every day and she would help her with her homework, and Mel nodded. Meldanica said that she checked homework very strictly, and Marisa had to be ready, and she only smiled brighter. Isaac smiled and said that they looked like sisters, and the girl turned around shyly, muttering that he knew his way around people. Looking down, the green-eyed girl thought that she really couldn't leave this little girl next to such a terrible person as the Duke. Gessman didn't know how her baby tooth was loose, didn't know about her dreams and beliefs, didn't know how her eyes shone with happiness. Looking at the sword, she thought that as soon as everything was resolved, she would take Marisa, and Dominic mentally said that it would be soon. Isaac said goodbye to little Marisa, and the blonde caught herself thinking that she didn't want him to leave because she felt calm with him. Not really wanting to ask this question, the green-eyed girl asked how the work in the Tower of Magicians that he left was going. The man said that he saw how hard she worked and just wanted to help, but Meldanica muttered that she was healthy, having drunk Basil's decoction. Isaac stubbornly said that Dominic was not next to her, and the blonde felt uncomfortable that because of her he would suffer losses. Suddenly, a gasping Basil burst into the store, shouting that the pontiff had made his move and that it was all over for them now. He asked Meldanica to look at a note, explaining that it was written by a man of his race and that the information could be trusted. The pontiff wrote to the emperor that there had been a mistake with the sacred sword, but the relics and holy water were genuine. She also read that the pontiff wanted to come here in person, while Basil was hysterically shouting that it had caused a commotion and that a ball would be held. Mel, of course, assumed this because the destroyed sword affected his authority, and there were rumors that his divine power was almost exhausted. The blonde looked at her relative, asking why he was so afraid, and he said that his servants were killing people of his race. The young man asked what would happen if everyone was destroyed, since on the recommendation of the pontiff, people would use holy water and relics. Meldanica muttered that it would probably all start tomorrow, and Basil mumbled that it was some kind of nightmare that hit very unexpectedly. The girl said that such news, on the contrary, was to their advantage, and the fair-haired man turned around in confusion, asking how exactly. Folding her arms across her chest, the blonde suddenly smiled incongruously and said that she promised that things would only get more interesting from here on out. Meldanica understood perfectly well that such actions on the part of the pontiff meant a direct declaration of opposition to the Kinoa family. She knew it would be too difficult to strike at Hessman, Sharia, and the pontiff at the same time, and she could be destroyed first. The girl clarified Basil's words that the pontiff would not spare their family, and, hearing agreement, summed up that a battle could not be avoided. Basil heard that it would be necessary to turn the situation in their favor, which meant it was necessary to reveal what was in these relics for sale. The blonde thought for a moment and said that first they had to make every effort to prove the true value of the sacred water. Looking down, Meldanica whispered that it wouldn't be easy, and they would have to try very hard, but inaction wouldn't solve anything. Basil asked if she was suggesting to go ahead, and the blonde replied that she was, since she would be the center of attention after making the statement. The young man suddenly began to panic again, clutching his head, and the green-eyed woman ordered him to calm down and stop. She asked him to listen, explaining that she, who had only a stone mountain left behind her, had become an opponent of the pontiff himself. Meldenica asked Basil if he understood that at this moment she would be of interest to believers and non-believers alike, awaiting her reaction. The blonde muttered that, logically, if everyone started taking an interest in the girl, then everyone would start going into her store. And Mel nodded. She added that she would soon announce her collaboration with the Academy, which would mean she could expand the business and turn it into a network. Basil muttered that he had never even thought about it. And Meldenica, with the air of a winner, said that a crisis is always an opportunity. The blonde wanted to invite reporters first so that people outside the Empire would learn about her store. Stroking her chin, the girl reflected on the fact that she wanted to be the owner of a small shop. But fate changed. Basil enthusiastically said that Miss Meldenica deserved more than being the owner of one store, and she asked if it was true. The young man seemed ready to cry when she said that in the future, she would give each of her relatives control over the branches. Wiping away the tears that had appeared, the fair-haired man said that if all the relatives were alive, they would be glad that they didn't have to hide. Within days, reporters were shouting that they had breaking news, throwing papers across the streets of the Empire. As Basil had expected, the pontiff's statement was soon quoted by the country's largest newspapers. The journalist shouted that the pontiff would vouch for the authenticity of the holy water and relics that Konoha had doubted, and would visit the Empire. People could not understand what this meant, because they trusted Meldenica, who had made a contract with the hero of the Empire himself, Dominic. Suddenly, another man appeared, who, like the herald, also attracted the attention of the population in the square by shouting. People looked around when they heard that Marquise Konoha was holding a conference to announce her cooperation with the Academy. The journalist even had to moderate the crowd a little, each member of which wanted to definitely receive their invitation. So, having received his invitation card, little Henry's eyes widened and he looked at his friends, wondering what a conference was. Carrot explained that this was a room for meetings and announcing his plans for future work, hearing from the kid that he was very smart. Having slammed the table, Marisa declared that Meldenica would soon achieve success and would be able to take revenge on everyone, and they would be there to support her. The dark-haired girl immediately muttered that she was worried about the girl's personal life, and Axion asked if there was any news. Duke Hessman's younger sister carefully said that in this regard, their beautiful friend was a little slow on the uptake, and pursed her lips. The girl immediately thought that there were a lot of men around her who cared about her, but she pretended not to understand, although with her, everything was always different. Thinking that the blonde's attitude towards love was due to her brother, Marisa muttered that she had completely forgotten about business. She asked if Carrot and Axion remembered the conversation about the baby that Henry had told them about a few weeks ago. The prince asked what it was, and she replied that Henry must have been mistaken, but last time she noticed their close communication with Isaac. The blonde man seemed to be horrified by this phrase. Carrot was happy, and Marisa herself said that Isaac was very attentive. She liked him. Axion stated that it was not yet known for sure, because his brother asked about Mel in letters, and the girl said that each of them was not perfect. Clenching her hands into fists, the dark-haired girl screamed that Meldenica should be with the smartest, strongest, and most handsome, and the one who will love her. The prince quietly admitted that at such moments she frightened him a little with her behavior, and Carrot muttered that he couldn't help but agree. The blue-eyed heir suddenly asked if it turned out that he was the ideal candidate, since the blonde loved him more than the others. The boys immediately began to argue confidently among themselves about who exactly Mel loved more than his other friends. Marisa smiled silently and ran her finger over her lips, not wanting to argue, since the girl had given the notebook only to her, and that was all. Stopping the rapid flow of thoughts, the dark-haired girl muttered that, for some reason, she suddenly had a very bad headache. Action said that she often had this lately, and suggested trying the candy that Meldenica gave her to make it go away. Suddenly, a fair-haired woman in a green dress approached them, reminding Marisa that it was time for consultations, asking her to come over. The boys looked at the woman with some surprise when their friend stood up from her seat and slowly trotted after the teacher. Carrot called the woman and boldly asked her whether such consultations were only conducted for 2 children at once. She turned around, saying that it was indeed so, but Marisa was special, and she would return her back very soon, smiling. The prince and the best student did not quite understand the expression that Marisa was special, because even they were not granted personal consultations. Carrot asked his friend if this was the suspicious behavior that Mel had asked him to report, and Axion agreed with him. The dark-haired man folded his arms across his chest, offering to follow them and keep an eye on them, but the heir said that they needed to call an adult. Soon the three boys were already standing on the threshold of Meldenica's shop, who suddenly wasn't there, and there was a closed sign on the door. The prince asked in confusion why this had happened, since she never closed the shop at that time, and Carrot quietly thought about what was happening. Carrot quietly muttered that all these events did not cause any peace, because Marisa was taken away by a teacher who was a believer. Axion asked in confusion how he knew such information, and the dark-haired one from the elite of the Tower of Magicians said that it would take a long time to explain. He assumed that this woman did not treat Mel very well, since she trusted the pontiff, and the prince asked if she would be afraid of Hessman. Carrot said that it had long been known that Marisa did not have the best relationship with the Duke, and that she was also close to Mel. Axion asked excitedly how they could fix the situation, and his dark-haired friend suddenly pointed to the golden footprint. The dark-haired man muttered that the tracks lead outward, and the size of the foot did not resemble either a child's or a man's, which meant that these were Meldenica's tracks. He muttered that judging by the remaining magic, it hadn't been that long since gone, and they were cut off, but looking at the direction, it was the academy. Standing up, Carrot shook his head and said that they needed to get back to the academy, because Mal might be preparing for something. The dark-haired man thought that the toy sword she had given him was not a threat, but would help him stall for time if necessary. At the same time, the teacher placed a cup in front of Marisa, saying that the child should drink it before the consultation began. The dark-haired woman quietly asked what it was, and the woman lovingly explained that it was just coffee, which would be very good for her right now. The woman added that he would help her cleanse herself of her mistakes, and Gessman's younger sister did not understand at all what this expression meant. Marisa obediently lifted the cup from the saucer, but did not even have time to bring it to her lips when she heard a quiet squeak in her ears, like a signal of danger. The dark-haired girl remembered Meldenica saying that she made this coffee a little special, and when something threatened her, she would hear a squeak. The girl's violet eyes widened with some fear when she heard the stern statement that she must obey the teacher in everything. Immediately asking for forgiveness, Marisa clarified what she had said, and the woman replied that she had ordered that this wonderful coffee be drunk quickly. The girl thought that the professor had never called her like a child, and she herself had not noticed how she had almost drunk this liquid, and also the strange smell of flowers. Looking at the dark drink again, the dark-haired girl was already clearly sure that something was going wrong, and she needed to get out quickly. Putting the mug back on the saucer, Marisa looked at the professor sitting opposite her and said that she couldn't drink coffee. The teacher, contrary to the little girl's hopes, suddenly declared that she was obliged to drink it, and roughly grabbed her by the shoulders, pushing her away. The trump card of this company, the little Prince Axion, suddenly burst into the room, his eyes wide open as he called out for the professor. Just in case things went really badly, little Henry stayed out of the office and kept an eye on the situation from the large hallway. The woman removed her hands from Marisa and muttered that the door was closed, but the prince calmly replied that he had just come in. Gray-eyed wondered if His Majesty had returned, and then muttered that perhaps things would be even better this way. She said that they could come and sit down too, while Carrot took one look at her and felt a shiver run through his body. Marisa asked Axion with confusion why they had come here, and he tried to come up with a reason while his friend stared at the wall. He suddenly noticed that the reality behind the strange professor seemed to be distorted and shaking, but she sharply asked where he was looking. Drawing his sword to show that they were protected, the dark-haired man stated that Mal had given it to him to fit his hand. When she stated that such dangerous items could not be brought into the academy and ordered him to hand it over, Carrot felt even more agitated. The teacher said that they also needed to drink coffee with Marisa to forget everything bad, and she muttered that the sword was a toy. Suddenly, there was a sharp blow, and the children looked ahead in surprise, hearing conversations about why the invisibility did not wear off. Axion muttered that the voices were Mal and Isaac's, and then asked excitedly if they had become ghosts. Carrot reminded them of the magic of invisibility, and the room was illuminated with a soft light for a second, and then their friends appeared in the room. The blonde said softly that she understood that they were both very scared, But first, they needed to deal with this bastard. Soon the teacher was sitting in front of them, tightly tied with several strands of rope, and she certainly wasn't happy about it. Marisa and the little prince began to ask Meldenica in turn how she ended up there and how she arrived so quickly. The girl showed the reminder, where it was written about protecting Marisa, saying that thanks to it, Isaac understood when she needed help too. She gave him the notebook in advance because the girl insisted that he should help Meldenica when she was in danger. The green-eyed girl thought that they could have been late anyway, and it all worked out only thanks to Carrot, who managed to distract her. Turning to Isaac, the Marquise sullenly asked him to make sure that this woman could not do anything to herself. Looking down at the teacher, the blonde muttered that they needed to find out who sent her and why. They all looked at the woman who pretended to be a kind and understanding teacher, and Axion asked what was the matter. Mel frowned at the question of whether the professor had tried to steal it because the pontiff had not trusted her with the sacred water. Now that Isaac had cast a spell to reveal the truth, it turned out that she was a real madwoman. The man muttered that he would make it so that the children would only hear voices, and they immediately squealed as their eyes slammed shut against their will. Meldenica thought that it would really be better this way, until the tower chief asked Carrot not to go where it was too early for him to go. The dark-haired man showed moments from the woman's life when she committed outright atrocities, hiding behind a sweet smile. Turning to the children, who had the right to study even without money, she asked whether common people really didn't know how to express gratitude, since they came with nothing. She even managed to blackmail the Viscount with what she would do to his daughter, and Mel felt a wave of horror run through her. Carrot screamed when he heard that the kidnapper he was looking for was a woman, and now his mission was simply over. The boy suddenly screamed that they had finally found him because he had had to endure so much, and even swore like a swear word. Meldenica gently stroked the boy's forehead and asked him not to frown as she pondered where he had heard such words. Isaac thought for a moment, and suddenly said that there were such gaps in this woman's memory, as if someone had deliberately erased all her memories. Squeezing her head with his palm and entangling it with magic, the man muttered that it would not be possible to restore everything, but he had found an important moment. They saw Sharia tell the woman that she knew she was the kidnapper that the academy was actively searching for. Meldenica watched with wide eyes as her sister promised not to tell anyone, but the woman would have to drink something. After the teacher did this, the pink-haired one ordered to give it to Marisa Gessman and then tie her up as if she had been kidnapped. A strange, glowing pattern appeared on the woman's forehead when Babeloa said there was someone to blame. Looking at the image that appeared on the woman's forehead, the blonde squeezed Carrot's shoulder tighter, asking what those patterns were on her head. Isaac said it looked like an ancient magic circle, adding that he thought there was something that recognized sacred water and a magic circle. Mel listened gloomily as, judging by the woman's condition, this magic circle was having a psychological effect, and she needed to contact Dominic. Now everyone understood that Sharia wanted to give Marisa this water to drink in order to kidnap her and then make it look like Kanoa was to blame. The blonde muttered that the Duke's bride was trying to sell a potion for psychological influence to everyone, even children. Mel understood perfectly well why it would affect her, but she didn't think it would even affect the children who were part of her circle of friends. Having imagined the image of her vile sister, the blonde asked her if she had really sunk so low in her deeds. Isaac muttered that a person who was subjected to psychological processing could lose consciousness or even die from it. Pointing to the teacher, whose eyes were rolling back, the dark-haired man said that things were okay for now, but she didn't have much time left. The man asked what to do with her, since she was a criminal, and whispered to kill her, but the blonde jumped up in horror. She thought that this was usually how Dominic acted, asking if they could influence her again to spy for them. Looking at him, Meldenica explained that she simply wanted to give this woman a chance to do something good before she died. They agreed that they would do this for just a couple of days, and after a while, the woman was already opening her eyes, blinking slowly and looking at them. Seeing the criminal raise her head, the blonde asked if they had really succeeded, and the head of the Tower of Magicians nodded. Meldenica asked the woman what her name was, and she emotionlessly replied that her name was Abel, calling the girl in front of her the mistress. Mel winced and asked to make it so that she would not be called mistress, otherwise the mood would get spoiled, and the man began to cast a spell again. Starting from the beginning, the woman nodded after the question and said that she was 40 years old and worked at the academy as a professor of literature. The dark-haired man explained that she still had her main memories and that she could possibly be used as a spy. The blonde ordered him to tell her the details, and the woman replied that in order to achieve her goal, she had to kidnap the Duchess. Meldenica tried to clarify what this purpose was, but the woman was unable to answer, and only coughed violently, as if she had choked on her words. Isaac explained that she seemed to be under a spell that prevented her from talking about it, and the Marchioness replied that she would ask another question. She asked if they were going to portray her as Marissa's kidnapper, and the teacher, who was already coughing up blood, quietly admitted that they had. The woman also said that Sharia would have testified against her, and Meldenica asked if she would have been charged with anything else. Hearing the consent, the blonde thought that they would try to expose her in the same way at the conference, just as she did to them at the engagement. The girl mentally scolded herself for attaching too little importance to the safety of Duke Hessman's little sister. Putting her hand on her chest, the dark-haired girl suddenly screamed that she would pretend that she had drunk that water and was bewitched. When she stated that she already had a plan and all that was left was to talk to the maids, Carrot asked if the interrogation was over, hearing a positive answer. The boy said that it was necessary to monitor the effect of psychological processing, and Meldenica asked whether this could be entrusted to the prince. The girl added that this was a very important and responsible task, and the blue-eyed heir immediately turned around, shouting that, yes. Mel listened with affection to how he could wield a sword, run fast, and was taller than his peers and could look out the windows. The blonde really appreciated how much each of the kids wanted to help her, but she still couldn't let anyone get hurt. Having thought through some details, the Marchioness leaned towards her little friends and suggested that they act in a certain way. Soon, Marissa heard Sharia's voice calling her name and turned around, wearing a cute beige dress with ruffles. The pink-haired girl asked if she and Professor Abel had met on the class schedule, and the girl calmly answered yes. Placing her hand on her head and ruffling it slightly, Sharia asked if it irritated her when people touched her head, and the girl remained silent. Smiling at the silence, Meldenica thought that the psychological treatment had worked, and she wouldn't have to bother with it. Babaloa thought that even if they found out she had blamed her sister, she could prove that a criminal had tried to do it. The pink-haired girl thought that soon all of her sister's business related to children would end, because no one would trust the kidnapper. Taking a few steps forward, Sharia turned to the girl and said that she would like to stay with her today, but it was time for her to go. After waiting until she left and the sound of her heels died down the corridor, Marissa grabbed her head and let out a silent scream. She could barely contain the trembling in her body, thinking about how difficult it was to restrain herself next to this disgusting fiancé of her brother. The girl remembered the words about Mel, that it would still be a shock for her, and she would definitely need to undergo rehabilitation with good magic. Clutching her hands over her mouth, the dark-haired girl thought that when this was over, they wouldn't be able to touch or look at her at all. Sharia came to her fiancé and declared that, in addition to Sophia's academy, they had begun to have supporters in high society. The blonde-haired man muttered that it was good because it would gradually make the rumors of infidelity fade away. He muttered that they still had their greatest enemy, and, in response to Babaloa's question, confirmed that he was talking about her sister. The fair-haired man said that the Marquise was their main enemy, and they said that she wanted to hold a conference, and it was worth interfering with it in order to turn people away. Sharia suddenly turned to the priest Ruftel, and then said that they should just let their sister handle this conference. Ruftel muttered that the pontiff would clearly not like this, and that the rat should be caught immediately. And Duke Hessman said that he shared this opinion. Lennox said they had set the stage for rumors about the conference, and once they started spreading, no one would go at all. He asked why not end it all once and for all, but the redhead said that Meldenica had ruined her engagement and she should pay him back in kind. Pressing her palm to her chest, Sharia said that the pontiff had completely entrusted the matter to her, and that her plan, and no other, must be followed. The priest suddenly reminded them that the pontiff only gives 3 attempts, and since they had already failed recently, they only had 2 chances left. He insistently asked her to keep this in mind, and the girl put on an insincere smile, asking him to trust her in this matter. Meanwhile, Mel was cutting out a phrase from the newspaper about all the magic sets being sold out, while Isaac was happily pouring her some tea. The blonde thought that things were going very smoothly because no one was putting spokes in her wheels, and Sharia clearly contributed to this. She said that the academy needed embroidery kits, and Isaac replied that he had never seen flowers turn into reality at the end. Looking at the newspaper, the man said that his parents would also like it, because embroidery increases concentration, thinking that Sharia was probably angry. Meldenica imagined that in order to try to throw dirt at her on the day of the conference, she would have to wait and watch from the sidelines. Sipping tea from a beautiful tea set, the blonde reflected on how difficult it was for her to simply watch this success. However, she had no intention of helping her sister's plans come true, and calmly enjoyed Isaac's company. Soon the priest was walking towards Sharia, saying that everyone around was only busy praising this stupid stationery store. The man shouted that they said that there was nothing special about sacred water and relics, and they had almost completely stopped buying them. The fair-haired man asked what she was doing, because at this rate they would very easily lose to Marquise Kinoa in this protracted confrontation. Sharia said that everything would definitely change on the day of the conference, because she would tell everyone about her sister's atrocities. When the priest asked if she was going to do the same thing as on the day of her engagement, the green-eyed one stated that it was time for him to go. Walking forward, the fair-haired man silently thought about whether he could even trust someone who did not reveal her plans, even if the pontiff was with her. Coming out into the corridor, he suddenly saw in front of him a professor of literature who had recently been frequently communicating with the duke's bride. He pretended that he just wanted to pass by, but the dark-haired girl noticed his interested look, asking if he was looking for something. Deciding to test whether the woman would obey him because of the sacred water, the priest asked if she taught at the academy, and she nodded. She looked at him, listening to him say that he needed several children for sacrifice and was limited in his movements. Seeing her blank expression, the man asked if Sharia had mentioned this, since in a sacred state there would be no sacrifices. The dark-haired girl asked how she could do this, and the priest replied that she could try to kidnap them, as usual. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that 3 or 4 children would be enough, but it had to be done before the conference, and she nodded. The blonde-haired man mentally noted that she was indeed quite obedient, and it looked like they had really done a good job on her head. The priest folded his arms and asked what Sharia was planning, since they often communicated, and the woman replied that she herself did not know. She muttered that she was ordered to simply watch, and the man growled that she was of no use, then pushed her away, stepping forward. After some time, Meldenica, who openly saw this message, declared in a triumphant tone that this psycho had finally been caught. The woman said that the priest Ruftel was on the side of the pontiff, but that he and Sharikia had an internal conflict due to misunderstandings about matters. She added that their opinions were divided on whether to disrupt the conference or not, and they did nothing. The blonde thought that this Ruftel could interfere with the conference if he suddenly found out all the details of what was happening. Showing off his latest invention, Isaac said that he would have to use a safe tool, even though it was a shame to waste it like that. He muttered that the priest wanted to place the children on the altar, and the girl nodded in agreement, muttering that it was unworthy even for them. The green-eyed woman could not understand what this pontiff was really planning, if he not only hypnotized everyone, but also kidnapped children. Mel said that what was more important now was that the children were in danger, and, in Ruftel's words, it was all for the blessing of another people. Meldenica muttered that first they needed to deal with the priest, and also find a way to stop him from kidnapping the children and catch the criminal. Isaac shook his head thoughtfully, saying that he would secretly send the mage out of the tower, and the blonde agreed with them, turning around. She thought about the fact that cooks cook, magicians cast spells, actors play on stage and in the theater, and everyone has their own unique job. Meldenica began to think about what she could do in this situation as the owner of a stationery store, and exhaled loudly. The girl said that she should think about creating an item that could protect children like that diary for Marisa. She asked him what thing all the children would like, and Isaac thought about it seriously, his head bowed. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, the dark-haired man was silent for a while, and then declared that nothing came to mind. The green-eyed girl suddenly caught herself thinking that even at such a time she was staring at his face, and she turned away, blushing brightly so as not to get caught. The two of them were distracted from their different thoughts when they heard an incomprehensible rumble outside the door, which didn't even sound like a knock. But when Isaac allowed the guest to enter, a joyful Henry suddenly appeared on the threshold, calling Meldenica by name with a bright smile. The blonde smiled tenderly, and was even a little distracted from her unpleasant thoughts when she saw this baby again. She squatted down, asking if he missed her, and he replied that of course he did, running towards her for a hug. Sitting on her lap, the blue-eyed man asked when their work with Isaac would end, since she was always in his office when she came to the tower. The boy said that there were a lot of interesting things here, and next time he would give her a tour and the green-eyed girl agreed. Meldanika would be lying if she said she didn't feel awkward during this conversation, and so she blushed when the man called her. Isaac suddenly asked Henry what kind of thing would interest children so much that they would want to carry it with them every day. The boy immediately began to think about what all little stupid children wish for themselves and was silent for a while the adults waited for him. Soon he beamed with a joyful smile and declared that he remembered such a thing, adding that they still could not do without him in such a matter. When the rector learned that she had prepared gifts for the children in honor of their collaboration, he was delighted, noting that she was thinking about the children. The blonde suddenly asked what the man thought about God, and her interlocutor calmly replied that he didn't think anything special about it. He stated that he did not consider himself a believer at all, and Meldenica mentally noted to herself that it seemed that no one had yet worked on him. The girl thought that this was, of course, good, but strange, because Sharia and the pontiff should have been interested in such a person in the beginning. After greeting the children later, the blonde said that her name was Meldanika Quinoa, and that she owned a stationery store near them. She said that she had brought them some small souvenirs and began to lay out some round-shaped things on the table, surprising the children. They began to whisper that these things were strange, and the marquise tried to calm herself by breathing slowly. Last night, during a conversation, after much thought, Henry told them that stupid children love cats and dogs more than anything else in the world. Blue-Eyed added that there were street cats not far from the tower, and all the children loved them. They fed them so much that they became like piglets. For some reason, Meldanika easily imagined a plump kitten that looked more like a pig, thinking that she definitely couldn't give pets. The kid said that silly children also like crystal balls, because they have a lot of interesting things written on them and time flies faster with them. While the boys were talking loudly, Rasmus even claimed that such things calmed children. Mel silently looked ahead. So the girl came up with an object that could be enchanted with protective magic and that could capture an image in case of danger. Holding the thing in her hands, Meldanica now explained that they would always be able to carry it with them to take care of the cute animals. Turning on the magnifying ball that the rector had prepared, the blonde explained that they would use the medallion to check the screens. Walking around the playing area, the girl asked them what they saw, and they replied that it was an egg, looking very intrigued. Seeing this reaction, Mel thought she had managed to interest them and said that they needed an owner who would grow it himself. When she asked who would like to be him, many children raised their hands, except one with bright red hair, who was afraid. Meldanica suddenly walked deeper into the auditorium and introduced herself to him, smiling as she asked him what his name was. Hearing Shillin's name, the blonde said it was nice to meet him and asked if he wanted to try being a host. The boy agreed, and she took him with her to the table, explaining that now they needed to make sure that this interesting egg could hatch. Mel whispered that he should stroke the screen with all his love, do it sincerely, and the red-haired baby immediately agreed. The little boy, Shillin, had scars and bruises all over his prison cell, and that is why he was often attacked by children. They openly screamed and showed fear when they saw the wounds on his cheek and immediately hurried to walk around the guy, moving away. Even in Shillin's presence, children began to discuss how disgusting his face looked and to ask each other whether he might be cursed. It was much easier for a man with a very unusual appearance like his father's large burn scar to become a loner and an outcast. The little boy could only watch from the sidelines as all the children around him began to make friends and communicate and trust each other. One day, the girl told him that she had made a friend, and also, before she waited for the end of each day, but Miss Meldanica gave her a miracle. The redhead thought it was easy for her to say because she didn't have any scars, and when he tried to make friends, everyone just ran away. Now it seemed to him that a miracle really did exist, because a yellow bird suddenly appeared in a small medallion. The blonde said that now he would be able to look after this parrot, asking the boy if it wasn't great. Thinking that a miracle, albeit a small one, had happened in his life too, Shillin muttered that it was amazing and thanked her. Holding the medallion tenderly in his hands, the boy promised that he would take good care of it so that it could fly in the future. Mel explained that food will appear on the screen, which you need to click on to feed the pet and let it grow big. Addressing everyone, Meldanica said that she explained everything to Shillin, and if they had any problems, they could ask him. The boys who had been teasing him a little before looked at each other, thinking that they didn't want to approach him even like that. But suddenly, one of their classmates ran past them and calmly and with interest asked how all this was done. Many little ones asked him to tell them how to play correctly, because his pet hatched right away, and Shilin blushed in surprise. The red-haired man began to carefully explain to everyone that they had to pet the animal with love, and that sometimes food appeared in the forest and they had to press on it. Listening to the way he communicated with his classmates, Meldenica smiled tenderly and whispered that he was doing well. The boy thanked Miss Kanoa and began to actively communicate with the children for the first time in a long time, expecting to find friends for himself. The rector said that the children apparently liked her gifts, and the blonde said with a smile that she was only happy about all of this. Relaxing and exhaling, the green-eyed girl thought about how good it was that she had decided to rack her brains all evening yesterday. A little later, a joyful Meldenica already announced that everything was ready, holding in her hands a wide, white, rectangular object. The green-eyed girl quietly asked Henry what it was, and the boy, with the air of a knowledgeable person, asked why ask the obvious. He declared it to be an orc, looking at the green and gray images, which were very pleasing to the child's eye and capable of entertaining him. The kid asked if his egg would hatch into an orc that would beat them when it grew up, and his emotions were very bright and sincere. Henry wondered if orcs were born on their own, while the blonde barely restrained herself, thinking that it was, in fact, just a kitten. Isaac's drawing was no better, and the girl said that he was good at drawing magic circles, but the man said that they were different things. They had to make Rasmus stay up all night because he drew better than anyone else, and they agreed to release new characters occasionally. Turning to the rector, Meldenica carefully asked if he had noticed people who were beginning to behave strangely. Rubbing his chin, the gray-haired man said that he hadn't noticed anything because lately he had only seen her often because of business. The green-eyed woman was surprised to hear that he, frankly, planned to retire, so he practically settled into his office, mentally begging the last normal person here not to go anywhere. Meldenica said with a smile that she would support him. She began to think about how she had been told that there were a lot of kids in this class who were related to another race, and that was interesting. This meant that they could be half-breeds, because even her little new acquaintance had very interesting ears. Shilin suddenly broke her out of her complex thoughts when he came up to her and asked what exactly the thing was called. The green-eyed girl smiled nervously when she realized that she had been in such a hurry lately that she had forgotten to come up with the name itself. The red-haired man suggested something like a dear friend, and was genuinely surprised when the young marquise said that it was a very good title. The girl said that this thing didn't have a main name yet, but thanks to him, one had just appeared, and the boy was definitely surprised. Not believing his luck, Shilin asked if she really thought it would work, and Meldenica nodded. The boy suddenly said that he would like to give Milady a gift, but hastily added that for now it would remain a secret. He suddenly turned red from his ears to his fingertips, brighter than the ripest tomato, asking if he could give it back tomorrow after class. Meldenica, smiling, silently thought about the fact that the boy would probably write her a letter or give her a box of chocolates. She said she would be here tomorrow, but also her stationery store was open anytime, and invited him to come, and the boy nodded. When Shilin muttered that he would come, the blonde smiled brightly, saying that she would look forward to his visit to them. The next evening, the girl remembered this conversation, thinking that this little boy could drop by any day. But at that moment, the door opened, and the girl with dark hair said that her name was Arya Mindflot, and she was Shillin's older friend. Having greeted the new guests of her store, the blonde asked if they wanted some fresh juice, and the girl gratefully agreed. Already sitting at the table, the red-haired man said that he really loves taking care of the bird, and the guys from the other class constantly talked to him about it. Meldenica was a little surprised when the girl with freckles whispered that she should give the gift as soon as possible, and the boy nodded. Shilin closed his eyes in fear and embarrassment as he handed her the gift and asked Marquise Kanoa to accept the gift from him, surprising Mal. Opening the gift, the blonde saw a beautiful picture of a large dog, a cat, and a bird lying together in a clearing. The redhead stuttered and said that there was nothing special about the painting, but the girls said that it was simply an amazing painting. Stroking the image, the blonde thought that he probably received the blessing of the god of painting, and it was magical. Meldenica smiled brightly, saying that she was delighted with the gift, and Shilin blushed from the tips of his ears to his toes, thanking her. She immediately ran up the stairs, muttering thoughtfully about hanging the painting here, where everyone could usually see it. Coming back down, the blonde immediately asked if the boy would like to draw with her for at least an hour every day. She asked why they both didn't draw a background for that very pet game, and the academy students gasped in surprise. When she was met with silence, Meldenica said that they would of course be rewarded, and the children cried out that they were not like that. Feeling sad, the blonde thought about the fact that it would probably be difficult for them to combine this with their studies, and they would definitely refuse. Shilin asked hesitantly if schoolchildren could do such responsible work, and Mel screamed, which was natural. She, of course, kept quiet about the fact that the first illustrations for the game were actually developed overnight by the amateur artist Rasmus. Shaking her head, the blonde said that she would be very happy to get help with the drawings from such qualified guys. She pointed out that their consent was, of course, decisive, and the art students immediately looked at each other. With her arms folded across her chest, Meldenica thought that she wanted to be a kind shopkeeper for them, not some kind of villain like she was for the demons. Arya said that they would definitely tell the other guys about the offer and help with this matter in any way they could. Smiling brightly after receiving the consent, Mel decided that they needed to raise the team spirit and declared that they would do it together. Already in the evening, when darkness gradually began to descend on the capital, Meldenica saw off her new friends and said goodbye to them. Waving her hand at them, the blonde caught herself thinking that if Dominic were nearby now, he would definitely be happy. Mal couldn't understand why he was taking so long and hadn't been heard from lately, and wondered if he might have gotten lost inside the sword. At the same time, he played cards inside the sword with those demons with whom he was already very familiar during the time he lived here. The separation demon with shining blue eyes tried to do something, and his fingers were enveloped in black aura. But in the end, nothing happened. Dominic immediately declared with an arrogant smile that he had won again, and the little winter moon demon declared that this would not do. The blonde grimaced angrily, mentally calling them nasty for dumping all the work on her while they played. She was very curious about what was going on there, while her brother declared that Dominic was worse than any demon and resembled Meldenica. The dark-haired man said with a grin that Mel was worse than him, and the demon of separation thought about how scary this man was. Dominic asked the summer demon what his abilities were, since he had not shown them during the battle or during the game, and he replied that it was a secret. The man said that it seemed like the offended soul was starting to emerge, and the demon of separation said that it was finally coming out. The blonde said that there were many disgusting thoughts there, and she had to sweat, but he managed to distance the soul, quite obedient. She concluded that the summoning had finally succeeded, and from the black aura came a man who seemed to have changed all his colors to white. Dominic asked if he was a wronged soul, and the strange man on the opposite side rudely stated that he was not a wronged soul. He stated that he remained conscious inside the sword and continued to wait to gather evidence against his killer and punish him. Everything around him glowed with a black and blue aura as a voice roared throughout the sword, saying that he had endured all this in order to finally get his revenge. Folding his arms across his chest, Dominic said that he seemed to have memories of a past life and asked him to calm down and tell everything. He said that he drank the drink given to him by the pontiff and then became his puppet and was even forced to kill people. The man died when he was pierced with a sacred sword while lying on the altar, the stone on which human sacrifices were offered by the pontiff. The soul said that he had the blessing of the elves, thanks to which he had the skill of healing, even reviving people. Putting his palm to his chest, the once wounded man said with pain that these were people who believed in God, who had a sacred sword. The demons heard that the pontiff had a disease that caused his skin to rot, but that he was healed after being killed, and said that even they don't do that. Dominic said that he thought that only demons did such things, but the blonde man replied that these were forbidden actions. The demon said that no one can violate the prohibition of God. First, the whole body will rot, and then death will come, but it is still possible to hold out. He cried out that he could not imagine that his body would be subjected to such a curse, and the knight said that the pontiff's illness had appeared in the same way. The dark-haired one asked if the soul would be able to come out of the sword, and the other demon replied that he did not know, since his level of vitality was lower than that of the Viscount. Hearing that 3 minutes might be enough, Dominic turned to the soul, explaining that he would need to return to Meldenica now. He cried out in confusion and fear that he had not yet managed to tell everything, and they called him from there to punish this pontiff together. Squeezing his shoulders, the man replied that this was precisely why he had to go out with him now and present evidence of what had happened. The soul whispered that it was very dangerous outside, and the knight hastened to assure him that his home was there, and there were people who would help him take revenge. Having calmed him with truthful words, the dark-haired man hugged him by the shoulder and said that everything would be fine, and they set off together. 1,000 years ago, there lived a young man who sealed his body into a sword along with demons in order to bring peace to his empire. The young hero with dark hair, who had not even managed to settle down in life as a husband or a father, was called Dominic. Having decided to make this great sacrifice, the blue-eyed youth was confident that everything would be fine when suddenly his name was called. Then he said that there was nothing wrong with that, and if the wish of the person who signed this contract was fulfilled, one could be freed. He promised that they would see each other soon, and the child said that in the future he would make a contract with him in order to free him. Saying that he believed in him, and smiling, Dominic boldly rushed into the deadly battle to face off against the multitude of creatures. The boy cried because he just wanted the war to end as soon as possible, and for people not to go crazy fighting each other. The war was over, and now this man thought that by making a contract with Mr. Dominic, he should become king by eliminating unrest. Dominic was unable to escape from the sword, because the ruler now said that he would have to unite the continents in order to create an empire. Forced to fight demons that considered him nothing more than an empty human, the dark-haired man fought with all his might. He led more and more armies into attack as time went on, helping those he contracted with conquer new lands. But step by step, year by year, the strongest possible hero of the empire really began to lose his strength, feeling tired of everything. And suddenly she appeared, the strange Meldenica, who said that she would be the owner of some stationery store near the academy. When the man offered her to become empress, the blonde looked at him like he was crazy, answering that she didn't need that. After mowing the grass once again, the dark-haired man suggested conquering the empire, and Mel calmly replied that there was no need. After meeting this girl, who was sincere despite the contract, he began to meet people and grow physically and mentally. For him, both Meldenica herself and her little shop became very dear, and it seemed worth it to start growing and aging. Unlike the 1,000-year-old estate or the sword, he began to feel as if this was his real, warm home. The blonde jumped and squealed loudly when she saw the bright light, and the dark-haired one smiled happily, greeting her. She suddenly screamed angrily at him, asking why he couldn't be contacted while he was there, and Dominic replied that he was busy spying on the soul. Looking behind him, the girl asked if it was a ghost, and the blue-eyed man replied that it was a ghost from that very sacred sword. Meldenica swallowed because she understood perfectly well that if Dominic managed to get the ghost, then it meant that he had something to share with her. Looking at the black whites of his eyes, the blonde tried not to be scared, but she knew she should be careful. Muttering that this was the one, the ghost suddenly bowed, and the blonde stepped back a little, greeting her. The green-eyed girl couldn't understand why he was so well-mannered, and Dominic reminded her that he was only given 3 minutes and he had to have time to say everything. The ghost suddenly began to recite what had happened to him in verse form, reminding Mel of an aspiring rapper from a pop group. Meldenica stared at him in confusion because she did not understand a single word he was trying to tell her. Having called him, Dominic asked the ghost to speak a little more slowly, and he immediately stopped his patter, nodding obediently. He said that the priest Ruftal controlled people with the help of sacred water, and those under his control he killed with a sword. Meldenica thoughtfully rubbed her chin, asking if he had taken away her life energy, and the ghost agreed with her on this. She asked if his target was the foreigners who had received the blessing, and souls were the source of power, and the ghost nodded. Mel was terrified of what to do when she heard him say that the pontiff and Ruftal had probably become stronger since then. The unfortunate victim muttered that the priest would definitely look for new victims to find immortality, and there were others besides the sacred sword. The blonde mentally called him a soulless brute, and the ghost muttered that people were in danger. Dominic said that 3 minutes had passed and he was coming back again, because he had only come to tell her all this. Meldenica placed her palm on her chest and said that he need not worry, because he would soon be able to take revenge on all those responsible. When he was already disappearing, the blonde said that it was and will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and no one will escape responsibility. Soon they were left alone, and when they began to talk, the dark-haired one turned to the door, asking what those sounds were coming from the street. Grabbing his wrist, the girl said that she would tell him all the details on the way, and then abruptly dragged him towards the exit of the house. Meldenica saw Dominic's surprised face and declared that they would thoroughly punish all these scoundrels without slowing down. 30 minutes before that signal went off, Arya and the little crown prince were walking towards the academy, thinking about everything. Shilin was shocked that he was offered the opportunity to work as a real professional artist, and this made him happy. He asked his friend if this was a dream, and they would really become artists who would draw little pets for the game. Arya clenched her fist in a joyful, victorious manner and declared that this was exactly what would happen, and she was filled with enthusiasm. As they walked forward, they talked about how it was so wonderful that they even wanted to pinch each other to believe it was a coincidence. Shilin thought that when he returned, he would have to write a letter to his parents, and now he realized that age is not important for a good relationship. He could already imagine how happy they would be when they read in a letter from their son that he had met Lady Meldenica. The red-haired man immediately wondered with excitement whether he had any letter paper left, and it seemed like the watercolors were already starting to run out. He turned around and asked Arya to go into the art shop, and she replied that they would go faster then, since it was almost dark. As they began to walk forward, the dark-haired girl looked back in the fog and quietly asked him if he thought something was wrong. Yawning, Arya muttered that her vision even went a little dark, and she rubbed her eyes with her fists, causing Shilin to worry. The red-haired man quietly wondered if fog could appear so suddenly out of nowhere, and the girl suddenly called his name. The girl quietly muttered that the road in front of them suddenly changed, and the kids saw in front of them not a road, but some kind of dead end. A stranger suddenly appeared behind them, greeted the kids, and told them that they were welcome to his personal labyrinth. A man covered in a dark cloak and hood landed on one knee and declared that the boy was blessed with greatness. He raised his gloved hand and summoned some bright purple energy, declaring that he would like it very much. They were both glued to the stone wall with some kind of strange substance, and the child clenched his jaws in fear, trying to get free. He squeaked that he couldn't move, and the stranger replied that they wouldn't help him, calling the boy by name and mentioning that it was powerful magic. Suddenly, a priest appeared, who declared that it was enough, and the red-haired man began to shout loudly to Arya that he had come to save them from here. The girl quietly asked Shilin to look at Ruftel and shook her head, whispering in a hoarse voice that the man was smiling. Stepping towards the boy, he stated that he felt the blessing of the elves, and their natural power was very helpful in restoring the body. Raising his blade, the man smiled like a madman, asking not to be afraid, because the sacred ceremony would end very quickly. The blade in his hand suddenly vanished when he heard the voice of Marquise Quinoa, ordering him to get as far away from them as possible. The priest looked back and asked if this meant that she had destroyed the precious sacred sword with the same power, and she remained silent. He asked where the one with whom she had made a contract was, and the blonde calmly stated that she had come here alone, looking at the children's offenders. Having confirmed this once again, Meldenica suddenly said that she had one suggestion, and this clearly interested them very much. Ruftel muttered that she really was alone, since he couldn't sense another person's energy, and Quinoa relaxed cautiously after that. Minutes ago, when they arrived at the place, the blonde said in confusion that there was no one here, and Dominic replied that it was complex magic. Creating a glowing portal in mid-air, the dark-haired man stated that it was nothing to him, saying that they needed to go here. When she asked whether a priest held a position below a pontiff, the young man agreed, replying that most likely he did. Meldenica said that she herself does not know whether this plan will work or not, but she wants to meet him as if she came alone. Dominic listened to the girl and said that the plan was not bad, but she could be in danger. But the green-eyed girl replied that she would find something to answer with. Looking down and unexpectedly blushing a little, the blonde muttered that, moreover, their help would arrive at the right time. The dark-haired man agreed and said that he would then use invisibility magic, and then she would have to break the sword-like object. Now the girl looked at the man in the mask, catching herself with the strange thought that she had already seen him, and the priest asked what the proposal was. She asked if he was going to sacrifice the children, and the pontiff replied that he was, hearing in response the offer of a contract. Meldenica put her hand on her chest and said that she would become a victim in their place, and he would promise not to touch other children again. The priest snorted, asking what she was planning, and the marquise replied that it was the only thing she could do for the children. The girl muttered that she couldn't save them every time they were in danger, and Shilin shouted that they were okay. Mel mentally asked Dominic to close his eyes so as not to hurt them, and to discreetly help them calm down, and the knight agreed. The hooded man said that Ruftel needed to use protective magic, and the blonde thought that they were not letting down their guard. The priest stepped towards her, smiling predatorily, and said that it was very stupid of her to come into his hands without permission because of some children. He stated that he felt power in her, and with the sacred sword he could easily take it away right now, but there was nothing he could do about it now. As they began to be swallowed by magical energy, Ruftel wondered how such a stupid marquise could even resist Sharia. Finding herself in the shackles of its energy, Meldenica saw dark hands reaching out to her from all sides, thinking that the source did not look very pleasant. The blonde wondered in her mind if the separation demon was ready to act, and he asked her not to worry and said that he would pay for the drink. Mel muttered that that was great, and then grabbed one of the dark tentacles without intending to, and a very bright light flashed between them. Squeezing the tentacle tighter when the discomfort began, the green-eyed girl mentally played over in her head the words about how she had resisted her sister. She mentally screamed angrily that he simply didn't know how much effort this confrontation had cost her while the demon of separation was working. The priest coughed up blood, falling to his knees, but the hooded man was unable to help him because Dominic finally appeared behind him. When Meldenica was called a naughty girl, the dark-haired man thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that even saints knew such words. He was sure that Meldenica had succeeded, because loud explosions of energy began to be heard in the air around them. Falling to his knees, Ruftel, who was already stained with his own blood, asked in fear what kind of madness this was. Minutes ago, Mel said that Ruftel would try to take her power, but with the demon, they would be able to cause a reverse flow of magic. They immediately contacted the demon in the sword, who said that it would be very painful and that the power would need to be fully absorbed for some time. Meldenica clenched her fists and said with a bright smile that she could endure everything, and the demon quietly called this girl very persistent. Meldenica was warned that the more mana she absorbed, the weaker she would become, and now she was standing over the priest who had fallen to his knees. Still holding on to his power, the blonde asked what was wrong, since he wanted to have her power, and wondered if that wasn't enough. The demon happily stated that his power had dissipated, and the girl wondered how this weakling had managed to cause so much pain to everyone. Watching him cough up his own blood, Meldenica quietly asked if he was suddenly feeling sick, and the priest was shocked. Darkened with horror, the man hoarsely asked what kind of insolence this was, and did she really think that without the source of his power he could not kill her? Suddenly, as if in the agony of death, he leaned forward and grabbed her neck with his hand, declaring that he would do it with his own hands. Only Isaac blocked his path, strongly recommending that he take his paws off her, and knocked him down with the help of magic. Leaning against his chest, the blonde quietly said the dark-haired man's name and croaked that she knew all this time that he would come to her aid. Exhaling, the man said that he wanted to tell her many things, but first he needed to take her to the tower, where it would be safest. Already in the tower, the girl thanked him for saving her and for saving the children, and Isaac said that it was nothing and asked what to do with those two. She looked at the man who had been hiding behind his hood all this time, thinking that this traitor was the rector's secretary. The blonde couldn't resist, and suddenly, like a child, hit him on the head several times, calling him a traitor, while everyone was discussing what to do. The trio couldn't decide whether to simply lock them in a dungeon, kill them, or send them as their spies like that strange teacher. Mel raised her index finger, saying that they would charm them out of their way and lock them in the sacred sword, allowing the souls to take revenge. She said that their attacks would not be strong, but continuous blows for every little thing were more shameful, and they needed to feel it on their own skin. Dominic chuckled and muttered that she had a devilish personality after all, and that she was amazing. And the girl blushed, unable to contain herself. The green-eyed girl thought that she had summoned demons so many times that the knight's words seemed like a compliment to her, and that was wrong. But the two of them immediately began to whisper that since Dominic had once sealed many demons in the sword, the priest was a mere trifle. Touching the forehead of the hooded man with her finger, Mel said that the souls would teach them wisdom and reason, and the day after tomorrow they would release them. The girl asked if it would be difficult to resurrect the souls of dead people, and Isaac said that he did not know, but at least they would take revenge. The dark-haired man said that it was all thanks to her, and Meldenica lowered her head so that no one would notice her brightly reddened cheeks. The blonde said that now we need to focus on the conference and prepare an unusual, simply amazing product. The next day, Sharia came to Marisa and said that they had a lot to do today, but for now she just needed to look modest. The bride of Duke Hessman herself was happy that the day when her sister would fall before everyone's eyes had finally arrived today. The girl knew that soon the pontiff would easily take over the entire empire, and she would become his only heir. Looking back, the pink-haired girl told the little girl that they would leave the house as soon as everything was ready for their journey. The academy's conference hall was truly huge. It could have accommodated the many people who were already starting to arrive. Sharia was suddenly called by a servant, who leaned over and said that they had not been able to contact the priest Ruftel for several years. Having asked if this was all true, the pink-haired girl immediately wondered if it wasn't her sister who just couldn't calm down. She muttered that he probably wouldn't come, and that it was okay, since he wouldn't have much to do here this time anyway. Turning around, the green-eyed woman stated that their goal was to give away their sister and lure as many aristocrats as possible to themselves. Babaloa asked if all those who were providing them with any support would be there, and the servant replied that they were planning to attend as well. The girl folded her arms across her chest and muttered that this was excellent when the rector had already thanked everyone present for this meeting. As the conference began, the pink-haired girl brought her fingers to her lips and stated that she was a little sorry for something, looking straight ahead. Soon Meldenica appeared, who with a bright smile announced to everyone that she was happy to present everyone with new inventions and products. Sharia muttered quietly through her teeth that it was a pity that the priest Ruftel could not see the last performances of her wonderful sister. The journalists invited by the girl discussed what would happen this time, taking out the pens and notebooks they had prepared in advance. Marisa and Axion also quietly discussed the fact that none of them even guessed what kind of products their friend would be representing. The blonde, looking at the many people in front of her and how they reacted to her words, thought that she was ready to die from excitement. Immediately pulling herself together, Meldenica announced that she would introduce them to a new tool that would change the learning process at the academy. She called Rasmus, and the blonde-haired man readily introduced himself and said that he was Miss Meldenica's assistant and a magician ready to demonstrate everything. Hearing that he was a magician, people began to whisper that inviting him must have cost a lot, and the Marquise could afford it. Mel thought about how they seemed to be interested in how she managed to hire an expensive mage when the Kinoa family's situation was dire. Thinking that even Rasmus didn't really understand why he needed to help her, the blonde said that she would first tell him about the item she had shown him earlier. She demonstrated a pocket friend who was always next to her and who could be trusted with any secrets, taking them with her. The girl added that all the drawings in this device were made by the academy students who study in the art department. After her words, applause suddenly broke out, and Meldenica saw a red-haired journalist in front of her, who even stood up from his seat. Mel then introduced a fountain pen that reduces anxiety with the scent of ink and prevents cheating. The rector nodded silently, listening to the magic that was placed on the end of the pen, making the handwriting appear crooked to those around him during classes. Raising her hand, the little girl suddenly asked how Milady could prove the safety of her products. What about public trust? Smiling at such a smart guest, the blonde said that she shouldn't worry because there were guarantees. People were surprised to hear that when making her products, she received the approval of a recognized magician from the same place where Rasmus worked. Isaac smiled contentedly as the girl's last statement about the magic tower had the effect of a bomb exploding on the audience. Meldenica thought that since they were jumping up from their seats with interest but not going to Isaac, they had no idea what he looked like. The dark-haired man seemed to read her thoughts and smiled charmingly, shaking his head and carefully waving his hand at her, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Waving her hand cautiously at him, the girl tried to keep her expression down, saying that the items would be double-checked. Mel mentioned the 3 stages of testing, and Rasmus, who was mentally wondering whether he should quit, asked if Henry was ready. The kid stepped in front of the podium and introduced himself, saying that he would do all the necessary experiments for the safety of the students. Sharia's friends said it was boring, and they weren't there for the toys, while others chimed in that it looked childish. The fair-haired lady screamed and asked what kind of cheating they were talking about, since they were simply being insulted, portrayed as some kind of violators. The green-eyed woman involuntarily thought that there were quite a lot of people here who had already been treated with holy water. Mel said that a yo-yo for concentration and height-increasing shoes with wings are also in development, and suggested taking a break. The girl, who was already walking away from the podium, turned around sharply when she heard the question of whether Shilin had drawn the drawings for the device. The young man with red hair was clearly proud, but he sheepishly replied that he did, and the adults began to discuss whether they should try pets. Meldenica realized, not without surprise, that in front of her was the father of this wonderful artist, because he was very young for a father. As she was leaving, she heard from people that they needed to meet with this businesswoman before returning to another kingdom. Deciding to advertise her abilities to the guests once again, the blonde turned to the children and asked them to take something. She handed them a pencil that could correct spelling mistakes, but which was not yet familiar with all the mistakes. Holding a pencil in her hands, the fair-haired girl repeated with surprise the words about what this object was for, saying that her heart almost jumped out. Meldenica was very surprised by these words, because this office item had already passed all kinds of safety checks. The parents listened in surprise to what the girl meant by her heart jumping out of joy, because she really likes learning new things. The blonde lady who was sitting next to Sharia said, with a smile, that it was amazing because she didn't think the children would like it. The pink-haired girl ordered the servant to write down that they must receive these goods before the official sale began. She was forced to admit, at least to herself, that her sister's ideas were unusual, and that she had even managed to hire a mage from the tower. But, not knowing the whole truth, Babaloa thought that she had simply bribed a stupid magician, with whom it was easy to negotiate with the help of a sword. The Duke's bride reflected on the fact that the one magician she had managed to lure while the tower's master was away was of little use against the power of the temple. Smiling at her own conclusions on this matter, the redhead thought that now she could begin. The rector addressed the audience, announcing that the time had come during which everyone could ask questions of interest by simply raising their hand. The teacher, who was under Isaac's magical pressure, raised her eyes and palm, saying that she wanted to tell something. The gray-haired man asked if she really didn't have a question and just wanted to speak out, and the literature teacher confirmed this. Turning to the rector, Meldenica, with a calm smile, suggested listening to the woman, because these could be some important words. He allowed Professor Abel to speak, but the brunette stood still and remained silent, seemingly trying to collect her thoughts first. People had already started whispering about why she asked to speak and was silent, and the pink-haired girl bit her fingernail. She mentally urged her to start talking about the fact that her sister wanted to kidnap the children, that she was guilty of all those crimes. Marisa suddenly stood up and declared that she should speak now, while Babaloa could not understand what was going on. Pressing her palm to her chest, the dark-haired girl said in a voice full of genuine indignation that the professor had wanted to kidnap her. Sharia's eyes slowly widened in shock as she listened to the girl say that she had failed, and it didn't seem like the woman was admitting it herself. Abel admitted that she really did kidnap children, but she came to tell who forced her, and the rector seemed to be simply horrified. The pink-haired girl tried to calm herself down by saying that she had destroyed all possible evidence without which they would not be able to accuse her. Clutching her huge cross with her slender fingers, Sharia couldn't think of a way to protect herself, fearing their retribution. Standing up, a red-haired girl with the same cross asked if she really tried to do this and maybe it was a mistake. She also asked if the real kidnapper would confess so easily, since they were not in the courtroom now. The unknown person, on Sharia's orders, stated that the professor and Marisa could be bribed, and the girl, horrified, asked what she was trying to say. The dark-haired woman said that no one had bribed her, hearing in response that it was done by someone who had something against the family of Duke Hessman. The girl said that it cannot be ruled out that they are trying to ruin the Duke's reputation because he did not prevent the kidnapping. The girls began to whisper that Lady Sylvia did not make such unfounded statements, and Professor Abel had rather low authority. Meldenica heard that someone had already mentioned her name, indicating that it was she who had suggested listening to the professor today. Lady Silva was considered a rather intelligent woman in high society, who had a special authority, and her words were trusted by many. Someone said that Lady Marisa was not one to accuse without evidence, and the girl said that Meldenica saved her from the professor. She declared that this was her proof, and Sharia laughed, thinking of the naivety of children who passed off salvation as facts. Hearing that the girl might not even know that Kanoa had set this all up herself, the dark-haired girl thought that everything was going wrong. Marisa began to cry, remembering Isaac's words about public opinion being the most important thing, because Professor Abel might remain silent. The girl immediately froze and raised her head when the confident voice of the Marquise announced that they had a lot of evidence beyond words. She stated that the hero of the Empire, Dominic, had caught the man who wanted to kidnap the children. The door creaked, and Sharia glanced there. Dominic, dressed in a business black suit with a blue shirt and tie, led the priest in, holding him by the scruff of the neck like a street dog. Abel finally said that this man gave her money to kidnap the children, and there is a witness who recorded this entire transaction. The people finally saw the secretary of the rector Hodan and the priest Ruftel, whispering that this was impossible because they were noble people. Meldenica calmly said that since the culprit of what was happening was here, they needed to listen to what he could tell them. The soul-weary priest told the whole story from beginning to end, ending the story by saying that he spent the donations he received on kidnappings. People listened in horror that this was not happening in court because they had been planning kidnappings today, and now all the facts were revealed. Dominic suddenly mentally asked Meldenica about what she had just said, because it was absurd and his words sounded loud. The green-eyed girl listened with displeasure to his moralizing about how they would not be able to plan any kind of kidnapping today. The blonde discontentedly conveyed to him the thoughts that she had done too much to go so far and had the right to embellish. She was very interested in what Sharia, who was now sitting right in front of them with her head down, would be able to answer to all this. As she began to play, Babaloa raised her trembling hands, asking how the priest could do such a thing and insult the pontiff with his actions, since they trusted him. The pink-haired girl asked how he could, and tried to cry as naturally as possible so that more people would believe her. The woman sitting next to her decided to support Lady Sharia and carefully put her arm around her shoulder as a sign that she was not alone. Covering her face with her hands, the Duke's bride was actually panicking, thinking that the idiot Ruftel had failed to cover his tracks, but she would still have a chance. Taking her hands away from her face, the pink-haired girl said that she would ask the pontiff to punish him and said that she had to decide all this quickly. Watching her go, Meldenica silently reflected on the fact that she knew that she would act exactly this way, that she would want to run away. She suddenly opened her mouth and asked her sister Sharia to stop, and the green-eyed girl stood dumbfounded in the middle of the conference room. Enjoying the moment, the blonde said that there was another person behind the attempted kidnapping of Miss Marisa Gessman. Everyone in the audience suddenly heard Sharia's voice, ordering that Marisa be given this to drink and then tied up as if someone had kidnapped her. The pink-haired girl couldn't ignore a recording like that, even if she really wanted to pretend she didn't hear it. Looking at her sister with a gloomy expression, Marchioness Kinoa said that it was not too late for Lady Sharia Babaloa to confess everything. The girl said she had done nothing to confess to, and her sister could easily have faked the recording of her voice. Meldenica seemed prepared for any outcome of events today, saying that she assumed she would say exactly that. People were shocked to hear that she had been using psychological manipulation magic to try to destroy the aristocrats' businesses through dirty means. Maybe Mel couldn't talk about the harm of water and relics just yet, but she had other aces, and she said there was another witness outside. Sharia, who had been trying to keep her face up until this point, couldn't help but exhale loudly in horror and fear. Suddenly, none other than Viscount Talon, whom they had tried to poison to get rid of him forever, walked through the doors of the conference room. While discussing the plan, Dominic reminded them all about the Viscount, who was in a coma and sealed in the sword. The knight said that yesterday he suddenly came to his senses and pulled out a disheveled man from his sword who was thirsty for revenge. Meldenica was busy thinking about what was happening, but Isaac suddenly called her, tapping his fingers on her thin palm. The dark-haired man couldn't help but notice her excitement at the sight of this almost crazy man, and softly said that everything would be fine. Mel blushed with pleasure, thinking about how his voice was sending shivers down her spine, and Dominic asked them not to be distracted. Blue Eyes muttered that the Viscount seemed to be very upset to find himself on the brink of life and death because of those he helped. According to him, Talon kept whispering some strange words, clearly full of all that hatred and malice. Dominic asked the pathetic man to calm down, stating that he was going to die anyway in his current state, and Mel's eyes widened. The blonde asked him to wait a little, saying that she was not dissuading him from revenge, but Hildegard was now in a coma. When the man lowered his head, Meldenica asked him if he would give up on revenge, and the dark-haired man said that he would never. The Viscount stated that he had just been to the guard station and brought charges against Countess Hildegard and her daughter, Miss Sharia. Sophia said that the Viscount was a shameless man, since he himself had caused God knows what, and now he was blaming the Duchess with such glee. She asked who would ever believe the words of a deceiver, and Talon bowed his head, saying that he had proof of the claims. He said he had evidence of the poisoning of the former Marchioness of Kinoa by the Duchess, as well as her slander against Meldenica. The dark-haired man claimed that he had all the evidence that they had all kidnapped children, embezzled funds, and hired killers. As everyone in the room began to whisper that it now sounded more plausible, The pink-haired girl stepped back. Mel asked why the police chief considered her a suspect if it was a lie, and guards burst into the office. Sherry was told that she was being arrested on suspicion of all the above crimes, and she thought that this was not the end. She decided that she would decide what she would do later, but first she decided to get out of here as quickly as possible, and everything started moving. The pink-haired girl asked if her sister was angry, and then something lit up her sleeve as she asked how someone could be so reckless. While the attendants were trying to reach her, one of them loudly said that the suspect had taken out a teleportation scroll. Sharia said that they wouldn't be able to come to an agreement now anyway, and tore the paper with the magic circle in half, calling forth light. The girl said that they would see each other next time, and everyone who was sent to grab the girl was blinded by bright rays. Some of them still rushed forward, shouting that they couldn't let the suspect go and that they had to stop her from teleporting by any means necessary. Someone said that there was no need to worry because they would not let her go, and the pink-haired girl realized that she was not transported anywhere, wondering about this. Mel remembered being told that the original scrolls, unlike the fakes, had a brighter and longer-lasting light than this one. Sharia, of course, had the real scroll, but in this hall there was still an unknown, very clever head of the Tower of Magicians. Taking the real scroll out of his sleeve, Isaac waved it lazily as if nothing had happened at all and winked at the blonde, smiling. The green-eyed girl didn't know how he managed to replace the real scroll with a fake, but she was very grateful to him for it. Sharia listened in silence as she was suspected of several crimes and also attempted to escape, and she could not escape punishment. The pink-haired girl, shaking with anger, asked how they could arrest her, the daughter of the Duke of Babeloa, and the guard replied that she was only a suspect. Unable to contain herself, Gessman's bride screamed that Tellin was a pathetic dog who dared to accuse his owners, and that he had clearly been bribed with money. While they were finally trying to arrest her and take her away, the girl continued to kick, screaming that they didn't dare touch her. Turning to her sister, the pink-haired girl shouted with anger in her voice, asking how long she could stay afloat after this. The Duchess almost swore when her sister calmly replied that she could do it more than she could, and pointed out the rather deplorable situation. Watching how unceremoniously Sharia was grabbed and taken away to the police, Mildenica thought that she would finally pay. Of course, the loud news about Sharia's arrest spread throughout the capital in less than a day, because it was shouted from every iron. Prince Cassian began further investigation with the help of evidence provided by Viscount Talon. In addition to the crimes that came to light at the conference, there were also tax evasion, false accusations, and others. Mel thought that after all these incidents, the pontiff was in danger of losing his power, but she didn't see much of a reaction. She wondered what he was thinking until the guard said it was here, leading the Marquise to the underground prison for criminals. The guard warned the lady not to come too close, and that he would return in 5 minutes, and the girl agreed. She walked into the cell where Sharia was chained and took in her pitiful, emaciated appearance with a slight, appraising glance. Babeloa's daughter asked if she had come to laugh at her, and the blonde sat down, muttering that she was interested in her feelings. When Sharia muttered that it wasn't over yet, Mildenica said that of course not, because she hadn't gotten everything her mother had yet. Mel said in a soft but confident voice that she would soon take back all her wealth and lands, and her sister clicked her jaw. Green eyes flashed with confusion when Gessman's fiancé asked what she had done, because that question seemed the stupidest. Leaning towards her, Mildenica said that she wanted to harm Marisa, falsely accused others, and killed people with her mother. Mel said that because of all these crimes, which she considers trivial, many people suffered and died, asking for understanding. It was clear that the blonde didn't even expect any realization, because Sharia could only grin angrily at the loss. They both turned around when they heard Gessman declaring that he didn't care about the other customer, and he needed to get there now. Sharia was very happy when she saw her fiancé, but he looked like a cold statue, not a sympathetic man in love. Mel muttered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and her sister began asking if Lennox had come here to rescue her and take her away. The Duke declared that she must not weave intrigues and involve him, and the hope in the green eyes of his bride gradually began to evaporate. She asked Lennox what this meant, and he coldly replied that he wanted to get confirmation from her in court that there was nothing between them. The dark-haired man stated that he needed to be free to help her, and that, if you looked at it that way, her crimes had nothing to do with him. The guard told Miss Meldenike that she could visit prisoners one at a time, and the blonde calmly replied that she would go out on her own. Turning around one last time, Kanoa measured Lennox's figure with her gaze, thinking about what a pathetic and selfish worm he really was. After Sharia's arrest, he began to appear more and more often at social events in order to show himself to be honest and raise the family's authority. Meldenica couldn't say for sure whether he was really trying to save his bride, or whether he wanted to check how it would affect his reputation. But now, watching him openly wipe his feet on his bride, who was chained, the Marquise had definitely drawn her own conclusions. A couple of weeks ago, Mel spread the word that she would visit Sharia on a certain day and time and ask about the misdeeds of her fiancé, Duke Lennox. The blonde knew perfectly well that Guessman, who had started attending all the events, had immediately come running here upon hearing them. They said that there was great love between them, but in the end they saw that the Duke's own reputation was more important than her. As Meldenica walked forward, she thought that in order to finally finish all this, she needed to move on to the next act. Already in her shop, the Marquise dropped her lower jaw in surprise upon hearing the information that Abel and Ruftel were dead. Dominic said that it was impossible to use magic in the dungeon. There were no traces of resistance left, and they both died suddenly. The knight said that whoever killed the two of them had entered the dungeon of the Imperial Palace and had deliberately left a note saying that they had disobeyed God. He said that this pontiff was probably quite strong, while the green-eyed one thought that she could win, knowing only weak points. Calling Dominic by name, Meldenica muttered that it seemed like it was time to finally wake the dragon up and win him over to their side. The knight said that she must do it alone, because he had to breathe life into the Viscount, otherwise he was about to die. He was already leaving, while the blonde fearfully asked if the dragon would be angry that she had summoned him again ahead of time. The dark-haired man suggested that she do it in the laboratory, where the man he didn't really like was, and Meldenica went to the tower. Stroking the large eggshell, the girl thought that the previous time the dragon hatched just after being touched. Tapping it with her index finger, the blonde asked him to wake up quickly because she really needed him and sighed. The egg suddenly began to crack, and Mel thought that last time there had been no particular difficulty with this process either. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the girl was blinded by a bright light so much that she had to cover her eyes with her hand as quickly as possible, screaming. Meanwhile, Henry and Carrot walked enthusiastically along the high corridors of the magic tower because they learned about Mal's arrival. The joyful little magician opened the doors of the room, greeting his familiar girl, but instead of her, he saw something incomprehensible. Mel asked what was the matter and why he was suddenly shaking like that, and the blue-eyed baby suddenly uttered the word monster in several approaches. The little boy cried out in tears that some monster had eaten Meldenica because he saw before him what had happened to her after the explosion. She couldn't help but remember that during their first meeting, Henry had been very wary and even afraid of her at first, but then he had opened up. Now he was still her most wonderful little friend, who obeyed her more than any other adult. However, now the little magician roared loudly, saying that the monster had devoured Mio, and he saw that it had even put on her dress and things. Looking in the mirror, the disheveled and dirty girl finally realized how bad she looked after the unexpected explosion. While the blonde was asking the dragon what suddenly came into his head to do such a thing, Carrot approached his friend, asking what was the matter. He immediately shouted that this was indeed the case, and Meldenica thought with disappointment that even an older child did not recognize her in such a state. The dark-haired man tried to step back and covered Henry's eyes, shouting that this monster was approaching them and they needed to call for help. The girl thought that she had wasted so much time and effort to make friends with them, and buried her face in the table, crying loudly. Mel thought that if they called Isaac for help, it would be a complete disaster, because he didn't need to see her like this. She silently thought that the man probably knew healing magic, and he was the only one who could help her now. And yet, soon she heard the voices of Axion and Marisa, who was very surprised to hear from her friends that there was a monster here. The dark-haired girl calmly said that it was Mel who was conducting the experiments, and Carrot and Henry shouted questioning words about it. The girl told them irritably that it was obviously Mel, who simply had something go wrong, and the blonde pouted in resentment. Pointing to her older friend, Marisa tried to calm the little fools by pointing to that same golden long hair. Hugging the girl around the waist, Guessman's sister tenderly said that as soon as Meldenica saw her, her lips stretched into a gentle smile. But the two fools still didn't think to calm down, saying that these pats on the girl's head would definitely not lead her to anything good. They both muttered that it seemed like it was true, Mel, and began to ask for forgiveness in turn, and she only mumbled that it was nothing to worry about. The blonde, with a slight lisp, asked what was wrong with her speech, and Axion, looking at the enamored Marisa, thought that sometimes he was afraid of her. Henry muttered that he was a big fool for not recognizing Mal, and Carrot sighed in pain, saying that he was a fool on Henry's level. When they both started hitting themselves on the head, the blonde said as slowly as possible that there was no need to punish yourself. Approaching her, the little prince carefully asked if she had become like this because of the experiments, and Meldenica nodded to him. They suggested calling Isaac to fix everything, but seeing their friend's unhappy face, they began to discuss that it would be better to call Rasmus. Henry muttered that Rasmus wouldn't be as busy as the head of the mage tower, and Carrot immediately thoughtfully agreed with his friend. Left alone with the egg, which had become whole again, Meldenica waved to the children, declaring that they would soon help her. Looking at the egg that began to move, the blonde thought that as soon as it hatched, she would immediately teach it a good lesson. Seeing Isaac in front of her, the blonde thought that her life, both ordinary and especially personal, was simply over and destroyed. Walking down the corridor, the little prince asked if Isaac could help Meldenica, and whether it would not be better to take her to his brother. The dark-haired girl remained silent, because it seemed to her that at such a moment the girl did not really want to meet with the tower chief. A minute ago, they were all running down the tower corridor, when a soft but stern voice suddenly said that running like that was dangerous to one's health. The children were surprised to realize that they had run right into Mr. Isaac, and he asked with a condescending smile where they were rushing to. The prince asked if he had a teleportation scroll with him, because he needed to immediately take Mel to his brother, who was in the palace. The dark-haired man asked if something had happened to her, and the little heir replied that she had been experimenting and had been hit by bad magic. Axion said enthusiastically that usually only the magical and light magic of true love can help the enchanted princesses. Carrot wondered if love magic was really necessary in that case, while the prince tried to beg the master for a teleportation scroll. Marisa listened silently as the gentleman said that, unfortunately, he could not give him the scroll, because he himself was an expert in this kind of magic. The dark-haired man said that it seemed that he had to save the enchanted princess from the spell, and Gessman blushed, agreeing. Covering herself with a pillow, Meldenica mumbled that the children had promised to invite Rasmus, and the tower chief had said that they would become friends. She muttered that she didn't think so, because this funny magician sometimes behaved quite secretively and suspiciously towards her. The blonde said she wasn't pretty, and asked not to look at her, and Isaac replied that he thought otherwise and that her curls were cute. The man said that since she didn't like it, he would help, and he extended his hand forward, starting to cast a spell, and everything was filled with warm light. Meldenica, sitting with her eyes closed, felt that she could feel new skin appearing on the burnt skin and her eyes taking shape. He asked if she remembered the words about how one can live according to the call of the heart, and the blonde quietly answered that yes, not knowing whether it was possible to open her eyes. Leaning over, the tower chief said that, although he had spoken like this now, he himself had not followed this principle, and there was no point in enduring it any longer. Opening her eyes and looking straight ahead, Mal blushed brightly, asking what he meant. And Isaac said that he always wanted to see her eyes like that. At the same time, a delighted Carrot conveyed to Rasmus the master's words that it was his duty to save the princess in such situations. While the children were quietly admiring this, the fair-haired magician muttered thoughtfully, saying that something like this simply could not happen in life. He leaned towards the dark-haired man, asking if he had embellished the events a little, but Carrot protested, saying no. Isaac has always been a freedom-loving master of the tower. He helped the weak, but was merciless to the villains. And most importantly, until now he had no interest in any kind of romantic relationship with the opposite sex. The magician, of course, knew perfectly well about the master's affection for Mel, but now he said such shameful, romantic words in front of the children. The most dissatisfied with the current situation was the little heir to the throne, who said that Mel should have been taken to his brother. Upon hearing that the eldest prince of the empire also had feelings for Meldenica, Rasmus, with his vivid imagination, immediately imagined a triangle. He seemed like a madman, thinking that the gentleman had started to behave like this out of jealousy, and the children were even scared. Only Marisa remained silent, and the fair-haired man saw some kind of book in her hands, asking with interest what it could be. Axion and Carrot were equally shocked when the girl said that these were 202 tests created for Mel's future husband. Rasmus grabbed his head when the children started discussing how he would have to walk on fire and water, and it was quite impressive. When the young magician realized that Isaac and Meldenica were now alone, he wondered if they were really engaged in any kind of tenderness. The dark-haired man gently stroked her slender fingers, asking if she didn't like open courtship, and she replied that it was something else. Of course, the girl was worried, because just a moment ago she looked like burnt bread, and finally took on her former appearance. Moreover, she had challenged the pontiff on her own and should have been preparing for battle, rather than allowing her heart to beat like that. Meldenica thought that she had never heard of a good romance at work and stood up, saying that she had not gotten hurt because of magic. Isaac asked why this happened, and she said that she accidentally touched a dragon egg, and then the light seemed to pass through her. When the dark-haired man stood up and offered to examine the egg, the girl was glad that she had managed to change the subject a little. She knew perfectly well that she had to think a little about everything that was happening while the man picked up a large white egg from the stove. The tower chief muttered that it was hot and had grown in size, and that such a temperature usually indicated the beginning of hatching. He suggested that they wait a little while for this to happen together, but the blonde forced a nervous smile, thinking that it would be awkward. But Isaac was still a professional magician, and she agreed, and the man said that there was something that could not be forgotten at this time. Hovering over her, the dark-haired man said tenderly but confidently that she would not run away, and he would continue to try to seduce her openly. Meldenica's whole face turned bright red when she heard this, and in her stomach horror mixed with anticipation and desire. After a while, the shell creaked, and the blonde said that she wanted to meet him soon and talk to him, ask about the pontiff. Quinoa leaned down and rested her pointed chin on her clasped hands, declaring that she would definitely ask him why he created the explosion. Lifting the top of the shell, the gray-eyed baby with dark, swarthy skin and straight hair appeared before his so-called parents. Meldenica immediately forgot about all her anger and desire to punish the little boy who had given her quite a thrashing with that explosion, and quietly gasped. The baby suddenly screamed that he hated her, clenching his little fists, and the blonde recoiled in horror, not understanding why he was saying that. She thought that she should be the one hating for the explosion, asking why it was so, and the dragon immediately screamed that she had forgotten about him. Laughing, Isaac told him that there was no point in being offended while the girl was already pretty offended, since she had actually been seriously hurt. The dark-haired baby suddenly screamed that his dad was very cold and only loved other children, but he didn't care about him, and suddenly he started crying. Meldenica thought that when a person sees something too cute, he wants to be naughty, and her heart could not calm down. Isaac suddenly said that he was no longer a child and was psychologically an adult, because inside the egg, he probably understood everything about the world around him. The Marquise turned to her interlocutor, asking if this meant that he was trying to manipulate, and he replied that this was exactly the case. Waving her arms, the blonde said that she didn't fall for it at all, although in fact she really wanted to stroke the baby's head. The dragon cried out that he had no intention of using his knowledge in such a way, and Mal thought he sounded like an adult. The dark-haired man, holding his palms to his plump cheeks, said that he really was a child, and Meldenica again gave in to his mercy. Covering her eyes with his hand to keep her from being tempted, Isaac asked what the dragon wanted, promising that he would do it in exchange for help. The green-eyed girl turned around in embarrassment, and when the baby started whining, the tower chief reminded him that he had to speak like an adult. The dragon suddenly asked them to guess, saying that if they could give him what he wanted, he would definitely help his mom and dad. When Meldenica objected, saying that they were not his parents, the baby picked up the shell, saying that they had better think about it carefully. The dragon said that he would definitely fulfill their request if they guessed correctly, closing his house and leaving the young people alone again. The blonde involuntarily fell into despair, because she was visited by déjà vu from their previous meeting when the baby climbed back. She covered her face with her hands and barely kept herself from groaning because they were getting nothing again, and Isaac reassured her. When the man asked her not to worry, the blonde shook her head slightly and asked what he wanted from her, looking at the egg. Meldenica thought about touching the shell, but decided that she would turn into a burnt chicken again and immediately pulled her hand back. She had no idea what to do for the baby, and the girl nevertheless carefully touched the white shell with her palm. The green-eyed girl was surprised to think that he was not rejecting her, and Isaac said that they should think together about what the dragon wanted. But there was something else. When Meldenica asked the man what he meant, he raised his gloved hand and summoned a shining bird. The blonde looked with some surprise at the bird, which, even before it had fully emerged, was already holding some strange little thing in its beak. The girl turned her head when she heard that Duke Gessman wanted him to figure everything out on his own, and was a little surprised. She thought about the fact that Isaac probably wanted to punish the thief who encroached on the property, and she was not the only one who should receive it. The dark-haired man looked at her, and Meldenica would be lying if she said she didn't see very bright emotions in that look. The tower commander firmly stated that he could not forgive this Duke Hessman for the pain he had caused her, and how he had dared to act. Although the girl wasn't in much pain, from the outside her life looked pretty hard. She wanted to kill the Duke, and Isaac made a plan. He unfolded the object that was in the bird's beak, showing it to Meldenica, and she asked in surprise if it was some kind of map. Isaac nodded and looked at the image in front of him again, and said that they would disguise themselves and penetrate inside, to the very depths. The blonde involuntarily remembered the illegal auction and the meeting with Basil, saying that it was fun then, and the man nodded. He said that this time they would pretend to be a couple in love, and Meldenica smiled nervously, ordering herself to be calm. Lowering her head, the girl nevertheless blushed, thinking that this had caused strange emotions, and that perhaps she shouldn't react like that. Suddenly taking a strand of her hair in his fingers and gently stroking it, Isaac said that he had to warn her of his personal interest. He asked her if she knew that his words about her needing to wait for more were sincere, and the blonde blushed even brighter. Meldenica ordered herself to play it safe, asking what his plan was and saying that she would have one condition about it. Smiling brightly, the blonde tried to change the focus from romance to revenge, declaring that the final blow would be hers. The man asked with a smile if they could practice holding hands so that their performance would be more authentic, like a couple. As they held hands, Meldenica tried to push aside her embarrassment and said she wanted to hear the plan, and Isaac suddenly leaned forward. She whispered and asked if this was part of the plan, and the dark-haired man replied that it was a rehearsal, because lovers don't blush from intimacy. The green-eyed girl whispered that it sounded more like his personal interest, and Isaac rubbed his cheek tenderly, telling her that she had opened him up. The girl placed her palms on his shoulders and thought that maybe he was actually a nine-tailed fox because he was too cunning. Dominic suddenly appeared on the threshold, opened the door without asking, and called Meldenica, saying that Tellin had finally done something. Immediately pushing the man away, Mel began to chirp that he returned quickly and that it was good, while the knight assessed this stupid situation. Noticing how close they were to each other, the dark-haired man asked what kind of indecent behavior this was, surprising her. Grabbing Isaac by the collar of his shirt, Dominic called him a scoundrel, asking what kind of tricks he was playing, and the tower commander asked him to calm down. Meldenica did not understand anything at all when she heard the knight's words about how he behaved like this with a girl who was not even 100 years old, and reassured him. Still with his back turned, Dominic asked her to blink if she was offended, and the blonde muttered to him that all people blinked a lot. The girl reassured the knight by saying that it was simply a plan to capture Duke Hessman, and the blue-eyed man turned around, looking at her. Looking at Isaac, he asked what kind of plans these were, because Mel was still very young, and when she was about 1,000 years old, then he would give his consent. The tower chief said that Dominic seemed afraid that Meldenica would be taken away, and he replied that they were like brother and sister, while the blonde remained silent. The dark-haired man asked the knight if they could talk, and Dominic turned away, declaring that he had no intention of talking to such a shameless man. When he added that it concerned a famous sword in the Tolton Mountains, he angrily asked if they thought he would be interested in any sword. The green-eyed girl listened a little irritated to the knight's words that he would listen to his plan first, and then asked him to tell her about the sword. Dominic shook his finger, saying that there was no need to try to persuade him, and the blonde thought that perhaps there was no need to persuade him. When Isaac looked questioningly at Meldenica, she was surprised because the tower commander looked like he was asking a question. The dark-haired man explained in a whisper that they weren't a real couple, but he had a feeling that he should ask her permission at a time like this. Enjoying Mel's surprised look, the man whispered that he really enjoyed acting as if they really were a couple. Blushing and shaking her head slightly, the blonde thought that he spoke in such a way that every word of his gave her no peace. At the same time, the Duke was informed that Miss Marissa's guardian and uncle, Count Quirlin, was going to choose her as the future Duchess. Hessman asked how he dared while he was alive, And the servant replied that he was so disposed because of difficult circumstances and the spread of rumors. Lennox thought irritably and silently about the fact that the entire trading order had been dealt a serious blow, and now all sorts of rabble had crawled out. He knew perfectly well that after Sharia's imprisonment, trust in them had dropped to zero, and now there would be no benefit from selling water and relics. The Duke suddenly asked the shocked servant if it was not possible to simply leave the man to die, speaking vaguely. Recalling the delegation from the Demon Kingdom, Lennox said that if they started doing business with them, rumors would immediately start spreading in a new wave. The inhabitants of this kingdom were like magpies. They were very fond of shiny magical objects, and he thought to play on this. The Duke had many good items that his father had stolen from the Kinoa estate, as well as what he had brought from the magic tower that time. He stated that he absolutely had to sign a contract with the delegation and ordered that gifts be prepared that would surprise them. Clenching his fist, Gessman thought about what kind of scum this was, who first got engaged to the one everyone had turned away from, and now stabbed her in the back. Smiling madly at his thoughts, the man asked Meldenica to wait a little, because he would make her suffer the same way. The blonde, meanwhile, sat in the carriage, looking out the window with a thoughtful expression on her face, thinking that they had arrived quickly. Soon the girl got out of the carriage, and before her lay the Duke of Babeloa's estate, which had once been her own home. Earlier, after spreading out the map, Isaac said that the Demon Kingdom had sent a delegation here to inspect the stationery store. The man said that Lennox probably knew about this and had long wanted to sign a contract with them and get rid of the problems. He stated that they would pretend to be this delegation to prevent them from making a deal, but Dominic stated that they did not need to play lovers. The dark-haired man replied that the delegation included a married couple, the Marquises of Fadel, about whom there were rumors, and they had already given their consent. Meldenica listened silently to their conversation about how Isaac managed to get their consent, and he replied that everything was fine. She asked if Gessman really needed to get a contract with the Demon Kingdom, and he confirmed these words. The green-eyed girl asked with interest whether they could take advantage of this opportunity and return what he had stolen from them. Isaac said there was a chance he'd do it to gain favor, but he was unlikely to just lay all his cards on the table. The dark-haired man said that we should try to intimidate Gessman and make him worry, then he will try even harder. Now, being at the Duke's estate, Mel thought that they were all worried, because the owner of the house was crazy, and Sharia suddenly found herself in a dungeon. But she remembered very well how the servant had said that she would find out everything later than the others, and that she was still very far from being like Sharia's younger sister. In this crazy estate, even the maids dared to shout at her, asking why she was walking in a certain place, since she was interfering with the cleaning. She thought it was funny to recall these mockeries, and the butler said that the elders who invited her had already arrived. Addressed as Marchioness Meldenica Kanoa, the green-eyed girl gathered her strength and thoughts to try to kill two birds with one stone. The elders said that they had not seen her for a long time, and the girl saw certain familiar faces at the table, each of which was very important. Isaac gave one of the elders false information that Mel had information that could harm the family, and they gathered. Meldenica sipped her tea, holding the saucer, thinking that they were incapable of thinking clearly since they had called a council so soon. Deciding not to drag it out any longer, the blonde pulled the cup away from her face and said that she had come to take what belonged to her. She stated that she insisted on the restoration of Quinoa's property, and they began to shout, asking how she could say that. When Mel stated that the two families were divided, and therefore the property had to be divided, the men shouted that she was arrogant. The head of the elders gestured for them to be silent, and then asked the girl whether the connection with the family would be broken if they did everything. Meldenica understood that he wanted to know if all their crimes would be made public, and muttered that perhaps. Her second target was Duke Gessman's puppet, a guy she had seen quite often when she was previously engaged to Lennox. The blonde said that she would continue to try to do everything for the development of the empire, and for this it would be necessary to get rid of the rot. The men gaped at her when she said that if they didn't interfere, she could find a way to do it without hurting them. They all began to whisper about what guarantees they would have if they gave up all the property that once belonged to the Quinoa family. The same young man serving Hessman, of course, immediately became afraid that the girl's target might be the Duke. Meldenica calmly sipped her tea, while the so-called elders gradually switched from whispering to shouting, throwing papers across the table. Staring into space, The blonde hoped that Duke Lennox Guessman would be so scared by her words that he would lose his mind from them alone. While the room was in absolute chaos with fights and quarrels, Mel thought that only in this way would he start to act and speak the way she wanted. Papers were flying around, huge hands were pounding the table, and the girl was thinking that the Duke would soon begin to confront her and the others. Smiling with peace in her soul, Kinoa found herself thinking about new products for the shop. Soon the Duke was informed that Meldenica wanted his property back and called it a rotten piece of skin that needed to be cut out. He growled that he would not leave this matter so easily and slammed his clenched fist on the table, causing all his servants to flinch and become nervous. The red-haired youth said that things were not so bad yet, because the aristocrats who trusted the bishop would go to the end. In response to a clarifying question, he added that most of them had received some kind of holy relic as a gift from the priest Ruftal. Sharia and the priest Ruftal had lost their support incompetently, but the pontiff remained cheerful because there were still believers. There were still many people in the empire from the holy pontiff who spread the so-called will of God and the pontiff himself. The Duke changed the subject to negotiations with the demon kingdom, and the servant replied that he had already discussed the terms with them and they were waiting for a meeting. Hearing that the new arrivals wanted to meet as soon as possible, the dark-haired man thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his fingers and frowned slightly. Lennox said it would be better to do this before the pontiff arrived in the empire, and asked to schedule a meeting in a week to gain trust. The servant said that a couple who had great power among the aristocrats would arrive, and they were the king's confidants, and they had a child. Knocking on the table, the dark-haired man ordered to find out about habits and preferences, because the contract had to be signed at all costs. Rubbing his chin, the man said that Meldenica had learned to use magic and had made a contract with Dominic and would try to interfere. He thought that if she found out about the negotiations with the kingdom, she might send a spy or kidnap the Fidel couple. The dark-haired man thought that the time had come to use the Stone of Truth, which reveals any lie and no one can resist it. The Duke said that they must not miss the Fidels, and on the day of the visit, it was necessary to check everyone who would come to the duchy. The dark-haired man ordered them not to forget that meticulousness was very important in such a matter, and the servants immediately nodded obediently in response to this. Meldenica had a feeling that the angry Lennox was planning something, but she immediately replied with a smile that it was the rector's hearing. She couldn't understand at all why the man had come without warning, because she had hardly managed to hide the dragon egg. The gray-haired man squeezed his glass of fruit ice with his fingers, saying that due to the incident with the professor, he was forced to hire someone temporarily. Mel was surprised to hear that this could be a great chance for the academy students to push them and inspire them to do something new. Handing her an envelope, the rector said that for this very reason he would be glad if she agreed to become a professor for their students. The girl's green eyes widened when she saw in front of her the power of attorney for the position of temporary professor of the academy. The rector said that there will be an Olympiad on the mainland, where they will show their students as future specialists, and it is already inspiring them. The man said he would very much like to hire her, as he plans to invite famous guests to a special lecture every week. Thinking that her urgency was in question, the blonde lowered her head and said that she had not studied at the academy, and that it was simply impossible. The rector said she could teach on special rights, but Mel replied that she did not know how to do this and was not sure that her influence would be positive. Looking at the table, Meldenica suddenly thought that in fact there was no need to deceive herself, and that there had never been anything special about herself. The gray-haired man muttered that if she couldn't, then nothing could be done, but he had never seen children love anyone so much. He asked her if she thought the best teacher was the one who knew the most, and said that the best teachers were never learned. The rector said that it is important for a teacher to constantly think about who and how he teaches, how to put himself in the place of another, the student. Reminding her of all the little friends the girl had had a positive influence on, the man said that she was just like that. The man finished his story by saying that the children would be very happy when they heard who had come to teach, and Meldenica blushed brightly. When the girl dropped her consent, the rector assured her that he would immediately draw up a schedule, clarifying whether anything was needed for classes. The blonde thought for a bit and said that she would like to have a temporary pass to the academy library, because she had wanted it for a long time. The man said thoughtfully that he didn't think she was interested in the usual book sections, where anyone could go and get information. Smiling happily at such questions, the blonde clenched her hand into a fist in triumph, saying that she wanted access to the secret room. When he said they should ask the board of directors, Mel suddenly remembered his dream, saying she knew a farm with good land. The gray-haired man involuntarily tensed up, and the girl thought that in fact it was a lie, but she really was thinking about finding information. Deciding to embellish things a little for the sake of the matter, the blonde turned around and asked if she had ever been disappointed with the quality. The man couldn't believe his luck, because a good farm with fertile land and workers was definitely his dream. The rector said that he would try to give a pass, but books could not be taken out, and there was a time limit, and Meldenica nodded. The blonde jumped in place when she saw that the egg covered with a towel suddenly began to jump and show interest. Deciding to chat the man up, Mel said that she wanted to start the lectures as soon as possible, and he could tell everyone about this good news. The green-eyed girl was surprised to hear that since she was asking for such a thing, she was going to make every effort she could for the sake of the children, and that was wonderful. Immediately nodding in agreement with his own thoughts, the gray-haired man said that he was, after all, very good at understanding people. The rector shouted that he would definitely help her in everything, and Meldenica hoped that he would not overestimate her. Already saying goodbye, the man waved his hand at her, declaring that together they could do it, and the blonde also declared that she was very, very happy. The girl's acting still suffered when Isaac said that lovers don't blush, and she said she knew. She didn't think that the head of the mage tower would go so far, hoping that it was all just because of his good looks. He wasn't even her type. But sitting here, so close, her head seemed to lose the ability to think normally. Closing her eyes and moaning, the blonde said that she thought she couldn't pretend to be a loving wife very calmly. She had no experience in romantic relationships, and everyone she knew was a cheater, and Isaac nodded. He suddenly calmly said that she would definitely learn from the Fidel and Hein spouses, and the blonde didn't really understand this at all. After looking around, the girl said that there was no one there except themselves, and he asked him to show a little patience because they were coming. Turning around, Isaac said that, to be honest, the couple Fidel and Hein had one secret that absolutely no one knew about. Lifting up the towel, he declared that they belonged to a race of dwarfs who could transform themselves, and showed them their little guests. Overcoming her awkwardness, the blonde took a few steps forward and waved her hand at them, greeting them politely. The story of the couple began with the fact that there was a student at the academy who hid his identity and often visited certain places. The boy was a regular visitor to Mel's stationery store, and in every letter he wrote, he praised this place that interested him very much. The couple, Fidel and Hein, just recommended this shop to the king, who came to buy magical items. Now the man said that the king had personally sent them as representatives to inspect the store, and they should not be with Hessman. The duke offered them good conditions. They even considered the option of cooperation, but decided that they had to weigh everything. His wife said that was why they went to the only one they knew, Mr. Isaac, and asked about Gessman. Putting her fingers to her lips, Meldenica thought that the head of the Tower of Magicians was a huge smart guy, since he took advantage of the opportunity. The couple said that Mr. Isaac once helped them, and the blonde thought that he was constantly helping someone with problems. She couldn't help but think that he didn't even show it when he heard about his exploits, that he was very good and loved all their children. The couple suddenly began to whisper quietly about some situation, saying that they both noticed that there was some kind of pink glow circling in the air. Fadl said that the Duke began to ask about them everywhere, and although they were little known, he managed to find enough information. Mel was delighted to hear that, so that he would not guess anything. They would tell them even the smallest details and everyday habits. The blonde's eyes widened as her husband kissed his wife on the forehead, and she explained that they always did this and everyone knew about this fact. Fadl said that not only on the forehead, but also on the cheek, and Meldenica grabbed her reddened cheeks in horror, not knowing what to do. She tried to be polite and shook her head so as not to so obviously demonstrate how strange this married couple's habits were. Leaning his elbow on his knee, the dark-haired man grinned, looking at Mel's face, and said that they always kissed each other on the cheeks. The girl blushed and quietly asked if he was seducing her too openly, and Isaac laughed, saying that he had promised to do so. Leaning forward, the man confidently moved his hand away from his face and said that he was one of those people who always kept his promises. Thinking that such behavior was certainly not very usual, Meldenica decided that she could handle it, because a kiss on the forehead was not that critical. The girl muttered that they could try it, and the sweet, friendly couple began to look at them as if they were in a theater. Isaac moved closer to Meldenica's face, touching his chin with his fingers, and people began to whisper about how well suited they were for each other. Heine stated that right now they were witnessing the birth of a new love, and the blonde looked at them with displeasure. Turning her face towards him, the man gently told Mel that she should look at him and kissed her forehead hard, holding her beret. Stroking her forehead after such a short caress, the girl thought that it ended faster than she thought, and this upset her. Laughing at her wonderful reaction, the dark-haired man said that she was very sweet today and felt very warm and tender. Fadl told his wife that when he sees such a beautiful couple, he begins to miss them, even though they are nearby, and his wife said that she feels the same. Seeing how calmly they hugged each other in front of other people, Meldenica thought that it was simply impossible for her to do this. Thus, the two were first trained by the spouses, and then engaged in the preparation and research of their unfortunate dragon egg. Finally, that very day came, and they began to perform various magical manipulations with Meldenica's appearance. One of the guys said that it was weird being Miss Meldenica, and it was the first time he was using such complex magic, and Isaac is a very skilled magician. The girl ordered him not to spread his legs so wide while standing in this dress, and the man immediately jumped up, muttering that he had completely forgotten. Lennox was still keeping an eye on her, and she couldn't just close her stationery store without raising suspicions. The blonde thought that she could pretend that nothing was happening and continue trading, but she didn't want to bewitch the children. As a result, the girl pretended to open the store as usual, endowing the trusted man with magical powers. All the others were needed to carry out the plan, and that is why they had to leave the enchanted Rasmus in charge. The young man muttered that he always wore capes, but he was wearing pants, so he forgot himself in a dress, and Mel hoped that they would not be discovered. The girl was distracted from her thoughts and turned around when she heard Axion calling her, even though it was now time for morning classes. The blonde told Rasmus that this was a chance to test his acting skills, and that she would watch him from the door, and left. The young magician, who had not expected such a development of events, froze in fear and widened his eyes at the departing girl. Watching what was happening, Meldenica watched as he grinned stupidly while Axion said that he came to give her something. The little crown prince took out a huge crystal ball with an image of an unknown girl who greeted her. The student with long pink hair said that she was the class representative of Selena's freshman class and was looking forward to seeing her in person. She managed to say that many children were waiting for her, and the students ran to the crystal ball, shouting in unison that they wanted to see the professor. Meldenica silently listened to the children, thinking that even though they didn't know about her problems, they supported her with their attitude. She suddenly held back a squeak when she heard that this lesson would be open to parents because Mother Axion was feeling better. The blonde thought that she would feel terribly awkward if the Empress were present at this lesson, while the prince noted her facial expression. The prince asked if this really touched and surprised her so much, and then looked at his watch and shouted that the break was over. When the baby ran away and Mel declared that Rasmus was a bad pretender, he screamed that it was the first time and he was worried about the lesson with the Empress. Then Isaac came down the stairs and said that they would go to the Fatal estate and use camouflage magic there. Meldenica blushed as she realized that the day had finally come when she would actually have to pretend to be Isaac's wife. Deciding to hurry up with getting into character, the girl extended her hand to the head of the Tower of Magicians, asking if her husband was ready to leave. At first, the dark-haired man looked surprised by such treatment, but then he smiled brightly with all 32 teeth, agreeing with his wife. Soon they were both already riding to the estate of Duke Hessman, trying on the unfamiliar images of envoys of another state. Looking at Isaac, the girl thought that he was worried about trouble, so he took a carriage with tinted windows as a barrier. Soon Gessman, whom they both frankly couldn't stand, greeted his guests with a smile on his face. While Isaac was helping Meldenica down the carriage stairs, the dark-haired man asked if she was the Marchioness of Hine, immediately complimenting her on her appearance. Deftly grabbing her around the waist to get rid of the pleasantries, Isaac said that his wife did not like to communicate with other men. The dark-haired man laughed nervously and clenched his fist, saying that it seemed he had been tactless, and everyone knew what a harmonious couple they were. Admitting his mistake, Lennox apologized and turned around, inviting her in, while Mel thought that he really did want to cooperate. The head of the Tower of Magicians asked the dear one to pass, and she squeezed his elbow, saying that she did not particularly want to talk to a stranger. She added, deliberately quietly, that moreover their conversation would certainly not go well, and the Duke's hearing caught this, causing him to clench his jaw. Meldanika knew that the Marquise was gentle only with her husband and was rather capricious towards others, even though she was very sweet. He asked them if they would like to take a walk in the garden, and then led them into a beautiful garden, inviting them to come inside with him. The dark-haired man asked not to step on the grass because there was water below, and Mel thought that, judging by his face, he had installed something on the lawn. Isaac suddenly reminded her of himself, called her as if she were dear, and rewarded her with a gentle kiss on the forehead, causing the servants to stand dumbfounded in shock. The man whispered that there was a device in the garden that could detect lies and truth, and it could perhaps recognize disguise magic. Smiling brightly, the head of the mage tower rested his forehead against hers, gently asking Heine to stay close to him, and she nodded. Walking next to him, Mel didn't know whether he was going to disarm the magical device or wanted to get out of its zone of influence by setting up a barrier. She didn't know his exact plan, but surprisingly, even with the Duke and other enemies around, as long as Isaac was with her, she wasn't afraid at all. Lennox said that he would lead them to the negotiating table, while the Marchioness frowned and thought that it was too early to relax. The blonde saw a bunch of unusual objects there, and the Duke said that, as they had already understood, his house was carefully guarded, and they wanted to prevent their meeting. Isaac asked who it was that wanted to stop them, and the unfortunate Lennox replied that the Marchioness of Konoha was an enemy of their family, who was putting a spoke in their wheels. The magician, in the guise of a guest, said that their meeting today was kept in strict confidence. Only the king knew about it, and there was no need to worry. The Duke said he was just wondering if the girl had tried to contact them and done something bad after receiving a negative response. The fake Fidel calmly said that the introduction had dragged on, suggesting that they get to the main point, and Lennox immediately laughed nervously, falling silent. The Duke was not the one to create gossip in the first place, but they managed to do it themselves, having first launched it into the public arena. Meldenica hoped that he would now start asking some stupid questions about the Marquise of Konoha, but she was not going to give in to him. He said that he had prepared a trade cooperation agreement and gifts, calling a servant who brought some ancient magical item. When the blonde opened the necklace, the so-called mana heart stolen from the tower lay on a pillow in front of her. Of course, this excited the girl, but she squeezed the box, knowing full well that she had no right to give in to anger or surprise. She looked at the Duke, who wanted to give away the stolen goods as a gift and make a deal, wanting to kill two birds with one stone. Meldenica chirped that she had already seen this decoration, and her companion suddenly said that the heart of mana can be found often in the kingdom. As with the couple, the wife whispered to her husband that they had been told that there were unusual magical objects here, but there was no point in negotiating with this. The false husband immediately agreed with her, and the girl said that she had so hoped to find something new, while the Duke was scared out of his wits. Lennox, realizing he had other valuable goods besides just one mana heart, said he would immediately order his servants to bring them all. The Marchioness suggested not to make the servants go back and forth, but simply to give her the opportunity to choose for herself in the place where everything was kept. When she asked about a separate building and the Duke fell silent, the blonde even worried that it was worth lulling his vigilance. Lennox exhaled and agreed, warning her that she was not to tell anyone about the magical items in that room except the ones she had been given. The Duke said that she would definitely have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and Meldenica felt her heart sink into her heels. The oath of secrecy stated that anyone who failed to fulfill the conditions of the vow of silence would simply meet their death. Just when she thought that in that case she wouldn't be able to tell anyone anything, Isaac said that he would also sign this agreement. While Guessman said that he would show the room immediately after signing, the blonde hoped that the magician had some kind of plan. But looking at the calm face of her companion, Meldenica realized that she had to trust him, signing where Lennox had asked. It took about half an hour before they got through all the protective magic spells, and the dark-haired one said that they had arrived. They were greeted in the room by a multitude of colorful jars, bottles, and artifacts, all of which sparkled and surprised with their diversity. When Isaac reached for something, the Duke pointed out that it was not worth touching, and it took a lot of effort for him to remain calm. Distracting Duke Hessman, the Marquise called out to him and with an interested smile, asked where he got such wonderful treasures. The dark-haired man stated that they were gifts from mage friends of his, and the fake Heine stated that he seemed to be on good terms with mages. While she distracted him with useless conversation, which he could not refuse, Isaac skillfully dealt with what they had planned in advance. Earlier, the man said that when they entered the room with magical objects, he would begin to read everyone's stories and memories. He then explained that they would be able to obtain evidence for cases from this information. Now he said that he wanted to take the necklace because he felt the power of the water, and Hessman replied that he immediately saw a high aristocrat. Meldanika listened silently to the fact that this lapis lazuli necklace was given to him by a magician who mastered water magic, and Fadel had good taste. The blonde couldn't help but think that they had some kind of problem, because Isaac's face clearly didn't express any happiness. The fake guest asked if his wife had chosen anything, and she muttered yes, while the men looked at her from the side. The girl pointed to the quinoa tiara, and when Lennox suggested choosing something more expensive, she childishly declared that she wanted this tiara. He just thought that everything would be fine with the non-disclosure agreement, when suddenly a servant burst into the room, shouting about a fire. Meldanika listened to their conversation about how they had managed to put it out, but His Majesty ordered that everything be reported. The first part of their plan was to pretend to be a couple from the Mado Kingdom in order to test the magical items inside the mansion. Next, she was to distract Gessman, while Isaac read the memories and histories of magical items, collecting evidence. The third part of the plan was to send a spy mage to the estate to find further evidence of the crimes. Meldanika asked if he had any problems with the protection of the estate, since they would not be able to come to an agreement in an insecure place. Lennox immediately stated that he had tried to strengthen security for the sake of his dear guests, and finally offered to sign the contract. And she nodded. Already on the way back, in the carriage, when it got dark, the blonde raised her thumb and said that they seemed to have managed. Isaac openly said that the game was not over yet, and they had to be perfect before they got out of the carriage, and Meldanika nodded obediently. Looking at his relaxed smile, the Marquise realized that this showed that there were no magical things inside the carriage. She asked if she should then move closer to her dear one, and sat down at his side, lowering her head onto his strong shoulder and exhaling noisily. The blonde muttered quietly that Lennox seemed to be more than just a thief, since she had seen Isaac's face then. The man said that, to be honest, the Duke had killed the owner of the necklace in order to take it for himself, and Meldanika's eyes widened. Gritting her teeth, she muttered that she knew he was a terrible person, but now she realized that he was truly willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Raising his hand, the man declared that the spy mage they had sent had finally sent him all the evidence he had collected. They began to read the note that had been sent, and were clearly not thrilled with what they had learned, although it was already quite difficult to surprise them. The next day, Duke Hessman sat at the table and read some paper, remaining pleased with how perfectly everything had turned out. They agreed to receive the magical items next week. Then they could talk about the exchange, but for now they needed to spread rumors. But suddenly someone burst into his office without knocking or invitation. The sound of numerous pairs of feet was heard, and the Duke moved away from the table. The dark-haired man asked what was going on here, and then the realization came to his mind that these people were court knights. Gessman was sure that he had not given his permission for such a sudden visit, and most importantly, he had not received any calls from the guards. Suddenly, another man came in and said that the Duke must have already realized that something was wrong, and he was dumbfounded. Standing before the court knights, Isaac, with a calm expression on his face, declared that he was the owner of the items that Lennox had stolen. Thinking that this would be difficult to handle, Lennox said that he did not understand what he was talking about and would have to explain himself. The dark-haired man even grabbed the sword hidden in its sheath when a familiar female voice asked how much defensive magic he had cast. Gessman was very familiar with this voice, and when he turned towards the exit, he really saw Meldanika near the knights. Feigning fear, the girl asked if he was really going to take out his sword, and covered her face with her hand, saying that that was also not possible. Taking her hand away from her face, the Marquise tried to enjoy every moment, declaring that this Duke was a traitor to the state. She declared that traitors were forbidden to use weapons, and the man's face twisted in horror as he began to understand everything. Earlier, the Emperor said that stealing from a tower was not enough to punish the head of a clan who participated in the founding of the country. Meldanika calmly said that she knew this and gave the paper to the Emperor, saying that these records confirmed the conduct of foreign trade. The blonde told the ruler that they were secretly taking out top-secret documents related to the military affairs of the empire. The empire was strongly supported by the Babaloa and Hessman families, but now the Duke of Babaloa was not himself, and his heir was in prison. That is why His Majesty was simply shocked to learn that Duke Hessman also turned out to be a real traitor to his state. The gray-haired man said that it was necessary to check whether the data was genuine or not, and then, if it turned out that it was, to get rid of the corrupted family. Meldanika thought about how they had spent the whole night looking for evidence of smuggling trade, and she was sure that there was evidence in the Duke's house. She said that they had evidence of a conspiracy, but the dark-haired man suddenly stated that it was a lie and he had no part in it. As soon as the Duke tried to move towards the Marquise, Isaac wedged himself between them and said that they should address him. Lennox shouted, asking what kind of antics they were doing, since they had invaded his estate and were now behaving in an extremely inappropriate manner. The tower commander ordered an apology to be made to the Marchioness of Kinoa, and when the Duke asked why, he explained that he had tried to threaten her. Gessman was completely shocked when he heard that it would be much better for him to improve, because they could deal with him properly. The blonde realized that with the appearance of Isaac, the Duke had lost the ability to use his aura normally, and was afraid. Moreover, despite the presence of the Emperor's own cavalry, no one tried to help him or try to protect him. The tower commander said that he should not resist, but that he would go to him on the Emperor's orders, and he chained him in shining ropes. Meldenica listened silently as the Duke said that if this was an unfounded accusation, he would pay for it with his life. Lennox seemed confident that his treachery could not be proven, and apparently his minions were ready to destroy everything. According to his plan, there should have been no evidence left, and coupled with the deal with the Kingdom of Mado, Gessman would have simply gotten away with it. The blonde was gloomy when she thought about the fact that the Hessman family, having achieved such heights, could easily be justified. But that would have happened if the deal with the kingdom had actually been concluded, and now everyone heard the servant's cry. He announced that the fatal couple from the Kingdom of Mado had come to visit them, and a smile and hope clearly appeared on the Duke's face. Meldanika realized that, judging by the man's smile, he sincerely hoped that the fatal couple would help him, and called him narrow-minded. Soon, a brightly smiling couple, envoys from another kingdom, appeared on the threshold, saying that they were pleased to meet them. The Duke asked in confusion what it meant to be introduced, and Fidel said that they had received a strange letter from the Duchy of Hessman. He replied that he had sent a letter with the details of the deal, and the messenger's wife said that he had been deceived by scammers who had pretended to be them. Having come to her senses, the girl added that they had caught the scammers and interrogated them, during which they had confiscated the necklace that had been given to them. She claimed that the scammers died because of the contract. But this, of course, was not true, because Isaac professionally replaced the contracts in advance. The Duke gulped when he heard that when they examined the tiara that had been stolen from him, it turned out to have belonged to the Kinoa family. The blonde explained that that was why they had contacted the Marquise, and Meldanika replied that she had appeared here for that reason. Kinoa glared at her ex-fiancé and asked how the tiara her family had lost ended up in the Gessman estate among his belongings. Lennox's whole face was distorted with anger when he heard that he would have to prove that he had not stolen this precious thing himself. When the knights grabbed him, the Duke shouted that they would prove nothing, while Mel thought that he would naturally not escape punishment. Hessman was grabbed by the neck to restrain him, and he screamed that the dirty knight did not dare do this because it was an unfair accusation. The man behaved indecently until the very end, trying to escape as if it would somehow help his already dire situation. Already in her store, Meldanika saw that she had received several messages and was even a little surprised by how many there were. Duke Hessman was suspected of various crimes, from theft to murder, and there was evidence that carried the death penalty. Looking at the paper, the blonde thought that this was understandable, since it concerned an incident with the sale of important documents. She walked back to the shop and remembered that those notes had indicated that the Duke of Lennox and his minions had acted arbitrarily. Meldanika was able to negotiate with the Emperor so that those family members who did not participate in his plans would not be harmed. The problem was Marisa, who could have been seriously hurt by all these difficulties, but she ran away from Mel in the fact that she was not guilty of anything. The girl said that the decline of their family could not help but upset her, but for the sake of justice it was necessary to endure, and the criminal must be punished. Dominic asked if anything had arrived, and Meldanika nodded in agreement, asking how such a terrible brother could have raised such a sister. The same thing happened with Sharia. She couldn't understand how such a villain became the main character of the novel, because usually they are not that evil. Holding the note in her hands, the blonde remembered that when this novel was published, many scolded it for being immoral and strange. Finally turning to the letter that had been sent, the green-eyed girl thought that, judging by the seal, it had been sent from the imperial palace. Soon after this invitation, Meldenica was already sitting in the middle between the empress and her eldest son, not understanding what was going on. She heard that someone would prepare tea, and seeing little children next to her, she was surprised that they were responsible for tea drinking today. But Mel knew that in the Empire, children who decided on a profession early could be trained on the spot, and so she nodded in surprise. As they talked about the specific tastes and types of tea, the Marquise smiled brightly, thinking that they really were little pros. Soon the girl heard about the coffee ice cube that could only be seen in the palace, and an idea suddenly popped into her head. Having thanked the children for their explanation, Meldenica asked if they wanted to see something interesting, and the girl asked what. They placed a large clear cup in front of her, filled with those same iced coffee cubes, and Mel began to cast her spell. Soon each individual cube began to take the shape of a variety of animals, and the children present looked on in delight. The girl asked if they wanted some ice bunnies later, and she would make them out of tea since they were still so young. Smiling at the children who agreed to this, Meldenica nodded, thinking that it would be easy for her to arrange this if she summoned the demon of the winter moon. Her Majesty called the Marquise, distracting her from this conversation, and the blonde almost jumped up on the spot, asking her for forgiveness. The Empress asked if she would like to be given some workers and a butler to manage her new estate. The woman also mentioned that it would be nice to let the children stay with her, and Meldenica glanced at the embarrassed little ones. The Empress nodded with a smile and said that they had already expressed a desire to go, and she, moreover, had heard something interesting from Axion. The woman urged the children to speak for themselves, and they began to awkwardly collect their thoughts while Mel considered what he had told them. The girl with blonde hair and brown eyes suddenly said that he said that Miss Meldenica could float in the air. The blonde thought it was a minor disaster, and Her Majesty said that this was not what she had invited her for. The woman said that Cassian wanted to talk about something, and the eldest prince admitted that he had asked the Empress to arrange a meeting for them. The green-eyed girl wondered why he had invited her to a formal tea party, and not just come to the store, as he always did before. The blonde muttered that Her Majesty wanted to meet Mel too, and the woman muttered that she didn't mean it very much. Meldenica smiled slightly, thinking that it seemed that after her recovery, the woman had become bored, and there were few people around her who understood her. Turning to Cassian, she asked what he wanted to discuss, and the young man replied that he had received a letter. Hearing that the pontiff would be coming to the Empire tonight, the blonde felt her body being gripped by an unpleasant sensation. The prince said they had decided not to hold a state-level event, but rather a small formal dinner. But the pontiff wanted Mel, the emperor's close relatives, the heroic sword Dominic, and the tower commander to be there. Mel pressed her lips together, thinking that under the pretext of a formal dinner, he was going to gather them all together and test their strength. Now she had to fight not with ordinary traitors, but with His Holiness. Clutching the skirt of her blue dress with her slender fingers, the girl told herself that this was bound to happen, and they knew it. She knew that by exposing Hessman, she had not been able to catch the sacred state by the tail, but the pontiff had definitely shown up earlier than she thought. The blonde immediately knocked over the cup of herbal tea and mentally ordered herself that it was too early to get upset. The girl thanked the prince, and he replied that he wanted to tell her first, until an invitation came from the bishop himself. She said that in the Kanoa family, it was customary to repay debts for help rendered, and she would do so, and the heir was surprised by such a rule. Laughing, Meldenica said that, as a marchioness, she had just made it up herself, and Cassian replied that he liked the rule. Her Majesty suddenly cleared her throat into her fist and reminded her son that he wanted to say something else, and the fair-haired man immediately remembered it, nodding. He muttered that perhaps this time she would be even more surprised, and the girl's green eyes widened in anticipation of what would happen next. The prince asked the girl if she knew that when she lectured at the academy, the empress would be present, and she nodded. The blonde heard that the emperor also wanted to be there, and her brain stopped thinking altogether from the horror of the situation. Meldenica couldn't understand at all why this was necessary, because it was just a lecture given by an ordinary owner of a stationery store. The empress laughed softly and said with a gentle smile that she thought Cassian would be a little more tense about it. Leaning over, Mel asked if it was true that Her Majesty would not be coming alone, and the woman replied that something else had originally been planned. Blue-Eyed noted that her husband became interested in this business because the girl helped the couple from the kingdom of Mado during the arrest of Gessman. For the first time, Mel heard that in exchange for their help, they had asked for exclusive rights to trade with her and had already received an answer. She immediately thought that maybe that was the case, remembering the woman's words about them giving them the help they would be paid for. Imagining the Marquise, the blonde thought that it was quite possible that they had wanted to get theirs from the very beginning, despite the losses. Mel clasped her hands under the table and thought that if this was payment for her help, then it was even better, because the whole continent dreamed of this, and the Duke too. She asked if trade relations with the Mado Kingdom were just like that, and the Empress replied with a smile that it was not at all. The woman immediately said that even if a chance appears, it is difficult to achieve success, and appropriate preparation is simply necessary. Meldenica blushed when she heard that she was putting all her efforts into her business. These were the results of her labor, and the Emperor saw a new renaissance in her. Lowering her head, the blonde mumbled that it was easy, but then said that, to be honest, she really did do a lot of things. Prince Cassian suddenly said openly that she was amazing, and his mother's blue eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her heir. Looking at her son, Her Majesty thought that she had hardly ever seen Cassian so interested. The Empress suddenly declared that it would be great if the girl became the prince's wife, and the blonde looked at her in horror. Meldenica hoarsely asked what Her Majesty was talking about, and the prince gently replied that Miss Mel might already have a lover. Muttering that this was true, the woman smiled softly at her interlocutor and shook her head, emphasizing that these were all just words. The blonde was surprised when she heard from the Empress herself that she was glad to spend time with her and asked to visit more often. The woman added that she was always welcome here, and Meldenica realized that cooperation with this family had turned into a real friendship. They started talking about how they would see each other soon anyway at that very official dinner, and the Marchioness nodded to her gratefully. Exhaling, the girl thought that she understood perfectly well what dirty methods the bishop could resort to, but she could handle it. Trying to instill as much faith and hope in herself as possible, Meldenica straightened her shoulders and said that she would come to them again. After some time, sitting in her shop, the green-eyed girl was already observing the world through Dominic's eyes with the help of a special spell. To check what the pontiff was up to, they agreed that Dominic would enter the imperial palace and show what was going on there. While watching the dungeon, the blonde heard Sharia and Lennox arguing, thinking how cool it was that they were grinding their teeth like that. Dominic said he would go to the chambers where the pontiff was supposed to stay, but suddenly he began to disappear, and Mel froze, calling out to him. The girl remembered that when the knight was chasing Basil, the distance was too great and the connection faded. But not so much, she swallowed, thinking about how he was in danger for going alone, and muttered that she was very worried about what was happening. A smiling winter moon demon suddenly appeared behind her, folding his hands under his cheeks and asking what exactly was bothering the person. Frightened, Meldenica apparently screamed so loudly that the roof of her office supply store momentarily flew off. The blonde screamed, asking what he was doing here, and the demon covered his ears with his hands, whining that he came out because she called. She asked if something had happened to Dominic, and the demon said that nothing could happen to a monster like him. He mumbled that the seal's magic was approaching its limits and he would be able to rule the world, and Mel waved her hands, asking not to summon his ice. The demon muttered that the process had stalled again, and the girl said that she would not be able to contact Knight Dominic now. Reaching out his hand, the winter moon demon said that it might just be a mistake due to the seal being temporarily released, and asked him to try again. Asking him to finally shut up, the blonde closed her eyes and tried to contact the knight, asking if he could hear. When the young man replied that he heard, Meldenica calmed down, and the demon of the winter moon, with a displeased face, muttered that he was right. The dark-haired man said that he had not been able to get to the bishop's small palace, and, after Mel's request, replied that he was returning. Having calmed down, the girl rubbed her chin with her fingers and thought that the disappearance of the seal, even for a while, was a very strange event. The demon said that, by the way, he heard that she had again developed some kind of jelly-like thing and asked her to give him one of the things, like a child. Meldenica turned around, leaned against the back of the chair and said that she would give him the jelly, but in return he would have to help her with something. After this, they tried several more times to get into the small palace of the pontiff, and each time the effect of the seal disappeared, but nothing else happened. These were surprisingly calm days, and Dominic was forced to report time and again that the pontiff had not left the palace. The days passed, And soon the very day came when Meldenica was to give a lecture at the academy in the presence of many guests. The children discussed that they were very interested in what topic Miss Meldenica would teach today, and were really looking forward to it. The rector was incredibly worried that the emperor himself would be present at the lesson, but he simply did not worry, because it would be great. Meldenica, wearing an elegant black dress, greeted everyone and introduced herself fully, saying that she would be teaching the lesson today. One of the kids raised his hand, asking what kind of lecture awaited them today, and the blonde answered that it would be a practical lesson. The demons, who were colossally reduced in size and sat on its leaves, said that everything was ready and we could begin. Using, among other things, invisibility magic, the demon muttered that it was a pity not to be able to show off his beauty. The children whispered that Miss Meldenica was an amazing magician, and others said that she was an alchemist, while Marisa sat silently. The dark-haired girl raised her fist to her mouth, whispering that everyone seemed to know how amazing she was, and Axion agreed. The girl suggested to begin, and with the help of the red-haired demon, she created a real, bright model of the starry sky right inside the auditorium. The children looked around in delight and raised their heads up, talking about how many stars there were and how amazing the sight was. The demon chuckled under his breath that this was what their abilities looked like, while even the students' parents were clearly surprised by what was happening. Mel said that there are times when there is no end in sight to something, and at such times she is calmed by the starry sky. The girl involuntarily remembered her past life when she was still a child and was swinging alone on a swing, running away from the whole world. She muttered that that was why she had prepared such a starry sky, hoping that this time would help the boys find peace and calm in their souls. Meldenica asked with a smile how they were doing, and some parents happily whispered that they hadn't looked at the sky for a long time. Even they at this moment had access to simple joy, when the starry radiance was able to drive away all difficult matters. One boy suddenly asked what was going on, because it seemed to him that one star was getting closer and closer. The children began to whisper joyfully that stars were really falling from the sky, and looked around, raising their heads so as not to miss it. They flew up to each baby in turn, as if they had been programmed to fly in the exact way they wanted. Laughing joyfully at this reaction, Meldenka happily said that she had worked hard for them and collected the stars from the night sky. The sky cleared again, the classroom became bright, and the girl with long pink hair said that the night sky was very beautiful. To calm her down, the blonde said she would give them star-shaped stickers so they could look at him at any time. Axion joyfully shouted to the whole office that the star had turned into cookies, and Meldenica suggested trying to break them. Looking at the not very pleased emperor and empress, the girl thought that the youngest prince would have to listen to a lot at home. Axion and Carrot began to share amazing messages with each other about how one of them was brave and the other was simply an ideal magician. The emperor also broke the cookie and read that his note said that his kind heart illuminates the whole world, being light and salt. The guest from another kingdom smiled in surprise and read that they both had both childish and adult emotions, and that was amazing. The demon whispered quietly and contentedly, which of course everyone liked, since he was the one who intervened in this matter, and Meldenica nodded slightly in response. Marisa read that she is a great apostle of justice, and her actions will be what will undoubtedly illuminate this world. Noticing how the little girl began to rub her teary eyes, the blonde became scared, wondering what she could have come across. But Marisa suddenly whispered gratitude, a bright smile blossoming on her face along with the tears, and Mel relaxed a little. They looked at each other happily, because they were glad that they had managed to find such close people, even if they were not related by blood. The demons at that moment began to whine, asking if they could return to the sword because it was hard, and they both wanted to return home as soon as possible. Meldenica thought that the demons had done a very good job today to surprise and please everyone present here, but she immediately thought that they had already become loyal workers, professionals, but she did not understand why they wanted to go to the sword if they were there against their will. Today, fortunately, everything went well, even though there were a few suspicious individuals at first who have already left. The green-eyed girl thought that one of those people didn't have a shadow, and there was only one person who would need to watch her. She asked the demon who it was, and he replied that the man they thought had taken power from a lesser demon and used stealth magic. Meldenica continued to stand behind the podium, silently listening to the fact that there was a small flow of divine energy from that man, and it was from the pontiff. Tapping her hand on the podium, The blonde couldn't help but admit to herself that she continued to be bothered by such situations and people. Forcing a smile to hide her true feelings, Mel realized that she was even curious about what the pontiff was really planning. The lecture, fortunately, ended in a solemn atmosphere, and the rector, as promised, gave her the key to a special section of the library. Already at night, when the evening darkness fell outside the window, Meldenica walked along the corridor with a lantern and reflected on the events of her life. Stopping near the many shelves with books, the blonde thought about how to find writings about dragons or their essence. After searching through several shelves, the blonde grabbed her head, asking herself how she was supposed to find what she was looking for in such a large quantity. Just as the question hung in the air, there was a thud, and the book suddenly landed on the tiled floor next to her foot. Already at the table, the green-eyed girl whispered to herself that it was written here about dragons, creatures close to deity, and began to read. The girl's eyes widened as she began to read the answer to her question about whether the first person you see becomes something like a parent. It was said that a dragon hatching from an egg and the first person it sees form a very close, strong bond between them. In the first minutes of its life, the dragon shows a desire to establish direct contact with the person it sees. She read that this is how a channel of energy transfer is formed, and to complete this process, it is necessary to give the dragon what it wants. Meldenica wondered if the baby might have been demanding that she give him what he wanted precisely because he wanted to establish a connection with her. The book said that some dragons want to gain knowledge, others really want jewels, but they all want one thing for sure. The blonde read that they needed the endless love of the one they had formed a bond with, and also the gift that it was enclosed in. Leaning over the writing, Meldenica thought that, if he was to be believed, a close connection had already been created. All that remained was to strengthen it. Rubbing her chin, she whispered that all that was left was to give him something that would show her sincere love and interest. Having received this information, the blonde even asked the demons what the dragon would like to receive, but they all argued among themselves. But before she could finally decide on a gift for her little dragon creation, she had to pass a test. Standing in front of the door, Meldenica thought it would be a good idea to meet the pontiff before she spoke to the dragon, even though the connection was important. Noticing her thoughtful expression, Isaac asked if she was worried, and the blonde assured him that everything was fine. Smiling as the girl took hold of the door handle, the dark-haired man softly said that he was sorry that they weren't playing a loving couple today. Isaac was a little, but actually a lot, surprised when Meldenica turned to him and said that she would like that too. She immediately blushed under his gaze, not understanding what she had said that was so terrible, since she had always played along with him in this game of attraction. The blonde felt like she had never seen Isaac blush before, covering his mouth with his hand, worried. The man asked her if she really thought that, and she replied that he could figure it out himself, while Dominic watched them with a twisted face. He asked them to stop and be quiet before he vomited, and then he opened the high doors, and they saw the bishop standing facing the window. He said that he was waiting for Marquise Kanoa, and the blonde bowed, lowering her head and greeting His Holiness in the Empire. The girl stood up and looked at that very bishop, a man with yellow, snake-like eyes and light blue hair. Mel was surprised to hear that before starting, he wanted to say that the Empress was unwell and the people from their castle would not be at dinner. Thinking that it could easily be his doing, Meldenica muttered that she was very sorry to hear this news. When he asked them to pray together for Her Majesty's speedy recovery, the girl thought that something was definitely wrong. One of the points in the meeting with him was the so-called confession of faith, when the creed was read and prayer took place in silence. She tried to say that she had never read it, but the pontiff was not going to leave her alone and asked her to sit down with her companions. He handed out books of doctrine to everyone like an elementary school teacher, and Meldenica felt awkward as she thanked him. Opening the book, the Marquise frowned, because it was impossible to read. All the text, letters, syllables, and lines floated before her eyes. The blonde wondered what kind of writing this was, but then it seemed to her that she could still read something from the book. Meldenica's green eyes widened in surprise as she read about herself in the third person and her dream of opening a store. Isaac turned to the girl as she whispered his name and said with fear in her voice that it was not just a book of doctrine. The blonde looked at the man, seeking his help, because it was he who could always calm her down, protect her from the most terrible enemies. Meldenica whispered that there was no word of doctrine here, but even her companions seemed not to understand quite what she was talking about. Kinoa turned her head, worriedly thinking about her condition, mentally asking if it was really only she and everyone else who saw this. She wanted to say another word, but the bishop suddenly stood up and asked if the marquise had read everything that was necessary according to the procedure. He looked at the pages that floated under her gaze and said with a strange, cunning look that he didn't think she could do it. The man rested his large palm on the table, hanging slightly over his guest and addressing her with a very responsible air. The bishop suddenly told her that he had been looking for such a person for a very long time, and surprisingly, she turned out to be the one and pressed his hand to his chest.